I've contacted the guy from the Syriana. I've contacted him and asked him whether I could share his video.
Yeah.
Um, I could live stream it basically.
The 2 hour one?
Yeah, the gate to hell.
Oh, no way. No, no, thank you. Not here. I mean, I wouldn't mind watching it on yours,
No,
but
no, 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 no. To restream it straight on my YouTube channel.
oh, okay. I thought you meant here, like in my channel here, right where we're
No,
going
no,
live.
no, no. To actually
Okay.
restream it on my channel. You know.
Oh yeah, that's great.
And like in that video, 34 minutes in, oh, there's a hell of a piece in the newspaper. Um, on that video, 34 minutes in, there's a hell of a thing about, you know, what they proposed to do, what they planned to do, what they were planning to do, how much money they spent on the fencing, how much money they spent on the underground fencing, trying to block the tunnels and all kinds of information, how they imprisoned the Palestinians in Gaza, how they were building, and now how they want them now either to flee to Egypt, or if they don't flee to Egypt, Palestinians are going to be no more, and if they flee to Egypt, then there isn't going to be any Palestine. And what the what the plan is,
Right,
the basically the big genocide, the big out,
right.
Auschwitz all over again.
I know, and that's the thing. See, now while I was gone, oh, I want to say something. How I started my other live, but Nudu probably didn't hear this. I don't know if you were here from the beginning last time, Smiler, but when I was a little kid and I used to watch Hogan's Heroes with my mom. You know
Yeah,
that show? You know that show, Nudie?
yeah,
Uh, it rings a bell.
It
I
was
might have
it was
watched
a
it.
funny. It was a comedy about American prisoners of war in a Nazi German camp. Right? Can't
yeah.
want to say German, but Nazi German camp, and they were always they they were using it like they had a whole system of you know getting information to their side and all this stuff. So it's like they were using the prison camp as a base to be spies, right? So it was a funny show, but they would get caught and then they get have to be put back. And I asked my mom, I said, how come they don't get in trouble? I was a kid, right? How come they don't get in trouble when they get back, when they get caught? And and my mom said, because everybody understands that in war, when you take prisoners of war, they're going to fight back. And you have to accept that they're going to fight back and that there's rules that say that you can't treat them badly. Now, I was a kid, so she's not going to explain to me just how fucking evil the world is. And I'm not sure she even knew, really. She knew things were up, right? Because every generation, you get a little bit more information, right? A little bit more, the clouds kind of disappear a little bit more. So my mom was still in more crack clouds than I've been. So, so yeah, that's how she explained it to me. So all my life, I lived it, uh, understanding that prisoners of war were allowed to fight back. They're not going to get punished because now, obviously, that's not going to be true. But that there's laws that prevent them being treated badly. And so because it's like if they've got all these underground tunnels, they can get all this information. Why don't they just escape, right? So I didn't understand about spies. Now, while I was gone, I saw something that Shift left for me. So she didn't know she left for me, but she tagged me in it, and she was very dismayed by what she saw when she came here. And she has a big heart, although I don't know. She kind of has her own fuck shit that goes on here, but I don't understand what goes on. So as far as I know, she's a person with a lot of heart. And it's almost like she's from a different planet from me, the way that she thinks. But she's so, I don't know the word to explain, but she's so creative and so She's so intelligent, but she doesn't know the same stuff I know, right? Like she has other concentrations in her life than I do, right? But she's very insightful, and she's upset with me. So I thought that I should do it near the beginning to explain on her video so that she understands a little bit more where I was coming from, and so that I can apologize to her because I said something that I probably shouldn't have said. At least it didn't come out the way I wanted to. But I don't think she understands what kind of state of mind I was in. She knows that I was passionate, but I don't think she understands just how fucking important this is in my life, in my family's life, in the world. I don't think, but she does understand it's sad. So I just want to address what she said so she can find it in the stream, because she missed so much of the stream. I know she does. She did, because otherwise some of her questions would have been answered. But, you know, who can sit here for fucking 12 hours? Except for Smiler. God damn, he's a fucking trooper. Fired the whole fucking time, and he's back for the second one.
And I'm British.
And I'm
Well,
he's
I'm
British.
not. I'm Cornish. And
Oh, right,
ex-army.
okay. Whenever anybody says Cornish, I always think Cornish hen. He's a Cornish hen.
I'm a Cornish pasty.
Pasty, yeah. Yeah, we don't have those here unless you go to the British stores. Yeah, so I hope you don't mind if I address this now.
Nah, that's cool.
You okay with this, Nudie?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Do what you want to do.
I downloaded it so that I don't have to worry about it won't be stopping and starting as much as it would be if it was online. So I don't know if she's here or not. Probably not. She seemed quite disgusted.
I think there's only us three here.
I don't. There's a couple people in the audience. Last time I looked, I can't see it right now because of a different window. But
oh no, yeah, there's 6 now.
Oh, 6. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Shift. Here we go. Okay, so she videoed me, and then she had comments. So I'm going to just put this back so you can see us, because there's no point in watching it video again, because Shift's not on the video. So everything goes smaller when I share. Wait, let me just remove it from the screen and then remove, and then where's that thing that shows us? Crap. Okay, I just gotta stop screen. Okay, here, this is the look I want it to have, and then present, share screen, shift, and then I close that window. I can close that window. And StreamYard window. Jeez, you try to make the screen bigger and it gets friggin' smaller. Oh, there we go. There. Okay, so now you can hear it, but I don't want, because she also sped me up really fast. I can barely understand what I'm saying. Okay. Shift, this is for you. And there's an apology for one thing that I said that's coming, but I'll deal with it when you bring it up. But I know that this is what I hate the word triggered now, but I know that this is what prompted you to make this video, what you're upset about. And also, I'm not as good, I'm not as eloquent as you are, so please forgive me for that.
In our lifetime, nobody has suffered like the Palestinians. They're not the only ones who had genocide committed against them. There was genocide going on in Africa too, in some other countries. But you know what? They don't get off for it. They are held accountable for it. But Israel never gets held accountable. Never. And they're the reason why there's problems with black and white in America. The Zionist pigs from Israel. That's the reason why black and white are against each other in the States. They are all of our enemy, not just
Okay,
Palestinians.
now, the reason why I said that is because it's so evident now. It used to be bad to say it in the 70s and 80s and 90s. You weren't allowed to say who owned all the fucking media. If you said it, you were counted as a racist against Jews. But everybody knows now who owns the fucking media. And it is the Zionists who own the fucking media. It's not a fucking secret.
Zionists is the biggest army in the world.
Yeah, you mean in Israel, or you mean all over the world?
All over the world.
Right, right. And I'm not sure if Schiff pays attention to any of these things. I don't think these are kind of things that she pays attention to. So I'm not sure how much she knows about the world or how it works. I mean, I only know a drop of the bucket, so I don't know how much she knows. But it's not a secret that the Zionists run all the media. And it's not a secret anymore that their lobbies have infiltrated all our Western governments. And I have if you're interested in learning about it, which I don't think you are, but if you are interested, I have a documentary on my homepage on YouTube called The Lobby. And that will explain to you how they do it. This documentary is how they did it in Britain, but they already did it in Canada and the United States before that. Mm-hmm. So again, this is part of the reason why I know this. It was amazing to see the documentary, to see exactly how it works. I already knew that they did this kind of thing, but I didn't see exactly how until I saw the documentary. And the documentary is not opinion. The documentary is undercover video. Okay? So it's not people's opinion. So because of that, another thing we know is that the oligarchy, which are the Zionists that run our world, that own our money, that own our countries, that pretty much own us because we've let them, that Zionist oligarchy are the reason why. It doesn't matter that they're Zionist. It matters that they're the oligarchy. And the oligarchy has made people hate each other for no reason. They've caused division. It is tyranny 101 is to divide and conquer. It's been around since longer than the fucking oligarchy, is divide and conquer. And that's how they do it here. They make us think that there's any difference between the color of our skin or any of that. And they use all of our human characteristics against us.
The ego side of the human.
Sorry?
The ego side of the human.
Right. The ego side of the human. The part that helps us to protect ourselves is the ego, right? So you're right. And the part that helps us protect ourselves makes us suspicious of anyone we don't understand, anyone we don't know. And so when you've got a whole bunch of white people in one area and a whole bunch of black people in another area, and a whole bunch of Palestinian people in another area, if you don't understand their culture and you don't understand them, you're going to be scared of them. So there was a time, I don't know if people are still like this, but there was a time where if you're white and you walk by a black person, a woman would hold her purse more closely, just in case the black person would steal from them. Or a man would be ready to fight as they passed by a black person. and the black person just walking down the fucking street, right? But because we have that fear of the unknown, that ignorance, which breeds the hatred, what they did, the oligarchy, was they worked on that human characteristic, that ego characteristic, which we all have. And they used it against us and divided us to conquer us, which they have basically.
Don't overlook though that the individual has to accept. They have to choose to accept. That's what it boils down to fundamentally. And that's
I
where the
know.
conundrum is, right? Is
I knew
what
you
you're
were gonna
really
let me know.
saying, what you're really saying, and it's true, is if you could get a mass message out that people would listen to, it'd be this: stop believing and buying into the bullshit, people, and it's over.
Yeah, but that's too vague. That's too vague. You have to, everybody knows that the news lies to them, but they don't know what they're lying about. So
The thing is that it won't happen though, because people, two reasons. Number one, hypnosis is very effective, and number two, people, as bizarrely as it is, enjoy having a scapegoat for an excuse not to take responsibility for themselves.
What did an ex-friend of mine call it? He called it neuro-linguistic programming.
oh, I've heard that term before. Yes. Well, okay, you guys are both right. And while I don't mind having this conversation afterwards, I just don't think that Shift can stay here long enough to listen to us talk about it in detail. I just wanted to explain to her where I'm coming from.
Oh, you're speaking to somebody who's here?
No,
right now?
I don't know if she's here or not, but
Oh,
I'm gonna message her or whatever in her video and ask her to come here if she wants to hear the explanation.
oh, I
So
see.
that's
Okay, well, by all means, though, yeah, please finish.
okay. No worries. Thank you very much. So, and I'm doing it at the beginning so she doesn't have to go and look for it, right?
Sure, I got you.
Okay. So, right. So that is why I said about the black-white thing. And I used that because I knew that you're American and you would understand that. But there's all kinds of divisions going on with, poor and rich and other kinds of cultures and all of that, right? So I just used the black-white thing because that's the one that everybody seems to always be focused on.
But the Palestinians have to pay the fucking price. And now I'm watching.
Okay.
Now this Shift talking.
So, as a person, as a spirit, as a sister, as a human, as a stranger.
By the way, I want you to pay close attention to her use of words. She is a linguistic acrobat. She has an amazing command of the English language. I really she's mad at me right here, but that doesn't matter. She is really someone to admire the way she uses her language.
Sure. I care about Kat. I knew of her because of how she manifested for me. And I will remain in gratitude about that. What
she's talking about is I was watching her, and then at some point she became the target for the shit show and all the other kinds of people around the streets, right? They were attacking her. And I thought, she's so precious. And I didn't hear or see anybody sticking up for her. So I wanted
to baffle.
I wanted her to know that I was out here and that I see her and that I appreciate her and that I don't see her the way that other people are seeing her.
Me about her.
So I wrote her something. I made her a video, actually, because I was talking about her in such a nice way on my stream, not knowing that this was about to happen to her, that it was happening to her. And then I saw that. So then I cut out the piece that I had talked about on my stream. And I wanted her to see that I was appreciating her, regardless of any other shit that was going on, just so she felt some love, because all she was getting was, being bashed on the streets, right? So that's what she means by how I manifested to her, because I was watching her, but she didn't know I existed, because I wasn't going to come out of the shadows because she's hanging with all the bullies, right? So I didn't want to get
Right.
involved with all that. So, but I did want her to know. So I secretly made this video for her and gave it to her just so she felt some love. And she really appreciated it. So that's what she's talking about.
Is her inability to recognize that if she is to be believed that she acts with love as motivation, that using hateful language makes it difficult for some, or for me, to subscribe to those beliefs. That belief specifically. Hold on. And I mean that respectfully, and I mean that I mean, I hope she hears this, you know,
I'm hearing it.
and understands that I was anchored to her in heart. And what she wanted me to learn about her was that, you know, she was perceived, she was experiencing.
Okay, she's going on to a new topic. So to address something she said was about if I want to be heard or believed, she said, but if I want to be heard properly and act with love, that I can't spew all this hate and then be believed. So let me explain that to you, Shifty. If you had have heard the whole thing, you would have heard me somewhere near the beginning saying that I'm in a personal crisis right now because I have been trying my best not to pay attention to what was going on in my father's homeland, which I grew up loving and caring about all my life, watching my father in so much pain for all of his life because of what he suffered at the hands of the Zionist Israelis. He had a country for the first 10 years of his life where he felt relatively safe and loved, and everything went really well. And murdering marauders came in with their tanks and their guns. And when he was 10 or 11 or 12, he was going to the store to buy bread for my grandmother. And a tank pulled up in the street, and other soldiers came out, and they killed somebody right in front of him. Now, you might think that somebody in Palestine would be used to that, but not in 1948, they weren't. They were innocent children. And they didn't have all this PTSD or nothing. So imagine if you're that old, that young, and that you see something like that. And then when he was a teenager, he was taken off the street. He and his friends were leaving from some kind of get together that they had. And they all went down. At some point, they switched, like they all went on different roads. And they all got picked up by the IDF and beaten with the butts of guns and then thrown out of the fucking van. Now, he had stories like this in his mind that he had to live with. And I watched my father anguish over his hate while I was growing up in Canada, being brainwashed by the Canadian media and the American media and telling my dad, why do you hate them? You're being bigoted. You're being racist. And I didn't understand that what he was telling me was true. I thought that he was just consumed by his hate. And he was for a long time, till probably up till almost the last of his life, maybe the last 10 years, he kind of calmed down. But his whole life, he was consumed by this hate. And I thought that that's what was driving him. And whenever he'd say anything about the Israelis, I thought it was colored because of his hate. So imagine how he felt raising a child who was battling against him, saying that what he saw and what he knew wasn't true, that he was just being prejudiced. It must have killed him to see his child do that, say that to him. I feel so guilty about doing that, because if it were me and I were him, it must have really hurt him. So his pain I grew up with. Even though I grew up here in Canada, I grew up with his pain. And every Arabic person I saw here in Canada was mostly my family. So when I saw other Arabs, to me, they were all my family. They were my aunts and uncles and cousins. So when things go on in Palestine, I feel it like I'm from there. I can feel it like I'm from there. And it's been a lot for my spiritual learning to try and overcome that hate, because that hate grew and grew and grew as I saw them lying year after year after year, turning my own people here in Canada against me for no reason. And I developed that hate. So in my spiritual learning, which only started when I was 51 years old, and I'm 57 now, so it only started 6 years ago that I started trying to control my energy, because I didn't even know I had energy to control. So, and it wasn't even 6 years ago that I all of these things happened bit by bit. As I learned things, as I realized things, I realized this is something I need to change about me. So this was something I learned along the way, somewhere in these 6 years, that I have to control my energy. I also learned how to pray properly because of how I understand the science to work, and that all of this praying to something that doesn't exist was useless, and that all the negative energy that I was feeling, all this sorrow that I was feeling, was only perpetuating bad energy. So what I had to do was stop watching what was going on. And another thing about me, Shift, is that, and I could do a whole show about this, but I'll just give you the Reader's Digest notes now, is that empathy has been a driving force in my life. I thought that that was the key to heaven. I thought that that was the key to my soul being free and happy and loving. And I thought that it was the key to making humanity better, was empathy. And so I lived in my empathy. I feel like I should witness people's pain. When Crafty was going through all that shit the first time, and I saw what she was going through, and I felt like I had to follow her around and be in the channels where she was, to witness what she was going through, so that when she came to me, which I thought maybe she would, that I could tell her that I understand. I know what they said to you. I understand how it might have make you feel. How can I understand unless if I just know they're ragging on her and see it a couple times, I'm not in her shoes. And I learned when I'm very small. My mother read me a story and told me the moral. And the moral was that you can't judge another person unless you walk a mile in their moccasins. I learned this in the ages where my mom was reading me stories before bed. So this is another thing that was a driving force, and part of my empathy was to walk in other people's moccasins so that I could try to understand what they're going through. I can never be in their shows. I can never understand everything. I can't understand everything Crafty was going through, but I can understand what was happening to her here. And so I thought that if I witnessed it, it's still, I've done this all the time. I'm just using this as one example of like 1,000 examples of how I've tried to walk in other people's shoes so that I could empathize with them and show them understanding and care and compassion. Real compassion, not like, oh, I'm so sorry you're going through that. I mean, actual, real compassion, which meant feeling their pain. So I've gone over through my life feeling other people's pain. So imagine when there's a whole country full of people feeling the most unimaginable pain. Nobody in North America could ever understand that kind of fucking pain. I've never had to live that life. Thank Goddess, I've never had to live that kind of life. But I have walked in their shoes, and I know from my father's pain, from my family's pain, how much it hurts them. So when something happens there, I feel it very strongly. And I feel like I should. Now, in my spiritual learning, however, I learned that if I can control my energy to feel love and think about things in a positive way, which is really hard when you're dealing with genocide, that would be more of the cure. I can't cure everything, but I can control what I can contribute. And so my contribution is supposed to be something where when I'm praying as in giving thanks that everything worked out, right? So that's what I've been doing. It's very hard for this is the one topic, and everybody who knows me knows that this is the one topic that I just can't seem to control myself about. It's so consuming. Now, there were two topics that shaped my life. One is the bullies that I suffered for many, many years growing up, that changed my view of my life. And yes, I know that I have to accept responsibility, that I believed the bullies about what they said about me. I know that. But when you're little, you don't know that. You don't know that. When you're little, what you understand is if 5 people say something and one person says something, the 5 people must be right. So when the bullies all mob you and they say bad things about you, say you're weird and whatever, you start to believe it. And that shaped my life. So that was one thing I had to get over. And the other thing was justice. And Nudie and I have had many conversations about justice. But it is part of my being is to search and try to attain justice for the tiniest little thing. A little kid gets a toy stolen by another kid. Justice must appear for that child to feel whole again. Now, I don't mean beat the other kid who stole it. I mean, that doesn't mean that you have to deal with this by justice, by hurting others. Depends on what the situation is. But everything from something like that to this ethnic cleansing that's going on with my people. So I have had to put this Palestinian thing on the back burner. And I had managed to do it pretty good. And there's been a couple of, since 2000, there was one in 2018 and one in 2021, massacres in the occupied territories, which nobody cared about. I cared, but I just couldn't pay attention to it because I couldn't do my spiritual learning and do that at the same time. But ever since Saturday, I had to look. When I heard what was going on, 5,000 rockets were fired into Israel. The first thing I thought of was just like a little kid. If you go up against a bully, there's going to be fucking consequences. And all I could think about was all the fucking consequences. And you may think that I don't care about the Jews in Israel. I don't know what you think. But if you think that, you don't understand. I have compartmentalized thoughts, right? I have a heart, and it goes out to every human being. It doesn't matter what you've done. I know that you have a story, that you were born as a sweet, innocent baby, and that something's happened to you over your life to turn you into whatever you are now, including monsters who do bad things to good people, or do bad things to people. So this is hard when I'm dealing with war, because war is a totally different mindset than loving. It's almost the exact opposite. Almost the exact opposite of love. It's hard to be loving and at the same time be in a war. And many Palestinians have tried so hard and they've done so well. You don't hear about them on the news, but I know them. But when I'm watching all this and I'm helpless, and then I'm watching people on the internet with their fuck shit, which they think that doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference. It makes a difference for every individual that they bully that doesn't have the strength to understand, to put aside what the bullies are saying. They're taking it in, just like I did when I was a little kid. They're taking it in, and it's destroying them from inside. And the bullies here don't care what they're doing to other people. They just don't care about the damage that they do. Now, somebody like 𝘔𝘪𝘴 would take them aside and try to make them understand. Somebody like me too, because I've learned too, that what they say doesn't mean anything. Why are you upset about what they say? You're upset. If you're upset because you have a hurt inside that never got healed. And now they're poking at that hurt. So you need to heal that hurt so that they can't hurt you anymore. And one of the things is to know yourself, to know who you really are, that you're not what the bullies say you are. When I hear them spreading the shit that's coming out of their fucking asses about what's going on with this ethnic cleansing, that is when I can't find the line. I can't find how to process it, because I know that they're just ignorant and they don't know any better. But what they're doing is they are facilitating this genocide by their fucking rotten, nasty, ignorant words. They are facilitating it. If you were a Jew in 1944 and you were watching this on the internet, assuming there was such a thing, and you see that the Jews and the gypsies and everyone else who was in those camps were getting destroyed, were getting massacred, do you think that you could just sit by while other people said, they're just Jews, they're just gypsies? I can understand the anger that people had against the Ashkenazi Jews that were there doing what is reported that they did. I wasn't there, I don't know. But if they did what they did with Israel, then I can totally see. If they did what they do all over the world with their lobbies getting into the governments, I can see how fucking dangerous they are. But no matter how dangerous I think they are, I don't agree with gassing them. I don't care what the number is, 6 million or whatever number. I don't agree with that. Even though they are the fucking enemy of humanity, I don't agree with treating people like that. However, if you are in a prisoner of war camp, basically, if you are in a concentration camp and you need to fight to get out, and they have for many years, not with 5,000 rockets. At the beginning, all they had was stones. And these fucks on the shit show are making fun and saying about the stones. Do you know how fucking sad it is when children are fighting soldiers with fucking stones? And they've got guns and tanks and helicopters, and the children are throwing stones, and these fucks are laughing about that. Now, I could be sad for them that they're so fucking ignorant or stupid, but right now, I'm angry. So you can forgive me or not forgive me, Shifty, but I'm having a weak moment right now. I am about love. I am about attaining love and spreading love as much as I can. Not like a fucking hippie and just saying the words. I'm doing the work on my energy. But right now, it's like, and I've been saying this through the last live stream, it's like my soul has a flu right now. My soul has a cold. I'm ill right now in my soul from all of this and all of the contradictions to everything that I have been trying to pattern my life after right now in these last 6 years, compared to the hate that I've been trying to get rid of. And now it's just all flaring up. So I can't help it. I really can't help it right now. And I need a little understanding if you are understanding enough. If you don't, that's okay. I really understand. You live in your own world. You don't understand where I'm coming from. That's fine. But I just wanted to explain to you, this is not how I normally am. You just come in at bits and pieces, and you don't have enough of the background to understand where I'm coming from. And you don't watch enough. You just pop in, you say hi, and then you leave. You don't really take part or stay here for a long time. So you don't really see. You hear my words, and then you go, and then you come back and you see me getting angry. So really, you don't understand what you saw.
Another thing people don't understand. Sorry, have you finished?
Oh, no,
Kat?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Another thing that people don't understand is that Israel was forced. It was divided from Palestine. It was made into Israel between 1920 and 1948 under the British Empire. The British Empire exerted control over Palestine and pushed them down to the Gaza. And basically,
No. Wait a second. We didn't have Gaza back then.
no, it wasn't Gaza back then. It was called something else back then. But people
But it
know.
was Egypt's land. That was Egypt.
Yeah, it was part of Egypt's land. But they pushed them down to there.
Yes.
But people don't, and the United Nations, the blue hats, the ones that are supposed to protect everybody.
Yeah.
They caused the division. Their resolution of 181.
They didn't cause it. The Ashkenazi Jews from Europe caused it. They caused it. They got into the British people, not the people, but the British leaders, and they were the ones who were making deals. That's why they were taking the land from Palestinians and giving it to the Ashkenazi Jews.
Everyone causes a division by believing it in their minds.
Yeah, but the Palestinians and the ethnic Jews that lived there, that were from there, the real Jews, they weren't having any problems. And that's another problem, that I have problems with AC, what he said, saying they've been fighting forever. They haven't been. That's a lie. It's a straight out fucking lie. Now, I don't think that AC is lying. I think that AC is just ignorant and doesn't understand the truth. But I don't have any fucking patience right now for people's ignorance when the shit that spews out of their fucking mouths is contributing to the genocide. I don't have any fucking truck for that shit.
That's how I felt for about 23 years. That's why it took so long for me to muster up my decision to do what I'm doing. I struggled with that for a very long time. Do people... two things held me back. One is, do people really deserve it, and do they even really want it?
Yeah, and if you notice, even though this is my strongest topic ever, I barely talked about it in the last 2 years on my podium. It hardly ever comes up unless somebody says something really fucking stupid, like Jamie fuck off. His ignorance just blew me out of the fucking water, and I fucking snapped on him. And I think that's the first time I dealt with that. And there's just been a handful of times where somebody said something really stupid, and I just, called them on how stupid they were.
But what people don't
know about this or nothing.
But what people don't realize, because they haven't learned it, they haven't been taught it, they haven't heard it, they haven't seen it. Yeah. Prior to 1948, Israel was called Palestine.
Yeah. Something that the Ashkenazi Jews, the troll ones,
Ashkenazi Jews kicked the Palestinians out.
Stop. Sorry, not you, the dogs. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the ignorance is astounding. I understand why it is. I'm not confused as to why the ignorance is there, but it just drives me insane watching it. It's like being in that movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
You should try being in my shoes.
I know. Because even to you, I'm a pod, right? To me, all of them are pods. But then to you, even I would fit in that category sometimes, because there's things where I just refuse to let go of the old world, right?
Right.
And
Without, you know, trying to, without putting any judgment on it, just it is what it is. Yes,
right,
that's how I see it. Right. I see
yeah,
the
I
lemming
understand.
class. A lot of wokeism. Let's put it this way: is something that's happened for ages before the term even came around recently. You know.
Yeah, but woke sounds like something bad nowadays. That's like the people who march in the BLM and the climate cult. Those
What
are
I
the
mean
woke.
by that is people who think they're awake but don't
Yeah, yeah,
realize they're even
yeah.
deeper
I'm
in a
waking up.
trance. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
waking up. I'm not awake, but I'm waking up. And I've traveled in your moccasins as well, because I try to understand how frustrating it might be when you're trying to teach me something and or share something with me, I should say.
That's on me if I get frustrated, and I rarely do because, you know, that's my responsibility. If I'm even gonna,
Yes,
um,
but I
I
don't mean to
appreciate
frustrate you.
that you recognize it. Challenging might be the best word.
Okay, challenging. Yeah, you know
Yeah,
me and my English. So yeah, I understand that it's challenging for you, and I know that you're responsible for how you feel about it, but I feel responsible for understanding that and trying to be patient with you when you lose patience with me. Like, I try to understand that it must be really hard for you when you are trying to explain something to me and I'm like, nope, nope, nope.
closed. Yeah,
Yeah,
that is where the challenge lies with anybody. Hmm.
right,
And that where you just want a person, you know, you're not trying to be right to a person. You're just trying to present them to see something they don't see, so that they can
yeah,
make better judgment for themselves.
right.
And
You're
they just want to
sharing.
be, yeah, they just want to be stubborn and hold on to their ignorant
Right,
reality, whether they realize it or not. It becomes irrelevant at that point, and that's like, oh well, there's nothing you can do. And sure, that can be whatever, but that's a narrative I'm used to for so long. At least if you're going to go down the path of walking
ignorance.
somebody through their waking up, you really have to be solid in removing your own personal thing involved
Right,
in that, because everybody's on their own pace, you know?
right. So you're going to get frustrated. So you have to try and remove yourself from the outcome, right?
Yep. Yep.
Right. I understand.
But what people need to do is they need to look up Nakba.
No,
You know,
I know. Now that's going to get into a different topic. Okay, so let's go back to the video.
It's a specific way based on her language, her the optics of her. She wanted me to believe and understand, to
She's
learn.
talking
She
about
wanted me to
she was talking to me about how like I was trying to tell her that I understand about the bullies. And I don't know if she asked me a question, I answered it, or if I just brought it out to her to tell her how I understand. But I told her about what the bullies had done here. And I think what I was trying to do was I was trying to get out ahead of it before they started lying about me. I wanted her to know the truth so that she wasn't colored by everything she saw on the shit show, right? So she did what a thinking person would do. Just because I'm saying it and I know it's the truth, she doesn't know me. So she's got to try and make out whether I'm telling her the truth or whether I think I'm telling her the truth, but I don't see it properly, whatever, how she's judging it, right? How she's looking at it. So she didn't just go, oh, I'm so sorry this happened to you. She sort of stepped back because she didn't want to make any judgments until she knew more. So now she's talking about how the optics of what I say doesn't help. So I understand that. And there was a time she was on my panel one time and she made me realize that when I was talking, that people didn't understand what I'm saying. I understand what I'm saying, but a lot of people don't understand me. And so you have to spend a lot of time with me to understand what I think. That I'm completely clear, but I have my own perspective, and I also have problems with my language, and I have that, my feelings get into things and I get passionate. So people don't understand me. And she was trying to explain to me, I can't remember what she said now, but at the time it made sense and she was right. I told her that in an email, but I don't think she read it. So now she's talking about that.
learn. that others were wrong about her. And I tried to express that I didn't know shit about her. No fucking idea. And then later, I barely fucking bumped into something where I recognized that, oh shit, maybe this is part of what has been seeded that's harvested such hostility in her direction. And I went to her about it. And I'll be honest, she sent me, information that I have yet to thoroughly go through. And I said I would loop back when I didn't.
I don't remember sending her information. I believe I sent her another email after I sent her the one about telling her, like, showing her love. I was on her panel and she was extremely rude to me and just kicked me off her panel. And I got kicked off of 2 panels that week, her panel and Flower Child's. I got kicked off of Flower Child's because they were going after Shell Bell. And I don't know Shell Bell, but I know that people are being really fucking mean about her. And so I was there on the panel. So I felt like I have to say something like, so I didn't come right out and call her out on it, but I said something about not being mean or something like that. I did it in a nice way, but Flower Child wasn't having any of it because she wanted to badmouth Shell Bell. So she kicked me off. So two times in that week, I got fucking kicked off. But Shifty kicked me off her panel because of something selfish. I can't remember what it was, but I remember it was something selfish. And it was rude. And I thought, how can, like, I've treated her with love, and she just embarrassed me in front of everybody. So I wrote her an email saying, I'm not sure you understand what you just did to me or my reputation. And I explained to her, basically that it hurt. But she never, I think I made it in a video. I made a video and she never went to go see it. I know because it didn't have any views on it. And it was not untitled, what do you call it? Unlisted. So only she would see it. And it said 000 for views, right? And I'm like, she didn't even fucking bother to go see it. So she had never heard that I know of. I haven't seen it lately, but she never heard what I had asked her. And I did it in private. I didn't want to call her out in public. I didn't want to do all that in public. I don't have hate for her or animosity for her. I just wanted her to understand how she made me feel because she has a heart. And I thought that would matter to her. So that's probably what she's talking about, I think.
And I haven't, and that's why. And there's been other things along the way that I've occurred. This is one of those kind of things where again, I wish her no ill will. I wish that for her and hers. I wish that for all, truly. Even those I know have harmed me, hurt me, harassed, have been shitty.
Off of it.
People I'll never know. And people I'll never know why they did what they did. And people that did what they did for stupid, petty reasons. And people that did it to fucking win favor with other assholes. And people that did it because they were bored. And people that did it because they're cruel. And people that did it because they fucking did it. And they'll never be able to undo it. Something irreversible like harm, like the finality of death. Well, no matter how much we might wish or I might hope for that love could be a solution, it's not. If love was a remedy or a cure, more people would not be so sick. Hold on.
We're saying we're welcome for. Wait, don't get me yet.
She speeded me up and I just sped her up.
Should I say to you, you're welcome? AC? Because I know that your childish little mind is going to use this for your fun. I'm not smart enough to figure out that you're going to fucking use this for your show.
I have respect for life. I'm not AC, and this is more than what you refer to as fodder. This is fucked up, in my opinion, of course.
You have no respect for anything decent, right? So you don't respect me, no matter what respect I've shown you, no matter what love and kindness I've shown you. You're not going to love and show. You're not going to give me that same love and kindness because you don't have it in you, right?
I gotta slow this down. Hold on. I was talking to AC. I guess I have to make it normal speed because she sped me up, and now nobody So now you have to understand what I was saying, how she was commenting.
Oh, I hope Miss Head didn't get mad at me. I did recognize. I gave you respect for the.
I was talking to AC, and AC was in here poking in my wounds, and this is my line that I've drawn, Everybody says, why do you keep on giving AC another chance? You keep on giving AC chances after chances. Joe was on me about it. You keep on giving him chances after chances. AC is just one of those people that just, a lot of people just like him. I don't know what it is. Whatever it is that makes people like people, he's just got one of those personalities that draws you to him, right? And I just kept on hoping that I would see the good in him. And I imagined the good in him so that I could keep on going. But then he crossed the line today, or yesterday now. He crossed that line. He crossed my line. So I gave it to him while he was in my channel. Because he obviously doesn't care about my heart. Obviously.
For the fact that you were not going after me, even though your friends were. You didn't join in their reindeer games. And then you did.
Okay, so right is right, wrong is wrong. I'd like to believe that you don't regret doing what you thought was right. See, and this is where it gets tricky because
I don't, Shifty. I don't regret the position that I took. The position I took, I feel, was proper. It was decent, and it was the best way. So it doesn't matter whether I'm right or wrong about the person. I do not feel I'm wrong about the principle, and I will keep on believing in that principle. I don't regret it.
Because people lie. So I know for a fact that there are people that have done wrong. I know for a fact that people have lied, and they knew that when they were lying, that they were fucking lying. But then there are other people that listen to them. They did not know that they were believing bullshit.
They went to a show called The Shit Show. They've seen things be, they were calling with their videos and shit. And I say they because they're kind of a group, right? One person makes the video, then the other person makes the platform for that video. And then they come as a group, and they said things like, they tried to make it like Poor Dirt Farmer was a pedophile. And that was wrong. And people should see that. But they don't. They go along with it. So I really don't have any truck for people who believe the lies when they know that liars are talking to them.
They were manipulated.
Yes, they were. And they knew they were.
So there's a difference. There really is a difference.
No.
The intent of...
No, it's not. Because they are there, and they are spreading the bullshit that they hear because they have mean hearts and mean spirits. I hear all this shit. Do you think I go and confront people about what I hear? I know 80% of what I'm hearing is skewed. It's not the truth. And the other 20% either isn't my business anyway. None of it is. But even if it is, I don't want to go and take that quote unquote information and go and hurt somebody else with it. So I don't care if they're ignorant enough to believe the bullies. They want to believe the bullies because they want to hurt somebody. That's why they open their fucking gobs and try to hurt people.
It all is different. So someone manufacturing something with the purpose, with a malice purpose, something that will inevitably and specifically cause harm. And then there's the people that believe that what they learned was fact, when in fact it was fiction.
No, I don't buy that. I understand
and
that
there
in some
are
cases,
so
but not here.
many other examples of this very thing where it's cursed from inception, ideation, origin, epicenter.
Look how creative she is with her words. She's so eloquent.
So you lost that bit of respect. And then when you said bullshit like they've been fighting for all these fucking years, then you really lost my respect, right? Because whatever you say about me means absolutely nothing. But whatever you say that contributes to genocide does mean something.
Okay. Well, before this, what he was saying or not saying did matter too. So this is exaggerated. I'll believe that.
So have your
No, you don't understand, Shifty. I don't blame you for not understanding because, like you said, I don't really make myself very clear. I think I'm being clear, but you have to stick around to understand everything. I can't put everything into a package for everybody when they come here so that they understand everything in 5 minutes, right? You have to know over time. So yes, it did matter at the time when I first came here and people treated me like shit because they're fucking assholes in their fucking hearts. Yes, it did get into the bullying that I grew up with. It triggered all that shit back in me. So yes, it did matter at the beginning, but I've been here for almost 2 years now. So now I don't care what they say. I hear them say shit about me. I don't get on my fucking live stream and say, what so-and-so said wasn't true. I just don't give a shit anymore. After a while, you do develop a skin that you didn't have before, and then it just doesn't matter. So at the time that I said that, which was just mere hours ago, no, it doesn't matter what they say. Right now, the shit show could be on. I don't even know. I didn't even see any fucking notifications. They could be talking about me on 3 channels right now, and I don't give a fuck. 0202, hi Spirit. Hi Spirit said hi back. So that's what I meant when I said that. So yes, at some point it did matter to me, but it was stupid that it mattered to me. And I've grown and learned that what they have to say means shit. It's just fucking words. And just because all those other people that you're taking responsibility off of because they were manipulated, I'm not taking responsibility off them because A, they know that they're being talked to by liars, and B, they are wishing to have fodder to hurt people with. So I'm not going to take any responsibility off them. But at the same time, they're not going to affect me anymore. Not that much. I can't say there's zero effect. Obviously, there's some kind of annoyance, right? But I understand that just because it comes out of their filthy gobs doesn't make any difference to the truth, and it doesn't make any difference in my life. So when I said that hours ago, I meant it. It doesn't matter what they say about me anymore. But what they say about what's going on in Palestine matters in lives. It is a life or death situation, and they are contributing to the death of all those people. So yes, it does matter. The narrative is almost a bigger weapon than their fucking tanks and helicopters and shit, because this would not be stood for by normal people. But because people have been manipulated and don't bother to care about the truth and go and find truth somewhere else when they know the news lies to them, they don't bother to go find the truth. Now, if you don't care, then don't waste your time. But if you're going to open your mouth about it and talk about it, go do your fucking research first. So it does matter what they're saying about what's going on in Palestine, because if people didn't say stupid things, and what AC said was more, it hit me more than what Jamie Fuckoff said. Jamie Fuckoff is a despicable fucking lowlife piece of shit who never knows what he's talking about, right? So what he has to say means nothing. But when AC, whom my heart loves as a brother, but my heart cares about him. I wish it didn't, but it does because of other things that I could get into in another fucking live stream. But he has an effect on me personally. I knew him before you. A lot of you people didn't knew him. When I say know him, I mean I talked to him before a lot of other people here talked to him. He wasn't running panels. He was being bullied. He was being bullied. I didn't know that because I didn't know about the panels and all that stuff. I was talking to him from his channel and the 1A. I had made a comment and he left his phone number and asked me to phone him. And I was like, cool, a 1A person wants to talk to me on the phone. And So he was trying to tell me what he knew about a situation, and we got into a 2-hour phone call. And this was long before he ever had a panel, or that, you know, that he had the shit show, or anything that looked like the shit show anyway. Maybe he knew about panels, but he didn't have a show. He was just a 1A guy. So he's the reason why I ended up here to begin with. I'm very tied into him. That's why the shit show is like, it's like my mascot show here. Not even my own show, because I don't really have a show. It's just a place to talk. But his is a show. And to me, it's like the center of these streets. Now, for other people, you know, if you're a pony or one of those other people, then they've got different shows that are center. But for me, it's AC's show, right? So when AC said something that I've heard my whole fucking life, how damaging it is, those fucking words. And when I heard them coming out of his mouth, it hurt. So I'm angry at him. I'm really fucking angry. And given the fact that I should have been angry at him almost 2 years ago, and I wasn't angry enough at him to just fucking drop him in a fucking ditch and just never mind, don't watch his show, don't listen to his fucking his shit, just carry on with my own. I didn't. I still stayed tied in. So it mattered to me what he said.
Have your little fucking games on your little fucking show. I don't care what you fucking do. Whatever you do is going to be childish and heartless. So that means you're not to be respected. Your word isn't to be respected. Your deeds aren't to be respected. And
Okay, so again, or not again, for the first time. So what I would learn is that there was this situation with AC and others, with Kat, who again showed up for me in a beautiful, loving way. Although she did immediately put a loophole there. And
I'm not sure what the loophole is that you're talking about, Shifty.
And I'm operating independently in my thought and everything. And she could know this. On her channel, she hosted some bullshit or fuck shit or heart ouchies with AC and I, to be honest.
What?
Anyway,
I didn't understand that, Shift.
One of, I think, 3 experiences I can have. And they're basically the same one repeatedly, or in each of those instances, but whatever. My point is this. I'm trying to point at the fact that this is a lot going on. And yes, I am making incredibly fucked up, analogies, or I am not saying that they're congruent. YouTube fuck shit is very different than ethnic cleansing and genocide, which is what Kat's talking about, or talks about. But she also utilizes her experience of YouTube to create analogous situations. It's a comparison. I don't know if she's trying to dumb it down for us idiots or what, but whatever. People do this. People use their experience in an attempt to relate. So forgive me in advance for doing such. I'm not doing it to belittle. I'm doing it as a way for me to process this as I speak it aloud, and forgive me for how haphazard I am, which I am. But I never said that I operate outside of anything except for heart. And so this is not research-based. It's experience-based. And this base camp is, well, I already told you. We're listening.
who does respect you shouldn't be respected.
Okay. Fuck, she said so much I can't go back to what she said. Okay. There's so much that you don't understand. And like you said, you didn't do the research. Now, I don't know what kind of research you could do, because all of the evidence is spread around and some of it isn't. You can't see the evidence. So there's so much that you don't understand. And what you didn't hear, I know the beginning of what I was going to say, but I can't remember what she said to answer what she said. I should have just stopped it. You didn't hear what I said earlier on. Oh, fuck. Hold on.
See, that's bullshit. Hold on. Wait, ideas like that, whoever does this around you in to belittle, I'm doing it as a way for me to process this as I speak it aloud, and different than ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Oh, the
because
dumbing down part. I was not dumbing it down. I can understand why you'd think that, especially because there's so many dumb people around here, but that's not what I was doing. It's the way I process things. What I all of the things that I see about what goes on in Palestine, what goes on in my country, what goes on in the world, and what goes on the YouTube streets, and what goes on in the real streets. I see a lot of patterns, and I see the pattern of what the oligarchy does to us in the world and what the bullies do on the YouTube streets. How similar, how absolutely similar it is. And what the consequences are. Obviously, they're going to be smaller because it's just a microcosm of the macrocosm. But I am drawing these likenesses. It's not to dumb it down, but it is to try and relate, because a lot of people are not thinking the way I'm thinking. So if I'm talking about the world, which is what my topic was, something going on in the world, and then I liken it to the shit that I see here in the streets, that's what I'm doing. I'm just relating it.
What Kat's talking about, or
Hold on,
talks
gotta go
about,
back to her.
but she also utilizes. We're listening.
Who does
Proximity based on what? A different scale, on a completely different realm. They too deserve the same or worse, or whatever. That is
I should have taken note of what number it was.
orbit of you. Well, they too deserve the same or
That's
worse, or whatever.
almost.
That is a fucking recipe. Base camp is. Well, I already told you. We're listening.
who does respect you shouldn't be respected.
See, that's bullshit. Hold on.
I said anybody who does respect you.
Wait,
shouldn't be
ideas like
respected.
that. Whoever does this around you in orbit of you, well, they too deserve the same or worse, or whatever. That is a fucking recipe for hatred. That is exactly how they, oh my gosh. I mean,
shift. I'm talking to all those people that you excuse for being manipulated when they know damn well they're being manipulated. Those people that you excuse. What I'm saying is that if somebody knows that they're listening to either a liar or a manipulator, and then they still go with it, then I'm not going to respect them either. And I don't understand why you wouldn't understand that. This is not, at some point, you're going to say guilt by association or something like that. It's not by association. It's what they do with what they hear. So if they're going to say that they respect somebody who lies and manipulates, I can't respect them either. I can't respect the liar or the manipulator, and I can't respect somebody who knows they're being manipulated and still respects that person who's manipulating them. So there's a reason for not respecting those people, those lemmings in the fucking audience who take that fodder and then use it to hurt other people. There's a reason why I don't respect them respecting manipulators. It's not just guilt by association.
Kat, listen to what you're saying on a completely different scale, on a completely different realm. What you're suggesting is that based on association, based on what? Proximity, based on
No,
what?
You got that
Kinship,
wrong.
based on what?
That one you got
What?
wrong, Shifty.
Association, identity, location, appearance.
Now she's just
name,
being poetic.
all the things. All the things. Just because of those things, not based on.
It's not just because of those things.
They are, what they've done, who they love, etc. Just they should just be put in the same.
Now we're reaching the point where you can see why she's upset, because I said something that I shouldn't have said, and that's where who they love. It's not who they love. It's got to do with respect. Something that it seems so fucking far away that anybody really understands what respecting is. And what they consider respect, I don't respect. So it's got nothing
been
to do with proximity or names or guilt by association. It's by their own actions that I don't respect them.
as the others, or the thems, or the specifics that you deem in the way you do. And Kat, you are not always right. You are not always right.
I know we're
And
getting
you
to the point where I wasn't
operate
right.
with passion. That's cool. I respect that. What would be what's this and why I won't return is the recognition that that's true. What I just said, that she's been wrong. She's been very fucking wrong.
Okay, I don't know what she says I'm wrong about. I'm not sure what she's saying I'm wrong about. But I think she's just really angry about what I said. And that's, but I don't know. She, obviously, if she said very fucking wrong, I don't know if that's from what we're going to get into soon or anything before today. Because I don't know what she's saying that I was wrong about before today. Anything I told her. Not that I haven't been wrong about things, but I'm not sure what she knows or what she thinks she knows about me being, unless she's talking about the fact that I was wrong to believe that News Now Houston wasn't guilty of what he went to jail for. So that part, yeah, I was wrong. And I did a whole fucking stream about it, Crit Shift, but you weren't around for that. I did a whole fucking stream admitting that I was wrong. How many people do that? So it's not that I can't admit I'm wrong. And if you're not talking about that, then I don't know what you think I'm wrong about.
And she wanted to believe it so much, and she was fucking wrong. And it was about one person and what they did or didn't do.
So that's what she's talking about. Well, I did a whole fucking stream about that crafty shift. I did a whole stream about that. So you're wrong. You're wrong about that.
One person. This is talking about whole nations, populations, culture, society, democracies, governments. Oh my gosh. To me, completely reckless.
What's reckless is not recognizing what's wrong with the world. To me, that's reckless.
Very reckless. That's my opinion.
And you're entitled.
He went and got Joe for me. I could have got Joe myself. I got his fucking number. And you know what? He goes on my show more than he goes on your fucking show.
That was just me being childish and funny. He said, "You're welcome." And I said, "What the hell?" AC said, "You're welcome." I said, "What am I welcome for?" And he said, "Because Joe had just appeared." And he said he called Joe for me to come to the show. And so I said, "Well, I can call him whenever I want."
But thanks for answering my question.
Wait, was that a Joe Cool shout out? Hold on.
Now you may smite him. Smiler. As soon as he says anything disrespectful, he's gone. Make him go get his other stock accounts. Make them keep on having to sign into their other stock accounts. Make them work for it. Oh, good. Joe's laughing. No, Joe got a spinner. 'Tis the real Joe. He must have his coffee. You've been watching Joe for a while, eh?
That was Smiler I was talking
Sorry,
to.
it's not a panel, Joe. You'll have to talk to me from the there or on the phone. Because I don't feel like getting trolled right now. It's very, very serious right now. More serious than the whole time you've known me. Which isn't very long, but still almost 2 years. So, all this other shit that we talk about means nothing compared to what's going on right now.
Okay. All right. Cool. I get that.
My people are being murdered and slaughtered by Israeli Zionist pigs in front of the whole world. And your
People are being murdered. People. Yours. Mine. Theirs. Them. Ours.
in my country are doing nothing.
Okay. I agree with you, Shift. They're ours. But people don't look at it that way. I'm talking in the way that other people look at it. I agree. They're ours. Everybody are our people. Nudie would be the first person to say flags and countries and borders and all that shit mean nothing. And I agree with him there to a point. We disagree on a couple other points. Nudie doesn't think that culture is important. I think it's terribly important. And I understand the need for borders sometimes, because there are always bad people that you need to keep out from your peace. So I understand borders. I am on the fence about borders, because I don't think it's fair that I can't just go down to the States and go visit people that I like without having to go through a fucking checkpoint first, when I'm not up to anything bad. But at the same time, I understand the need for protection. So in the way that the world is divided up, I understand about borders, and there's cultures. And so that's what I mean by my people. To me, they're my family. And I don't expect you to feel like they're family, but to me they are. They speak like my dad. They sound like my dad. They look like my dad. They're my family more than somebody from Yugoslavia would be, because I wouldn't understand their language. I wouldn't understand their ways. So it's not that I don't feel that they're my brothers and sisters too, but when I say my people or our people, or sorry, my people, I want them to understand that this is very serious to me, that this is like my family. When I say everybody's my brother and sister, really, I should probably start saying cousin, because there are people I feel closer to than other people.
Nothing to stop them. So we have another Holocaust going on, and all those people that you've ever heard in your life who say, never again, it was so bad what the Nazis did to the Jews in World War II, and then stand up for this.
Okay, well, you've referred to the United States and Israel and other democracies.
I don't know why she came in with that, where I just
and
said
Israel
this.
runs the United States. These are statements that you made as if they were what? You can prove it. And even if you could, what does it change?
It changes a lot, Shift. It changes a lot. If people understood who their owners were and the fact that they are owned, that would change a lot.
Are fucking full of shit and deserve a kick in the nuts. Yeah, it's easy because what you do in your life, Authority Chuck, is so small. It means nothing, so it's all easy for you. But my life contains a lot more serious and more poignant things, and they are hard.
This is, again, so fucking cruel.
Okay, I don't agree that it's cruel. However, I can understand why you took exception to me saying that. I'm going by what he shows us, which obviously is not the whole thing. And the reason how I've been able to love him through all the rotten shit that he's done here was to imagine him loving his family. I've said this a long time ago, that I know you love your family. I know you work hard for your family. People said rotten things to him, and I was showing him love back then. So, but I'm angry. So what I'm saying might be a little bit exaggerated. So I agree with you that that was not the correct thing to say. I don't think it was cruel, though, because he would have to care about what I say, and he doesn't care about what I say. So he's not going to be hurt by what I say. He doesn't care about my heart. So why does he care about what I say? He doesn't. And besides, he can just go on his show and turn it into something completely different and have a whole bunch of followers believe him. So I don't think it was cruel. So I don't accept that criticism. But I do think that what I said was a little bit overstated, that his life is so small. But I was just so angry at him because he lives, even with all of the hard work that he does, which I've always given him credit for. And again, that's just what he says. I'm just taking him at his word that he works that hard. So that's kind. That's not cruel. But I know that's not what you're saying was cruel. And so I was angry, and I want him to understand how much fucking privilege he has to have all the things he has when he works so hard, whereas the people in Gaza work so hard and have less than they'd had the day before. That's why I was saying it like that. And because when he comes here, he has a platform and he uses it for evil. And to me, that's a very small person with a very small heart and a very small mind and a very small life.
Can I
So
say
your life
something
now,
really quick just to add to what you were saying a bit ago about owners? Just
Sure.
one little thing there.
Sure.
I
I
think
was
even
wondering you
further.
didn't say anything. Yeah.
Well, I'm just being quiet for this whole thing to let you have your space to do what you want to do here,
Thank you.
as requested. But I might forget this one, and I think what you pointed out there is so crucially important with the owner thing, and it's a semantic I've been choosing to methodically use lately, and will continue as well. Not only if people realized what you said, I think would have a good chance to make a difference, but I think most people don't even realize they have, and more importantly, still have owners, and that slavery never went away. And I think if people really recognize that,
Mhm.
there is a really good chance that people might take a different course.
Yep. Yep. Agreed. I think Smiler fell asleep.
No, I'm still awake.
Oh, you're a
Who's Insane Wayne?
he's one of PDF's crowd. He used to be
Right.
nice, but then he started not being nice. Is he in here?
Oh yeah, I've been like having a little tate with him for all the time you've been playing that last segment.
Oh, go eat your goat and rabbits. What the hell's he talking about?
Oh
Just smite him.
yeah, he's saying now block me. I haven't blocked him yet. I've been entertaining him.
Well, your wish will now be granted, Insane Wayne. Okay.
Bye, Wayne.
how you
Bye,
spend your
Wayne.
time on this planet is more precious than his. Everything you care for is more important than what he chooses to care for.
Not everything on the planet shift, but yes, I do think that what I care about is more important than what he cares about. I think that if he cares about hurting people to make himself feel better, I think that if he uses me as a not scapegoat, as a diversion from him being bullied, he used me as a diversion from being bullied. He threw me to the fucking wolves so that they'd stop biting at his feet. And he didn't care about what it did to me or my life. Because when I came here, I was in a very bad position in my life. And what he did and what his friends did could have made the difference between life and death. And he didn't care about that. And he never has, and he probably never will. I was hoping that if he got to know me better, that he would start to care about me. But it's been almost 2 years now, and he did what he did today or yesterday. So, yes, I do think that what I care about is more than important. Now, I don't mean my family is more important than his family. I'm talking about when I get out here and I have a chance to talk and do something, whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, my intentions are good and his intentions are bad.
Whom you care about and whom loves you back, they are more important than...
I didn't say anything about who loves you back. This is part of what she's upset about me, about what I said. It's creeping into the other stuff that she's saying. I didn't say anything about who he loves. I've always been very respectful about his wife and his family. And I've offered him consolation, not that he needed it from me, but I offered it to him, and I've stuck up for his wife when they were going after his wife. I was one of those people who told him how beautiful his wife is. Not that he needs me to tell him, but he obviously appreciated it when people told him that. So you got that part wrong. You just crept in what was upsetting you into that. You read it into that.
Those that fit that are casted in EC's world, like, this is fucked up. And it is blindingly obvious from way over here that if you understood the fallacies of this, that you would be able to everything different.
You're not willing to.
Well, I feel the same way. I feel like from all the way over here, because we don't really talk as friends or anything. We've just sort of run into each other or had a few interactions. So, but I feel like if you understood from my point of view what's happened to me here on the YouTube streets, you could see it more from my point of view, but you can't because you're seeing it from your perspective. So I understand that.
To actually do that kind of, you'll work like, you know, like the, you just work your ass off for your family. But you know what? If you ever had to live in a prison camp of Gaza in Israel, in occupied territories, it's not even really Israel, occupied territories. If you had to live there, then you'd really know what your work is. Whatever you do, all the shit you do, all the hours you work, is not even half as hard as somebody in Gaza has to work.
So again, ditto for you, right? So what's the point? You both suck. You both have no idea. You both have it great.
No, I know I have it great. He has not got as much of an idea of how great he has it compared to what it could be when he says those flippant things like they've been arguing forever.
Jason, what's Jason saying?
I'm gonna skip. I know AC and Joe Cool were there.
Okay, Jason, it's not the time to joke, all right?
Oh, okay.
Serious.
What are you laughing at?
You telling Jason off.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, after he did what he did to me,
Yeah.
eventually I forgave him because I knew that I have to do that for myself, right? So I forgave him. And because he's part of the Canadian crowd that we all hang out with, it just makes it easier if him and I aren't arguing or avoiding each other. So I made peace with him. I couldn't go back to the way I used to feel about him because now I know too much about him that takes away from that feeling. So, but he's still allowed in here now. And because I mean, there was nothing else was going to happen. There's no point in holding the grudge, right? So may as well get along. And he just came in here being Jason. And you can't blame him for just being Jason. He just wants to be funny and have a good time and joke about things because he doesn't take things seriously. But to me, this is dead fucking serious. And so I know he's not disrespecting me. It's just him being him. But I didn't have any patience for seeing people laughing and joking when they should be, if they care, acting like it's a fucking funeral. It's not a place to joke. You don't go to a funeral and joke. Well, actually, you kind of do.
I might, but anyway.
Yeah. No, you do. Yeah. I've been to funerals, and after you get over the initial part of it and you're having your coffee and sandwiches or whatever, and then you start remembering the person and joking about what they did or something happened in your work, and you just kind of bring it up, right? So yeah, okay. But when you are mourning, you are not joking, and you don't have any patience for other people joking around you. I don't want to stop other people from joking. Just don't do it in my fucking living room while I'm speaking about something that's dead fucking serious. And I'm so upset. The reason why I'm so upset is that other people don't think it's serious, which just boggles my mind when I grew up being told and being taught and being indoctrinated into the whole Holocaust thing and how it should never happen again and that everybody should know it so it should never happen again and how fucking serious it was. And then it's happening now in front of their fucking eyes on the fucking internet and they don't care.
How often do people learn their lesson in life, though?
Well, I know, but I don't have to be happy about it.
Correct. You don't have to.
I don't have to tolerate it I'm not going to other people's rooms telling them that. I didn't see it until afterwards. Somebody emailed me and told me Jamie's a racist and said his message to me on the fucking shit show. And I said, okay, thanks for telling me. I'm not even gonna bother watching it. But later on, I thought I got a better idea. So I went and found the place where Jamie's message was, and I heard a whole bunch of shit while I was trying to find that message, and I heard them talking about it, and it didn't inflame me at that point, And I thought, okay, how do I deal with this? Me personally, how do I deal with this? And I thought, well, I could just make a video and educate them. And so I did that, but I never put it out. And but I did answer some of the shit that they said, but not. I didn't do it with my voice. I did it with typing, so that I didn't lose my cool. So in that way, when I didn't have my cool lost anymore, that I could recover from it and nobody would know that I lost my cool. So I
Fair
did it
enough.
like that. And then Crafty's show happened the day, like yesterday, like the day before my stream yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, their show. And then that's when I really, then I got bent out of shape, because it was Crafty who was always saying genocide is suicide, and then she's backing genocide. So that just that threw me over the edge. So I'm being I'm overstating things, but you know what I mean. Like that was the point that I said, okay, fuck this, I'm gonna answer this shit. So okay, I can't remember what she was saying.
That when Jason got there, something about he was home for 20 minutes, so he wrote some. Okay, I'm coming.
Genocidally fucking serious. So I don't care if you don't care what's going on. If you don't care that our country funds ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
She might say this again, but I remember hearing her say this. It stained my brain, so I might have just read it. And I would have put something in the chat like sending good vibes to all, sparkly emoji. And then she didn't see it.
That's up to you if you don't care that people are being.
I'm sorry I didn't see what you said, but you can't expect me to. If you expect me to, then you're expecting the wrong thing. Because I'm sure that it's very well known that it's very hard for me to keep up with chat for several reasons. I have bad eyesight, and I have to zoom in on everything and then zoom it back out and then zoom it back in, and it's a fucking pain in the ass.
Well, that's what you told me, just type in capitals.
Yes, and it was much easier to read you when you were reading. But then when they're big paragraphs too, it gets hard to read it and then answer it and then still keep my mind on what I was saying, right? And that's another reason why I try not to read the chat, is because it always takes me off. I can only remember things for like a few seconds and then it's gone. So when
but at the time there was 20 odd trolls trolling. There was double accounts,
right?
There was disgusting messages being typed,
and that's another reason why I don't read the chat.
And it was just like trying to save the channel and get rid of all the idiots.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I appreciate your contribution to that. Yeah, so there's several reasons why I'm not good with the chat. And I'm sorry if that upsets you. I don't want it to upset you. I do my best, but I have to protect my own self, and I have to get out what I need to say, because I came here for a reason. I came here to say something. And it wasn't a panel. It wasn't a fucking discussion. So I think I was kind enough to read what I did read, how much I could read. So I'm sorry that I missed what you said.
Being murdered.
So fucked up to say.
This is not a place to tell your jokes. Not right now. It's not a panel. I can't.
I'm definitely. Well, again, unless she repeats this, I remember hearing this too, that it wasn't a panel. She can't trust people, yada yada. But I'm trying to think what joke. I remember seeing Jason apologize and explain the situation. I remember Joe Cole saying "shifty baby," red heart emoji, or something along those lines. And I remember thinking, is that really AC? By the time that there would be like an AC stock account or troll account or spam account, or I don't know what it's called. But I didn't like what she said about me. So of course, that's why I'm doing this. That's the only fuck reason, is because it has something to do with me. If you believe
this is the part where I was wrong.
That, bye. But she loops me into AC.
I didn't
trust anybody enough to come up on this fucking panel. Not anybody, but most people. I can't trust to even come up on this panel.
Hold on.
She doesn't understand who Jason is. She doesn't understand how he talks. So she doesn't understand why I was talking to him that way. She doesn't know the history. So she doesn't understand why I would. Sorry, I'm talking like you should. I'm trying to talk too shifty. You don't understand the history of Jason and I. Okay. So, and you don't understand how he talks, and you don't really know who he is. So you don't understand that. When you said I looped you in with AC, I'm not understanding exactly what you meant. If you meant that I think that you're like AC, or that you would join in with what AC's doing, that's not what I meant.
Okay, Ben.
Sorry, I keep doing that because I want to check the percent of battery that I've left, because I don't want this to. I'm at 3%. It's, you know, it is what it is. Okay, hold on.
Authority checking in, please. Somebody. Like here in Ashdod, where they're
Okay,
and dancing and showing their those fucking settlers. They lock the Palestinians up in their homes and then come from the fucking hills and come down and sing their fucking Jewish songs.
And at that point, I wrote in the chat, OMG cat. And I wrote bye, or in some order. Actually, I have the screenshots, of course I do, and I left 2 comments. I deleted the rest. I fucking deleted them because I did not want to be there for this. And then I thought about it, and I thought, you know what, fuck it. Well, also because Joe had said whatever, shifty baby or whatever. So I was like, damn it. I would have preferred to have just not been there at all. But no, I was there. And so I left the last 2 comments because I thought, you know what? I was here for this. I was. And so I think I left some like take care and maybe bye. I'm not sure.
Okay, I didn't see the take care of. I saw the bye. Maybe I saw the take care of it. I don't know. I can't remember. But the OMG shift. Sorry, I'm sorry that you don't understand. But what I said was true. So your OMG means nothing to me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. If you don't understand that what I'm telling you is the truth, I've seen video of it. I didn't just make it up. I didn't just hear somebody tell me about it. I've seen them do it. The only thing that's different is I didn't take that video myself. I watched somebody else's video, but I saw them do it. So save your OMG for the Israelis.
What are you laughing at now, you fucking idiot, AC? You're laughing because he said he just got home? Or are you laughing at me? Go fuck yourself, AC. And Shift, if you're in love with AC, you're in love with the wrong person. He's a rotten dick.
Okay, that's where I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize to you, Shift. I should not have said that. I've been watching you, even though I don't join in with the fucking games, because of the people that you have around you. Because I don't judge you by the people that you have around you. I still go and watch you because I don't really understand a lot of your stuff, but when I do listen to you, I'm always admiring your linguistic acrobatics. And I appreciate some of your jokes, and you make me laugh. And so when I have the time to see you, and when I understand remotely about what you're talking about, I enjoy watching you, regardless of the fucks that you hang out with. So I'm not doing that guilt by association thing, number one. But number two, I watch you, and I don't follow you around. But if I'm watching a shit show and you come up, or I'm watching another show and you come up, I see how you interact with AC, and I see that you have an affection for him. And I also have had that affection for him. So I've seen you talk your way around when AC is guilty of something, or he looks guilty of something, and you're making excuses for him. I don't have any specific examples because I don't write these things down. It's just notes that I make in my head, but I have noticed it. And I overstated it and said, in love with AC. That was the wrong thing to say, and I apologize. I was, again, overstating it. So I was wrong, and I apologize, Shift. And I'm sorry that it hurt your feelings. I didn't mean to. I thought that I was just flippantly saying something, and I didn't realize that it would affect you that way. And I should have, but my brain is not in that mode. So, like I said, my soul has a cold right now, and it's very hard for me to be in two different states of mind. It's hard for me to be loving and hating at the same time. So, and you really, I don't think you really do understand the impact that AC has had on me. So you don't understand my reaction to him. But I'm so sorry that it hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you, and I was wrong to say it in that way. What I should have said was affection, but then you might have taken that part wrong and thought I meant in love with him. So I know you're not in love with him, or I don't know that, but I don't have any evidence that you're in love with him. So those were the wrong words, and I apologize profusely. Oh, and I'm only apologizing profusely because I know that your heart is so big and that it can get hurt so easily. And I should have taken more care of your heart.
So this is wholly inappropriate. This is not okay.
I know.
This is so fucked up on like a lot of different levels. First of all, how damn dare. Second of all, fuck this shit. Third of all, Am I clear?
She even makes me mad, or she still makes me laugh even when she's getting mad at me.
What'd you say bye for?
I said bye when she was talking about the Jewish songs and shit. I left. Doesn't matter. So I've been away from my family for 2 Christmases. You don't think I fucking care?
Okay, you comparing you being away from your family for 2 Christmases, I know that feeling. I've lived that feeling. I didn't see my daughter over Christmas, my daughter and my grandchild over last Christmas. I just saw them for the first time in a year and a half. And they're the only family I've got left, ties to left. So I understand that. That is nothing compared to what I was talking about. People being locked in their homes behind bars, being told by the Israelis that they're not allowed to leave their homes. They can't go out to get food. They can't go out to replenish anything. They can't go to the doctor. They can't leave their own homes. They're in prison in their own homes. And then the settlers come down from the hills because the Palestinians have to live in the valley and the Israelis live on the fucking hills on purpose. So they come down from their hills and they sing their songs to say, hey, we're free and you're locked up. That is so different than not seeing your family for a couple of years. I'm sorry.
Lest we fucking forget.
What does that mean, lest we fucking forget? Are you talking about the Holocaust? Apparently, that means nothing to you. Does it only matter that the Jews had a Holocaust, but it doesn't matter about the Palestinian Holocaust? Lest we fucking forget? You can shove that part up your ass, my lovely sister. That one you can shove up your ass.
After saying hello.
Because apparently you've already forgotten.
Okay, well, pay more attention. You should pay attention. You should know everything. You should, before you fucking wage war on someone, know what the fuck you're warring about.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Pay attention. I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. If you're talking about the chat, I was not waging war on you. And I wasn't even waging war on AC. I didn't go searching for him. I didn't go bugging him. He came here to bug me. He was starting the war. I was finishing it by kicking him out. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I definitely wasn't raging war on you. And I shouldn't have said what I said. I was expecting something because like Smiler told you, people were saying rotten things in my chat and they were coming in droves. And then you came in, and I wasn't expecting you to come in at me. But when I was going at AC, I figured that you were going to come and say something to back up AC. So I was just warning you, this is not the time to back up AC, because you're going to get it too. So it was just a warning. I wasn't warring with you. I was just warning you, this is not the time to stand up for AC. And I said it the wrong way and in a bad way, but I was not warring with you. And I think you need to do a little bit more research about what you talk about.
Or whom it is you war with, or their contributions, or your motivation. Why the fuck are you anythinging about who you believe I love? How fucking dare. Also, you're a fucking stranger, and so is he. He's a married stranger. Do you know my situation? I don't need this fuck shit. I do not need this fuck shit. On top of everything else you clearly don't care about, I don't need this fuck shit.
Oh, she's saying
I'm sorry.
good luck, goodbye. She's not even paying attention to what I'm saying.
Fuck you. You were paying so little attention that you didn't even see that as my introduction. And why the fuck is me sending good vibes to all? Representative of me not paying the fuck attention, huh? You could have interpreted it that yes, I am. Or maybe you think that that just is a standard introduction into a chat. Either fucking way, tell me how it wouldn't be appropriate to fucking say in a chat like this, where there is such aggressive hostility and hatred being spewed the fuck out.
I know you can get in.
Well, I think we're both right about that, because it is good to send good vibes no matter what the situation is. But I'm so used to people just throwing glib comments in there like that. And I'm talking about something so utterly fucking serious that I don't have time for people to put glib comments. But I shouldn't have lumped you in with people who make glib comments. I was being attacked, and I was getting all balled up in my negative energy. And so I wasn't behaving the way that I normally would. So if you had have said that if I was just talking about the fuck shit that goes on YouTube, and you came in and said good vibes to all, then I wouldn't have reacted like that. But because what I'm talking about is so utterly fucking serious at the very base of human decency, if there's any such thing anymore, that I really didn't have time to be worrying about other people's feelings. And you walked into a hornet's nest. I'm sorry you got stung.
And authority check, I think I was just born yesterday. I just enjoy seeing
I
you
try
and
to
people
be
like you
decent.
being smoked from my channel.
Try to be decent. Except when you're running around the forest naked.
Well, I never heard the foxes complain, but you know.
Channel. So as long
So this, again, very, very zoomed out. Very, very zoomed out and in a completely different set of math. This fucking delight is disturbing.
as you keep on coming up, it just gives us me and my
it's fine. She finds it disturbing that I like kicking people out of my channel who are coming in to attack me. I don't understand why that disturbs you, Shift. I really don't. If you had to put up with what I put up with and see it the way that I see it, I don't see why you'd find it disturbing. I was taking a bad situation and trying to make it better by making it more fun. If people are going to lob shit at me, I'm going to either sit down and cry about it, or I'm going to make a game out of it. And I decided to make a game out of it. I am protecting myself. And if that offends you, sorry, that's just the way it is. Live with it.
my mods. It gives us target practice.
I mean,
But why do you want to come somewhere where you're not welcome? What is wrong with your fucking brain? Why are you all so fucking?
Now, I don't know what she's trying to say under her breath there, but I don't understand why she doesn't, unless she didn't understand the whole thing. I don't know if she didn't listen to the whole thing. I don't know. I don't understand what she didn't understand by that. There are lots of people that come somewhere and then they do some fuck shit and then they get banned. Not just my channel, anybody's channel. They do some fuck shit that the channel owner doesn't like and they get banned. And then when you don't want to talk to somebody and they still want to keep on getting in your face, that's what I'm talking about. You don't understand that? Why do you go somewhere? And I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to AC. It was very clear I was talking to AC. But it's actually for anybody. If I don't want to talk to you, why are you getting in my fucking face? I'm not following you around, right? Not you, but whoever it is doing it. I'm not following them around. They're getting in my face, in my fucking living room. So if I don't want to talk to them, why are they still keeping on? And I hear people constantly, they make this big deal because they got banned out of a room. If you got banned, it means you're not welcome. Why do you want to go back when you're not welcome? This is what a bully does. So I'm answering the bullies. You don't understand that?
Fucking sick. If somebody doesn't want you there, why do you have to need to keep on going back somewhere where you're not wanted? You're not wanted and you're not needed. Only people with respect for me and who don't stand for ethnic cleansing and genocide are welcome in my channel. Everybody else isn't. Go play in your own fucking filthy yards. Andrew, who the fuck is Andrew? Oh yes, Andrew. That's what you always do. You simp for Andrew. How does it feel? You like to be the big king of the fucking streets, right?
So were you simping for that dude that did that shit that you said he definitely didn't do?
No, I wasn't simping for him, okay? I don't try to make awards for him. I don't try to tell everybody that everybody should thank Andrew for the streets, okay? That we have Andrew to thank for all of this bullshit, that somehow he's the fucking leader in all this bullshit. He is simping for him. I was not simping for News Now Houston. I was talking about a principle, and he was an example of that principle. I was not simping for him. I thought he was a great 1A guy, and I didn't think that he was guilty of what he was charged with. That's it. I was not simping for him. And anytime anybody heard me talking about him after that first night was not me simping. It was me defending myself, which I shouldn't have bothered, but my ego just took over and I tried to defend myself. So that's not simping. That's self-defense.
Didn't do, but he definitely.
And you weren't here for it, so you don't even know.
Like fucking did it. And now what? Now what? So when you find out that I don't, you know what? I don't know you shit, especially an explanation.
I didn't ask for a fucking explanation. I only saw that you made this video because you tagged me. I wouldn't even known from the title that it had anything to do with me if I saw it in the notifications. You tagged me, so I went and looked at your video. But I didn't ask you for a fucking apology. I didn't ask for anything from you. Nothing. Except maybe some decency that I would probably expect and maybe get it and maybe not. Maybe you'll be rude to me and kick me off your panel, or maybe you'll be nice to me and show me love. I don't know what to expect, and I'm not going to expect anything, but I certainly don't expect any kind of fucking whatever it was you said. I can't even remember now. And you are now at this point backing AC. When I'm talking to AC and you're getting involved with what I'm talking about, this was exactly what I was trying to avoid in my stream when I saw you show up when AC showed up. And it could have been a coincidence, but you showed up after AC was here and AC was bugging me. And I thought, I love Shift. I don't want to get mad at Shift. So I'm going to warn her not to back him up right now. And here you are in your video backing him up. So that's exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Love or lack thereof for anybody. I still care about you.
And
but I don't
still care
support
about
this
you.
shit.
You simp for Andrew.
I don't support people that think so lowly of me. And if you think this is about...
I don't think lowly of you at all. And all I've ever said about you It is all positive. And anytime I saw somebody saying something, they were bugging you. And I think I was on a panel. I said, I love Shift. You've been on panels. You haven't seen me say hi to you because you didn't see hi back. There've been a few panels where you were on the panel. You came up on the panel. I said, hi, Shift. There are many times where I've said hi to you and you didn't see me. Did I get angry about it? Did I even mention it until this very moment? You didn't pay attention. I didn't get upset with you. I didn't tell you you should have paid attention. I just figured you missed it. Okay, you missed it. Last time it was on Mr. P's panel. You went on Mr. P's panel. I was like, hi, Shift. I said hi to you twice, and both times you missed it. I assumed you missed it. I didn't assume, oh, she doesn't want to show that she likes me in front of other people. I thought, no, she just missed it. She's just busy. Everybody's saying hi to her. She's busy. She wants to get on the panel, whatever, right? So.
Being a simp or a cuck or a fan. Or the R word, which you fucking sprinkled everywhere.
Oh, so I haven't heard you call AC out on not. I use the word retarded. Okay. Retarded is a valid word. And they act retarded. Retard. It means slow. They act slow. Like they can't understand things when they should, because I know they're not actually retarded. I wouldn't say that to an actually retarded person, but they're acting retarded. And I can use that word in its proper sense.
I'll just say word censoring is for snowflakes, but anyways, that's just my
Well, you know, one of the times I slipped because I was thinking about all the times that I've heard AC say the word retard in the last month and a half. It's become his favorite word. He's been using it all over the place, like fucking 50 times in every fucking stream, it seems like. So I have not heard her say anything to him about using that word, and he doesn't use that word. He doesn't use the proper word retarded. He uses the word retard, which is a horrible word to say. And I understand, yes, snowflakes get upset about words, and I don't call them out on it because I realize there's no point in it because I'm not actually a snowflake. But I do have a heart for people who would be hurt by that. But one time, Ellie was upset with me for using the word retarded in its proper sense. I wasn't using it as an insult. I just used it in a sentence in a something we were talking about, and she didn't want me to use that word. That's a fucking snowflake.
There's a deeper aspect of all of this that goes into the insecurity, and it's heavily part of the foundation of indoctrination and division. It's all wordism. But anyways, that's
well, look, I mean, words really just fucking the words control our fucking lives. What we hear,
yes,
and what we say.
yes, absolutely, because they shape perception, and perception is what makes people decide things.
Yes, and I don't like the use of the word retard because there is no good way to use that word, right? That word is only insulting. And if a retarded person heard it, they would identify with it and it would hurt them. So I think it's horrible to use that word. But I don't go and call a cop over it. I just lose respect for them for using the word, period. Right? It's my perspective, my opinion, and I don't even go out and try to make people stop saying it. I see it, I hear it, and then I lose respect for the person who's saying it, especially when they use it so haphazardly and when they've got retarded people in their fucking audience. I don't mean the fucking lemmings. I mean actual retarded people.
But it's crazy because retarding actually means backing off. You retard the ignition of a vehicle.
Right. Well, technically, it would mean slow, right? You're saying back up, but technically, you're slowing the engine, right?
Yeah.
Retard means slow.
Yeah, to hinder, maybe.
Right, but the word means slow. You can use it in different. You can, you know, take that word and marry it with other words that means sort of the same, but
Yeah.
at its base, the word means slow. And
Well, you can retard or advance.
see, I don't. That might be a British thing because we don't talk like that here. We wouldn't use retard for that.
But that's
Okay.
how you have to communicate with other people. You have to, there needs to be a reasonable amount of flexibility to understand one another.
Right.
You
I
know,
mean, what Smiler's saying, none of the ways that Smiler's using it is a bad way. I'm only nitpicking at the translation of the word.
derogatory part.
Well, no, I'm nitpicking Smiler, what he was saying.
Well, it's a mechanical, it's an engineering
Yes, and
word.
the British vernacular,
Oh, I
right?
see what you're saying.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
as far as like a human being being mentally challenged in the British culture, there's not much semantic for retardation with that. What's the name again? Smiler. Is that correct, or is it there too?
No, yeah, people do use it for that, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a perfectly acceptable word. It's just that because the snowflakes have laid down the law about the word retard, thank God, they then tried to take away the whole word retardation or retarded.
That just makes me want to turn up the pot on the,
I know.
the
Makes you want to
snowflakes.
say it. I know.
But
Like,
that's
this
for
offends you,
every
let me say
word
it
that,
more. I know.
right.
Yeah.
And of
Right.
course I won't do that because I'm not interested in really being belligerent, but
Oh,
it is
hurting
really people
people.
and their insecurities that they got to get over that shit, because
Right.
that's really a distraction, right?
Like I used to avoid saying "oh my God," right? Because it used to offend people. I would get told off from religious people saying you shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain. Now, A, he's not my Lord because he doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. And B, they are
I would just
saying,
ask them to define Lord. Sorry,
I,
didn't mean to interrupt.
but the whole thing about taking it in vain, taking the Lord's name in vain, I don't think they understand what that means, or at least I have a different view of
I
what
don't
that.
even understand what the fuck that means, for fuck's sake.
Well,
That's it.
I had that explained to me as in it's like a respect thing. So it was explained to me was, don't call out for God if you don't mean it. It was almost like don't bug God if you're not actually talking to him. That's the way I took what that Christian told me, right? But what I did take from that was it hurts them. Whether they're wrong or whether they're right doesn't really matter. I don't feel that I don't want to hurt people. So if I can find another way to say something, I will, just to avoid hurting people, right? So, but then when people start to get really ridiculous about it, right, then I'm not going to really respect that. If they don't understand that retardation or retarded is an actual word that you can use properly and not as an insult,
That's
then
where
that's
it's
their problem.
That's
Not
where
mine.
it's very subjective to each individual. Because from my perspective, the very starting initiation right from the get-go is already silly and ridiculously blown out of proportion. So that's why I was saying before. If it was me, my tendency is to melt the snowflakes right away by turning out
Civilities?
the pot,
Yes.
But I'll try and do it at least in a tactful, funny way where it kind of just sort of mocks and points to the sort of lunacy, silliness about it. Because I'm not interested in attacking people, and I'm not insecure about other people's insecurities either.
Right. Well, yeah. So, I wasn't throwing around the R word. I was throwing out the R word, but I was saying it in the way that I meant it. I was saying it in the proper sense of the word, because they're not using their brains. They're just lazy. Their brains are lazy. And so as far as I'm concerned, that's slow. and that's retard. It's retarded. They're acting.
Also, right.
Yeah.
Also, when it comes to words, not physicalness, but words, when you get past that and you're secure with yourself, you'll see that offense really is taken and not given. Not that the intention of offense isn't there by a giver. It certainly is, but it is up to each individual, and it comes down to whether they're secure in themselves or not,
sometimes
whether or not they take it.
Sometimes you don't mean offend. The other person takes the offense.
Absolutely.
But the sayer, the speaker didn't actually mean to offend sometimes. And I don't mean to offend.
Yeah, that's even more so. That points to what I was just saying. That offense is really not given. It's just taken. But and a lot of times that is so out of context or whatever.
Right. But then there are people who do mean to offend, right? So I am setting myself apart by saying that I don't mean to offend. But sometimes there are people who mean to offend. So I think it's taken and given. It just depends on the situation, right?
It's given, but like I say, like it's intended to be given. But again, when it comes to words, it's just
you can choose how you take it.
Vibrations in air, right? Exactly. You can choose how to respond, and if you choose to be offended by somebody else's word, you ultimately did that to yourself.
We was having this conversation with a friend the other night. It's like a text message. You read a text message, but you don't know that person's state of mind that's written that text message.
Right.
And if you perceive the text message to be angry or, whatever, that's your perception, Yeah. And like, I've had many text messages. The text message I had the other night, it was basically over Palestine and everything. I picked the phone up straight away, rang him and went, "Whoa, I'm not having an argument with you. I'm just trying to show you
I've had to do that too.
And he's like, "No, I'm not having an argument with you." I was like, "Oh, phew. I thought your text message." And it was like, no. It was just I couldn't be bothered to type, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And it was as simple as that.
People project instantaneously where their focus is at. And this is actually a good exercise for people to realize and practice. How you respond at any given time in the moment is a direct reflection of where your focus is. And if you're responding out of, you're seeing those things and you're taking offense, it's because you're reflecting insecurities with yourself.
Yeah, or animosity.
Right. Absolutely.
Right. Yep, totally. But it comes down to what Nudie said about how you ultimately decide how you're going to take it. So even if somebody meant offense by it, you decide whether you're going to react in a way that takes offense or in a way where you just don't give a shit. Like you have the ultimate decision on how.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
You're right.
And that's an exercise for people to maintain self-government and self-peace, even in the face of aggressiveness.
And that comes from, it's the same thing as working on the bullying, right?
Yes.
I had to work on the bullying. I had to realize that just because they say it and just because there's 20 of them saying it doesn't make it true. It doesn't matter how many people say it. It doesn't make it true. And
correct.
For me to be upset about it is now I'm joining in with them instead of recognizing that they don't know the truth. They're not speaking the truth. And so why should I take offense to people who don't even know what they're talking about?
Right. Or for how long they say it for, which is another one I often notice that people seem to lend credence that it must have more legitimacy just because it's been said for X amount of time, especially if it's a history documented thing or whatever,
Yeah, it's like the last couple of weeks, the latest word across all the panels over here is Mongo.
What's that mean?
Idiot.
Oh.
Fool.
Oh, like a
Mongo means
oath.
fool. Like
a big oath. Yeah.
Yeah. So
goofy.
so they're all calling each other a Mongo. And it's
The
like,
word of the month.
it's like, well, you know, where does that come from?
Pop culture
Why,
at its finest.
why are you all on YouTube? Why are you all calling each other
It's
mongos?
it's
You
the
know?
trend of the week, right? It's
Right.
it's
Yeah,
entertainment. It's out of boredom. People are trying to
it's like
flavor up the same looping.
If anybody
everybody's
watches
gone back to the
Seinfeld, it's a
playground.
superstar. What?
It's like everybody's gone back to the playground.
Oh, that's I
I
know.
don't think most of these people ever
Got
left.
off. No, no.
Seriously. I
I
mean,
realized that
you
in
know,
my days before I had Natalie, and I was working in jobs, and where I would go, people would act like they were still in high school,
right?
and some of them were way older than me. Like I'd just gotten out of high school, but
Mm,
they were older than me, and they were acting like they were still in high school. And then I realized, oh shit, like some people don't even get out of high school. They
yeah, right. It's, or even worse. Like I've seen the who's supposed to be the adult class, you know, act way worse than I've ever seen in my childhood in the playgroundism stuff.
Yeah,
And you would think that when somebody shits in the sandbox, especially when it's been shattered over and over again, you would want to jump out of there. But people just want to play in the shit.
I know. You know why? You know, at least for some of us, I can't speak for everybody, but something I noticed like about a year ago when I was kept on deciding, do I want to listen to this shit or should I just ignore it and go back to what I used to watch, which I couldn't even remember what I used to watch besides 1A videos. And I was so sick of 1A videos. You can only see the same thing over and over again so many times. And then it's like, okay, I get the point kind of thing, right? So
Mhm.
I know that it needs to be done over and over again, but I don't need to watch it over and over again.
Right.
So I kind of got bored of the 1A videos. And once I got to being able to talk about it, which I hardly ever have talked about the 1A, I've tried to get into some conversations about it, but and so I kept on thinking, why do I keep on going back? And do you know what my answer was that it feels like family. It feels familiar.
I
It's all
gotta.
that arguing, you know, it's like it just feels like I'm at home. So I'm thinking there's a lot of people that feel like me, that it just feels so familiar that that's where they're drawn to.
Well, that's what I saw. That whole playgroundism stuff. What it really was, even back in school and high school, and even before that as well, is a lot of the more sort of dysfunctional, messed up kids are the ones that turned into the bullies, and they're just running the show around there, and sort of designing the clickism, right? So it's
Yeah.
a projection. It's a projection from what's happening at home in the family.
Well, my mom told me that when I was being bullied when I was little. She was the one who started my whole. It's so funny when you're a kid and your parent says something to you, you don't realize how important some little things that they just say in passing can have such an impact on a child, right? Because again,
Mhm.
it's your perspective, it's where you're focused.
Mhm.
So what my mom told me was, and it was the only way that I could get through life and not just off myself, was that I could hear my mom saying that she was trying to help me turn it around. So she said, I should feel bad for them because they must have really bad lives at home, that they have to come to school and bully me. And that obviously, since I don't go around doing that to other people, that my life must be better than theirs. So I should feel bad for them. And that's how I chose to look at it. It didn't help with the hurting that they hurt me, but it helped me to not hate them.
Well, sure, and also maybe give a better position of how to respond a little bit more
Oh yeah, I was
maturely.
so bad. I was so bad. All I did was cry. I
Yeah.
reacted all the time. And my mom would say, if you just don't give them a reaction, they'll stop. But I didn't know how to not. I didn't know how to control my emotions. And it might look like to other adults that I don't know how to do it now either. But I'm so much better now than I was when I was a kid. Because all you have to do, at some point, it got so bad that all you have to do was look at me sideways. And I just start crying. I spent so much of my time growing up crying because I wasn't the kind of person who turns around and does it to someone else. So I just took it all inside. So
I
I
want
spent so much time crying.
I wanted to say that earlier when you were sort of reminiscing a bit on some of our conversations and how you're moving past some of those insecurities and dealing with, understanding and how to respond to the bullies. One more piece I wanted to also add, I don't know if you remember or not, but these people who are doing this, not to excuse them at
Right.
all. They're not
Right.
excused, but just to understand where they're coming from. They too are coming from a place of lowness and insecurity, probably
Right.
to a bigger degree than the people who are in question mark. Why am I getting abused by these people?
Yes. See, like you said, like there are things that they're like, we didn't say it like this way, but basically it's what you meant, was that the way that you take something is from whatever you're carrying inside, right? So I take it from all that hurt that I covered up and tried to, like, because I could not get rid of it, so I had to sort of push it under the carpet and just put it aside. But it never really went aside because it's always in the back of my brain when I'm not even thinking about it, right? So I just react based on those hurts that never got taken care of.
Right.
So, but I do realize, I
all
realize
this,
the bullies that are here now in the streets, they are feeling low. That
yeah,
I completely, and like you said, it's not a fucking excuse. They're adults. They should fucking control themselves, but they
that's right.
can't. They feel bad about themselves, or they feel bad inside
They're
themselves.
they're
And so
choosing to be irresponsible is
yes.
what it comes down to. And I'll just say, I've observed this, and it's very clear to me that this is a systemic issue, again, tying in with indoctrination.
Mhm.
All of us, myself included. And it takes a heavy strength to recognize this and also work towards healing from this. All of this actually is a product of us being 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘒𝘢𝘵 and being a product of the machine
Mhm.
and being traumatized, because trauma is actually the root of MK Ultra conditioning. And so that's the whole point, was to subject us to all these self-inflicted traumas, so that
Mhm.
we'd be very much open up to the indoctrinated conditioning that we all got.
Yeah. I like the way you put things. Yeah. Yeah. I do realize that. And it's all about the divide and conquer, right? Make sure
Absolutely.
that we don't feel connected to each other.
Right. And then the conundrum is, because when you really want to get to solutions, the
Mhm.
conundrum is, first of all, the first step being to, becoming aware of this.
Mhm.
Second then is you have to work towards healing from that while you're
Mhm.
going through the the pains and the processes of being hit over the head time and time again. You have to work through that, and then you have to realize that we all did it to ourselves. And now you have to also recognize that we're surrounded by millions of people who are ignorant to that, and still make those
Rise above it.
responsible choices for
Yeah.
yourself against the grain, regardless of what anybody else is doing.
Yes. And I feel that that's what I've been doing, because one of the biggest things that I feel that I pat myself on the back with is that from the time I was little, I didn't do it because it's not in my heart to do it to other people. But even now, as an adult, when I have better command of my language, even though it doesn't seem like it, I have more words to use. I have more understanding of other people, and I could hurt them back. I could just pick up all these insults that they use, all these
Right.
things that they say to each other, and go, I know it's a lie, but go and say it to them because I know it's going to hurt them. I never did that. And poor Rebel, he did. That was, I feel like I have this kinship with Rebel in the way that they treated us. Is that Rebel's younger than me? He's only my daughter's age, and he has his own trauma, and I have my own trauma, and they're different, but they're insecure trauma. The trauma makes us insecure. It makes them insecure too. The bullies too, but it's more noticeable on people who are more authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why I sort of, you know, I have that same motherly feeling that all the women here have for Rebel. But at the same time, it's like I realize that I made the right decision to not go back at them and try to be strong like them. Somehow it's going to be a battle of wills and a battle of strength. Who can make the worst insult? First of all, I don't think I'd win that battle because I'd need a whole lifetime of doing it to people to know exactly how to do it properly and win, right? But it's not a game I'm even playing. So
a portrayal of toughness is a projection of weakness.
yes. And that's where you came into my changing, right? Was I knew that, but you know when people say stuff and it just hits home, and you had said about, we were actually talking about ego and stuff like that, and you were saying that, you know, somebody who has to act like that, like they're so tough and all that stuff, that's obviously it's coming from weakness. And with the way you put it, obviously I'm not as eloquent as you are about doing it, but I caught the lesson, and doesn't matter how much I knew before, it glued everything together, and it really helped me, because to recognize their weakness, and I studied what their weakness was, which is pretty much, there's a lot that's the same that bonds them, I guess, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Is. Yeah,
that's where gangs start to happen, right? It's the next step in insecurity is well, what do we do to mitigate that thing we're insecure about?
Yeah.
We start to do gangism, and then it becomes just this really chaotic mess because you got a bunch of fake gang people that think they're going to click together, and they're ready to. They're the first ones that'll cut each other's throats.
Yeah, Smiler was telling me they haven't had, in the British crowd, they haven't had a target lately, so now they're going in on themselves, because that's what they do, right? They're like a fish that eats their own tail.
Yeah.
I know.
And it's very childish, right?
It's
like silly.
Can I debunk some of this bullying, or can I get you to actually study it and give me an answer then, right? Because about 5 or 6 years ago on Facebook, saw some of my old school friends. Now, I had a good home life. I had a single parent mother that put myself and my brother to boarding school. It was a nice boarding school. You know, we had everything that we wanted. Right. If there was holidays, then we went on holidays. You know, if there was whatever at school, we went on them. You know, if you asked, it was provided, sort of thing. Now, I was being picked on by somebody 2 years my senior, and I was getting cheesed off with it, and I ended, because I started boxing at a young age, and I ended up beating this guy up that was 2 years my senior, and everybody like gave me great respect for beating this bully up, because he used to pick on a lot of people. He was a rugby player, and I caught him off guard. He was polishing his boots, and he was bent over polishing his boots when I went in and laid into him. So I totally caught him off guard. And,
sounds familiar. Yeah.
Right. Now, I caught one of my school friends on Facebook, and it was like, yo, it's me. And he was like, oh, yeah, all right. And I was like, what's the matter with you? Oh, well, you know, you was a bit of a bully at school. And I was like, what? I wasn't a bully. He said, yeah, you was like, when you beat him up, Gwyn he was called, when you beat him up, you turned into a right nasty piece of work. You know, you walked around with big broad shoulders and like the big hard man, and I was like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. He said, yeah, your whole persona changed. You turned into a real nasty piece of work. So I was like, oh no, no, I'm so sorry. And then, like a couple other people, he said, "Oh, I'm friends with so and so. He's in here. I'll add you." Blah blah blah. I'm friends with, and we was all chatting in a little group conversation. It was like, "Yeah, you was a right nasty pasty at school, you were." And I'm like apologising to everybody.
Perception.
And I looked at my partner, and she said, "What was all that about?" And I said, "They're all calling me a bully. They've like forgiven me now, and I've just apologised to everybody. I feel really guilty." And I said, "Am I a bully?" And she said, "Well, not with me and the kids, but oh my God, you don't have to give the staff a hard time." I went, "Eh?" She said, "The lads at the garage, you don't have to give them a bad time." Well, so if I don't give them a bad time, they aren't productive and they end up costing us money. I said, they're on like £10 or £12 an hour. I said, we only get X amount on the book times to do a job. If they
Right.
aren't productive, we're charging X amount. Well, if they're too slow, they're eating into our profits. So if I can do the work, they should be able to do the work. So yeah, I do get on their case. Well, yeah, sometimes it can be bullying. You want to back off, like. And I'm like, no. So I'm still bullying now, and it was like, oh my God. So the next day we went into work, and I said, right, we're all gonna have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. I want to chat with everybody. Look, I sat everybody down, and I said, look. It's just been pointed out to me that I might be a bully. And one of the lads went, yeah, you're always picking on me. And it's like, I'm not a bully. You can come and, no, I ain't coming and speaking to you. I said, all you got to do is say, well, here, can I have a word with you, mate? I've got a few problems, blah, 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 blah. I am approachable. You can speak to me. If you've got something going on which is causing you problems and it's taking your mind off the work or whatever, just speak to me and I'll lay off you. They were
Yeah.
like, whoa, where's this coming from? We haven't heard him like this before. And I'm like, oh my God. So we've all had a laugh and a joke. Everybody's gone back to work. But that was an icebreaker. Because, like, I didn't realize.
I'm glad you had that experience and you could learn from the experience.
Yeah.
And not just throw it in the. I'm not a bully. You don't know what you're talking about. So I'm glad that you had that experience.
But it was like shock horror.
Yeah,
it was real shock horror.
Well, you know why? Because you weren't meaning to be a bully. The people here are meaning to be bullies. And they try to put a badge on to somehow say that that's a good thing. It's like people in America, then they say, they used to say anyway, for a time, they go, that's really bad. But
People
they meant
here
good.
are looking to be vindictive and revengeful because they are hurt themselves.
Yes. And that's what we were talking about, is that this kind of bullying, what you're talking about, Smiler, that's not because you felt bad about yourself. You might feel some kind of insecurity about keeping things under control. And so you maintain the control, right? But you weren't.
Well, I think it was control and discipline. I think it was. Like later on.
You're very much in the right, though, to self-reflect on that and, check yourself and make sure that, am I being healthy with others and whatnot. I think that's something we all ought to do continuously.
Yeah. And I do that myself. I ask myself, I check myself a lot. And people might think that I'm just turning things into something about me when I'm thinking about something and I'll think, well, do I do that? I do that a lot. I ask myself, do I do that?
Right. And do I really do that, or is that somebody else's projection? It can be tricky, and you really.
No, I don't mean I'm being accused of it. I'm watching somebody else do something, and then I'm judging what they're doing, and then I stop and pause and make sure that I'm not doing that to anybody else.
I get you. I just mean in general, when you're self-reflecting on these things, self-checking yourself, and just
Well, my ex-partner said I could read you like a book. I could read when you were getting annoyed with customers. I could read when you were getting annoyed with staff.
mhm.
And I'm
Right.
going, like, how do you mean? Because I never really changed the tone of my voice. And she said,
Right.
well, normally you're like slouched, or you're relaxed, and all of a sudden you can see a change in you. You're up straight, you're up tall, your shoulders are back, your chest is out.
Yeah, I probably have
And
those
I'm
kind
like,
of tells
what?
too. I probably have those kind of tells too. Okay, now there's only about 5 minutes left. I don't even know if she's gonna see it at all, let alone want to wait for like 3 hours to get the answer to her.
Yeah. I was gonna say. I was gonna ask you. Well, if there's only 5, let's finish it so that we can
Yeah.
move on after.
At least they'll know I did it. If she watches it, she watches it. If she doesn't, she doesn't. But at least
Right.
they'll know that I answered her.
Hmm.
And if she
Sorry,
wants her
I thought
apology, she's gonna have to watch it. Huh?
Do I
I
know this person? Is she? Was she?
It's shift happened. She LARPs as a fish. She's always got like a fish avatar. She puts different ones, and sometimes they're really beautiful pictures. And
Was
she's
she
very,
there in your stream when I was there previously? I don't recall the
I'm not
voice.
sure if
That's
you
why
ever
I'm
met
asking.
her. Yeah, I'm not sure if she was in a stream when you were here or not. She's not a regular here. She's only ever been on my stream once or maybe twice.
Okay.
But
Well,
and
she
I was on
seems
her.
like she seems like a reasonably sensible and intelligent person. So if there can be reconciliation, I always try and encourage that.
Absolutely. And this is, I don't think there's even reconciliation because I don't think we're actually fighting, but she had this in her heart and she wanted
Misunderstandings,
to.
maybe.
Yes. And I'm trying to clear up any misunderstandings. I'm trying to apologize for what I did wrong. And I'm trying to mend things. And
Mhm.
I wanted to show her that I do have a heart for her and for everybody, and that I do mean what I say. And like I said, my soul has a cold right now. She can choose to either forgive that or not. That's up to her. It's not going to really affect anything in either one of our lives, whether we're talking or not, because it's not something we just sort of see each other in passing, right? Just
Right.
acquaintances. So, but I don't want to leave something on her heart that makes her think because she said something about if you have such a low impression of me, and I don't. I have a high impression of her, and all I've ever done out in public, I never called her out on how rude she was to me in public, but the rest of it has all just been love, and all anybody else has seen from me about her, like in relation to her, is only love. I don't think anybody's noticed, but I have made sure that that was my contribution to any interactions that we've had was just loving. So she takes offense to things easier than I do, I've noticed, and she's very emotional, which is probably why she can appreciate when I'm passionate about something. And I've seen her, she's going to mention something in a minute that I have no idea about. I've heard it mentioned and referred to, but I never saw them hurting her about it. But I have seen her reacting to it. So I know that she gets hurt very easily, and I don't want to be responsible for any hurt that she feels. So whether she wants to talk to me again or not, whether she wants to come to my stream or not, obviously I'm not going to go hang around her stream because she hangs around with people who are going to make it my time shit, and she's not going to protect me from that on her stream. So I just stay away. I don't expect anything from her. I don't expect her to protect me, or not that I really need protecting, but you know what I mean, like saying I'm not putting up with that shit. So I don't put that on her. But if she comes around, she comes around. If she doesn't, she doesn't. But I want to set the record clean, and anything else that she's left with bad feelings, I can't do anything about that. Right? That's all up to her. I can just show her my intention and show her give her my profuse apologies. I can't remember how many times I've apologized just now, but in the last 2.5 hours, but I did apologize many times. So I hope that she takes it to heart. I hope that she understands the things that she got wrong. I appreciate her for her insight as to how I'm taken by other people. And that's all I can do. I'm trying to set things right. Whether it's to her liking or not. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You trifling little pieces of shit. Now you're just spamming the channel.
I'm glad she sped it up, or it sounded like I just said that just now.
Good job, Mrs. J.
I was talking to AC, I think, probably.
My YouTube doesn't catch up.
I don't think I heard this part already, but I'll just wait a minute to see if she sees the other.
I wasn't able to stream because I had my channel was playing. Now I just stopped it. Now the chat is catching it.
Well, and the technology.
Yeah, Mrs. J, just take that wrench and just fucking throw it at AC every time you see him. He is a representation of the shit that's in these streets. And this is what they do. They act like piece of shit. They know that they're piece of shit, so they try to make it into some kind of a fucking cult where being shit is good. Being ugly is good. Being a piece of shit and hurting people and standing for killing people is a good thing.
That is so fucking crazy to say. It's
Really?
so fucking crazy to say. Although, would it be fair for me to say, I don't know. I'm surprised people don't stand up against shit like, I don't know, the accusations of someone killing a dog, let alone a person, or both for that matter.
Okay. This is something that people have accused her of. I don't know what the story is. I never asked her because I didn't want to bring it up and hurt her or make her think that I would be like the other people who would go against her. I was just curious because I saw her getting upset about it, and I heard that. I don't know what the story is, and whatever it is, it must have hurt her because she's got a big heart. So I can't imagine that she would actually do anything bad to anybody on purpose, let alone an animal. But people have accused her of something, and you know that they're all full of shit anyway. So I don't take it as serious, but it's hurt her. I have never been part of it. I've never asked her about it. She just referred to it now, and that's all she's going to say. She probably assumes that I know more than I do about this situation, but it's something that hurt her. But as far as what I said about them acting like being bad is good, I don't take that back. I don't think that's fucked up. Maybe it's fucked up that you don't understand that. You think it's okay for people to act like they're fucking heroes because they hurt people? Because that's what they do here. They act like they're fucking heroes because they hurt people. And then they virtue signal about why they did it because they're manipulating the public to be with them in their fucking mob. Because they can't get anywhere if they don't have their mob, right? I don't have a mob. And therefore, they think I'm losing because I don't have a mob that comes along with me saying, don't hurt her, she's a nice person, or saying bad things about them to fight back. I don't do that. So they perceive that as they're winning, whereas I'm not even playing that game. So I'm not perceiving them as winning. And they try to act like, yeah, okay, I admit I'm an asshole, and then laugh about it. Okay, so fine, you admit you're an asshole, and somehow that absolves you from being an asshole because you admitted it, because you make a joke about it. So, I don't think it's fucked up what I said, and I don't know why you think it's fucked up, but maybe at some point you'll see what I was saying.
That matter. Multiple people, if you're talking about me, or typing about Shift.
I was not griping about you. I have never griped about you. And I have never said anything or meant anything bad to you, Shift.
Anyways, whatever. Really not trying to make this about me, but look how fucking easy it is. And don't we all do that? That's our ego, right? But holy shit. You may have your narratives, but you're not the owner. You're not the author of their truth.
Well, let's get something straight here, Shift. I am not trying to change their truth. If they were smart, they'd just change their truth themselves. But that's on them. Whatever they have to live with themselves. They have to sleep with themselves. They have to face themselves. I don't have to face them. I don't have to live with them. I'm not trying to change their truth. Yes, we all have our own narrative. It's all from our own perspective. But I think you're going overboard by what you just said.
You might have a creator complex because you have a podium or a platform or a channel, a panel. But this is abuse of it, isn't it?
When she said that, all of a sudden I thought about how the Israelis, I know she doesn't mean it this way, like the Israelis do, but the Israelis act like they're fucking victims when they're the fucking bullies, right? So
Yeah, but that's normally what the abuser does, doesn't it?
well, yeah, but she's saying that I'm abusing them when they came in to attack me.
I'm
Yeah,
hitting
well,
you so hard because you need it and blah, blah, blah. The
What?
narcissist projection.
Oh,
I was just elaborating on what Smiler just said there.
yeah.
There was 20 odd people gunning
Yeah. I
gunning for
they weren't
you.
hurting me. They were just impeding what I was saying. That's
Yeah,
all.
they were just being complete dicks,
Right.
you know, and they were just baiting and baiting and baiting, because half the stuff they wrote, I don't even think they actually believe what they wrote themselves. I
Yeah.
mean, they were coming from somebody else's channel, and the
Crappy.
stuff that they were writing was just ridiculous.
I
And
know.
some of it wasn't even English.
I know.
You know, one guy, I accused him of either being drunk or stoned because
Yeah.
he typed
That was Mad
dyslexics.
That was Mad Max.
Yeah, and he said, I don't drink. And it was like, well, I'm sorry, but you can't type neither. And it's like, where's it all coming from? I mean, yeah, I was in the same place where you were, because I've had hate on me in the last couple of days because I stand with Palestine.
Right.
So I've had hatred.
Right.
So I knew where you were coming from. And then all of a sudden you've got all these chats just going and going and going. And it's like, oh my God, are you really for real? Are you for real? And I was
see why I don't watch
putting
the
it,
fucking chat?
but because you wouldn't have a panel, I was putting these essays in the side chat,
right,
of like all the history, all the facts, and the comments. Yeah, they were retarded comments. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to use the word.
I know. Sometimes you just can't help it. There's no
I'm
other
gonna
way to
have
say
to
it.
lower myself to use the retarded
I endorse and
word.
improve 100%.
But it was just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's unfair of you, Ship, to say that I was abusing them. You were not here long enough. This is a problem I have with a few people that come in my chat. They're not here long enough. They don't understand what's going on, and then they make their judgments based on the very little that they see. Right? So if you were here to experience all this, like Smiler was, then you would see that I wasn't really defending myself, but I was just answering back. And if they were being abusive to me. I didn't take it as abuse because they didn't affect me, but they were trying to. Their intent was to abuse me. So I don't think it's fair of you to say that I was abusing them.
Well, I got blocked by Danny because I asked whether he was attacking you or whether he was with you. And the next minute I was blocked. For about 20 minutes, I didn't even realize I was blocked.
I know,
so
I know.
So I had to come in with my T-shirt YouTube account and message via that to say, hey, why am I blocked?
See, I love Danny, but he was because people can't see it the way I see it, because they're not the daughter of a Palestinian man who was abused by these Israeli pigs, right? So I don't expect anybody to understand where, like, my point of view exactly, right? But they should understand the basics. But even here, when we live in Canada or in the West, we don't understand how serious these things are sometimes. It's just something they see on the news. So
Yeah, well,
they just
schools
keep
don't.
the story in the news.
Schools don't teach history anymore.
Oh, well, I can't get into
Right?
that right now, Smiler.
No, but you only see what's in the news. You know, like
Yeah, the
everybody
Zionist news.
when Ukraine kicked off, everybody thought, "Whoa, Russia bad." You know, it's only just started. No, it started years ago.
Mhm. Yeah. So, but yeah. Okay. So let's go on.
Maybe.
And then they go around going, "Oh, you feel sorry for a rapist? You have no fuck."
Okay, well, that is the situation, sort of, that I wasn't going to get into, but, well, that's a different R word. That's awful. And I surely didn't fucking make it this far, and her chat's acting up, and I don't want to listen to it anymore, to tell you the truth. This is why. This is why. Be careful of your sources.
That I take offense to. Are you trying to say that I'm a bad source? Because that's not true. I'm not a bad source. It might be my perspective, but it's still the truth. When I say to you what happens, what Israelis do to Palestinians, I'm not making it up. And if you go and do your own research, you will see even way more than what I said in this stream. There's just, it's ridiculous how much fucking evidence there is about the war crimes and the crimes against humanity that they do. So I think
Wow,
you need to get a better source.
Sorry, Kat.
Yeah.
A perfect example. I found your avatar, right? And it's from the turquoisescarf.com. It's a poem by Halima that was written in November 2012. And I've put a link in the live in the side chat, and it's actually a poem about the Palestinians.
Oh, I saw that you put a poem in there. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Well, that's where that picture comes from.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember where I found it before. If I just found it in the Google search, or if I saw the page, or I don't know. I'm not really big into reading poems, so I probably found it on Google.
I couldn't use Google. Like I said, Google censored everything. I had to use Firefox earlier, and I found it.
When I had a computer with Windows, I used to use Firefox. I didn't used to use Chrome or what was the Explorer. I didn't use those ones. When I found out about Mozilla Firefox,
Yeah,
actually it was Mozilla first and then Firefox or something. I don't know. They bought Firefox. So I always used that. But now I'm on a fucking Chromebook. I really don't have much of a choice. So everything's fucking Google. But I like Google as a search engine because it's the place where you find it's like Facebook. I don't like Facebook because of how they censor us. But at the same time, my whole family's on fucking Facebook. I can't get them all to come over to Telegram or wherever else people are gathering that doesn't have as much. Same thing as Rumble. Not as many people are watching Rumble as are watching YouTube. So,
that's because the lemming class is 98% of people.
I know, but that's where I can reach them too, right?
That's what I'm saying. They're going to be on the platforms that are designed for the lemming class.
Yeah, if I just stand here in my living room and talk, people aren't going to hear me, right? I got to go where people can hear me. So
yes.
Like I said, nothing has shifted in my care and concern. I wish her no ill will, but I don't believe that some of the things that she said I can experience in a way that I believe that.
All you have to do is check it out, Shift. All you have to do is go find what I'm talking about, and you will see that that's not something you don't have to believe. It's the truth. So if you go and look for it, you'll find it.
That she cares the same. Because if she thinks that I'm in love or simping or whatever the fuck for someone who is so reckless with life, like she claims someone is, and that's the person she says that I'm in love with or whatever, well, then I think that she thinks that's my truth too. And spoiler alert, this stranger that I care about from afar, that's who she is to me. Please don't go to her for my truth.
Why would anyone come to me
Please be
for your
careful
truth?
with everything, with everything, especially things that are so precious, like life and love, safety, opportunity, prosperity, sanity, joy. Legacy, etc., etc., etc. That's it. That's it. I'm horrified by things that are so sad and so...
She's almost finished.
Inhumane, like war. I don't pretend to know really anything. I hold space for what I cannot prove with certainty. And what I know is that there are people under attack. There are people in danger. There are already lives lost. This didn't start on Saturday. Things are not just suddenly bad. And whether you think I'm talking about Israel, Palestine, Hamas, if you think I'm talking about the streets of YouTube, if you think I'm talking about myself, me or mine, or Team AF, which definitely doesn't exist, but doesn't it? Don't they? Just because you don't want them to, doesn't anyway. It is what it is, right? It is right, wrong is wrong, and it's just opinion. And this, well, this is fucking fodder for entertainment purposes only, and it's barely that.
Wow.
I love the way she speaks. Even sometimes I don't understand what she's saying, but I love the way she speaks. Okay, so that's it. It's over now. So I don't know why you said about people coming to me for your truth shift. I don't, maybe because that's what other people do with other people, but I don't hang around those people. And if you've never ever seen me do anything like that. You won't see me saying somebody else's truth. I'm telling you my truth. So, and my truth is that I love you like my sister from afar, like my cousin from afar. I'm not sure exactly what point you were trying to make right at the end about whether you're talking about Israel, Hamas, or the streets, or you. I'm not sure what point you were making there, but I'm surprised that if you feel hurt about what's going on, that you wouldn't actually say what's going on. But I can't accept, and this is the last point I'm going to make on this, I can't accept it is what it is. Yes, there are mean people. Yes, there are monsters, okay? But I can't just accept it is what it is. I can't just walk away and say, okay, Israeli pigs are making just genocide on Palestinians, and just walk away and say it is what it is. And how could you or anybody, after all of the indoctrination we got about the fucking Holocaust, how can you say it is what it is? Haven't we been so browbeaten into the fact that you need to speak up? That if people had have spoken up for what was happening to all the victims of the Holocaust, that it wouldn't have been able to happen. This was the main lesson that we got from the whole thing, was that you can't just accept that it is what it is, or else it'll never change. You have to speak up. And I'm just my little self speaking in my living room, and no oligarchy is listening to me except by the AI who's monitoring me. But they're not listening, and they don't care even if they could hear me, because what I have to say means nothing to them. But I hope that it would mean something to anybody out there with a fucking heart, for them to change and stop in their tracks and say, hold on, I've been looking at this different, or hold on, I haven't been getting the whole truth. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to battle the murderous narrative that goes on. It can be compared to the Screets, but the Screets are hardly as, I mean, I'm sure that there must have been some people who've offed themselves because of the mean people in these streets or in other streets on YouTube or social media. However, it is not a fucking genocide. This is ethnic cleansing. This is absolutely wrong, no matter how you fucking slice it, and it needs to be called out. And anyone who is helping it to happen needs to be called out. It is not, it is what it is. It's nice if you can live like that, but I can't. And that's it. That's my answer. I hope you heard it. I hope you had patience to listen for fucking 3 hours. Well, we went off onto other topics. Hopefully they mattered to you, the things that we talked about in between. And I don't wish you ill will, obviously. I never have. I don't at all. And I don't even, I'm not even upset with you for making the video. If I was, I wouldn't even acknowledge it. I'm acknowledging it. I'm addressing it in full detail. And I hope that you accept my apology. That's all I can do. And if you don't come back, then vaya con Dios. I love you, sister. The end.
Well, that just goes to show me that she wasn't reading the chat, because I was putting enough evidence out there. There was only myself and you
Talking
that stood
about
together. Everybody else was like with Israel.
Right. But she's not plugged in, so she just, it's that the reason why I don't get involved in a lot of chats, in other people's chats, I mean, is because sometimes I don't understand what they're talking about. Sometimes they're making references that I don't know they're talking about. So I just stay out of it. I don't put my 2 cents worth in. I don't address it or nothing because I don't understand. And so she comes in, maybe that's what happens with her. I don't know. Maybe she just doesn't understand what's going on.
There's a lot of a lot of the basis for misunderstanding and miscommunication is exactly that. You know, people miscalculating, either overreacting or jumping the gun and stuff like that. You know, it's
right.
98% of people's disputes can probably be boiled down to that, coupled with people actually arguing the same points against each other. It's only a matter of semantics, but they're so stubborn on being right, they can't even see they're on the same side of things, you know?
Yeah, I've actually been accused of that, actually. You guys
It
are
happens
arguing
all
the
the
same
time.
thing.
Yeah. Very common to see, you know?
Yeah, I've seen it in other people too. And
That's why I
I'm
try and...
I'm not arguing. This is, to me, it's not a dispute. She had something to say about what I was saying. I wasn't giving out a panel link, so she went on her own channel and made a video, and she wasn't attacking me. She was only telling me her opinion. I agree with some of it. I don't agree with other of it. And that's it. I don't take offense to it. I mean, there are a couple things that I probably took offense to, but she didn't mean offense, right? She was only telling me her truth, and I only take it that way. So, to me, I don't look at this as a, I don't know, maybe dispute is the right word. I don't know. It's not an argument. That when I hear the word dispute, I think argument. So to me, it's not an argument.
Well, I just mean something that's troubling between people, whatever. Yeah, there certainly was I didn't see any intention of, attacking or belligerence or anything of that nature. It was just a genuine expression of feelings, yeah, what they felt. Yeah. So
and
whatever.
I appreciate her feelings. Whether I think she's wrong or right about things, I still appreciate the fact that she communicated to me.
Yeah, it did. I saw no interest in just being that wasn't a drama thing.
Right, exactly. And she wasn't attacking me. She was doing her best to be loving while she was giving the message, even if she didn't like some of what I said, and she wanted to just reject it, and she was not trying to hurt me.
Yeah.
So I really I think it was a good example, right? Because sometimes, I don't know if this is my ego talking. Sometimes people accuse me of not wanting to hear something that's not that something I don't agree with. And that's so fucking not true. It's the way people approach me that makes me reject what they're saying or doing, is because they're trying to hurt me, or they're trying to take away from what I'm saying or what I'm doing. Because the biggest problem I had with being bullied here was not because I believed what they were saying, because I'm old enough to know that what they were saying wasn't true. But there was a couple things that made me question my own self in a way, because of that numbers thing and checking myself, right? Wondering if what they're seeing is like, whether they're wrong or right. It was like, why are they seeing this? When it turns out a lot of times they don't actually see it that way. They're just playing a fucking game. But what was the biggest hurt was they were silencing me. They talk about having free speech, and then they silence people by putting them in a box that they drew for themselves. And then they put me in that fucking box so that people wouldn't respect what I have to say. And that was the biggest damage they did to me.
The two main strategies,
away.
right? The two main strategies of trolls and gangs is, and they go hand in hand, is cancel and dogpile, right?
Right. And that they were, from the time I got here, they were trying to cancel me. And part of
and
that,
trigger. Poke,
yeah.
poke.
Yeah.
And part of that was not, hello people in chat. Well, part of that was not, oh shit. Look at that. Even saying hello to people in chat took me off my fucking because I started thinking, because I think I say hello to people in chat, and I start thinking I didn't say their names. I should have said their names. Like, I'm checking myself all the fucking time. So part of that, I remember now. I felt like, and I know this is a bit dramatic, but that's the way I put things, right? I know it's not really like this, but it's almost like they're evil and they see good and they have to stamp the good out. It's like, we can't.
I don't think that is an exaggeration. I think they really do that because that's like an attack on what they know, on their dysfunctional, functional ways. Right. So they get insecure about, we can't have that because that means I have to now take a second look at things and maybe consider changing. No, I don't want to do that because I'm very content in my dark path and that I've mastered and know how to function with,
Yeah, and all the friends I've made on this dark path. I'm going to lose my friend. Can you imagine if AC actually employed his heart when he's dealing with me, that he would say to himself, I really treated her unfairly, and I put her through a lot of shit needlessly, and I don't even know how badly I affected her, because when I got here, I was close to homelessness, and I didn't know how that I was going to survive. And
I remember.
and I was working on my spirituality at the same time, which ended up helping me, but it was hard to be doing that at the same time as suffering what I was suffering. And then I got here all at the same time. They don't know what I'm going through, and they don't know the health problems I'm having, and they didn't care, though. That was the problem, was that they just didn't fucking care. So can imagine if AC employed his heart with me and said, this woman has never done anything to me that was bad. This woman has put up with a lot of shit I've done, and she hasn't struck back. She's a good woman, and I shouldn't have treated her that way. If he were, now he's not going to say all that out loud, and he definitely not say it to me, but can you imagine what kind of bullying he would get if he went on my side, but like took that weight off me that he put on me? If he were to take that off me, people are going to put weight on him. Oh, I thought you didn't like her. Although he'll say, I like her, but I like to torture her. He doesn't say that, but that's what it amounts to, right? It's like, I like her. Like somehow he's a good guy because he likes me. But they don't see how he affected me or how his friends affected me, right? So, but they're gonna turn on him, and he can't have that. See, I'm used to people not people being lemmings and all following each other, and me being against the grain. I'm used to that, but these people are not. They don't like that. They can't handle it. They can't handle standing their own on their own with something. And when they do, they try to make it a big fucking deal. Like, I don't care what you say. I like them. Like when Bird pulled his thing on August 11th last year. And I stood behind Bird, but I didn't act like I was a fucking hero because I stood behind Bird. I made my points. I didn't stand behind him. I definitely did not stand behind what he did. I was offering him compassion because everybody else was leaving him. All his friends were shunning him, and my heart went out to him. So I wanted to show him that. And plus, I thought that he was trying to teach people a lesson. Sometimes I think I give him more credit because I think that he's doing something that's actually good for humans, even though he's doing it in a rotten way. It's almost like he has to speak their language to get through to him. That's the way I see it, right? He's talking to a bunch of fucking assholes, and he's trying to teach them a lesson by talking to them in their fucking language. And so I appreciate him for that, right?
Sure. I gotcha.
Yeah. So, and I wanted to show him compassion. So I stuck by him, even though other people hadn't. And he doesn't even know that I did that. He doesn't know any of that shit. He doesn't watch my channel. He doesn't really know who I am. He asked me the other day, even though I've been in his channel ever since August 11th last year, any channel he has, I've been in. And he still had to ask me that he doesn't really know where I stand on things. So he really just doesn't know me. But still, that didn't stop me from showing him compassion and standing with him when everybody else left him. I'm not going to get appreciation for it. I'm not going to get recognition for it. To me, it was just the right thing to do. But I didn't stand on my podium and say, I'm such a good person. But other people have, right? And they try to make it like somehow they have a principle when they act so unprincipled.
That's the whole reason why people are messed up, is because they're looking to only do what's popular, and doing the right thing has
everybody's
far seldom been popular. You know?
They all follow a narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
and then somebody comes in.
Narrative to them.
Yeah, and somebody comes in with the truth, and it's like, hate on that person because you're bending the narrative. You're going against what everybody else is telling me.
You're disturbing the entertainment. You're distracting the drama that's going on, right? Even though the drama is the distraction.
Juxtaposition. Yes, but I learned that early on. At first, I didn't realize that these were games that people played, right? So but once I realized that this is games that they're playing, and that they don't want the truth. It's not about the truth. It's about the entertainment.
That's right.
So I didn't.
You're hurting their eyes if you turn on a flashlight. You know.
Right. So, but I realized that this is not a place for truth. It's not a place for me to perpetuate truth, unless somebody was being hurt by being called a pedophile when they weren't, or that there was no evidence that they were just being called one to try and hurt their reputation. Then I might speak up when it's, but you know what? Even when Huck said that Tonic raped her, I didn't speak out. I should have. I felt so bad that whole time. Not because Tonic's my friend. I think he's a low-life piece of shit. But that doesn't mean that he should be accused of rape.
Right. You want to call bullshit when you see it, of course.
Right. And what did I do? I saw how Tonic hurt her. Oh. And I saw it before she said that. I saw how. Now, I imagine some of it. I had to put some of it together for myself, so I don't know if I'm right or not. But I saw what I imagine happened is that when she saw him in real life. And when he didn't add up to what she thought he would be, she was disappointed with him, because the way she was talking was she's kind of disappointed in certain things about him. And so, but when just before she accused him of that, I saw that he had said to her that he's going to tell people his story, and that people are going to believe him and not her. I can imagine that there's many, many people of us out here that have suffered that somebody gets the story out and before somebody else, and then people believe the lie. And she's very, very insecure about the whole, she likes to have her own following. She likes to have her own, it's not really a cult, but she does talk to her co-host like he's her slave. She treats him with absolutely zero fucking respect. So it's important for her to be top dog, right? If I have a co-host, I'm not going to treat them like shit. I'm going to show them respect. Mm-hmm. She doesn't show her co-host respect. And so that means to me that she's quite insecure. And the fact that she's always trying to show all her baubles off that she gets delivered to her. And she's got this, like, I don't know how many, 5 Cadillacs, and this 3 fucking mobile homes or whatever. I don't know what the fuck. But it means to me that she's quite insecure. And that's why she has to be such a big bully, right? But she'd never done anything bad to me. She'd always treated me nicely. And she's my sister, and I'm trying to practice having compassion for people who act badly even. And so what I did was, when I saw her say that thing about saying that Tonic did that to her, instead of calling her out on it, because it was so obvious that it wasn't true, and instead of calling her out on it, what I did was I wrote her a message on one of, like, a comment on her stream, and I said that I can't remember exactly what I said, but the gist of it was for her to think about what she's doing and not to go too far, and to not let them change her and make her into something that she didn't want to be. That was my way of addressing her accusing him of that when I knew it wasn't true. Mm. Instead of calling her out on it and saying, you're the kind of bitch, you're the reason why I didn't believe that News Now Houston was guilty, because there's so many people out there who make false accusations. I'm not going to be one of the people that jumps on the fucking bandwagon with, like, oh no, you need to believe everybody. No, this is an adult now. We're not talking about a little kid. We're talking about an adult. The daughter was now an adult, and she said this, and News Now Houston had his own story about it, and I have to admit, and I did admit at the time, he was pretty much the only one I was listening to, because he was the only one I knew. I didn't know about Teresa. I didn't know about this whole panel group, like all these people out here that all know each other. I was just somebody off the street watching videos on YouTube, and he was the only one I was watching. So he seemed, and everybody will agree, he's very convincing. So I was just one of the victims that fell for his fucking thing, I guess, right? Because it wasn't just the fact that he was found guilty. It was the fact that he said he had a shitload of proof, and he didn't provide any of it. He said he had emails. I thought this was more about the oligarchy going after him, Shell Corporation going after him, and he was just one man, and he was standing up to Shell Corporation. And I thought, yes, I'm behind you, right? I'm behind all your 1A stuff. I'm behind going up against fucking Shell, who owns the fucking police station. And I thought, he's so brave, and I just wanted to give him all the fucking support I could. And then when he got accused of that, and he was saying that it was Shell Corporation via Deer Park police station, it was not a far jump to make, given all the other shit that I'd learned through the 1A. So it was easy for me to believe his story. Now, it didn't mean that I knew that he was innocent. And knowing what he did 40 years ago, I can't really attach the word innocent to him at all, but not guilty. And to go down for such a heinous crime when you're not guilty, spend the rest of your imagine if he wasn't guilty, for him to spend the rest of his life in jail. Now, there's lots of people who think that he should have been in jail this whole fucking time for what he did 40 years ago. And I can't fucking argue with that, right? If somebody shows change and they're trying to be a good human and contribute to humanity in a positive way, no matter what they did in the past, unless they're a fucking genocide murderer, that's a totally fucking different thing. That's not something you can get over. But there are people who can get over certain things, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The reason why those people believe that is because they believe in justice.
Ha ha ha! Don't try to throw my justice back against
It's true.
Yeah,
Come
but
on.
you know, let's go further back. Why do they believe in justice? Because they've been hurt.
Indoctrination.
No, I don't think so. Okay, I can't say of course, yes, there's always indoctrination involved, always, for every fucking topic. But I believe that they have been hurt. Either they've been molested themselves,
for sure.
or a sister has been, or a brother has been, or something. It's affected their life in some way. And like you said, there was no justice, or they see that there's so many out there and so many people aren't getting justice for that thing. And
the
so
indoctrination is the idea of how to respond to that getting hurt.
I suppose so, but I've been indoctrinated and I don't believe like them.
Well, you still believe in justice, though. I think
yes, I do.
and that's why I put it out there, because you're right, you know, and I'm not. I totally did that to reflect that back to you, because I think this is a way that I can do that to help you come to a better, you know, consensus and understanding when it comes to that.
You need a better angle, because it doesn't cancel out.
Okay, sorry. To start
whatever you say to me to change my mind has to cancel out the need.
Oh yes. What I meant to say was to start the conversation on that, which I totally am always about doing, but only on the terms that you're ready and wanting to go down.
Yeah, because otherwise I can't hear you, right?
Right.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but a little further to that, you know, it kind of ties into something that you were saying previously too, when you're doing in the middle of that stuff with the response to that individual there. When you're talking about another reminiscence about our discussions on justice and whatnot, and also culture, you know, this is again going to be just saying it, calling the truth as I see it for reflection. So I'll set the stage, of course, to be prepared to have open mind contemplation and don't go into immediate reaction when it comes to that. You had said something that was right on the money and very important about how people are facilitating the narrative being carried out, and that's 100% accurate. That's exactly what they're doing. I want to somehow bring to your awareness that you are also still doing that.
Doing what?
Inadvertently also facilitating the same thing that you're calling the lemming class out on doing that, facilitating the perpetration of all of this violence and genocide and so on and so forth. And that's the reason why I bring to the surface and am so strong on let's not go into any culturalism or all that kind of stuff, because that's the foundational basis for all that. When you really take a step back, hold on, let me finish, please. That's what I mean. Don't go quickly into the reaction, right?
Yeah. No, I wasn't. I was holding it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm almost done. If you really take a step back and look at it, you'll realize that that is also the foundational parts of personification and identification, which is all just fictional based. We all bleed the same color blood. Our consciousness doesn't have a color. The only real thing that could be variable as their skin color. What does that mean? Nothing. You know, we're all still.
Why are you telling me this part? You think I don't understand that?
Well, even if you understand it, these are this is where the foundation of going into culturalism stems from, you see, and that always ends up breeding violence at the end of the day. And this is the result that you're seeing with all these wars and stuff like that. That's the projection
Okay,
and the exaggeration of
answer
what
that.
happens as a result.
I don't want to take away from your point, because I do understand your point, because I understand you think that it's okay for everybody to just be homogenous and that things would work out just fine if everybody was just homogenous. However, I see value in culture. We're not going to get into that right now, because I want to attack a point, not attack. I mean, address a point that you just made about differences in the culture. This is a fallacy. This is something that people have been indoctrinated with, is that somehow the Palestinians and the ethnic Jews who are from Israel, not the Ashkenazi Jews from Europe, okay? The ethnic Jews, and I'll tell you why this makes a difference. The ethnic Jews from that land and the Palestinians from that land, we might not have agreed with everything with each other. We didn't live like each other, although there were more similarities than differences. But I don't know where those differences started, but it's all about belief. And you tend to group up with people who have the same beliefs. So Jews and there were different religions. There were different ways there wasn't just Christian. Like, my family was there before there was any Christianity. My family was there with the Jews, and whatever other ways of looking at spirituality was. There were, I think Smiler said earlier, there's like 5 different religions or something. Yeah. My family was very close. My family lived near Jesus. My family would have walked the same sand as Jesus. And he's a Jew, right? He was a Jew, but he spoke Aramaic. He didn't speak Hebrew, right? My family would have spoke Aramaic, because there was no Arabic yet. So I've looked this up now. I just found this out recently, actually, because there are things I don't even know about my own culture, because I was brought up here, so I only know certain things. So I ran into this information by accident, and I was like, whoa, that's why we were Christian. Because I thought we were Christian because the British had the land. And so our family just ended up being Christian along the way somewhere, because the British came. Because my family's not Muslim, and there was no Muslim back then either. So there wasn't just Jews, but that's the only main religion that exists today from that land back then. My family's from then. My family wasn't involved in wars, as far as I know. There was no hatred against the ethnic Jews, but it was the difference in the culture in Europe is way different. And that was not done on purpose. That was not the oligarchies doing. That was a human thing that people came across, that people, it just naturally happened.
That's an opinionated thing. Now let's go either way on that.
Over 2,000 years ago.
Again, that's why it's an opinionated thing. None of us were there, but let's go either way. Whether it was or not is still, number one, it's an unhealthy position, and number two, it's still a psyop, and it's still a LARP. It's a fiction. It's a pretend. It's not real. The very notion to go into this stereotyping classification thing is the very start of the projection of fallacy that always ends up in insecurity. It's gangism is what you're talking about.
They weren't actually advocating. That's the thing. People were free to do as they believed. I mean, within their culture, right? I mean, if you're in a certain culture, there's good things and bad things. But I'm saying to you, no, wait a second.
I get that. I get what they did before, but what
you can't stamp that out. You got to work with it. You got to work with the human behavior.
No, you have a choice.
Oh, well,
you have a choice. You have a choice, right? It's boxism to think, it's closed-minded to think that the only dichotomy is you have to, that's why it won't solve. If you think that way, you're always going to be operating within that box. You're going to excuse the behavior as if it was like some kind of human condition and there's no other choice. Well,
I excuse some behaviors and I don't excuse others.
Well, the more you excuse it, the more you say, well, that's just the way it's going to be then. Then what you're saying is
I don't think it's wrong.
There is no, well, look at the result. How about we not go right and wrong and just look at is two things. Number one, is it a healthy outcome? And number two, is there no other options in front of us to choose from?
But what you're talking about is it's some kind of,
wait, can we answer
as you
those?
see it as like as an evolution, right?
No, I'm just talking about just straightforward in front of us to have a look at, the outcome. We can see what's happening right now before us. And can we ask those two questions to be objective? Is it healthy? Is it healthy to have those views? Is the outcome a healthy outcome? All I see is division and war and chaos and people fighting for nothing with that
division
view.
There doesn't need to be division. Okay, that's
how there is division. Because you stereotype in your mind and you create these. I'm a Palestinian. I'm a Canadian. I'm a this. I'm a that. That's all like just psyop, divisionary ideology. That's a projection of LARPing and fallacy. It's not even real.
I think it's unrealistic for you to expect that humans would do that. Now look at the way that people would have lived.
I don't expect them to. I'm just telling the truth on it.
You live in an area. You have certain access to certain foods. So right away, you're going to have a cultural food thing, right? Now, as far as, if you were to, in those times, let's say you could still get around, right? So you go to Africa and because that's pretty close by, right? You go to Africa and you're going to see people living a different way. They didn't worry about what other people were doing. They developed their own system, and then they weren't all connected. There was no fucking internet. There was no, I saw that the Palestinians did things this way, but there was no comparison. The only thing that I can fathom is arguing about land.
That doesn't mean there wasn't previously already in place, though, a global governmental oversight that was, a global ownership control. That's been going on for a long time.
Capacity. I don't think there was capacity. Global view. I don't think there was capacity for global view back then.
The United Nations was like, how long has that been?
Not 2,000 years.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that, even that, that's a recent thing, but that's just because the stage was set from previous times, obviously, that they were able to implement that more on the forefront where people would accept it. But they've been doing this for a long time. That's obvious. This didn't happen where you got unanimous world stage going on where it's teams of big nations and whatnot.
That's what I'm asking you to consider. The fact that everybody were small tribes. Okay, so nobody was I can't say nobody. There have been these kind of wars for longer than 2,000 years, but that was usually about land control. But as far as
that's the history you read from the same people.
Well, okay, all right, fine. But
that's the problem.
It makes sense to me that there would be warring between humans because humans have egos long before we can ever even imagine. Okay, so we
it would make and I get why it would make
problems. So I'm trying to make you understand that the having a culture that you live within, a set of beliefs or a set of procedures, that's a good, it's something that makes you feel belonging. It's something that makes you feel kinship. It's something that where if you know rules to live within, then you know how you can get along. Having rules to get along, like for instance, First Nations people, I find them rude, but I kind of find them like they don't have as much heart in where they're saying, but that's me reading it from my perspective. I don't think that's actually what their intent is. That's just their way, right? So, and I stand behind their rights and everything. I've talked more about their rights than I have about the Palestinians' rights. But there is no reason to war with them, because I think that they're talking to me in a rude way. I don't think that they have to talk to me the way that I expect them to, if that's not in their culture to do, right? So there is no need to war because of culture. That's been used, but that doesn't mean that culture's bad. I think you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater when you say that there shouldn't be any culture. And I think that that is from your perspective, being a North American, where there is no identifiable culture. It's just a mix of cultures, and the people that were born here and don't have ties to their own original cultures,
I see why you
they
would
don't
think that.
see the value in that culture.
I see why you would think that. Not correct though. As far as why, it's number one, I never was like, just from get-go, it's for some reason less in my nature to align with cliques. And number two, from
It's
my
not a clique.
yes, it is. It's
No,
exactly
that's
what it
the
is.
point.
Well, no, it's not.
A
It's a
clique
foundational.
A clique is when you keep people out.
Same thing. That's
No.
what cultures do. Yeah,
No.
they border off people, and it's a tribe, right?
I'm sorry. I think you're wrong about that. There is
Okay.
no reason to keep people out. You only, unless they're trying to take over, there is no reason to push people out. People back in those days, not Israelis, Jews and Palestinians are both the kind of people that they will invite you in your house, to their house for dinner if your car breaks down.
Yeah,
right?
but that doesn't mean there isn't cliquism going on. It just means they're more open to maybe an outsider of the clique, and even in your own words, to address that it is a clique. When you say things like "these are my people" and stuff like that, that's a cliquiness, view.
Because the whole group of those people are being persecuted, and I identify with those people.
I'm just talking in general that
There's
it's a
always
cliquiness
going
view.
to be categories. You can't fight that, Nudie. There's
but
always going to
that's
be categorization.
that's where your mind is closed. Okay, I'm not trying to fight it, all right? But let me tell you, I can express from experience that there is another narrative, another set of things going on that I have discovered and live amongst from my expeditions worldwide. And that's why it's hard for people to understand, because people have been so conditioned and indoctrinated that they can't even see that there are other ways to consider of how to function and look outside the parameters of their own culture, indoctrinated views and their own parameters that they've been conditioned to see through.
When I speak up for Jews that were persecuted in Europe in World War II, which I don't do that much anymore since they fucking do it to us, but that's not my clique. But I still feel their pain. When I was watching in the first day, I saw a woman, an Israeli woman, crying for her loss, and I was crying with her, and she's an Israeli, and she's part of the reason why my people are suffering, and still I was crying for her. So I don't think that how you see it is how it has to be. And I think that anybody who's living the life that you're talking about, the people that you said that can live without this cliquiness, they're a fucking clique.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I think what you mean, Kat, is that it's your birthright, it's your ancestral being.
Yes, if they were coming after only men, then it would be a man-women issue. But they're coming they're coming after Palestinians, which is a category. It's a group. They're coming after people who are Palestinian, and I am Palestinian, right? So you can't avoid it.
Yeah, you can.
And
you can live in other ways of function, just because nature is fluid. And this is what happens, right? It's an insecurity thing. And that goes back to our discussion earlier about how people respond to insecurity. What they end up doing is they look for ways that are superficial to respond to that. And that's one of the primary things that they do. And they try, no, let me finish, please. And they justify it with, well, this is our human nature to do tribalism and whatnot. No, it's not. That's a conditioned view.
Okay,
Absolutely, it's a
let's say
conditioned
the
view.
government comes after all the homesteaders. They come after all the people that live the way that you're getting to live. Okay, if they're coming after a bunch of people who all think the same way, right? You're all thinking the same way, that this is the way that humans should live, and now you got grouped, then you are going to feel, if they're coming after your people, that's your people.
No, you don't look at it as your people. That would just you're presented now with the challenge of violence. So now you have to decide, what do you want to do to respond to that violence? And that's it. Respond to the violence, remove the threat of violence, and go on with life.
If your homesteader
It can be
people
that simple.
are being attacked, you're going to come to their rescue, correct? You're going to come.
I'll stand with anybody, human, animal, or whatnot, in the threat of aggressive violence. Doesn't matter who they are.
Sometimes
yeah,
it's
but
not
there's also a prejudice of how family was treated before they got the hell out of there.
Yeah,
You know,
Smiler's talking specifically about the Palestinians.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about just a generalistic, view
How
of functioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, human behavior, exactly.
Right. I think something that I came to the conclusion of back in the 2000s, because I'd spent so many years, I was a virtue signaler long before it was fucking fashionable, and I didn't realize that's what I was doing. There was no name for it, right? I was in.
There was a time it wasn't fashionable. Really?
Well, now it's fashionable to be a virtue signaler, right? but I
thought it always was, but I guess okay.
Not the way it's being used now. I mean, it's a culture of its own now. This virtue, it's something the oligarchy has done to divide and conquer us. I think what the oligarchy is so good at turning a negative for them into a positive for them, and they know how to use our human characteristics against us. So when I was being a virtue signaler, I was out there protesting while all the fucking lemmings thought we were all dummies. We were all just, lazy assholes, whatever they fucking call us, when we were out protesting shit, not just Palestine, other things. And they couldn't be bothered to fucking protest or have their voice heard. And so I would say, you need to pay attention to this. You need to pay attention to that. And thinking how great a person I was. And pretty much conveying that, not without saying that words, I was conveying that. Look, I'm a good person because I stand for what's right, right? I was in my 20s and 30s, though. And nobody, not nobody, but that was not the culture. Back then it was go with the flow, right?
Yeah, but you were just seen as a hippie.
Right.
As a what?
As a
hippie.
Yeah.
Right.
Going against the government.
Yeah,
I
and
still
everybody
get
else was
called
just
that at least once every 2 weeks,
Just shut up, take your paycheck, and be lucky that you live in Canada.
Right.
Don't criticize that. So I went against the grain with other people who went against the grain, and we were protesting and we were passing around petitions and all that stuff. Then I got to the age where my parents got to, because I was really upset with my parents when they stopped going to protests or giving a shit about anything. But they had gotten fed up. They were tired. They couldn't do it anymore because no change was happening. And I was like, Mom, you can't stop. If you stop, nobody's going to get anywhere. You have to keep on with it. Do it until they fucking listen, because I thought they'd listen. And my mom was like, it doesn't do any good. And I felt like she was just shitting on everything, right? And then I got to that age and I knew, and I said, I didn't want that to happen to me, But then I realized it wasn't that something happened to her. It was that she just got smart and realized that nothing's going to happen, right? So I stopped doing all that protesting and petitions and all that shit because I realized they're not going to fucking listen.
It's just lip service at best anyways.
But it wasn't. It was full of heart.
Doesn't matter. As far as actually, you know, it's just going out and...
lip service means you don't mean it. When you say somebody says lip service, it's like they're just saying it, but they don't mean it. Like
well, no,
not
not just that, but as far as proactive solutions and being to change goes, it's just lip service. So everybody comes out and they vent about it or whatever, or they talk about it, and bringing even awareness about it is a good thing. But then after that, they just go home and they go back to the same thing.
Okay,
That's
but you're
service,
judging
right?
it based on what stuff that you know. But it takes a long time to get out of the indoctrination to find out what you know. All right. So back
It sure
then, I was
does.
still, all of us were working in a box. We didn't realize that there was life outside that box. We didn't realize that there was anything outside that box. Didn't realize we were in a fucking box.
Yeah.
Right. So I was working within the parameters that I knew existed. And
I know.
right. So, but that,
I'm
lip service,
just...
no, hold on a sec. Lip
Mhm.
serving, but saying lip service is saying that, like, everything has a meaning. If you say that somebody talks out of both sides of their mouth, you don't mean they're actually talking out of both sides of their mouth. You're saying that somebody they don't mean what they say. If you say that somebody gives lip service to something, you're saying that their heart isn't in what they're saying.
That's not what I'm saying when I say
I know,
lip
that's why I'm trying to correct you. I don't think that's
No,
the right way to say it.
you...
You're
I'm not
using
looking
the
for
word
a correction. It would be best if you look to have a better understanding of what I'm trying to portray for understanding here, because there's a big thing going on here with that. And if you can see, you'll learn that also protesting is just another baited psyop that the lemming class have
We
been
already
trained to
acknowledged
do,
that.
right?
I already acknowledged that. I already
So
told you
then,
we were
so then
working
it should
within
be...
a box.
Then it should be pretty easy why I say that when it comes to...
Intention is the most
No,
important thing.
no, listen. Actual outcome of action is what's important,
Okay.
right? Because that's where solutions are. When you make an action, that's why activism is important. When you make a proactive attempt to do something, and you actually do something, and that causes a consequence.
We thought we were doing something.
I'm not denying that. I'm not
raising
denying
awareness.
that.
We thought that raising awareness was doing something. We thought that the government has to listen to us if there are enough of us. We didn't realize that we didn't realize that we were working within a framework that doesn't work for us.
You
We
don't
didn't
need to
realize that.
justify it to me.
Wait a second. So our intention was the right intention. Therefore, we were not giving it lip service. It might have amounted to nothing, but the intention, and it's very insulting to tell somebody that what they were doing was just lip service when their fucking heart was in it.
That's because you're insecure about looking at the results and being objective about what I'm saying. I'm not interested in attacking your attention.
I'm not going to say it anymore. I was very fucking clear. If you don't understand what I'm saying,
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, well then, if you keep on saying lip service, you're going to upset people. You're going to be insulting to people when their heart is
when
in
they're
it.
closed-minded and they don't want to understand what I'm intending to portray for understanding purposes.
I'm trying to help you. If you don't want to take the help, that's okay.
Oh, no, you see,
if you want to get through to people, don't insult them.
No, like, that's the problem, Kat, is you're always thinking that I'm trying to look for ways to get through to people. That's not my focus. I'm having a conversation with you right now.
But you're always practicing on how to get the message out to everybody, right?
I'm in different ways, yes, but at the moment, I'm having a specific conversation with you. I'm not focused on trying to be semantically accurate for the intention of making progress at this moment.
And I'm trying to help you correct your semantics. Because if you say to somebody that what they're doing is lip service, right? If AC
I'm
says,
not interested in somebody again.
if AC says that he's all for making these streets a great place, but then you see him doing something that makes the streets a bad place,
Yes.
he's just giving it lip service, right?
Cat.
But if somebody is actually trying to make it a better place, and whether they succeed or they don't, their intention was to actually make it a better place, you can't go and then tell them that they're just doing lip service. Just because it doesn't amount to something doesn't mean that it was just lip service.
This is one of those things where you take on a case-by-case basis. And again, you know, I've had this conversation with other people, and many people understand right away when I'm saying that protesting is lip service. Not always, but sometimes. And at the specific moment, I'm not focusing on anybody else except you. I'm having a direct conversation with you.
Okay. Well, I took offense to that because I accept that once I cleared it up to find out what you meant by it, right? Because I didn't just react. I wanted to know what you meant by that. And now you're insisting that you were using the correct wording, and I'm telling you you're not. You can accept it or don't accept it. But the word, when you say lip service, the whole thing on saying the words lip service is about intention. And so when you tell me that it's just lip service, you're telling me that my intention was not what I said it was.
You're stuck on the semantic.
What you're saying.
But
You're stuck on the semantic instead of focusing on what is trying to be put forth across for understanding purposes.
Can I say something?
Mhm.
Right, 90% of protests, right? You have protesters going there in goodwill, but you find the leaders of those protests, yeah, the organizers of those protests, are backed either by the governing in power government or by the opposition leader, and they're funded by either the ruling or the one that wants to get into party, or the ruling one wants to change a rule to stop you from protesting.
Yep.
And to make you a nuisance, to use you as a tool to say that you're a complete nuisance. Therefore, we're going to ban you from doing it. We're going to ban you from free speech. And we're going to use your protest, and we're going to fund your protest. We're going to pay for all your banners. We're going to, we're going to pay for all your printing and everything else, so you can go out and do the protest. Yeah, and you're just being used as a tool for the government.
Exactly. And as long as people, and this is why it's so important to have this conversation, because you're never going to be able to make grounds in motion for an improvement if, number one, we don't call a spade for what it is and have an understanding of what we're saying with that. And then number two, looking towards learning from what it is that we've tried and isn't working, and try and figure out something else. Otherwise, it's just a definition of insanity. And Kat, that's why I want you to take a step back and really look at this here. I'm not, I never once was I, putting a thing on you specifically or anything that you attempted. I didn't even know you were involved in protests before in the past, and that's how quick people are to react. As soon as you point out something that especially hits the nail on the head with MK Ultra, there is and they'll not see it right away. It takes a while. A very quick part of the.
You understand what I was saying?
I'm not finished.
All right, fine.
There's very much a foundational built-in layer there that is very much integrated with the MK Ultra conditioning that has a subconscious trigger reaction to reject the notion when it's pointed out on truth. And that's why people take a long time to have progress.
But all these little protests, all these, like take the protests in London, right? I can count on one hand actually protests that actually tried to do something. Two of them were the hunting bill, and they shut London down, and the other one they tried to stop Afghan. Right now, those protests happened midweek. The fishing one happened midweek. All the lockdown protests, all the, they could have protested any day of the week on the lockdown ones, but they chose a weekend. When's government closed? At the weekend. When's Parliament shut? At the weekend.
Yeah.
When's there nobody at Downing Street? At the weekend. When did
And
the
the
protesters
most
go? At the weekend.
right, and the
They
most
could've-
meaningful form of protests you can do is boycott and secession. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen it so many times. Remember those Occupy rallies?
Mm.
I've seen, how many times did you see that? Are people going and portraying with signs, the corporations are the problem, they're running while they're sitting there sipping on a Starbucks.
Mm-hmm.
So the hypocrisy of it, because people don't see, again, they've been baited to as part of the narrative, and they even tell you where the boxes that you can go and bitch and moan over there. That's why I say it's lip service, right? Because it's just bitching and moaning, and 9 times out of 10 it's bitching and moaning to the air and to brick walls. And it's also at the same time advocating for the very thing that they're trying to bitch and moan about at the same time. It's like
Just
the ultimate
stop oil.
hypocrisy.
Just stop oil. Yeah. You got them turning up in 4x4s. You've got them turning up with big diesel powered 4x4s.
Right.
They've all got their iPhone. They've all got their plastic petroleum signs.
Right.
They've all got their oil-based printed T-shirts.
Right.
Or sweatshirts. They've all got the.
It's part of that.
You look at them protesting. You look at them protesting in the supermarkets, pouring the milk away, and and like stop the cows, stop the cattle, blah de blah, stop eating meat, blah de blah de blah. And it's like, excuse me, mate, where did you get your shoes? What are your shoes made out of? What's holding your trousers up?
Right.
Oh, you've got a leather belt, have you? Oh, it's not man-made leather. It's not petroleum based then. Oh, your shoes are made of leather, and the soles are petroleum based. It's like it's just total hypocrisy.
Right. A big part of this conditioning and indoctrination, and again, why it takes so long for people to really implement meaningful change, is because they've been given the solution by the same oppressor, and 99 times out of 10 it's band-aidism, distraction at best, right?
Yep.
So the more people propagate that narrative and act that narrative, the more they make a reality, staying in the hamster wheel and being in denial to looking and implementing actual solutions for themselves. And so the people who want to own people absolutely propagate that narrative to do so, and even not only bait, but what's the word for that when you're like trying to encourage somebody, come here, when you're trying to encourage a scrap with somebody or whatever, there's a word for that, encourage in a way. Incite. Yes, they're inciting that to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And totally over the wool of people's eyes. But that's exactly what, the oligarch, the owners, or the portrayed owners, if you really want to think you have owners, that's exactly what they want people to be focused and distracted by. Because as long as people are focused and distracted on that, the same actual looping agenda and narrative carries out over and over again, and they just sit back and laugh about it and enjoy the benefits of their monster they created.
Ottawa, that was brilliant.
What do you say about Ottawa?
That was brilliant. That was a brilliant protest.
No, that was another psyop and same thing. Another bait, counterproductive psyop. Same
Well,
thing.
again, I disagree.
I know, but look at the outcome. Don't.
You're looking at it from a different point of view. You're looking at it like somehow.
Has anything
Oh
changed?
my God.
Well, yeah, and entry in and out of Canada, that changed.
Entry into Canada?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean?
That silly app that you used to have on your phone and what have you. That changed, didn't it? That got dropped.
Oh, yeah, maybe temporarily, but nonetheless, a change as far as anything as far as the way people function and the wars and all this kind of stuff. Has it changed anything? And that they have owners and
No, it was but it was about the COVID, wasn't it? It was about the jabbing. The truck drivers didn't want any more jabs, and they haven't had any more.
Right. And that was the thing, right? Like you have to, if you understand the bigger picture objective, which is worldwide genocide. I say that and that was actually a dress rehearsal. There'll be another one coming up within the next 2 years, probably sooner.
Oh yeah, sooner than that. They keep trying to push it now, don't they? With another new strain.
Yeah, it's quite funny actually.
Although
I can't believe there's still some people who wear masks.
Yeah, I know. I see them in the local shop, and they're in the queue in front of you, and I just stand behind them and I just start coughing.
Right.
And it's like they turn around and they look horrified and they look panicked, and then they get out the queue and it's like, thank you for that. And it's like, and I just look at them and excuse me, why are you wearing that face nappy? All you're doing is breathing in your own carbon monoxide.
Yeah. So what Kat was saying earlier is, you can't expect people to, and I don't expect people to have an open mind about it. That's exactly what the root of the problem is because people are closed-minded by conditioning. They're going to continue to propagate the narrative and be the tools, as you said, and their own culprits of their own genocide, as we're seeing play out right in front of our eyes, and has been probably since we've been born. It's sad and it's unfortunate, but that is, the chosen path that people make. Nobody has an obligation to have an open mind, and listen to facts and truth and reason or whatnot. That's a self-discerned thing. And each individual has to decide that for themselves. And because that's a self-discerned thing, people are on their own path. And that means they get to decide that their path can be a path of self-destruction if they want. But I don't like to see people get hurt, and I don't like that as much as the next guy, but that's just, again, the voice of truth.
Whereas like the last London one, I thought, shall I drive up? Do you know what? It's a Saturday and I really can't be bothered. I may as well just go into work instead. And then in the end, I didn't end up going into work. And it was like, I wonder who's gone. I wonder who's online. And it was like, wow, I can watch 15 different YouTubers out of maybe 100 people at this protest. And it's like, you're all YouTubers. You've all gone there to stream it to make a quick buck.
Yeah, it's just drama. It's just more drama. That's all it is, right? It's just more, it's lemmings doing what lemmings do.
Now, the Welsh people, now they've been at Llanelli. I don't know if you've seen anything to do with it. There's a hotel called the Stairway Hotel in a village of it's only a very small village, There's only a couple hundred people that live in the village, and you know they were going to bring in loads of boat immigrants and put them in the hotel. Now they've been there 16, 17 weeks. I'm not sure how many weeks it is now, and they're camped out on site. And they've been there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they've been doing it in shifts. And the day before, the Home Office actually has dropped the hotel now, and they aren't going to put the immigrants in that hotel now. So 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 has had a victory. Wales has had a victory. That village has had a victory against the Home Office, against the government. But they've been there 16, 17 weeks, 24/7. They've been there. You know, so many people have been arrested under false charges, but they've stuck it out. Thick, thin, rain, heat. You know, they've stuck it out. You know, they had a marquee tent and they've stuck it in 24/7. And the Home Office has said, right, we ain't going to use the hotel. So they you know, they've won. This time they've won, but it's been a hard slog for them.
I don't know. I guess it depends on your definition of winning. What did they win, really?
Well, they haven't got the boat people coming to their village now. They haven't got the risk of their children being followed, sexually abused.
No.
No. You know, you aren't gonna have those people in that village now. They might be on somebody else's.
I don't see the things you just said though, this sexual abuse and that kind of stuff being part
Okay, let me explain quickly
to a certain class of people. I see that happening everywhere.
Let me explain, Nudie. What's going on in Britain, according to the people that I'm meeting on YouTube, they've got an influx of immigrants who are claiming to be Muslim. I don't believe that they're Muslim. They don't act like Muslims. They don't talk like Muslims. They're not Muslims, but they are posing as Muslim. That's my estimation. And so what's been happening, is that they've got these PSYOP people in their country doing things like they get to the country, and now the government is facilitating all of this. The British government is bringing in, or not, you know, they make it like these people are escaping and getting into Britain, and then they just got to deal with them. But really, I believe they're bringing them in. So they put them in hotels, give them
five-star and 4-star hotels,
and gives them credit cards, give them money, and
3 meals a day.
Right, they're treating them like
everything,
and then and then they're going around supposedly raping and pillaging and murdering and hurting children and all this stuff. I believe it's to make the Muslims look bad. And now the whole fucking country is against these Muslims. They keep on referring to them as Muslims.
Right.
And that they're doing all these bad things to their people in their country. And they're getting paid in such a way that even the own British people don't have a chance to live like that. So that's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
well, you've got the homeless. You've got the homeless, you know. You've got the homeless that are being kicked out of hotels that were using for homeless. You've got, you know, homeless people are being put back out on the streets. Homeless people aren't being offered a place. But you've got people coming in, undocumented people coming in, claiming to be Somalians, claiming to be Africans, claiming to be this, claiming to be that, you know. But then Joe Public is not saying, well, they're African. No, they're Muslim. You know, but then some of them were coming in with pockets full of cash, perfect haircuts,
Mm-hmm.
best trainers, best mobile phone. You know, they've got all the gear, they've got all the clothes, they're wearing the Under Armour, they're wearing the Nikes, they're wearing everything else. And they're coming in and claiming that they've come from a war-torn country. And it's like, no, you're a United Nations soldier. You are not, you're not, you know. And in a minute, you're going to be used against us. You're going to be used against the indigenous person.
Classic psyop, but you know that's what happens in these culture, scenarios where people, you know, and also it's what happens in a capitalistic environment as well. Is, you know, that's the fuel for the whole thing, and also it also happens when people are still neglecting responsibility for themselves, because whose responsibility is it for another? And a lot of people sit there and they're crying about, you know, the government isn't spoon feeding me enough because they're spoon feeding those people over there. Well, why do you want to be spoon fed in life?
That's it. But the people coming in on the boats are being spoon fed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. So, you know, that my
They-
position on that is they're, you know, being spoon fed is a position of quite vulnerability and insecurity, you know? So I say, let them have it. Let them have that, you know, spoon fedness and atrophy even further. Their ability to take responsibility for themselves. They're at a position of weakness. Everybody who depends and relies on spoon-fedism, if even that's a culture, you know, or a
but
pop culture.
you've only got men. You've got no women or children. You've only got men. They're cooped up in hotel rooms, the best hotel rooms, but they're cooped up in hotel rooms. You know, then they're claiming it's their Muslim right to take a woman, and in their country, rape is not illegal. And they go to court and they say, "Oh, we didn't know you couldn't do that in England."
What country? Let's make this clear. We're not talking about Arab countries here.
I don't care what country it's legal or not. Enforcing somebody against their will is just wrong.
Don't forget why I've got this live to begin with.
Yeah.
The last thing I need is more misinformation about Arabs.
No, you've got Somalians. You've got Afghanis.
I get you, Kat. I get you, Kat, and I think you should clarify that, you know, clarify for the people who might be confused, because he just, you know, made a statement of that. And
you got Africans.
It's bad enough that they're posing as Muslims, but anytime a North American hears Muslim, they think Arab, because that is where it fucking originated, right? So they know all these fucking lies that the Israeli people have fed everybody about Palestinians, and then they start to hear this shit about fake Muslims, which nobody calls them fake Muslims, they just call them Muslims, and then people will just think that Arabs are doing this in the Britain.
That's why stereotyping is a stupid position to take. Literally stupid, because it does that. It puts people lumped in guilty by association.
Yes, well, I have to clear it up because there's too many fucking lunkheads who don't really know what they're hearing.
That's why I say, if we just didn't do that to begin with, it's in our own psyche, right? If we remove that from our psyche, no, it's never too late for an individual to come to their senses about something. That's an individual path. I am
talking about individuals. I'm talking about the collective in North America who makes it possible for genocide to be happening to the Palestinians right now. It's collective. That kind of misinformation, and you can't act like somehow everybody's just going to change. This is
No,
the way it is. And until you get
and
a
neither can you. That's why
oh, Jesus,
same
you
thing
don't
for
want me to
you.
interrupt you, but you interrupt me all the fucking time.
Yes, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're saying what you're saying. You're projecting right now. You're projecting. But go ahead.
I can't remember now. Whatever. You think your way, I'm going to think my way.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that. That's a position of insecurity right there. You know, it's
You're upset because you want to keep on. No, I'm not going to say you're upset. When I get upset, I fucking can't find the right words. You are trying to make your point, consistently trying to make your point about how you have the right way to live and you know exactly how human beings should behave.
negative.
And I'm trying to make a point to you that you're not being realistic.
Negative.
About human. Oh,
That's not the point. I need to clarify. That's not the point.
No, when I try to clarify, I'm interrupting you.
Okay. That is not the point that I'm trying to make at all. I'm simply bringing to the surface the foundational, fundamental root of the cancer for objective observation so that people can have a better chance to make a more objective decision on that, which will only work if an individual has an open mind to begin with. So it doesn't matter who says what, Kat. If an individual doesn't have an open mind, it's not going to make any productive change for them anyways. That's why I'm not
how about I tell you that you're
addressing
giving lip service to this idea? Because as far as I'm concerned, there is no way to make evolution happen in some kind of directed way. It just won't happen that way. Therefore, if you're going if you're going to be realistic about what you plan, what you wish for human beings, you have to take into account all of the things that you can't change about human behavior.
I don't wish that either. I'm just telling the truth on the scenario. No, I'm just telling the truth on the situation. Just bringing it to light, bringing it to the surface again for objective observation for those who want to have an open mind about that. That's all.
I don't think it is objective. I think that and I'm not saying this in a mean way, it's just the word that I'm using, but you have an agenda, like we all have an agenda. I have an agenda for this stream. You have an agenda in your machinations, right? What you try to get through to people, right?
Right now,
you're trying to teach people that there is a different way to live. We don't have to live the way that we're living. But in some of the things that you're saying, it's only going to work with some people. It's not going to change humanity.
Of course. I'm not in denial about that. I never would think such a thing. I've said that many times before. And at the moment, Kat, you're right about that being a focus that I definitely do things for. But that doesn't mean that every ounce of my conversation is 100% focused on that all the time. And right now, at the moment, it's not. It's simply just to surface truth. That's it. Again, for objective contemplation.
It's supposed to be trying to affect change, correct? But I could tell you that what you're doing is lip service because it's not going to work out that way. No way is it going to work out that way. Therefore, you're giving lip service. Only I wouldn't say that to you because that would mean that your intention was not a true one. So I wouldn't tell you that you're giving lip service to.
She is really offended by that from earlier. And again, you know what, Kat? This happens a lot, right? Because I put the truth on the sensitive areas, and I get totally why it affects those areas and causes that emotion. And I think that's not what I'm trying to do, especially as a hypocrisy to everybody else on these streets or whatnot. I think that. That's why I try and remind, there is an agenda. You're right. I have an agenda, but I'm forthcoming with that agenda. And it's what I said. It's simply just to bring the truth to the surface. Again, that can only be looked at with a very objective, very open mind to see what it is that I'm saying.
And if
That
you
has
don't
to be
understand
there.
what I'm saying about lip service, you're not being open-minded.
It's
You're
just
using the English
that.
language in the wrong way, and therefore you're conveying the wrong thing. You're
Kat,
you're
that's
you're meaning one thing and you're saying another, and I'm trying to tell you, but you're not willing to look at it and go, "Oh, maybe I was wrong."
Kat, you're just stuck on the semantic with that. I'm only interested in whether or not what I was intentionally trying to get across, whether it got across or not. That's all. That's my interest. That's the only thing that's
If you
ultimately
want it to get
important to
across, you
me.
have to use proper English. That's the way
Well,
you're going to get it
that's
across.
proper English is subjective from person to person. So, did you understand what I was saying?
I understood what you were saying. What you were
That's
saying
all.
was it
That's
doesn't
all.
amount.
That's
All the work that we were doing didn't amount to anything because we weren't even working on the same basis that the fucking oligarchy was. I know that. I'm trying to explain to you something, and it's like you just won't stop and go, wait a second, maybe I should have said it a different way. And you're going to say it to somebody else, and they're not going to know what you mean, and they're going to take offense, and you will push away that person that you meant to draw closer.
you still think that my focus is to try and change people on a mass scale. That is not my focus. That's what so many people get stuck on. I don't do that. I work with individuals more on an individual basis, if anything, when it comes down to that. I very much qualify for interest, right? And so for you to have a blanket slate too and say that even, right? And that's that's the semantical part of the issue. What makes you think that I don't do different semantics with different people based on my understanding of their psychology and how they work?
Well, if
I've
you
I've been
understand my
practicing.
psychology, you wouldn't use that kind of wording for me. If you knew what lip service meant and you know my psychology, why would you do that then? Why would you say
Why would
something
you think that I would
a
know
little
that when I
insensitive?
no, Kat, listen. People can't read each other's mind. I don't know all of your psychology. I learn as I go.
Well, if you use proper English, you won't have to worry about that.
Why would you presume just as much as I shouldn't presume what my understanding of a word is or the way that I'm trying to get it across? See, that's your closed-mindedness when you do that.
No, because I didn't get mad at you for saying it. I tried to educate you that you were using the wrong phrase, but you don't want to accept that because you just can't accept when I'm telling you something. I'm supposed to be open-minded and listen to you, and I do, and I even change my mind about things. But when I'm telling you something, it's like, no, you got it all covered. You understand everything you're saying, and still
Kat,
you're not going to change it. So that's the problem in communication we're having. I understand that you are not meaning to be insulting, but
yeah,
not
and
recognize that you were, and then
again, you're
is
again
that's closed-minded.
the primary focus for me is that the understanding of whatever it is that needs to be conveyed gets across. The semantic part, sure, that's a secondary thing. Sure, we can have a
Well, you're
discussion
just
about that,
lucky.
whatnot. But
You're just lucky I
primarily,
understood you.
well, that's what my focus is. And so if I saw that you were not getting that, then I would try and change to get a different angle. I do that all the time. But at the moment, it turned into this focus for you on more of a semantic thing. And my concern was, well, until that gets resolved at all, until you're willing to put that aside, whatever it is that I'm trying to get across isn't going to be isn't going to be productive, So I leave it up to you. It's like you're leading that the entire way when it comes to that. And that's what I do with any individual that I talk
To
to.
me, that was all just a bunch of word salad because I said something to you, and then you talked around it. Is your answer? Why don't you answer directly? What I'm saying to you, that if you understand me and the way that I think, then you know that I don't appreciate it when somebody condescends to me and then says something insulting and then says, if you could say, well, what did I say? And I tell you what it was that was insulting, and you say, well, I didn't really mean it like that. And I say, well,
Isn't
maybe
that what happened?
not exactly. You just dismissed what I told you as if, oh shit, I'm gonna miss the fucking, oh fuck.
I think that was a misunderstanding that you thought I dismissed it. I didn't dismiss it. I just didn't want it to go into an area of just semantical focus and miss the understanding of what I was trying to get across.
I already said that what I was doing didn't work. It wasn't working. It wasn't going to work. But
You
for
weren't-
you to
you
point
weren't-
out the fact that all those fucking years that I spent doing that was a waste.
That's not what I
of
said.
time.
That's not
Yes,
even
it
what I
was.
said. No,
And
that's
I'm
how
just
you
giving-
took it. No,
Because-
that's not what I
But
said.
you're saying that even though I was doing the marching, I was still buying the McDonald's, right?
I wasn't speaking any of that stuff about you specifically. I was saying
You were
that about
talking
what
about
people
me.
and what they do. I was
You were
talking about
me
protesting.
specifically.
I was talking about protesting in general, and you took that very personally.
Because I was talking about all the years I spent doing it. That's what we were talking about at the time, was all the years I spent doing it.
Well, then you took my words as very personal, and that's where the
Because you're talking about
misunderstanding
me,
was.
Yeah.
I was not. I was not aiming that towards you
it
specifically
was the
whatsoever.
way you worded it, because I didn't get attacked for the way I worded it.
Yeah, but you don't always understand what he's saying, maybe. I just don't like being talked to like that.
You weren't
I
being
know-
talked to in the way. That's
I
where the
know
misunderstanding
that I
is.
was being a hypocrite. I didn't know I was being a hypocrite, but I know now that I was being a hypocrite. And I know even now that I'm a hypocrite. I don't eat pork because I don't like the way that the pigs get treated, and I don't want to take part in their fucking terror, but I'm still eating fucking beef and chicken.
Right.
So-
And youth, again, still even at this point, there's still a misunderstanding. You still think at this point that any of those words that I was saying, and even up until this point, I was okay. Well, I still,
But you can't expect me to get that at the time when we were talking about what I was doing. I can't get that your meeting was about everybody. We were talking about what I was doing.
of course, that's why we should, remember we had a conversation before that I asked you if it would be all right for, when it seems like it might be a little odd or whatnot to, take a step back for a second and try and get clarification on it.
But I tried to get clarification because I told you that you said the wrong wording. I don't think you meant that. And so at that point, to me, that's the opening for you to make the clarification. But all you did was double down.
I'm sorry, Kat, that's not what you tried to do. What you wanted to do is you wanted to
Exactly
continue
what
to.
I
Can
tried
I
to
finish,
do.
please?
No, because you keep on interrupting me.
I
know
did not
exactly what I was
interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I waited till you finished your last word and I responded.
Oh, excuse me.
And what you projected and portrayed to me when you were explaining yourself is that you were upset because, and it's something that you've done and many other people in the past, is if I'm going to try and get across to other people and have this objective where people can implement these changes from another alternative and so on and so forth. That's a totally separate thing. That's what you were talking about. You did not express what we're talking about right now. This is the first time we're discussing this.
Instead of telling you that was very rude for you to say to me, I took into consideration that maybe you didn't know what you were saying. And I also took in consideration your bigger picture. Because when I'm talking to you, I'm not just talking to you from my point of view. I'm thinking about where you're going with it, what's important to you when you're talking about it. And I know that it's important for you to get your message out. That's why you're making a fucking website, is to get your message out. So
I
I'm
appreciate
thinking about, okay.
I appreciate that. I just want you to understand that sometimes that's not always what I'm thinking about when I'm having a conversation.
Agreed. I understand.
Yeah. So, and in this case, that was the thing, And when I was talking about the protesting thing, that was just throwing it out the air for protests in general. Something how I see that most lemming class people have still not figured out in this day, no matter how many times they've seen this repeat movie over and over again, which is the definition of insanity, And still people are still trying the same thing over and over again and still getting nowhere with the same results. That's
because
what
you
I
know
was.
why? You figure that eventually, at some point, you're going to make a dent. You're going to get enough people to come out and protest because you're thinking that we think that we live in a democracy, and that somehow if we speak out and there's enough of us, that we will get our message heard, and people
Mhm.
go, oh, you're right. We can't keep on doing that because that is causing problems. But
Mhm.
that's not really what it is, because they don't give a fuck about what we say. They just give us the illusion of having the free speech and having a say in things. So, but it takes a lot of time, unless you have parents who already know and teach you. It takes a lot of time to figure out that they're not listening, and they're not ever going to listen.
Yes, it does. And that's another reason why I'll say the truth about it, as I just did. Very direct and very bold. And that's what I wanted to make sure was.
I answered something that you said about how doing things over and over again and getting no result, or getting the same result. And so I'm just answering that point, is that it might seem like that, but you think that, okay, we made this protest this time. We're going to come out and protest every fucking Saturday, and hopefully we get more and more people. So yes, you're doing it over and over again, but you assume that at some point you're going to make a dent, that you can't do it just all of it once, right? So you're going to have to keep on trying and trying and trying. And that's why. So it's not really that.
I understand the psychology, why people do that, you know, and I also know, I see where it comes from too. It even comes from, again, that's one of those MK Ultra solution-based bait things that people have been given. Okay, well, this is how you can create some sort of narrative for resolution, and all of that is part of the MK Ultra, you know. And if people, if I don't say that, and if other people don't say it and call it for as it is, then it's going to take people even longer to come to terms with that. That's one of the reasons why I do that. And I'm not pointing any
the link, because Bittersweet Purple is talking. I think I know who that is. I think that's a British guy. He's
is
a
that
really
Purple
sweetheart.
Sliff, maybe? Or
No, it's not
somebody
Purple
else?
Sliff. No, it's Bittersweet Symphony or something he used to be called. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you're still here. I'm going to put out the link now. You can always come and join, because I already made my point about the Palestinians. We weren't even here. Huh?
In the UK now, do you know what a typical protest is? Right, a typical protest in the UK now is, right, decide a date, fill in the paperwork, send it to the local council, send it to the local police commission, draw on the map the route that you want to take, wait for the police commission and the traffic police, etc., to come back and say, no, we want you to have an alternative date. We want you to have the alternative route. We don't want you to go down that road. We would prefer if you go down that road. And we expect, how many numbers do you expect to be there? Right, if you expect there to be 200 people, we want at least 10 yellow vest marshals with your protest. And that's a protest in the UK now. You know, you've got to apply for planning permission to get a protest.
Oh, we always, as long as I know, we've had to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, permit privilege-based redress. That's all that is, right? Again, just another bait scam.
Yeah, it's Purple Spliff.
It is Spliff.
Oh, it is. Hello.
Yeah, I just changed my name a few times because I got bored. That's all.
There was somebody else named Bittersweet Symphony or something like that.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, okay.
But I felt like that bitter, although it sounds good and everything, that's literally me just, stealing an idea from somebody's song, which wasn't anything to do with me. So I felt like that was a bit of I couldn't really couldn't really keep that one morally.
Morally? You're not
Yeah.
claiming to be a song.
Well, I'm not a fucking hack. I strive to be original in my artistry,
I see.
my creativity.
Right.
But yeah, it's me. How's everyone doing? I've been listening for the past hour or so.
Cool.
Been enjoyable.
One other fella, somebody new, Fury Blaze,
I
says,
think
"Hey
it's
guys,"
Jack.
in the chat.
Isn't that Jack?
That's
Fiery
Blaze.
Blaze.
That's Jack. That
Fiery
is.
Blaze.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
Jack.
Jack.
Who's that?
He
From
stopped
Taps.
in yesterday too.
That's a new one on me. I've never seen that one before. That's
You
a
were
cool
live
fucking name,
yesterday?
though.
Oh, you
That's a
probably
cool
know
name,
Jack. Yeah, it is. But you probably know Jack. He's a sweetheart.
He's normally
Jack.
on PAP's panel, Police Abusing
though.
Powers.
I like Pap. I like Pap
Yeah.
a lot. I think he's so
Yeah.
cool.
Fiery Blaze.
Been watching him for ages.
Is the young lad with all the multicolored LEDs going off in the background.
And a fucking
Oh,
one
cool,
of those sound panel things. Drives me fucking nuts with the sound panel. What do you call those? It's not called sound panel. What do you call that?
Soundboard.
Soundboard. Yeah, that's it. And I don't have. I even made
random sound effect generator.
Yeah.
I used to get him mixed up.
Sounds fun.
I didn't get him mixed up, but I used to get the names mixed up between him and Nathan because they were both the young guys here, right? Because they're
Nathan Benson.
Yeah, Nathan Benson. They were both new to me. They were both new to me, and they were
cool.
both young. Everybody else is somewhere around my age, anywhere from 40s to 60s, right? But these guys are in their 20s or whatever. And so I used to get them mixed up just by name. I knew exactly the difference between them, but I get the name mixed up. And so many times, because I was always having to defend the channel from Nathan at the time, that
the new breed.
His name was on my fucking lips. So when Jack would talk and I'd talk to him, I'd call him Nathan by accident. I think he was starting to get upset. So I made one of those videos. I made one of those videos. It was Monty Python from one of the Monty Python movies. And everybody's banging their heads with boards, you know, like those religious.
Life of Brian, maybe.
And I just wrote the words, "I'm sorry, Jack." So every time I call him Nathan by accident, I just play that fucking video. But then he stopped coming around because he got busy.
Okay.
But you know what, Jack? He's not. Apparently, I'm getting reports, and I did actually witness this myself one time, that he's being just a regular, normal person now. He has his own panels, and he discusses real things, and he doesn't engage in fuck shit, and he won't even let fuck shit people on his panel. So I think he's changed.
That's good.
Oh no, he'll still go to other panels and still behave the way he used to.
Oh, he just doesn't do it on his own.
Oh, Fiery Blaze thinks Nathan's just an idiot.
Well,
I don't know.
Oh,
I think he's a lot more intelligent than he.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think he's a lot more intelligent than he lets on.
Yeah.
You just got to catch him at the right time.
You like the mug that I made for Nathan, do you, Jack?
Oh, I thought he meant your face on your avatar.
No.
You make your own mug smiler.
No, if you go into my Discord, I
Right.
made for a customer, a friend of mine, I made him a Nathan Benson mug.
Oh.
So not the original ones that I made for Glyn, Budge and Spike.
I didn't know about any of this.
Yeah, so I made a completely different one for the new Nathan.
Has it got his mug? Has it got his mug on the mug?
Oh yeah, it's got his mug on the mug.
That's cool. Cool as fuck. Love to see that.
Discord, Purple Swift?
Am I what?
On Discord.
No, I don't. I tried Discord like a year ago, but no, I don't like it. I don't understand it. It's too complicated. Can't be asked with it.
Okay.
No. I use almost every other, social platform. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, although I don't bother with Twitter much anymore.
No, I don't go
Um,
on Twitter.
Telegram. I've got a few contacts on Telegram. Apparently, that's really secure. I use WhatsApp when I can. Yeah, and I love
All I use
YouTube.
is Facebook in here, and I don't even use
YouTube's
Facebook
my
anymore.
savior, my go-to.
Yeah.
No, I was late to YouTube. I was like, no, it's connected to the, the big fucking Illuminati or whatever. It's completely controlled. Blah blah
But
blah.
they
But
all are.
the other side, but the fact is, though, there's always another side. The other side is the fact that it's just really good for finding out details of local events and stuff, and just
What
all
YouTube?
kinds of people. I don't get much hassle from people. I occasionally get scam baited, but I've seen them all before, and I'm always learning.
Are you talking about YouTube?
No, Facebook.
Oh,
I get
Facebook.
scam baited on Facebook sometimes.
Oh
I
yeah.
never see any of that stuff.
Buttered up. The worst one, actually. You might have heard of this one, nude guru, but the best one actually was the most elaborate scam ever. Was I actually got recruited, specially chosen to join the Illuminati, and I was like,
Oh yeah, I remember
wow,
that.
I'm so fucking honored you choose me. And I was like asking him, why, what is it about me? Why did you choose me specifically? And they were like, oh, and this guy was like, the Grand Master, so and so. He demanded that he insisted that I refer to him every time I talk to him directly. I address him as the Grand Master in capital letters, and I'm like, this is cool. But I was guaranteed like a million pounds, like a big mansion, a sports car of my choice, all this material stuff, and protection from this, that, and the other. But it's not a religious organization.
Only 10,000 to
the
get
problem. The problem is, okay, I'm getting to the crux of the story now. So the catch of it all came to, I was like, okay, you've got me sold, like, let's join, like, this sounds good, yeah, sign me up, I might regret it later on down the line, but hey, let's go for it and see what happens. And the guy was like, okay, you just need to buy a list of these what did he say, special talismans or something. There was like books and sort of candles and fucking quasi sort of spiritual stuff, right? It was going to cost around £450, which is quite a lot of money. I don't have that, so I was like, okay, I think it's a scam.
We used to put it, you got OnlyFans.
My mom told me when I was a teenager and I was out looking for jobs and stuff, she said, if anybody tells you that to make the money from their job that you have to give them money, then it's a scam.
That must be one of the oldest tactics in like scamming and hard selling.
Yeah, probably.
First they butter you up and get you hooked on the idea and the dream that you're gonna that you're gonna have this and that and at the end of the line, but then eventually you get to a point where you go, well, okay, what's let's go, what's next? And they go, oh well, you just have to pay some monies, some special monies, and then you'll get your £1 million or whatever. And it's like, yeah, bullshit.
Right. Don't worry, just for
I'm just
you,
going to lose the monies and everything.
Because you're such a special, nice guy. It's only £9,999. Regularly it's £99,000, but just you're the best, and that's why we chose you.
That's right. Yeah, but I honestly I can see through it because nobody treats me that nicely. not even my closest lovers. Oh shit. No, it's okay. It's fun though, but I don't get a lot of it.
Niceness is your first reason to be suspicious in this current society.
See, that's horrible.
Isn't it? But so true in so many places, isn't it?
No, but I
Yeah.
don't. I try
Generally,
to
the
change
nicest
that.
people are the people that want to sell you something, or the people with clipboards on the street, usually trying to sell you a charity subscription or something like that.
Okay, but I have a very
I'm so cynical to it.
I have a very important thing that I do is that even though you can't trust people anymore, we won't be able to trust people as long as we keep on thinking like that. So I taught my child to be friendly to people, even though other people will treat me like they suspect me of something because I'm treating them nicely. I told Natalie to never stop doing that, because if we stop doing that, we're going to contribute to the downfall of things. We need to contribute to the upswing of things. And if we want
Sure.
things to be like that, we have to act like that. So I realize that people think like that, but if we keep on thinking like that, it'll only perpetuate. So I know that we have to protect ourselves by having a healthy amount of skepticism about people, just to keep ourselves safe. But I think
Sure.
it's really important not to fall into the trap of just not trusting people.
I'm cynical about people's motives and their intentions, but I'm not
Rightly
when
so.
it comes
rightly
to when it comes to people and their true getting in touch with their true nature, their true hearts, and their and all the rest of it. Then, like I try and do, then I completely believe in people, and I completely have faith in people. So
here's where
it's just getting
here's where I
past that
see.
artifice level.
I got this lag. Here's where I see an opportunity to bring, like, a deeper, different view that I have myself. I found that I don't need to operate on trust at all, and I just let somebody show whatever their true colors is. I don't give them any stock or unstock. I don't need to give them any credence as far as that goes. Just let somebody show you what their intentions are, but what they choose. And if it's genuine, great. If it's not, it's not. And then you know who to align yourself with,
Sure. I find most people don't take that long before they show their true colors.
Usually, yeah.
And that's educational.
It takes me a little bit.
But also their true colors might not just be one color, and it might not be the same at all times.
And I'm trying to look at the best part of them, because I don't want to perpetuate the negative thoughts and negative behavior. So I try to see if somebody, like, for instance, I was saying earlier that I find a certain culture quite rude, but if I were to just take it on face value, then I would just walk away and be disgusted. But if I sit and study it a little bit more, I realize that there's no reason to feel offended, because they don't mean offense, right? So it takes me a little bit before I can sort out what my feelings about what I'm seeing and what their intentions are.
I think it's good to get used to other people shoving their culture right in your face, because it's if it's better, it's better. I see a lot culturally. I see a lot of it in Bournemouth because it's quite a multicultural place. But I'm into positive things like volleyball on the beach volleyball. Like, that's one of my favorite things to.
What do you think this is, Playboy?
To watch. No, I'm just saying.
I know, I'm just kidding.
I don't really do politics. It's boring.
You must be young and fit and not have a broken body yet.
Not quite. I'm not that young. I'm 48.
All right, okay.
I still try and keep fit. I cycle, walk every day, try and eat healthy, drink lots of water.
I'm not into politics, but there's no avoiding it. There's some times where, like now, because I've
you don't have to play the game.
I've avoided politics as long as I can, but when COVID came in, I had to step up and say something. I didn't actually have to say something. I had to make a point by not wearing the face diaper and by refusing the Kool-Aid shot. But that wasn't really me paying attention to politics. And when the Ottawa thing came, I see it differently than Nudie. And while I think that most protests are just a waste of time, things like what happened in Ottawa were a fucking amazing thing, because it had nothing to do with, to me, it was a waste of time thinking that the government would pay attention. But you find out that you're not just the fringe, that there are millions of people who are just like me, that
On the edge.
Well, they called us on the edge, but really there were so
Edge
many
runners.
of us. You couldn't really call us the fringe. And what they do when they call us the fringe is they're trying to deter us from trying to make any change. But when you see that there's
And
millions
devalue you.
it's like, what they're trying to make it seem like I'm fighting for nothing, but I'm fighting with all these other people, because I was doing it on my own. I'm not part of any fucking group, right? So when I wasn't wearing a face diaper, there was nobody with me not wearing a face diaper. I was doing it all on my own. But when all of a sudden all these people are coming out, it's like, oh, I'm not the only one who see it. Look at all these people who see how wrong it is. That is so bolstering to your spirit.
Can I ask what happened in Ottawa? I don't.
It was
realize.
solidarity. It was solidarity, and it was community spirit.
Absolutely, and it was a lot of love, and it was to answer Purple Spliff's question.
Got any video links?
It was just look up
I haven't seen that.
Canadian. What was it called? It was the convoy
rally, convoy protest.
Yeah, look up Ottawa Convoy. Look up Ottawa Convoy, and it happened in February and March of 2022.
Last year. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we just had another one, but it seemed to fizzle out.
Doing the search now.
It was on this past Sunday, and it was called Nonvoy instead of Convoy. It was called Nonvoy, but I couldn't get to it. Even it was only 40 minutes car drive, but there was no buses to where they were holding it here, and they were holding another one in Ottawa.
I heard about that. Yeah, the Freedom Convoy.
Yes, yes, that was in 2022. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Reading about it now.
Nudie says
refreshing
it was
my memory.
A waste of time, but I don't think so. I think it was a tremendous way to spend our time. Even though I couldn't make it to Ottawa, I was watching on YouTube. I was spreading the word. It was fucking amazing. It was just one big fucking love-in. I would have loved it.
Wow, look at the trucks. Look at the trucks. Look at the snow. Look at the ice hockey in the streets.
As far as meaningful change goes, it was a waste of time.
But how could it be a waste of time when you realize that it's
like
not
a fun
a waste
exercise
of time?
Anyway?
Where's the meaningful change?
The meaningful change comes within us. So if we are now bolstered by realizing that we're not alone, that will bring about change, because it keeps us convicted.
Okay, but now what?
Some people
then after that, I don't see anything else.
Do it again. Do it again.
Just because you don't.
I think it won't.
Just because you don't get anything out of it, Nudie.
No, I'm asking you to tell me now what's next, where as far as change goes, because I don't see.
Well, I think it woke Pierre Poilievre or whatever his name is up, didn't it?
I don't believe that shit.
You don't?
Just bullshit. No,
they're all just paid Muppets.
Yeah, no. The only reason why
you've just had one of the ministers do a public apology to all unvaccinated people. They just 2 days ago, woman, one of the parliamentary women, she gave a public.
Is she conservative?
I'm not sure. I'll try and dig it out. But she just gave a public apology to all unvaccinated, and how she was sorry that basically the government made their lives hell. Wouldn't let you in restaurants, wouldn't let you do this, wouldn't let you.
Can we get some compensation money, please?
Mm.
for our troubles.
And how they now know that the
That'd be nice.
you know, the problems the jab is causing.
Oh, they're admitting
Yeah.
what the jab's doing.
Yeah,
Is she the only one who's admitted what the jab's doing?
yeah, she's the first one that's come out and said it. Yeah,
And it was only 2 days ago.
yeah. I'll try and find it. I'm
I
sure I shared it in my Discord. I'll have a look.
Yeah, but you know damn well I don't read that stuff. You have to bring it to my attention. Yeah, so okay, so obviously the convoy wasn't responsible for that. That it's all the dead people that are responsible for that. But if if you find out what party she's from, that would be really good.
Mm.
Because see, I saw what happened when we had a new party come up. It was a purple one too. That's my favorite color. It was called the People's Party of Canada. And so now I hoped that they were like regular people. They put themselves out as if they're a grassroots movement and all this stuff. And I went to the rallies and I actually voted. It was the first time in fucking 20 years that I fucking voted, just in case. I wasn't unrealistic as to think that maybe they really meant what they said, but just in case, I wanted to make sure. And I know that the vote doesn't mean anything either, because our vote just goes in the garbage and they put in whoever they want to put in. But I just, even if it was futile, I just thought I don't want to miss it again. I want like I for me to just write it off and then find out later on
Illusion of choice.
Yeah, so I wanted to lend my vote just in case. If it's going to go in the garbage, it goes in the garbage. I also got to make my point about not wearing the face diaper. They had to bring the voting gear outside. We did it at the Masonic Temple, by the way. They had to bring the voting gear outside so that I could vote. Because I refused to put the thing on, and they couldn't deny me my vote. So they brought all their fucking gear outside, and I got to vote. But then I knew that something was weird. It was almost like they were playing to lose. Like they could have been doing different things than what they were. It's like they were admitting defeat before we even had the vote. So I thought to myself, oh, what are they just meant to? They're like Pied Pipers trying to gain all the disenfranchised people together. And so after that happened, and they were all against all those fucking COVID measures. And then the conservatives realized we were very popular. No matter what they fucking did with the vote, there were a lot of people who voted. People you wouldn't even expect were voting People's Party of Canada. And then the conservatives changed their fucking position. Even though they were with Trudeau and all that shit, they changed their position and went against. So they figured they'd pick up all those friggin' votes. So anything conservatives say that's anti-COVID, I don't believe a fucking word of it, because they were still in on the whole fucking thing.
Of course. The only thing they really were interested in is having as many people take the jabby-do as possible.
Yeah.
No, but the conservatives were conservative about saying about the jab. They didn't want to come out on the side that was going to get their party killed, but they were saying that we have rights and that we can choose for ourselves. And so they were speaking the right words, but it was only for votes. It was only for popularity. It had nothing to do with what they really believed.
Crass virtue signaling.
If they really believed it,
that's
they
a good way
wouldn't
to
have
put it.
gone through with it at the beginning. They wouldn't have been along. They wouldn't have gone along for the ride at the beginning before the PPC came out against it. They were going along with Trudeau at the beginning.
They're all on the same team. They're all being paid to say what they're paid to say. And again, it's just to make that cover front, as Purple just said, to make the illusion that there's a softness going on. You, like you said a minute ago, there is choice. When again, they don't give a flying fuck as long as they have they
the
they have the
popularity.
reins of power, and they're going
Yeah.
to maintain that, right? That they have in the bag. The only thing left after that is to, again, whether it's softly or forcefully or whatever, it doesn't matter. They'll do them all the approaches to get as many people to accept the jab as possible, because their ultimate goal is genocide.
There you
Mhm.
go. Like
Yeah.
Population
No,
reduction.
2 days ago, first major world politician apologized to unvaccinated. You were right, we were wrong. Daniela Smith, the Premier of Alberta, Canada.
Oh, I think I did hear about that.
It's getting to that point where, see, it doesn't matter, because most of the people that would have taken it have taken it by now, and
Yeah. Yeah.
what's left is just to mitigate any retaliation from that. Even though they've already got it in the bag, you remember they put in their clause nobody can even have civil litigation, because it was well known that you accept it on an as-is basis, buyer beware, right?
Are you talking about civil litigation? You mean suing the pharma?
Yes, and suing any of the
Oh.
companies or the hospitals or anybody in the industry for any damages, right?
But they didn't read you what the black label warning was.
Nobody had informed consent.
Everybody
Nobody had
who
informed consent.
everybody
Right.
had to sign liability away. You had to sign
Yeah,
for that
that's
when you
it.
took.
Yeah, everybody signed liability.
How
So
did
in
the
that
how did
case,
the
if you
12-year-old
didn't, I have to disagree in that case, then, Smiley, because if I guarantee you, just like most people don't read most of their contracts that they sign, they didn't read
Oh,
that
I
one.
never had any. No, I'm a
Right.
pure blood, mate. No.
And so I guarantee you it would have been in there. And even though
Oh
it wasn't
yeah.
professed
Also,
verbally, the informed consent, even if we're going to agree that there is such a thing
they
in
also
reality.
in that contract they also signed a DNR.
Yes.
Holy
Do not
shit.
resuscitate.
Yeah.
Holy
Yes.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cruel.
Yes.
They also
They do that here in
signed it.
Canada? Do you know if they did that here in Canada, Nudie?
I think it was a standard paper issued by Pfizer, wasn't it?
I think so, and
That's
I don't
easy.
know if they did, but I think that it would have just been across the board, especially because it was rolled out so fast. But it wouldn't be too difficult to research that. I'd be very surprised to find out otherwise.
They were doing this with teenagers, telling them that they don't have to tell their parents, and they were making these sites for the kids to come and get these, and this happened. Kids were doing this, and against their
They're trying to
parents'
kill us
wishes
off, man.
sometimes. Against their parents' wishes sometimes. So how could they sign a paper with a DNR on it when they're fucking 14, 15, 16?
Well,
Because in reality, nature doesn't forgive ignorance to consequence of actions. It's just we think that we should have a moral compass, and I agree, we should, as sensible people. But here's the problem: sadistic people are not sensitive, and so they're going to do what they want to do.
there was a big solicitors firm. I'm trying to think of their name. They actually did a letter, and I printed all the letter off and I gave it to my stepchildren. Stepchildren were educated about the jabs, about COVID. We educated them about it. They didn't have the jabs, and they took the letters to school. I spoke to other parents, and the next minute the school was on the news, because all the children and all the parents refused their children to have the jab. And it was when they were going for Gillick care. Is it called Gillick care, or is it, or Gillick I can't say the word.
Compensation?
Competency.
Oh,
Yeah.
competency. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
what you're
they
talking about, but I know the word is
what they were saying is that children could go against their parents' wishes
Yeah.
if they wanted to take it, because they were Gillick competent.
Gillick.
Yeah. So the solicitors firm did a letter and basically it meant that all teachers and headmasters would be prosecuted if they made the children have the jab without informing the parents. So in the next minute, the school was on the news and everything else, and it was all my fault because I printed off the letters and gave the letters out to every single parent. And,
Smiley, I
yeah,
also bring to light with the informed consent thing. There's a bit of a fallacy in that too, because at the end of the day, the exit strategy for somebody who wants to escape that, you can always easily just say, well, I gave you the information as I knew it to the best of my ability at the time. So it's just
They
a
don't know
fallacy,
shit
you know?
about it. They know that they don't even know what the
I
fucking
know.
ingredients are.
yeah,
I know.
but you know when you get a box of medication from the chemist,
Yeah,
right? Now when you open that box of
there's a
medication,
black label warning.
you've got a leaflet inside it.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
that
black label
leaflet,
warning.
and that leaflet tells you everything: the good, the bad, the ugly.
Right.
Now, all the leaflets that came with the jabs, all it had on the front of it was the name,
Yeah.
the batch number, and then
that's about
you
all they can do,
unfolded that
truthfully.
great big piece of A3 sheet of paper.
I
And the
reckon they
rest
were
of
telling
it
the
was
truth.
completely blank.
And yeah, and I reckon they were telling the truth.
Mm.
Yeah, they
I
don't
bet
know
you
what's in
they
it. They
didn't
don't
even
have
know.
anything to
Yeah.
do, put
Yeah,
on paper.
they didn't know. But
Total
you know,
Well,
blindness.
actually, hold on a second. The pharma are the ones that made the damn thing, so they do know what's in it. They just weren't revealing all that.
well, they didn't make it.
The pharma, of course, pharma made it.
No, truth be known, the original patents were Chapel Hill, yeah, DARPA. DARPA passed the patents and the codings over to Big Pharma, and then Big Pharma then rolled it out.
Wait a second, Smiler. It was, oh, nice. It was that Fauci guy, right? He was part of that patent, so I don't know why.
Yeah, but he was also part of DARPA.
These are the shareholders in those organizations.
Yeah, but they're pharma. It's
which
still
are
pharma.
Yeah, actually, they
Yeah,
are
but it's
subsidiaries of BlackRock and Vanguard. That's all.
It's a
Vanguard, that was the other one.
military grade weapon to cause lung epithelium. Right,
Yeah.
I've got every single patent on it going back to the 1980s, Cap.
Yeah, even
wait a second. The guy that did the Nuremberg 2.0, he said it was 1990, 1991. Sorry, 19.
Well, yeah, it was but the SARS, not the COVID-19 as they call it, but the SARS.
Yeah,
that was back in 1986, I think it was.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, wait a second. No, SARS was in 1990s because I remember we'd never heard of it back then, right? And Patrick's mother was in the hospital, and we all had to wear the damn face diapers to go visit her because there was this whole SARS epidemic. And so we were going to the hospital to visit her, so we all had to wear these face diapers. And back then I didn't know shit, right? So I just put the damn thing on. And so that was SARS. So that was in the 1990s. Says that's what she was. I didn't know Patrick before 1989, and we didn't have Natalie until 1990. So it was in the 1990s, that SARS thing. Actually, hold on a second. I can tell you exactly when it was. It was 2000.
Hold on a second.
It was 2003. You know why? I'll show you.
Which month?
SARS, the original one, right? I've got a T-shirt.
Wasn't that mostly in around China?
Look, Survivor, Toronto, 2003. SARS,
Cool.
West Nile, and we had a big
blackouts.
Yeah, that was CDC. That was in 2003. That was Sequoia Pharmacy.
Right.
We had West Nile virus too.
Right,
the same SARS and West Nile. in 2003.
Yeah, but
Wake
that
up
was
to smell the coffee.
produced by Sequoia Pharmaceuticals, and then
Oh,
Sequoia was Ablinks, and then it was bought out by Pfizer and Johnson and Crucial, and that
She's
that's
patent number
Weird
and
tree.
that patent number is US 7151163.
Yeah.
put that in your pocket.
Kat was also correct about being pharma. That's all actually those are the companies from pharma. Same two companies that with the same people owning their shares in all of it, BlackRock and Vanguard. So you could definitely be accurate in saying, you know, pharma is the perpetrator culprit who is delivering all that, right?
I have a
But on
feeling.
a worldwide scale, you know,
I have a
people need
feeling
to.
that the reason why Smiler was making a difference is because they made these fucking things on computers. So are you thinking that because they did this on the computer first before they actually did it, that somehow it wasn't pharma?
Well, I've got what have I got here? 120 patents, novel corona, a fallacy, countless sequences, not novel. 1999, not novel. 2 decades.
Let me
CV
try.
Science,
Let me try another
Spike
angle.
PlayStation 2000, Timothy Miller.
You
Spike
both are correct because pharma is an industry, and the companies he's laying out are the companies that classify under that industry.
Ralph Barrick. Now he did the K9. He did the K9 coronavirus, which is 22 years old.
Dog corona.
Fauci was the coronavirus HIV vax, SARS, not a progression on animal, 99 Chapel Hill. Funded research, 19th of April 2002. I'll find it in a minute. I've got it all here written down. That's
All this is
2001.
just words. I'm just hearing words. I can't make any sense of what you're saying. They're just like floating words.
Kat, I was still reading about the Ottawa convoy because I didn't know much about it. I did hear about it. I think I watched a video or two, but I'd love to watch more. But it says some good stuff here that basically hundreds of vehicles formed convoys from several points and traversed Canadian provinces before converging on Ottawa on January 29th, 2022, with a rally at Parliament Hill.
Yeah.
It said only hundreds. It was like tens of thousands.
I know. It's probably it started out as hundreds because it was supposed to be for the truckers, and then all kinds of people joined in, right? So they started from the west and they started from the east because Ottawa is in my province in the middle, right? So they came from BC and they came from PEI and they all traversed over into the middle and into the capital of Ottawa. But so many people joined, so many people. And for every person that was there was another 100 people on their couch in front of their computer that were also in spirit were there. There was just so much love, and we were just ignoring the fucking media. The mainstream media were lying their fucking asses off. They were saying all kinds of shit that wasn't true.
They always do.
We had fucking YouTube, and we could see what was really going on. It felt like a victory, even though we didn't.
That's awesome.
Oh, we lost you. That. If you can hear us, we lost you.
Feel that. So it says several offshoot protests blocked provincial capitals and border crossings with the United States. Awesome. So shut things up, made things stop. A bit like snow does, heavy snow when it ever snows here. It used to. It just slows everything up. Trucks can't get up the hill. Deliveries can't, are delayed.
I'll just go on Discord and see.
Most people panic, but I just observe and laugh.
Was Cat crashed, does she?
Yeah. Yeah, she dropped.
She can't leave her own stream. That's just rude. That's just wrong.
She'll be back in a minute, I'm sure. It usually doesn't take very long.
laptop needed rebooting.
Yeah.
Do you know, I talk to a lot of Americans and stuff, but I think Canadians are my favorite kind of people. Canada is the place I'd most want to visit if I go to America.
Just bring lots of money. It is friggin' expensive.
Can't guarantee that. They say that about almost everywhere.
Well,
everywhere that people want to live.
Yeah, it really
nice.
is. I guess it depends.
Well,
though, like,
look at the house prices around here. It's like, mate, I'm renting. You know, I'm not even. I don't think I could get a mortgage. Forget it. It's not even on my radar.
Get a land and build from scratch. That's what I would do.
Great. Yeah. There's a guy I know who streams from some Durham, I think, in the northeast of the UK. Totally the opposite end from me. But he just has his own bit of land in the middle of nowhere, and it's like this old cottage kind of thing. And you know, he's got chickens, he's got you know, regular eggs, and he even named one of his chickens after me. So yeah, he's kind of doing it more the way I'd want to do it. You know, he's got a few vehicles as well. He's not stranded.
Just a message there. Okay, we got you, Kat. She just said didn't realize my battery was going to die. Oh, right back. Yeah, that's the way to go. You know, it's
Rust her off.
Carrie,
anybody knows.
Quick quiz. What's the fastest, most efficient way to beat inflation?
Is this a joke?
Nope.
Well, in America, they just
fastest way to beat inflation.
Yeah, fastest, most efficient way to beat inflation.
No idea.
Reduce your dependency on the monetary system.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The monetary system is just printing it.
It's just what?
Printing it.
Yep.
License to print money.
Which it's just a means for control.
It's not backed by anything. It's not backed by anything.
Yeah, where's the gold?
Where's
the gold?
It's still a distraction from cooperative function. You know, it's just it's another one of those bait scams. You know,
it's all been told.
People just I don't know. Again, that's one of those things that's so far outside of people's box to even contemplate a lot. But when I have my neighbor over and for dinner, or give him a box of crackers or whatever, I'm not interested in how much can I profit from him and send him home with a bill. You know?
Yeah, it's bartering. I used to do that. I used to do that for my garage. You know, if I had a carpet fitter, a carpet supplier. You know, so it was like he would come and fit carpets for me, or I would buy flooring off of him.
I love a good carpet.
You know, if I was converting a van for somebody, then I'd just have all the flooring off of him, and you know, we didn't bother charging each other VAT or charging each other an invoice,
right?
Because it was just a barter.
Yeah, just cooperate, right?
Yeah,
just,
you know, I'd lose my receipt because I wouldn't give him a receipt, and I wouldn't charge him, and then he wouldn't charge me back.
This right here,
you know,
this specific thing is actually the real form of protest and the real form of being the change. Because this right here, the more people that get a hold of this understanding and implement that, the more the people that are dependent on people who are dependent on the system, the parasites of the parasites, which I reckon both citizenry and owner are both parasiting off of each other and dependent off that. So the more people learn how to function without that dependency, the more the parasite class loses their host.
Parasite class. Who's that
Yes.
exactly?
Both
People
the
dependent. People
owner class
financially
and
dependent on the system. They're
people
survivors.
who are dependent on the system itself, no matter what capacity you're operating from, are parasiting off of each other. Because if you look at the monetary system itself, and if you understand it, it's nothing but the grandest of all Ponzi schemes, which means
Yeah.
in order for you to
Essentially
get
really
ahead
unfair-
or get somewhere,
unfair
somebody
system,
else,
isn't it?
yes, somebody else has to be sucked dry of something, right? It's got to come from
It
somewhere.
sucks.
Yeah.
But
It
then
sucks.
the bricks, you know,
There you go.
what Putin's doing and what everybody else is doing, going with the bricks and killing the petrodollar. I mean, that's going to bankrupt America.
Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
I think it's a good thing. And also bricks is gold, silver, oil. You know, it's backed by a commodity.
Even still, it's so limited, right? Like, why not? Why do we have? Why look at just like one thing as having to be sort of a centralized way of trade? Why not just trade whatever? You know, just I got apples, you got oranges. Let's have a ball and trade with each other. You know, when you do this, all of a sudden the whole world of abundance. Now you realize, oh shit, I'm not bootstrapped to any limitation now. It was only in my mind that, of course, as long as you have other people who want to cooperate with that, which I reckon there are people, many, many, many. You got to look outside the box to find that and implement it. And if it's a struggle to do so, well, cooperate with self and nature. That's what I do. You know, I'm out here solo a lot, and I forage a lot, and every time I go and pick an apple off the tree's never sitting there asking me to swipe a debit card.
That's it.
Might knock you on the head though. Knock some sense into you. Like, who was it? Archimedes.
Nudie,
Yo,
hey, I don't appreciate
back.
being called. I don't appreciate being called a parasite. And B,
Welcome back, Cap.
I would hope that if I came over to your house, you'd offer me more than a box of crackers.
Well said, Cap. Well said.
what's mine is yours, and don't worry. The first thing I'll offer you is garlic, because that's the first thing that gets rid of all the parasitical debris. I learned that the hard way.
You'd get, so I'm a parasite,
Well,
and
No,
you give me garlic to
the
get rid of
debris,
me?
parasitical debris, keyword debris. Any residue of parasiticalness that might be on you can be
It's
shed
alright.
with some garlic.
I love garlic. Absolutely love it.
I drink a garlic every fucking morning. I do, honestly. I have a new drink that I'm doing.
Let's make some garlic bread.
I squeeze a half a lemon and put it in hot water. I put some cinnamon in there for my blood sugar, and I put garlic, like a fresh clove of
Cinnamon
garlic
powder.
in mince, and it sits there for 10 minutes at room temperature, and then I put it in my drink. I shake it all up, and I have to drink it on an empty stomach, and I do it every morning.
Stir it all up.
And I'm
Drink it all down.
I'm also drinking bone broth, which I just made
Ooh.
myself a cup of. So I don't get that much of it because I can only buy one chicken a month. So I just made it.
Chicken bones.
Yeah, chicken bones. You have to boil them for like 12 hours because you get cellulose. What's it called? Cellulose or something from the bones. It's in the bones.
Right.
I forgot the word.
Just for the
Sounds
record,
good.
My crackers are really good. Just want to throw that out.
You make your own crackers, Neely.
Probably
Wow.
not even really crackers. It's made of seeds or something.
Seaweed.
He mashes them all together and calls them crackers.
Seaweed. Is there any wheat in there?
Was there any what? Wheat? No.
Wheat. No wheat.
No wheat.
Mm.
Yeah,
I'm not primarily seaweed,
but I don't typically come across it very much. I don't find much use for wheat in my diet.
Fair play.
What do you think crackers are made of?
Well, usually. Mine are homemade.
Made of what? Nuts, right?
No, I just said, yeah,
Seaweed.
definitely. I make some. Well, I don't know. Would I call it a cracker? I guess I would. I would call it a hybrid of a cookie and a cracker when they're made of seeds. But my crackers are usually made of seaweed.
Are they spicy?
They're
Sometimes
thin and breakable. I think I
salty.
tell you that much. If it's fucking seaweed,
They're
Can you
awesome.
put a picture of
rubbery.
one on your avatar?
I'll see what I
Tempt
can
us.
do. I'll see what I can do.
That'd be tantalizing.
I used to anyway when I had money for it. I used to get these seaweed, like they're paper thin, and there'd be like, I can't remember. There's 6 of them in the bag or in the box thing, and they're so thin, but they're so salty and
Six-pack.
they're so good.
Mhm.
I wish there was more there. I can't remember how many there were in there, but I know that I could have had more.
I love
But they-
salty crackers. It's
Seaweed
got to
is
be sea
a
salt.
fantastic snack. Really is.
when I
Salty
was
crackers.
doing my vegetarian thing or my pescatarian thing,
Oh, okay.
I was eating seaweed for one of my snacks because I was trying not to eat so many chips. Not that that's, I mean, chips are still vegetarian, I guess, but I was trying not to eat.
It depends what oil you fried it in.
True.
Yeah. Why? Is there dairy oil?
Well, there's lard, isn't there? Which is
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't.
beef
count
fat.
that as
Extra
oil.
virgin olive oil.
That's fat. That's not oil. That's fat,
Best one.
isn't it? Isn't
Okay,
lard fat? It's animal fat.
There's animal fats.
Yeah. I don't use lard. It just seems it's no. I don't like anything like when Patrick used to eat his peanut butter sandwiches. He used to put one side all margarine, and the other side was peanut butter, and so I called it grease, even though it's actually petroleum product. But I'd call it grease, and I'd say I don't like grease.
Yeah. But it depends what peanut butter you got, because peanut butter is really, really good in is high in protein.
Mm.
Yeah,
And you
but I
can
don't
get
like
the
grease
pure
that
nut,
he put
the
on.
pure peanuts. So it's you literally know their ingredient. No
have
sugar,
that.
no salt,
I
just
have that.
peanuts, and
I
it's
have
fucking
that.
beautiful.
It's in my fridge right now. I actually got a
You buy a big one for about £4.
organic. It doesn't say organic,
Massive pot.
but it is all just the only ingredient is peanuts. So my favorite peanut butter is the natural
Little.
peanut butter. But
No.
I was talking about the grease that you put on the other piece of bread.
No, I wouldn't like the grease. That'd put me off.
Well, it's just
Something chronic.
butter
Yeah,
or
but
margarine.
if you got peanut butter, why'd you put margarine or butter?
Exactly. It's already got butter in it, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I think it's a waste of time, and it's
I used to say that to my partner when she was making cheese spread sandwiches. It's like, you're putting cheese spread on there. Why are you putting butter on there as well?
Yeah, but you know what? Butter and cheese go
Nuts.
together way better than butter and peanut butter. 'Cause
Too much
when I
moisture.
taste it-
Moisture
When
in
I
one
taste
place.
it, you could taste the difference. They didn't marry together, right? You can marry the butter with the cheese better than you can marry butter with peanut butter.
No, we always had butter because my ex-partner was Polish, and if you go to Asda or go to Tesco's, then you go to the Polish aisle, and you can buy the Polish food and the Polish butters.
They love their dairy, don't they?
Yeah,
We
well,
couldn't
Polish
afford
their
butter.
meat.
We couldn't afford
Polish.
butter, so we always had to buy
Yeah,
margarine.
Weird
but
ass sausages.
Polish butter is cheaper than margarine, and it's like, how do they send it all the way over from Poland to the
And it's not
UK?
milk.
Yeah, Anchor butter is made in the UK, but it's twice the price of Polish butter.
I never
They can
heard of
undercut them,
Polish.
can't they?
Why is it called Polish butter?
Well, it's made in Poland. It's a Polish butter.
Indigenous. Local.
Indigenous cows?
There's cows that grazing on Polish grass.
Probably some special technique they use that they can't reveal to the public.
But I'll tell
Top
you something.
secret.
Well, no, it's just like, like here, you got Rodder's Dairy. Rodders do the clotted cream and what have you, and they do butter and they do
Dairy
other
Crest.
stuff.
I used to
Yeah,
work for Dairy
Dairy
Crest back in the day.
Yeah.
I
So
don't think we have.
they
to.
all own or they all subcontract various farms. So they have various herds, and outside the farm you'll see the name of the farm, and then you'll see the Dairy Crest sign, or you'll see the Rodder sign. And basically it means that all those cows are supplying the milk to that company. So they're being
But
paid
if you
by that
buy
company.
margarine, you're
Could
not.
you go visit the farms?
Yeah.
Is that a thing? That'd be awesome.
But
Get
if
back
you're
to the
not
roots.
buying,
Get
if you're
back to
not
the roots
buying
of it.
butter, if you buy margarine instead, you're not taking the milk from the baby cow.
It's the way they do it, though, isn't it? Sometimes
Yeah,
it's a bit.
but dairy isn't. Most dairy farms, it's the food that they give them. They aren't having
Machine
calves.
No, but they take the baby cow away from the mama cow. They rip the baby away from the mama, and then the baby doesn't even get the mama's milk. They give it to humans. I don't know what the hell they're feeding the baby cows.
I don't know exactly what they do, but it's a massive industry, and it's it's a big machine.
But you
It's
know
a big
what?
corporate fucking machine.
Yeah, but they're called
You think the
milking
cows are
cows.
treated with any dignity or respect?
They're milking cows. Yeah.
Much.
Yeah.
They're not like women that only produce milk when they're pregnant, or after they've had the baby. Cows are a different entity. You feed them different feedstuffs with their grass, and they will produce milk twice a day.
Okay, I can't say that I know this for sure because I really don't know that much about cows, but I would think that any mammal would produce milk in the same way, which meant if you keep on sucking on the teat, then you keep the milk going. If you stop sucking on the teat or pulling on the teat to get the milk, then the milk dries up.
Well, dairy cows are milked every 6 hours.
Well, that's my saying. Yeah, okay, but they also have babies, and their babies
Goats
don't
and
get their
sheep are
milk.
available too.
Their babies don't get their milk. They take the baby cows away, and then they produce all that milk for humans.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we're using them blatantly. It's like
it's an appalling thing.
Animal slavery.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
What can you do? If there's a big demand for it, it's going to be a big supply.
Hurt their feelings. They hurt their feelings. The cows have feelings, and when they have their babies ripped away from them because they want the milk for the humans, that hurts their feelings.
They hurt their feelings. They hurt them
psychologically.
They hurt them physically. They damage them.
They don't even have humans milking them anymore. They go through these cold steel machines, and they have to all line up, and then they get milked by a fucking machine.
So sad.
Now, at the same token, the same people who are deciding all those procedures are also the same people who are deciding how humans are being farmed and the food that humans are eating and ingesting and the so-called medicines and everything. And, people are just like, come on, put two and two together here. You really think that people that are psychopathic and sadistic, that don't have any compassion towards these animals, have any different idea towards humans?
No.
They'd love to herd us and put us in cages and harvest our energy, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. Without any regard for, the human regard whatsoever. The only one exception to human regard that they'll have is if it makes more sense productively wise.
Right. So to answer your question, Kat,
so useful.
Cows are artificially induced. They're given a hormone injection every fortnight to be able to produce milk, so that they lactate. So they're artificially given a hormone to cause them to lactate, and they're given that injection every fortnight.
That's
to
horrible.
boost the amount of milk they can produce.
So they basically never have to be pregnant as long as they have that hormone injection, and they never have to have a calf. They can.
They do
produce
have
milk.
calves.
Yeah, they do have. Yeah, they do. They do have calves because the farmer wants to bring on new cows.
Veal
Exactly.
calves.
But the boy calves sadly go as veal.
Yeah.
The boy if a boy calf born,
Which is really cruel.
They're thrown away, and then they're grown on, 21 weeks or something like that as a veal calf, and then slaughtered. Whereas the cows, they stay with the mother. The mother that gave birth to that cow feeds that calf until they do over here, and then they pull the calf away when it's weaning time, and then the cow gets another injection, and bosh, they go back into the milking phase.
Hi, are you okay, lady? Can you
And
believe?
yet milk products are so
What if
popular.
they did that to humans?
People love them.
They do that to humans.
I mean that specific thing.
I do too. I've
Well,
seen
getting
it. There's
milked.
human factories, but you got to dig real deep, and they do this kind of things to humans. You just won't see this yet. You have to get really far behind the corporate doors to find out this shit.
Who is getting the milk?
Well, it's for their own experimentations in their own labs and their own factories, and it's not just milk. It's also human
Adrenochrome.
hormone extraction and all kinds of other,
Organ extraction.
placentas, different.
So they're farming the whole bit, like the whole. It's not for milk.
Not just for
Milk.
milk, yes, for many
Everything.
things, yes. Mm-hmm.
Did you see the movie The Matrix?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Many
About a dozen times.
well, you don't usually watch anything. You don't watch any media like that kind of thing. So I didn't know that you did that. But so you remember when they were all hooked up to the machines?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they didn't even know.
Yes.
I wonder if they really do that.
The amniotic fluid.
I don't wonder because I've seen it.
What do you mean you've seen it?
They do.
They hook
One of
people
these
up to
days.
machines and they think that they're living one life, and really they're asleep and they're just being farmed.
Yeah, they're not even conscious. That's happening in labs all across the world and has been for a long time. Not just with humans, with many different animals, and they do all kinds of different cross-genetic experimentations with them and all kinds of things. And you don't have to go very far to even find documentation of this, and never mind the video, but just a governmental documentation. They don't even hide a lot of this. Some of it used to be classified, but
Put in the Discord server.
Okay,
search.
I'll do some digging again and get some stuff for you for that.
That's okay. Don't worry. I thought you had it, like you knew where it was and you could just get it. And
I have a USB stick in a storage that is full of that. That is for the project that I'm doing, and maybe that's the reason to go get it anyway. So when I do, I'll just I'll send you a copy of that if you can stomach the information that's on there.
Right, yeah. The NIH goes back 5 decades related to experiences of women who have undergone induced lactation. A comprehensive electronic search was conducted using PubMed, the library.
Good morning.
Hi, you
Katie. Good morning.
Gotta turn off.
Oh, sorry, my
So the NIH were doing it from 1956 to 2019.
We're doing what? What
Induced lactation for women.
Can you hear me now?
Factory?
God. God.
So much. So
much.
UK lady, turn off your YouTube page. In a factory, they were like doing like that in a factory. Were they awake?
Well, no, they were women going for injections, given the hormones to produce milk,
Oh,
and
Sign a waiver.
nope, not fixed like UK lady.
you got your tally on, UK lady.
I've got nothing on.
I don't know
I'll
why
come
you're
back.
calling.
Yeah,
Whoa.
1956 to 2019.
Don't know what that recent.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't know where I got the idea, but I remember sitting and pondering, what if there were people that never nope, check your echo cancellation. Maybe that's not clicked. I remember thinking, what
Mine's
if
on.
there were people
No, still.
who were made, they were made in a laboratory, but they're human beings, and that they never saw anybody, that they kept them in like in somewhere like a dungeon or something, and that they
Can't keep it
never,
secret forever.
yeah, secret people,
We'll
and that
expose
they
them.
did all kinds of fucking experiments and shit on them.
Yeah. All right, they did.
Where I got that idea.
So it was non-purple women is stimulated to lactate. More simply, in terms, refers to breastfeeding without prior pregnancy. Induced lactation has been described as the process of breast milk production in a mammal, i.e., woman, without a recent pregnancy and or birth.
Am I still going?
Yep.
Great.
I'll have to try another device. I'll be back in a bit.
And may involve the use of herb supplement.
I just tried to fix her echo cancellation. Did that? Oh no, she dropped.
Yeah,
Well,
she's gonna try a different try a phone or something.
You know what upset me about my vision though, was that nobody would know that those people existed. So how could we rescue them? Like if we don't know they exist, how can we fucking save them?
The
Gotta find them first.
The American
even know
Academy
they
of
exist.
Pediatrics. American Academy of Pediatrics.
It says
Right.
device not connected, UK lady.
You
This
know,
goes deep.
as far as saving them goes, though, you know, people don't even want to save our own people who are in cages right now, being used as lab rats for nothing more than just smoking a fucking plant. You know, so
What?
I do.
Who are you talking about?
Me too.
Rescuing plants or rescuing people?
people are in cages all over the world right now for nothing more than the heinous crime of
Oh,
smoking
you're talking
plants.
about jail.
Jail, yeah, and you know, people won't go as far as you know, even challenge that for rescue wise. You know, never mind something that we're talking about.
I can't
Saving
really put
those
that in
people.
the same category though, because the person knew that they could get in trouble for it, and then they got nabbed. Right? I'm not saying it's right, but it just doesn't seem like anywhere equal to people being hostage, and you don't even know they fucking exist. So how are you going to help them? You know, like if you don't know they even were born. Oh, I don't hear any echo.
Oh, I think I'm
no.
echoing.
know everything.
Yeah, that was echo. I wonder what's the difference.
So it's only when she turns the microphone on that we get the feedback.
Yeah,
But
so
it's
we
fine
know
when
that
she
it's
keeps it
her.
off.
We know it's her, but she knows how to work this shit, so she knows
Yeah,
what.
she's an
turn
old
on.
hand.
So you think that's
Don't
why
call
people
her
are?
woman that.
You think
What?
that's why people are more willing to accept that people? It's okay that people are in jail for, you know, just smoking pot or whatever, is because
No, of course it's not.
they
It's a
should have
fucking
known. No,
Jesus.
I was
she
only
has an interesting
comparing the
point.
situations. I was only comparing the
No,
situations.
I know,
One person has
but
a choice,
Free the weed.
whether it's a bad choice or not, they've got a choice. Whereas
Fuck's
somebody
sake.
is born in captivity
I
and they
understand.
choose, yeah.
Free the
Yeah.
herb.
But another question, you know, separate to that, because this is something that I've tried to study, and it question marks me a lot. You know, when somebody does something in their life, that's of their own, you know, choice, that does not cause harm to another.
Right.
Let's try from a different angle. Why are we all accepting
Victimless,
that it's okay that somebody can be thrown in a cage for that?
Oh, I don't
victimless
agree
crimes.
with that. I don't
So
agree
sick.
with that.
But why? Why are so many people in agreement to that? Like we don't seem to, you know, challenge that very notion.
Because people like the framework of rules, and I know that from personal experience. I like to know what the rules are, so if I don't break the rules, I'm not going to be in trouble. But when the rules are stupid, then we got a problem, right? So the basic principle is you make a bunch of rules that everybody or most people think are fair, and then you abide by them. But then when you get over legislated, like being in trouble for something that's not hurting anybody else, see, okay, in
This all
Canada,
goes back to the 60s, though, doesn't it? The panic over what happened, or what was happening, what was perceived to be happening in the 60s with freedom,
okay, but the reason why they made pot
smoking weed in
illegal was
public and
because
stuff.
pharma did that. Pharma
let's
made
even
that
just
illegal.
let's even just blanket slate and say, because it's still the same thing, you know.
We need to get
Even though
past that.
they seem to have lightened up now a little bit on the pot thing. Not really for drugs. So same thing, you know,
No,
drugs is an individual choice,
no,
and it's not causing
no,
harm to somebody else.
no.
So
Legalize
why
all
You're wrong.
drugs, I say.
why
You're
would
wrong.
we?
Criminalize all drugs, at least.
Hold on. That was what I was about to say to you.
Like Portugal.
In Canada, there's legislation. What is that fucking noise? In Canada, we are starting to make legislation to make hard drugs legal. Not only are they going to make it legal or illegalize it or whatever the fuck it, like make it so that people can have it. Just like there's pot stores, there's going to be meth you can buy and cocaine and stuff like that. Now, I've really had a problem trying to figure out what side I am on that. I'm in both camps. In one foot in one camp says everybody should be able to make their own choices. And if they want to pollute their body with whatever they want, as long as they're not hurting anybody else, they should do it. However, my other foot is in the other camp saying a lot of these people have children, and all of the devastation when you make that something as part of normalcy, it's just going to kill off the population, and whatever's left is going to have a really bad attitude.
Isn't that a problem with stereotyping and blanking slated though? That's why we should we not have like, you know, in specific cases, like, because what you're saying is getting closer to something that's actually causing harm in a way. So, you know,
Right.
so why would we just blanket slate and say across the board that you know, something is needs to be banned and outlawed, it's illegal, so there's no exception, you got to go into a cage, and it's not with what's discretion, you know, on the situation. It's only discretion as to what your punishment might be, but if you actually did it, regardless of what the reason was or caused harm or not, is not the interest when it comes to making these rules.
Okay, I have always said that when it comes to court, every situation should be judged by its own case, its own merit, because everybody has different stories, and some stories make more sense than others, right? But at the same time, if you don't make a rule that blankets everybody with the same rule, then you start getting people saying, well, it's okay for her, but it's not okay for him. And then you get to choose, then you get, it's like, I didn't do anything wrong. Why shouldn't I be able to do it? But because I don't belong to some clique, then I don't get to do it. So there's too much room for corruption when you make a law like that, where it's just on a case-by-case basis.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
see the opposite.
Canada,
I see the result of corruption happening where you make a law that's blanket slate. Look at all the millions of people right now that are still in a cage when they didn't cause harm to somebody else.
That's not going on now. Everybody's
Yes,
been
it
released.
is. Yes, it is.
In
All the
Canada?
people, yeah, across the board worldwide. You still got people who, it's not retroactive where they just like let all the people who smoked marijuana previously get to have a free pass now.
What?
It's still the
No,
same
no.
thing.
They have actually taken things off people's records since we
Maybe.
made it legal. Unless you're dealing, you don't end up in jail. Because if you're taking money
well,
from
no,
the government, now you're going to go to jail.
Well, even
but
dealing. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So again, whether it's smoking it or dealing it, making a business out of it,
Oh, I thought
that's all consensual by people, right? Just doing what they want to do.
Shit, sorry.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, I saw you. Was it still echoing?
It was.
yeah, but it's like in America.
I think
When they legalized everything in America, Kamala Harris was like when she was a judge or whatever she had sent down so many people for weed, and like people were asking not so long ago, are these people going to be released from jail now that it's all legalized? And nobody's given an answer.
no.
Surprise.
Reversed.
The real answer on the equation is it's not about the specific thing of control. It's the fact that the prisons are very, very lucrative. It's the
Oh yeah.
next level in owning humans, right?
Mm.
It's just a higher form of slavery for human, and so that's why you got people like to turn a nose to this and not see the reality. But what's really happened is criminals run the entire criminal system. They run it. And so what they do is they hand select, their own kind to keep the reins in their own hands. And they put innocent, easy ruled people in the cages so that they can profit from them. It's that simple. And they
Well,
profit a lot.
America would then have to start paying for license plates.
I do not consent.
They wouldn't have. They would have to then have a factory to produce all the license plates instead of using the criminals to produce the license plates.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. And the reason why it's like that is because people who aren't sadistic minded and aren't criminal minded or psychopathic minded tend to be rather docile and soft, especially when you've been drinking fluoridated water since you were born, And so the response and the resilienceness to the response to the criminal-minded individual who wants to perpetrate these actions is very weak. And so now you have the foundation for the oppressed to basically run and rule the world, and that's what we got going on right now. That was a
What I was
soft
trying
way
to say earlier when
for
I
me
got on,
saying
you were
that the
talking
lemming
about
class is a
animals.
bunch of pussies. Sorry, UK. Come back on. I think you're not echoing now. I think you fixed
Yay!
it.
You were speaking earlier about animal testing. And I know personally myself, I have actually protested at some of these sites for like beagles and stuff that we have here in the UK that do those things. So I know that it happens.
We weren't talking about animal testing, but it is about. But we were talking about animals being treated better.
Yeah. And they do that kind of testing
Animal
here when, that's
experimentation.
something that we should fight against.
So wrong.
Yeah, what we were talking about is that most people don't realize that the same kind of testing like that and worse actually goes on humans too. Goes on with humans in
Oh, definitely. And it's so sad.
not so in the forefront labs, special labs that are
Secret labs.
not secret labs. Yeah.
Well, all you have
And-
to do is look up some of these child treatment centers that they put kids in
Right.
for years at a time and
Oh,
find
yeah.
out how many medications they've tried them on.
My
I've
brother,
got friends that have got personal experience with that shit.
my brother was one of the first people, not the first people, but like in that grouping of first people to use Ritalin. You know Ritalin? Do they have
Yeah.
that in Britain?
Yeah, Ritalin for ADHD.
ADHD.
Legalized speed.
This was in the
Yeah,
70s. They
speed.
gave that to him. It was horrible.
You know what the real two main ingredients are for lithium?
Lithium. We were talking about Ritalin.
I mean,
Literally.
sorry, Ritalin?
Not lithium.
Yes.
Literally,
Sorry.
List
I meant that too, not
I've
lithium.
got them listed.
What?
They're both amphetamines. It's just one chemical bond structure away from cocaine.
It's aluminum and
Yeah.
fluoride.
But it made
Yeah.
him tired. It
I
made him.
would restrict people's
Well,
access.
yeah, if
to
it's
it.
not ADHD meds don't work on somebody that doesn't have ADHD.
Very bloody
My brother
dangerous.
definitely had ADHD. I have ADHD. They just didn't catch it in me, so I didn't have to take goddamn medication.
But there's different types as well. He might have had the type that wasn't the stimulant reactive type.
He
He
had.
might have had the quiet ADHD. There's different types of it.
No, listen. He was not quiet. He got the diagnosis because he definitely was not quiet. So, but when they gave him the damn
That's good.
Ritalin, it made him tired and it made him not himself. He didn't have any personality anymore.
I bet you he
It
was
numbed him
very
out.
pacified.
Pacified, yeah, he was pacified. I
That's
don't
what
think I
fluoride
don't think
does.
meth- No, but didn't you say there was meth in it?
No, fluoride and aluminum.
No.
Oh, I thought I heard
You're
meth.
right.
No, I was thinking of lisdexamphetamine, but that's a different one.
Getting deeper and deeper into the matrix.
Oh, dexamphetamine is lovely stuff.
It is. I have it twice a day.
Dexys.
I never heard of it.
Dexys Midnight Runners.
Lovely.
Because I do have Ritalin as a top up option in the afternoons, but I don't use it. I don't like it. I don't get that on repeat because
Never tried
it's awful.
Ritalin.
Doesn't it
Sound
work
I
great.
can have
different on
5
adults?
cups of
though?
coffee and that'll do the same.
Doesn't it work different on adults? The
Do
Ritalin?
that.
No, it still works. It's just that I find with adults, a lot of doctors now won't even prescribe stimulant medication to children. In fact, I think that's a law here in the UK. They won't prescribe stimulant medication for ADHD until at least the age of 16. I'm not sure about that.
Well, they have no problem feeding children medication here in Canada.
Oh, honey, I was raised there. I know exactly what they're like.
In Canada?
And it's vile of some of the shit that I had to go through as a kid, but I don't want to go into that in too much detail publicly. But yeah, they're very willing to just, here, kid, have some tablets. Fuck having any therapy. Let's just give you some tablets.
My parents were at their
drugs,
wit's
isn't
end, and they were willing to do anything. They didn't mistrust pharma, right? This was in
Most
the
parents
70s.
are, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's most parents will trust these people and say, "Oh yeah, your kid needs to be in a hospital for the next 4 years. You've got really good insurance. Let's make sure that happens."
Wow.
And is that fair on the kids?
Wow.
Have you ever watched Paris Hilton's documentary about her life of how she was snatched in the middle of the night by kidnappers because of her parents?
No.
It's on.
No.
It's free on
Interesting,
YouTube.
though.
It's called Paris Hilton something, but it's her life story,
Yeah, it is, yeah.
and it's
Wow.
quite upsetting. A lot of us have lived that kind of shit, you know.
Everyone's got a story.
Basically, her parents hired somebody to go in and kidnap her in the middle of the night and then locked her up.
You know what? I watched The Housewives, and one of my housewives, the Beverly Hills one, I have, but there's 3 sisters. They're all like, 2 of them were in Hollywood, and one of them is the sister, the Hilton mother. So Paris Hilton is the niece, right? So that sister was on the show for one season. That sister that was the mother of Paris Hilton. I never heard anything about that.
Yeah, I
How
used to
does it-
slag Paris Hilton off, and I used to think that she was a whore and all that. But once I actually understood her story and know that she was pushed into the arms of these weird, strange men
God.
after
Oh
being
my God.
basically she went from living in one of these care homes because her parents had kicked her out because she's refused to stay in this camp retreat, whatever they called it. So she wound up living with a pervert essentially, who then got her to do videos, and
Oh my
we all know
God.
where that went. Yeah,
I just
it's
thought
so
she was
common, and people
shallow.
don't realize.
I
Yeah,
thought she was
that's the thing.
shallow, but then I learned recently that she's not so shallow. It's more like
She's very smart.
persona. It was a persona. Yeah, that she actually.
That's exploitation, isn't it?
Yeah,
Definitely. And she was a minor at the time, remember? She was only 17.
I can't believe they did that to her. And then they're
Well, her
on the
parents wouldn't let her
show,
back home. So what choice did she have?
they're acting like they're so high upper class, and they didn't. I mean, who does that? Garbage does that to their children.
Well, that's what I think. And I think, your children are your children. They're not trophies when they don't behave, you send them away.
The answer is elitist minded sadists do that. And that's
Sick is what it
a
is.
large percentage of the lemming class.
I do apologize. I'm not trying to breathe heavy on everybody. I'm just having really bad problems with my asthma today.
Yeah, I need to blow my nose, so I'm going to mute myself.
So you're not
I
trying
didn't
to
even-
pick up purple spliff then?
I didn't even notice.
Say again, Kat?
I said, so you're not trying to pick up purple spliff?
Pick up
No, I don't think my man would like that.
I've already been there, so I know you've got.
You haven't been there
you've
with
got
me.
somebody.
Let me rephrase it. Let's rephrase that.
I meant got to that point of understanding where I realise there's no point going after you because you've got someone solid, and I respect that.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. It's the fact that it's
I always
my
would.
morality that I don't shoot, regardless of other people.
It's flattering to know that he had that in his mind.
It's fun to flirt, though, isn't it?
I'm not complaining. I'm gonna let the dog out.
And I like Baron as well. I think he's
I live
a really
so
good
close
guy.
to a damn wolf dictionary, and I hate.
Really genuine.
Who, Baron?
Oh, he's a lovely man.
Yeah.
Everybody
Makes me respect you even more.
Oh, thank you. That's nice to hear.
Blatantly.
Well,
I try not to.
Character.
I try not to hate anyone. I'm pretty. I'd say I'm 99% love. But
Yeah.
I'll always reserve that 1% just for special cases.
Well, I've made the mistake of letting hate get a hold of me the last few months.
Unconditional love, conditional respect.
I wouldn't call it unconditional, but
Well, I wouldn't either.
Ideally,
nothing's
that's the
ever
ideal.
unconditional.
That's the
That's what
ideal.
most people would think,
I don't think I'm 99% love.
I try to be, but I think I'm probably more like 95% because that inner bitch likes to come out occasionally.
I think
heard
I'm
some-
less than 95 even.
I heard somebody say they were 50-50.
Since
Literally,
we're
like
going,
love, hate.
Well,
But
that's the person I don't want to hang out with.
I couldn't even remember who it was now.
Well, I'm
That's
not
the kind
that
of thing I
bad.
wouldn't
I'm not
like.
50-50, but I have too much to work on to get to even 90%.
Well, I've got too many distractions or too much to work on personally myself to let a lot of these idiots on YouTube. That block feature has just been so refreshful.
Mm.
a block in the
You had
X
to block
button.
many people?
Just the really nasty ones that just don't have any kind of conscience or morality and will do anything for a few clicks and views.
That's it. Ignore the
There's a few
ignorance.
females that are a bit obsessive, but I just block them and ignore them.
Obsessive. I call them jealous.
Well, that
I had to
too,
block-
but their own
I did
behavior
have to
shows
block
them out,
one
and I don't
guy.
need to be part of that.
Because he was being particularly abusive, but then I felt it was best to unblock him again because after a while, he's quite a big guy on YouTube, and he's best I didn't
Well,
ignore him.
there's no way that Zara's going to suddenly wake up tomorrow and have a conscience and some sort of morality.
And we made things up, and it's all cool.
But she's still going to wake up tomorrow fugly.
She's still going to wake up with a horrible.
Did you
inside,
hear
and I
what
don't
she?
wanna be part of that?
Did you hear what she tried to do to me?
Well, she's been trying
I
to do
think it
shit to
was,
me all the time, and I just ignore her.
Pork chop stream. I don't blame Pork Chop because he's a good guy, but
Yeah.
she tried to basically get me put away in prison.
What?
Oh my God.
Trip me up on a bail condition that was, it was a technicality. It was just the fact that I'd
Yeah, but she's the
admitted
type that'll
to
do that. That's what I mean. I don't want to be around people like that. They're
seeing
nasty.
my girlfriend, bumping into her in the street, which isn't a crime.
God.
If I'd talked to her, give her a hug, maybe a kiss, gone off with her, with my hand on her bum, then the cameras would have picked up on that, and I definitely would have.
Exactly.
That definitely would have been breaking my bail conditions. But as it was, I just saw her, and she was like, she saw me, and she was like, "Do you want to talk?" And I was like, "Not allowed. We're not allowed," or something like that. Not allowed.
Not allowed.
The bail conditions. I couldn't do that.
Well, I know that there's
I
a few
wouldn't do
Americans
that.
that have said that she's called social
And she
services
just
on
walked
them, so
off,
I
and that
thought
was
this
it.
is nastiness.
Hold on.
Because I
How
admitted
does a
that.
man who's
Yeah.
99% love end up
Jesus.
in prison because of a girl?
I don't know.
Wait, what's the
I
question? How does
didn't-
say that again?
Didn't go to
How
prison.
does a man who's 99% love end up in prison because of a girl?
He wasn't in prison. It was just a threat because he had conditions. He was on probation.
Yeah, but the conditions where he wasn't allowed to talk to his girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend.
No, it sounds
'Cause
like
of,
that woman
it's
was
a
trying to
made-up-
accuse him of something he didn't do.
It's a made up exaggerated allegations, which I believe were based on semi-drunken, dreamy delusions,
Okay, I still don't understand.
not the truth.
You mean the girl accused you of something?
Yeah, it was a difficult time, but it's it's all over now.
That happened to me once a
Yeah,
long time
put it
ago.
behind you.
Get it?
There's no
Really?
contacts.
Yeah.
We don't like each other anymore. We're not even friends.
Best way.
That's something I didn't know.
I don't have contact with my ex, but that's a lot to do with the court order I have.
Been
and
too
everything.
much, just too much water under the bridge. Too much poison.
I thought I did tell you that before, Kat, but that's a story
we
a
can go back.
little bit lengthy, so I'll cover that more.
Yeah, some of these are best saved
Okay.
for private times.
I know, that's that. I'm just very, very cautious about Zara now, and I don't.
Oh, I don't want anything to do with her. She's just vile.
She's like a fictional thing to me. A UK lady has mentioned her so many times, and I know that you put up videos and stuff, but I haven't watched the videos.
Oh, I'm not watching. No, I've gotten rid of. I don't want any negativity of that. These people keep trying to drag me into their arguments, and I want nothing to do with it. Literally.
Yeah, but
Here,
I'm a
here.
family person who has high standards and high values. Hanging out with people that want to doorstep each other and have bare knuckle fights, it's not very ladylike, and it's definitely not me.
It's not very intelligent either.
I'm
It's not.
pretty much done with it.
I don't hang out with people that go around starting trouble and setting fires to things and stuff. That's just not me.
Awesome.
We can thank for that. We can thank them.
Total agreement.
We can thank them for bringing us together, because we wouldn't have found each other if we weren't in those fucking rooms.
Well,
However,
Jamie got upset with me last night because I refused to go on his panel.
yeah, but
I'm
see,
not going on a panel with Gamer. I told him that time and time again. If Gamer's up there while you're entertaining and kissing his ass, I'm not interested.
I thought you liked Gamer.
I gave him a chance time and
not
time
last
and time
night.
again.
He does give Gamer quite a hard time at times.
Not
No, he
last
doesn't.
night,
He
the
gets
night
Gamer in
before
for
he
views.
kicked him.
7:06
Yeah.
He keeps threatening he's going to kick him off
You
for a
won't
few.
get rid of him
few
because he
days.
brings in the clicks and the views. Because
Yeah,
people like
but
to watch everybody else
not
annihilate him.
last night, the
I
night
like Gamer.
before,
I think he's
Jamie kicked him.
entertaining and he's deep.
I think deep down he's a really lovely guy, but I don't like the online personality, and I don't want to sit on a panel where he
Not
just
just
constantly interrupts. That's not my idea of fun. And this is
I don't
supposed to be
think
fun and
Jamie's panel
educational.
is
more than
I
just
don't
a
think Jamie's
clever
panel's fun
YouTube persona.
at all anymore.
It's not fun anymore at all. I agree with that, and that's why I don't want to hang around there. It's full of just nasty trolls that just want to dig at each other.
Well, I was saying it last night. The cat, they're all destroying each other. They all got their little cliques, and these ones are making videos about that one, and that one's making videos about that one,
Mm-hmm.
and you got AJ
Not
and
bad.
The
Don't care
minute you
about
get
any of
involved,
it.
it turns on you, and I'm not
Joke.
getting the
AJ
minute
and
you say
Ultra,
anything truthful, they turn on you.
AJ and Ultra versus the world.
Oh yeah, everybody hates me now because I've gone into Ultras to have a chat. Well, I'm sorry, that's the only place that I can go where it's not full of fucking idiots in the chat half the time.
Who? Ultra?
Yeah, I don't recommend it because he's said and done some pretty nasty things lately, and I don't know. It's not really him
Yeah.
that I talked to in there, but I needed to ask
He's-
AJ a favor to remove some videos, and so I went in there.
Mm.
But
I don't even know that person. I don't remember seeing
yeah,
them on
it's just
Paps.
all kinds of drama that you don't want to be involved in, honey.
No, I
To
know
me,
there's
YouTube
somebody-
should be educational and fun, and when it stops being that, I leave.
And there's one called Michelle, and that's another
Oh,
one.
I don't even get me started on that name.
I don't know her. I just seen her panel before. Anywhere where God Bless said, "Oh yeah, this happened on this," and then I go and find the channel, and then but I don't really. But I did go in and see a couple of the panels just for
Michelle C. Michelle C is a
Yeah,
legend.
Michelle-
She's, whether you like her or hate her,
A legend of-
she's been doing it for a long
She's
time.
definitely provoking,
Knows a lot of people.
but that's
I
the whole
just don't
point.
care for it. I just don't care for it.
I
And
don't
then there's
either.
another one.
I just don't want to be
called
involved.
MK. There's
You
one
don't have
called
to listen.
MK,
Who?
MK. M is in Michael.
MK.
MK on the cut. Mark Kelly.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mark Kelly.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
nice. I like Mark Kelly.
He's
I thought I liked it, but then
he's
there
a
was a
very
lot of
fair
drama on that one too.
streamer.
But if you sit back and watch a lot of the lives and see how they entice certain people to get up there and
Also a legend.
start going at each other. But Mark tries to
Legend
sort a
in the
lot of
game.
things out, and I like that about him.
I just don't want to be part of any of that now anymore.
I don't
I
either,
don't-
and that's why I just not for me.
It was
A
one.
fella
it was
made a
fun
good
while it
comment to
lasted.
me months ago, and he said, "Sit back, don't get involved, and sit back and watch. And when they take the onus off you, they'll start going at each other."
I always find myself drifting back to the more spiritual channels anyway.
Yeah, that's where I want
I
to
watch
be.
a
I
lot.
want to be somewhere where
I
I can
watch a-
grow.
Watch a lot of tarot reading
Yeah, I do
videos
that.
and live.
Yeah.
And,
Do you? I haven't watched any
there's
of
some
those.
great ones.
Oh yeah, I
Well,
got
you'll have
some.
to send us
I
some
got some
links.
favorites.
British ones,
Because I've
Irish.
got
There's an
cards and I've got
Irish one,
stones and everything. I tried to do a reading for somebody one night online, but it didn't work very
a
well.
Scottish one or two.
I got an American one, a
A
Canadian
lot of
one, and a
Americans.
British one.
Yeah.
What's the
I'll have to
British
check
one you
those
listen
out.
to? Mine's Zeta Zuri.
Ooh, that's a nice
I just
name.
prefer I usually prefer the British accents.
No,
Not
but
I
her
do
always.
name's.
too.
Do you know Zeta Zuri?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
She's British and she's beautiful too, and she has a
Zeta
very
Zuri.
nice Zeta
That
Zuri.
sounds
Yeah,
familiar. I
Z
love Teal
Z
Swan. She's gorgeous.
I'm gonna search.
Z
I'm gonna do
E
a search.
ZETAZURI,
Can you
and it's
pop those
all
on
one.
Discord later?
What?
Will you pop those
8
on your
letters.
Discord later?
There she is.
Will you put the links in
Zeta
Discord
Zuri.
later?
What for Zeta Zuri?
Yes, and any others that you recommend. It's just I'm hands free at the moment.
She's got her own website.
Oh, does she?
Find me on YouTube. Yeah, she looks quite young and beautiful, which is nice.
See, I thought about doing that on YouTube, offering readings to people, but
Can you do that?
yeah.
I didn't know
All her
that.
readings are
There's
sold out.
tons of people who do that. Yeah.
No, okay,
Yeah.
but are you actually hearing
These are
spirit when you do it?
299
Not hearing them,
99
but
GBP.
kind of sensing them and talk. I don't know. It's a different type of communication. I don't hear anything.
Okay, yeah, I just meant
It's
like
more of an intuition thing.
spirit. You're not just like reading the cards and guessing.
No. Initially, I started out that way, but the first time I did anything like that, something horrible happened. It was at a party when I was a teenager. I read somebody's cards and like got a lot of really interesting messages through that shouldn't have come through in front of a lot of people for this young man about some horrible
A
things
bit
that were
maybe
going on in his family, and that put me off.
a bit maybe similar to maybe doing a Ouija board and not quite knowing what you're doing because you're only 15 and it goes a bit wrong and somebody calls up Satan for fun and it's like, oh shit,
It wasn't that hard, but
you're really
it just
calling
upset
up
the young
Satan.
man because I shouldn't have revealed that information in front of everybody.
Is that what happened?
That kind of thing.
I don't
Youthful
even
experimentation gone a bit wrong.
I don't even believe in Ouija boards, but when I was younger, not a kid, but I was like in my 20s or 30s, and somebody had a Ouija board and we were playing with it, and some bad shit happened, like bad messages were coming through, and I got so fucking scared, and I told my mom, and my mom is a total fucking atheist. She doesn't believe in any of that shit, and you know what? She said never touch a Ouija board again.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
My auntie had a really
thought
bad
all
experience, so my mom wouldn't let us.
Just like the tarot cards, it's just a tool.
I got expelled. I got expelled from boarding school.
Want to
for doing
project
the Ouija
bad.
board.
No way.
Yeah, I got expelled. The boarding house headmaster was called Mr. Bick.
You went to boarding school. Wow.
Yeah.
Boys only.
He got everything.
Boys
You're
and
not the
girls.
only one, mister.
Anything
There
he
were girls
asked
there
for, he
too.
got.
Yeah,
Lucky
Yeah, I had a co-ed
we
boarding
had day
school.
girls. Yeah.
Wow.
Like one of them.
We had
All mixing together and stuff.
We had day pupils and then obviously the night boarders, and I was a night boarder. But no, Mr. Bick and his colleagues. No, we used to in the boarding school. We used to have to go to chapel every morning. I was into the Ouija board, and anyway, we decided to do the Ouija board. Things went horribly wrong, and I threw the glass at the chapel cross outside the kitchen, and we were using Scrabble letters at the time, and I threw all them in the Arga. Now
Oh
the
no, let that
Arga
pop.
was a coal Arga, a proper old
Oh
fashioned
no,
coal
that would have
Arga.
stunk.
No, the letters never even burnt. In the
What?
morning, no, the letters never even burnt, right? In the morning, we had to get up, go to chapel. Mr. Bick sees this glass stuck in the grass with all the fragments making a circle around the glass.
Oh
And
God.
he's like, what's going on here then? So in the chapel now, he gets up the front and he says, who broke the glass outside the chapel? So I basically got grassed up. So after chapel, before
Oh, that was
breakfast,
nice of him.
I had to go up to his office. So it goes up into his office, right? So he wants me to grass everybody else up, and I didn't. And he showed me these newspaper clippings where he and his colleagues, other school teachers, had done the Ouija board, and there was actually newspaper clippings, and they actually got in touch with a poltergeist. And yeah, it was life threatening, and there was a full newspaper article all about it all and everything else. So to him, I was like a serious high risk around him and around the school, because I was playing with a Ouija board. So he picked the phone up,
Oh, that's
phoned my mum
brilliant.
up. My mum had to drive from Cornwall up to Bridgewater, and I was expelled immediately.
Holy shit.
Expelled immediately. And he's like, who was you doing the Ouija board? On my own. Who's you doing it with? On my own. Who's you doing it with? On my own. And then on the way home, my mum took us to see another boarding school. We ended up, me and my brother, because my mum wouldn't split us up. So me and my brother ended up going to that school. And there's a guy on my YouTube called Craig. He's a singer. He's a South African, and we got into the Ouija board again, but this time we didn't get caught.
I don't think I've ever heard of anybody being expelled for witchcraft.
Oh yeah, I got expelled. Yeah.
I don't think
It's a
you
bit
could.
harsh.
I don't think you could legally
That's a
do
bit
that.
harsh.
I don't think that's legal in Canada. I can't imagine that would be legal here to kick somebody out for witchcraft. I
The
think
yeah,
you
they do all the time.
the headmaster, Mr. Bick, I mean, he was like, I was in front of him. He was like, I was the demon. I was the devil. He was absolutely scared, brickless of me because I was playing with the Ouija
Wait, you're
board.
not.
Obviously
I'm
projecting.
confused. I thought you were the devil.
But he was that scared because I was messing around with it in the school, because of his past experiences and because of what happened to them. It all just came flooding back to him like PTSD, I suppose. And it was like, no way, you're too much of a high risk. I don't want you anywhere near me. And bye.
I can't even imagine that happening here. What year was this? Like around
1983s.
what?
I would have been in the second year, so
1832, back in the day.
1983. That was the year, son.
no,
No,
I was
seriously.
in the second year. So what was I? 11, 12?
Second year?
Senior school.
Seniors. I don't even understand how that works. Yeah.
80s, 70s.
Well, it was 80s.
80s.
Yeah.
That's when I was in school.
Well, I left
Some of it.
school in the 5th year with 7 O levels, and that was 83. So yeah, it would have been 79, 80.
I said 83.
I left in 83, but I never graduated. I just left.
I left school when I was 16. Started college, started A levels, but only did a year. I wasn't allowed back for the second year because I was too busy socializing and experimenting with drugs.
Right.
That's my excuse. I had a fucking good time.
Well, I nearly didn't do any exams at all, because when I did my mocks, I just wrote my name on it, and then wrote, why are we practicing? Why aren't we just doing the exam? And then that was it. I just went to folded my arms, put my head on my arms, and went to sleep for the whole of the exams. So everything came back obviously ungraded, and your mocks used to determine whether you were going to do CSEs or O levels. And because everything was ungraded, they were like, my mum had to come up to the school, and then my mum had to pay for all my O levels. She said, he's not doing CSEs, he's doing O levels. And it was like, he should be doing O levels. All the teachers say he should be doing O levels. I was in top classes for everything. So my mum had to pay for all my exams. So she had to pay for seven exams. And then if I passed the exams, then she got her money back. But yeah, I passed all my O levels anyway. So, but because I just wrote my name on it and didn't comply to practicing, I was like, why don't we just do the exams? In order to get into the school in the first place, I'd already sat an O-level paper from the year before as an entry exam and already passed that. So
well, you know what I'm struggling with?
Go on.
They're going to let you go through all that system and go through the past, but they've wasted all your time. You could have just taken your exams instead of sitting through all those lessons.
Yeah, I was already a year ahead.
But, you know, it's about conditioning. So we need to make sure that you continue practicing the routines and the rituals.
Well, interestingly enough, they've just gotten rid of A levels here, which is the required education for 16 to 18-year-olds. They've scrapped them.
For yourself.
Which means that 16-year-olds will be sat at home doing nothing for 2 years until they can work, and the parents have to support them with no extra funding.
Free yourself of the tyranny.
A lot of families.
Yeah, but how ridiculous is it that
I think
the O levels that I sat back in the 80s, an A-level student can't even pass what I took as an O level. An O level was ordinary level, and CSEs were for the thick people, you know.
And then advanced A levels were advanced level.
Yeah, and like A-level students, they did it a couple of years ago. A-level students couldn't even pass the last O levels.
Well, most adults in the UK have the average reading age is about 9 years old in this country. So the education system is failing us, and I don't think that we should have kids in school when they don't have to. But what I don't like is the fact that they're sending all these kids home with no funding for the parents to feed them.
It's failing you by design and succeeding the owners by design. That's the whole point.
Oh, definitely. I used to be a teacher, so I've seen it from both ends.
Absolutely.
That's my own education, an alternative education.
Yeah, you got more of a real education. I get more of a real education. There's a difference between schooled and educated.
And life. Yes.
You go to school to get schooled, not educated.
Anyone that I ever interviewed for a job or took on, to me, experience, you have to have a certain basic level of education, the type of work I've done, but experience is so much more worthy.
The hard knock life.
It's just somebody that's been there and done that. It doesn't even have to be hard.
How can you get experience if people won't hire you?
I had three mechanics. I had 3 mechanics working for me. 2 of them had gone through college. One of them was Lithuanian. His father owned a farm in Lithuania. They repaired all their own machinery. They repaired all their own tractors. They repaired all their own vehicles.
Beautiful
He grew
country.
up learning mechanics from his father,
Yeah.
and his father learned from his grandfather. Blah de blah de blah. That Lithuanian lad called Linus
Mhm.
never did a mechanical qualification in his life, and he was
Damn.
the best mechanic
And yeah,
I ever had.
He knew.
Kat, I think the answer to your question, one way or another, is
big up
bend
Lithuania.
over or open your legs. That's about the only way.
Oh, he's that beautiful voice. That's you, Jimmy. I know that voice.
Depending on
How
if
do
the
you mean that
potential possible
metaphorically?
boy or girl.
Yeah.
Oh, that's you, Nudie. I thought you were
Or in
teaching
this
me. I
day
don't
and
know if you're the
age,
same person.
it's whatever you identify with. You know?
I identify as a lactating cow.
No.
you have your hormone injection every 2 weeks then.
You know what? I'm going through
Oh, that's a
menopause, and
horrible thought.
there's hormone stuff you're supposed to take when you got menopause, but I don't do it.
Well, they keep offering me that because first they told me I was in menopause, and then they said, "Oh no, you are severely deficient and blah 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 blah. You have to come in for blood transfusions and blah blah blah." So it's not
Wicked.
menopause. So we're going to give you more birth control pills. I'm like, no, you're not. And
I
you know,
take
there was about
birth
4
control
months of a
for
period that
year.
I could have easily gotten pregnant because they told me, "Oh, you don't need birth control anymore."
I
Have you
take
ever
birth
tried?
control.
You ever
I
tried
take
the
birth
coil?
control for a year,
That's what I went and got a couple of weeks ago.
and
This
it
is my
Any
keeps.
good?
5th one.
Yeah.
They're wonderful because you don't have to have all those hormones in your body. It just gives you the natural.
I heard they were good.
They want to give me the
Cat,
hormones, but those hormones cause breast cancer, and it runs in my family.
Yeah,
When I was a teenager, I did birth control for a year,
I thought
and it used to give me bad headaches. So
Oh yeah, I've done
I'm
birth
pretty
control
sure
as
it was
well.
that, because when I started getting the headaches after I started taking it, when I stopped taking it, then I didn't get headaches. So I just did the rhythm method the whole fucking time.
Goodness gracious, you're lucky.
I know. I
God,
only
I'd
had one
get
kid.
pregnant with the snap of a finger if that was the case.
I know. Well, yeah. I was full of hormones. You'd think if you just look at me, I'd get pregnant. But
Well, they always told me, "Oh, don't worry, you can't have kids. You know, you've got all these issues." So I didn't think anything of it. And come on my honeymoon, here we go. I got pregnant on my honeymoon.
well, if you don't
Right.
want to get pregnant, that's the best time to get pregnant.
that's it, isn't it?
We did lots of practicing.
Yeah, but can you believe that? Only had one kid in all those years, and it's not
That's
because I was
amazing.
in sex.
Somebody
Few
has slow
accidents
swimmers.
along the way. Oh yeah.
Spirit had my back. Thank you,
I've put
Catholics. I wouldn't have even
I've
known
put
about the
the
rhythm method if it wasn't for the Catholics.
I've put Paris
It's not
Hilton's
too late.
documentary in your links on Discord, Cat.
Okay, yeah, I want to tell you,
And
lady, and I did all those links, and I gave you a bonus American one because I kind of got a crush on that one, Ali's Tarot. So I gave you the British one, then the Canadian one, then the American one, and then the bonus American one. She's I don't know. I just love watching her, but I actually don't like her tarot so much because she's usually doing it you and then the person who's attached to you, but I don't have anybody attached to me, so I don't know what the fuck that
A
tarot.
really good one is Lunar Eclipse Tarot.
Oh,
She's
yeah?
English, I think.
I've seen Lunar Eclipse.
I haven't.
She's really genuine, I think.
Yeah.
No, I'll have to check that
Gives
one
off
out.
that aura.
I'm not sure I believe, but I'm open-minded, and I like to think that I might learn something from it.
Some
You
other
mean you
Yeah,
don't
ones.
believe? You do it.
Luna picks people out of
I
her
know, and it's
chat,
hard for
doesn't
me
she?
because I get those. I'll explain it later,
Yeah.
Kat. It's difficult. It's very confusing in my brain.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of
Also,
frauds out there. I don't think many people have the actual. Well, I think everybody has the actual ability, but I think a lot of people
Are faking it. Like
manipulate.
they're
Yeah.
not actually using it because they don't know how to do it. Well, these people
Well,
that
no, they
I'm
just want
giving you,
money.
the
It's a
people
few.
I'm giving you, I believe that they really are communicating with spirit.
I've never given them any
Well,
money.
Oh, that's cool.
I get a lot out of
Well,
them
that's cool.
anyway.
I used to go to spiritual church with my mum.
Yeah.
And
Spiritualist. I did.
See, I'm going to look for a
Hey.
spiritualist church once I finish moving.
they
Good
used
fun.
to ask me, do I mind leaving the room because there's too much commotion going on around you.
Oh
Ooh.
my goodness.
Now, if when I blanked it out. My auntie, she's a spiritualist.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
She's
She
talks to the
she
spirits.
Oh,
she
Oh
gives
no, a
readings.
spiritualist is somebody
That's
that.
she gives readings to people privately. They come round to hers, and people go and see her.
People
A
usually
bit
refer
like
to spiritualist things in the UK when they're talking about, like, here you can go to spiritualist church and like talk to other people that are open minded about these things.
I used to go to spiritualist church with my mum, but then I was too busy, so they used to ask me to leave and sit outside so that they could do other readings because I
That's
was too
funny.
busy. And
so did
then
you have a lot of spirit around
then
you?
yeah,
It's a bit harsh.
and then one spiritualist who was really, really good. She was doing the readings and what have you, and she kept on saying, I need to come to you, but I can't come to you because you've got too many people that want to speak. And it was like, Mum, I don't know anybody that's passed. None of my family have passed yet,
Geez, so over half the people I
And
knew passed.
and no, this was years ago. This was, and then at the end of it, you have tea and biscuits and have a chat and everything else. It's a bit like a little social club and everything. And she came up and she said, do you have feelings, or do you get, do you? And I said, well, it's funny you say that. I said, if I go in the bathroom and I start running a bath, and instead of going back to my bedroom and waiting for the bath to fill up, if I sit at the side of the bath with the taps running, I said, it's really eerie. And yeah, I get something, but I try and blank it out, and then I'll run out the bathroom. And she was like, you need to open up because you've got that gift. And I'm like,
No, I don't.
nah, you're all right. I'll let you do that
You can
job.
keep it.
And
At present, I don't know.
The other side.
For my birthday, I bought myself a time with a medium. I got 20 minutes for $40. And so it was just one of these introductory things, because normally she gives an hour and it's like something like $140 or something. So this was like a chance to see a medium, and I was hoping, but I had my mind open. I don't know if she was real or not, because I asked her. I wanted to speak to Patrick. That's my daughter's father. He passed, and he was like, I was connected to him, and I wanted to know, because he's the only person I ever felt some kind of spiritual connection to. I knew what was going on with him, and I didn't even have to be in his presence. So I don't even get that with my own flesh and blood daughter, but there was some connection. So I wanted to know from the other side, how were we our connection like that? How come I could feel you? And but apparently she told me that he was busy getting reincarnated and she couldn't reach him. And that didn't make sense to me, because in the ether, there is no linear time. So he's everywhere at once. So how
He was
come?
busy.
So yeah, but how could he be busy? He'd be busy and already finished at the same time. So I don't understand.
It's a bit strange.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking like I have to marry the science with the spirituality that I
Yeah, I
learned.
try to do that, and that's where I get confused.
Yeah, and so this didn't make any sense to me, so I thought maybe she was full of shit. But one thing she did say that really kind of freaked me out was near the beginning. First, she's telling me my mom and my grandmother she's telling me females, blah, 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 and your mother, I think it's your mother and your grandmother. And I thought to myself, why are they the ones around me? Like these are the two people I wasn't closest to. Why are they the ones who are around me? And then I felt like felt like I was being ungrateful, because she's telling me shit and I want to ask her questions, and she wants to tell me shit. Now I don't want to hear a lot of shit. I want to talk to Patrick. So 'cause she also reads Akashic records apparently. So
Oh, cool.
I know I didn't even want to know about myself. I just wanted to talk to Patrick. So she's telling me this stuff. I'm telling myself, you have to be grateful, be grateful, be grateful. Just wait. And then, because it's only 20 minutes, she's fucking wasting my time, right? So, so then when she was telling me about, she says, they're showing me a rabbit. And I'm thinking, that's funny. That's the one fucking pet that I always wanted and I never got. And then I'm going, okay, she's full of shit. But then she kept on insisting about the rabbit. And then it hit me. My grandmother, the Irish British one, right? She was the one born in Britain, but she's the Irish connection. And she used to call us characters from Winnie the Pooh. And she told, because I was always talking about my dad's side of the family, all my aunts and my uncles and my cousins and all this. My grandmother, who was British and very reserved, and there was only only the three of them in our family on her side, right? Wow. And so she called me rabbit because I was always talking about my friends and relations. So I don't even get that. I don't even remember Rabbit talking about his friends and relations, and I really resented it because Rabbit was an asshole. So, but that was what my identity was. So she would call me Rabbit, right? That was my identity, and then it hit me. Oh my God, why is she? That's why she's insisting on Rabbit. So that really freaked me out because I can't see them just. She can't just pull that rabbit out of a hat and it means something to somebody, right? So maybe she's partially, I don't know, maybe it's just the way she sees.
I've had some really good experiences. What's that famous woman that goes around Britain? That famous gypsy woman? Rosalie or something?
There's a guy called Gypsy Akora.
No, I know who that is. No, it's Gypsy Rosalie. I don't think she travels anymore because she's
Gypsy
older.
Rosalie,
But about 20 years ago, she refused to read me. She flat out refused to read me.
Why?
Because I had too much power, apparently, or she couldn't get through.
Right.
Yeah, well, that was the problem with me, because instead of them speaking to the spiritualist that was in front, everybody that was in the room, all their messages that wanted to come through wanted to actually direct and come through me, but I wouldn't let it in.
Why would spirits do, like, to me, I don't see spirit as like one person, even though I see, when I say spirit, I mean everyone that comes, right? Like all of the zeros. I don't know exactly how it works. I just listened to Abraham Hicks and she said, so I just take her version of it, right? But I was confused. It's like a sea of souls, and some are interested in some things and some are interested in others. So, you kind of got your grouping go around. I don't even know if I had a choice or not. But what reminded me was when Smiler said, and now you're saying, they told you you have too much power. What reminded me was when I was talking to her, I was asking her to talk to Theo after Patrick couldn't talk, right? So I asked to speak to Theo. And then she said that she was having trouble reading me. She said that what did she say? She said, I'm blocked. She said, my energy is blocked. She said, she says, I think you need to do some shadow work. And
where's your aura? Your aura.
But my aura, I've got a picture of my aura.
Constipated.
Yeah, my soul's
constipated aura.
No, but she's probably right, because I've stuffed so much down, or pushed so much aside, I should say, that maybe it is affecting my energy. So when I'm trying to work with Nudu and improve my energy, I'm blocked and I don't know where. So that means I have to do shadow work, and I'm afraid of that.
Oh, shadow work's a good thing.
What do you believe, Nudie?
Shadow work is just conquering your evil.
The root of blockage will always be a belief.
I see. I have a belief that's blocking me. Is that what you mean?
Right. Correct.
Okay.
And so if you want to get here's a simple way of looking at it. Truth is truth on its own and requires no belief.
Right.
So what I learned a long time ago is that if I want to get to base truth of things, the further I can get from removing any of my own ideas or opinions or subjective realities on it, and just be as unbiased as I possibly can to get down to just whatever's remaining, that's the closest to actual truth that you're going to get.
Guess what? You need to do meditation for that, and I can't fucking find a way to do it.
Well, actually,
I know
the very action of doing what I just said is meditation. It's a conscious choice. It's not something that requires, like, you know, that specific thing doesn't require like sitting down and doing this and doing that or a formula.
No, I know.
It's
it's
actually, yes, the letting go of doing what that is. Meditation just is in this context accurately semantically put as a synonym for focus. That's all.
Okay, I have ADHD.
Conscious intention of focus.
I have ADHD, that's going to be a bit of a problem. But what I'm saying is, it's also ironic because it's like losing your glasses. Where did you leave your glasses? And if you can't barely see, you need glasses to find your glasses, right? So if I'm blocked and I need to try and meditate, but I can't meditate because I'm fucking blocked. So how do I get to the point where I can just let go so I can find the answer, and then I can't get there because I'm blocked?
Let go of the question.
Very funny.
No, I'm not joking. Let go of it. What I mean by that is not forget that you had the question, but the pursuit of trying to get the answer is the confirmation that you don't have it. So how often does this happen to you in life, where you try so hard to get an answer, and then after all this you get exhausted, and then you let it go, and either a little bit later or the next morning, that's because it was there the entire time.
Abraham Hicks refers to it as, think of it like a cork floating on the water. The more you try to push it down, the more you pull on it, but you just let it go and it'll float.
That key word you said there is a big factor in it, the word try. So another way to put it, stop trying.
I know, I trust that I will get the answer from the universe if I just let go. I just don't know. I know how to do it intellectually, but my energy doesn't seem to know how to do it. And my mind.
I can send you some video links if you want, Kat, of things that I use.
It's a practice thing. So you get good at whatever you practice. And so the more, it all kind of ties in together with this.
A couple of smokes, silence.
A couple of smokes, a couple of dubs.
Some softly, whatever relaxes you, candles.
Totally clear your mind, no distractions.
I can't do that. I'm trying.
This is why humility is so important and calmness is so important, because that is the gateway. With that calmness and humility, the openness for everything else to flow now becomes possible. It's always possible, but until there's that breathing room there, then you'll stay blocked. That's where the blockage is, right? So you got to practice that, and you'll get better and better as you practice. Make it a consistent practice.
Yeah, that's another problem I have.
I've got to block it. I get, like when people say deja vu.
Yeah.
Yep.
You think you've been somewhere or you've seen something. Now,
experienced that, yeah.
Yeah,
really bad last night.
I've scared my friends because I've got up, when I was younger, and I've got up and I said, "Look, guys, girls, we got to go to Vela Woods." And they're like, "Why the hell have we got to go to Vela Woods?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm just drawn to it. We've got to go." And it's like, we've gone and we found somebody that's died in Vela Woods, and then had to get hold of the police, run up to the house that's near the woods and then get them to phone the police. And then the police come down and it's like, "Well, how did you find her?" He said, "We've got to go to Vela Woods." So then they're quizzing me, going, well, why did you say you had to go to the Vale of Woods? And it's like, I don't know. I was just sitting there quietly last night, and something just made me feel like we needed to go to the woods.
That's cool.
It's like,
'Cause you,
oh,
you
right,
listen to
okay.
spirit. That happened to me, and I didn't even know what was going on. My body, I started getting very uneasy. I was walking back and forth. I was pacing, and I was like, I didn't know what was wrong with me. I just felt like something so terribly wrong. And so I called my friend Karen, and I told her, I said, have you talked to your father lately? And she said, I called, but he didn't answer. And so she went over, and he was dead. And it was so weird because I dealt with them for maybe a couple of years. They weren't really people I grew up with. They weren't people I carried on with. But I just
So
was.
there you go. You've freed your mind.
Well, I think maybe if it's true the way that I think how we got here in the first place, then maybe I made that arrangement with her. Like maybe we know each other in the ether. We just didn't spend too much time on Earth here. But that I agreed to pop by her life for a couple of years and get close enough to her to be able to feel the message for her to go check on her father. Because he'd been dead for 2 days.
Another one I had, we were driving to the Spiritualist Church,
Mm.
and I was like, Mum, can you see that car in front of us? And she's like, yeah. And I said, well, can you see something wrong with it? No. And I said, you can't see something wrong with the back wheel? No. I said, flash it. Tell them that they got something wrong with the car. Don't be so stupid. I said, Mum, honestly, look. And she's going, there's nothing wrong with it. So then the car, we've pulled up into a parking space in the road. We pulled up, we parked up, gone into the Spiritualist Church, and we're sitting there, usual thing, blah, 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 blah. Oh, Ian, do you want to go and help the tea people and help make the tea urn and, you know, make yourself scarce sort of thing? So I'm like, yeah. So listening in on the room, like, and then they called up this woman, and so had a message for this woman, and it was, get your car checked out. Leave your car there tonight and get your car checked out by a garage tomorrow. Well, the following week, yeah, she had a wheel bearing gone, and her wheel was just about to fall off.
Well, so she didn't listen. She kept on driving the car like that.
No, she left the car there. The following morning, it went into the garage.
Oh, I see.
And yeah, there was a problem with the car. Well, I saw that, but my mum didn't see it.
So do you see these things? Because I didn't see anything. I didn't even know I was getting a message. I just felt compelled to do what I was doing. And I was very nervous. It was like I wasn't in charge. So, but I don't believe in, I don't think I was channeling anybody. It was my energy, but it just wasn't of my choosing. It didn't feel like, right? So, but I didn't see her father dead. I didn't hear any voices. I didn't know why I was calling her, right? I just felt like I needed to do that and ask her about her father. That came out of nowhere. Like we weren't even that close. So so do you actually see when
I get you know when people say I've got butterflies and I don't know why.
Yeah.
So I get the butterfly feeling in my stomach. I get it's not like a headache.
Is it right underneath your belly button?
No, it's above my belly button, right under my sternum. It's like,
oh yeah, okay.
It's real butterfly, feels sick butterfly.
Where the winded feeling happens.
Yeah.
Oh no,
and I get this really heavy feeling in my head.
Oh wow.
And it's like a headache, but no headache.
Right,
And you just feel like you're 100 stone. And
wow.
Or
so
if I'm laying in bed, it feels like somebody is laying on top of me, squashing me into the bed.
I
You
love
know,
that.
so the
Painting.
mattress is swallowing me up.
Yeah, I love that painting.
But it's like the mattress is swallowing me.
Well, that I don't like.
And I don't know. I just
You have a horny
like.
ghost.
Really,
And
Is that what it is?
your guide is yeah.
Perverted poltergeist.
I'll go to go out, or I'll go to do something, or I'll be in the car or whatever, and then it'll come to me what it is. You know,
It's a bit like night
like,
terrors.
Yeah, I have
like
those really bad lately.
it happened with me and my brother before seatbelts. As seatbelts became law, my brother used to refuse to wear a seatbelt in the front of the car.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't like wearing seatbelts.
me, my mum, and my brother were going down to the car. It was an old Fiat 127, and I jumped in the front seat. And my brother's screaming and shouting because it's his turn to sit in the front seat. And we were going to my auntie's. And I'm like, no, you're not sitting in the front seat because you won't put a seatbelt on. And I've already got a seatbelt on, and say, come on, mum, just go. Leave the baby. Leave him. And she's like, I can't leave him. Paul, get in the back of the car. So he had to get in the back of the car, and he was arguing. It's my turn to sit in the front. We're driving down the road. Bang! Somebody crashes straight into the side of us on my side of the car. Now, if my brother was there with no seatbelt on, what would have happened to him? And that was the feeling I got. I had to be in the front of the car because I know he ain't going to put a seatbelt. And the next minute, we've had an accident. You know, somebody's just driven straight into the side of us.
Did you get that dense feeling?
Yeah.
My sister was in a bad
Somebody
accident like
hits
that
you
when she
from the
was a
side.
teenager.
How much of a seatbelt's really going to help, anyways?
Well, they told my sister when she had her accident, because this was back in the 80s, when, you know, when they had bucket seats, that if she had been wearing her seatbelt, it would have killed her. It would have snapped her spine in two. And luckily, she was a passenger in a car, and a drunk driver hit them at a really fast rate in an intersection. She was babysitting, and her babysitter was bringing her home. She nearly lost her
My dad
mind.
was
It
the
was
cab
horrible.
driver. My
Well,
dad
since
was
I
a
broke,
cab driver, and he was on the road all the fucking time, and he didn't like to wear a seatbelt. He thought, because before we didn't used to have to wear seatbelts, they made the fucking rule, and my dad's like, fuck you, I'm not wearing a seatbelt. So he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and he got rammed. And if he had been wearing a seatbelt, he would have died, because he would have been stuck where he was, and he wouldn't have ducked down onto the seat as he did, and the steering wheel would have gone right through him if he had been wearing.
Yeah, but they've made so many advancements today.
Yeah,
I
seems
just
to
wish
be
they'd
it
make a
is a bit of
seatbelt
a
that didn't
double-edged
fucking
sword.
either. If you try ever having a seatbelt on when you've got big titties, you'll know the pain of it rubbing up on your neck and never staying in place.
They've got an attachment. I found
well,
it.
I've actually got.
There's an attachment on the belt, and you can pull that part that goes over your shoulder.
Easy, Tiger.
That part.
Since I broke my back, I've got seatbelt exemption. You know,
Nice.
the doctor said that if I wear a seatbelt and get involved in an accident, it's going to end up causing me more damage than not wearing a seatbelt.
Coolio.
I don't know that they could actually make that determination, could they?
Wish I could do that.
It would depend on how
if
you
it's
react.
compacted trauma, yeah, definitely. You're going to struggle if you're ever in my car, then Smiler, because that fucking thing won't go off. It'll keep dinging at you.
Oh no, you just unplug it under the seat. Just don't unplug the yellow one. Unplug.
I don't
There's
unplug
two.
it. No,
There's two. There's
I just
two
say
under
put it
the
on
seat.
behind you and sit on top of it.
Oh yeah, or
If you don't know what you're
buy
doing,
one
you
of
don't want
those.
to be unplugging things.
Buy one of those leads that plugs into the. You get a dog lead that plugs into the seat belt.
Yeah, I took Lulu out yesterday with that dog lead, and I forgot it was even in. And I was like, well, why is the air conditioning coming on for that seat?
For that seat, each individual seat has its own air conditioning.
And heating and vibration and massage and all that.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's got massage built in.
Are you the wife of 007? Are you the wife of 007?
Yeah, something like that. I did get the car with all the techno bits in it.
Holy shit! I never even heard of that. And I live in
Yeah.
Canada. You're like in a second
Well, I
world
found out this
country.
week that I can plug a USB stick and there's a USB slot behind my windscreen, and it'll record all
Windscreen?
6 cameras that have my camera, or behind
Right.
my rearview mirror. And if I plug a memory stick into that, it'll record all 6 cameras in every.
A 360 one on the roof.
Wow.
Yeah, because it gives me a 360 when I reverse and stuff. And at first I thought, what the fuck? It's got like a little camera that pops up. This is freaky.
Cool, yeah.
Whoa, that's so cool.
But it's not. It's got 6 different cameras, and they make a 3D image together, and that's how it's projecting from above.
Now,
Because I
Nudu.
thought, fucking hell, has it got some sort of drone?
Clever.
Yeah, really, you're flying a drone. Nudu, how am I supposed to go live in the forest and find my own fucking carrots when there's cars out there that can do shit like that?
Go deep enough in the forest.
What, and then I'll forget about that car?
Yeah. You
I don't
know,
know.
if they,
I'll have
that-
more to dream about because I'll just be out in just trees. They don't
I
really
mean-
talk too much.
try
So
drugs. I don't know.
I'll be thinking about my log mansion and that car. I want a car with things that pop up and give me a fucking 360 view. Things I can plug a USB in just anywhere. Have everybody have their own
Skylight on the
climate
roof.
settings. What?
The big skylights on the roof. That's my
yes.
dream.
Do you
You
have
know,
a,
I'm not opposed to technology as well. Next
you don't
year,
find too many of them driving in the forest, though, do you?
what's that?
There's probably a reason why you don't see too many of them driving in the forest.
Well, yeah. First of all,
I'm
there's
going to be
no
driving
clear
shortly. Would
path
you like
to
to come
get them
along?
through.
Sure.
But
Can I have my own air conditioning? You
Air
gotta
And
be-
heated
conditioning.
massage
Open the
seats if you
window.
like.
You what? You what?
What was that, UK lady?
I said you can have your own heated massage seats if you'd like to.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Oh,
about
that's true.
massage.
Yeah. That's
Oh, thank
I
you.
tell you what, my sciatica
Yeah, I
was
used
playing
to
up
have
really
them.
bad the other day, and
Bit
I
of a
went and sat in
luxury.
that thing,
Nice.
and it helped.
That's nice.
It's the closest thing I've got to a hot tub for my back at the moment. So
Is it
my
like a
summer's purchase.
shiatsu or is it just vibrating?
Yeah, it's more like a shiatsu. It doesn't vibrate. It's a shiatsu. It's a kneading kind of machine.
Oh,
I do miss my Range Rover.
I miss massages.
And then with this one, you can.
Mhm.
It doesn't do your butt as much as it does your back from the top to the bottom, and it's not really strong. But you can change the lumbar functions. Like I put the lumbar up all the way, so it's stronger. If that makes sense.
What's your shiatsu number? Do you guys have that? What's your sleep number? Have you seen those matches?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know if they have them in Britain.
What is it?
No.
It's like it's like it rates it. I have no idea what my sleep number would be because I'm comfortable on many different kinds of beds, and I have no idea why.
Oh,
And so
I went and got tested from my mattress, but when I bought it,
you got a what?
when I bought my mattress, I went and tested lots of different mattresses,
Yeah,
and I had to rely on
Yeah,
some sort of
yeah.
machine to figure out,
Have a
which
good
is best for me.
Bounce on everyone.
I just went to different stores and laid on the beds.
And
I
choose on
didn't
the
have
best
any
bounce
fucking
factor.
machine.
Boring.
It wasn't bounce
Boring.
factor; it was comfortability, and they have you. It was a machine, and they have you like turn on your side, and it scans you to make sure that to see where you like dip more, like where your body like puts more weight and stuff.
What kind of skin?
A lot of the shops have them now.
Did you trust its judgment?
No,
Yeah, 'cause I
I
watched
just get an orthopedic mattress with a topper.
Well, no, I went all out and got myself one of those temper ones that they with silver and everything.
I heard those memory foam
Interesting.
ones good.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
had
it's a
one
memory
with
foam. It's
memory foam.
35 centimeters thick. It's massive.
I think that's
Yeah.
pretty much standard nowadays. That memory
afford it.
foam.
I don't like them. They're too spongy.
No,
Well, see,
we
this
had
one's
a-
very firm. That's why I didn't like them at first. But these are the temper ones, and you can get different levels of whatever.
Yeah, it's
Like I
better.
got different pressure points in my hips and my shoulders because that's where
I
I tend
liked
to
it. It's like a
get
soft
pain.
hug. It was nice. It was like I was cradled, but I didn't go right far down. Right, it wasn't like
Yeah.
air.
Well, I'm glad that I didn't get the completely firm one because I got the
Quicksand.
pillows in the firm, and that was fucking awful. Those are awful to sleep on because they don't move. You don't sink down at all.
You know what my mattress is? I think it's 4 inches of a futon mattress, and what's underneath are bars.
That's another thing
Mm.
I never found much comfort in is
Your poor
futons.
back.
Yeah, but I
Oh
didn't really have a
no.
Those are
choice.
horrible.
I didn't have a choice. Welfare gave
Kat, we
me
need to start you a fundraiser for a better bed.
$600 they gave me when Theo died, and I had to be on the government teat, and they gave me $600 startup fund, and that's when I bought that bunk bed, and it's a futon at the bottom and a bunk bed
Oh
on the
yeah,
top.
that's convenient though.
Bunk
That's
I don't
beds.
know.
pretty
Yeah, yeah.
convenient.
Really, because it was a place where if my grandson came over, he could sleep
Bunk
on the
beds.
top bunk, and I can pull it out if I want double bed. I always keep it
Yeah.
up. It's nicer because I can go up against. I don't have a body to go up against, so I just go up against the back of the couch, right? And it's enough.
Oh, my dog keeps coming up to me.
But I had to put a feather bed underneath it. Like I can
That's a
feel
good
the
idea.
bars. The bars are like, it's so uncomfortable. It's like
Do you not
being
have a mattress topper on it?
that is the mattress.
Oh,
Feather
okay.
bed sounds nice.
You know what
Yeah,
actually
that's it.
surprised me that was really comfortable?
What?
Walmart air mattresses.
Oh yes, I have
Really?
it on the top bunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, some of the best sleeps I had on that. I found out, when I was doing the RV thing back in Texas there, it was just
Yeah.
to get going type thing. And I didn't expect it to be much. And, granted, you got to top the air off every few days or whatnot, but they're so cheap. And it really felt like that balanced
Yeah.
floating on air, but firm feeling,
Yeah.
and no springs. And, it was great.
I hate fucking pilling them up every few days, but
Oh, that one.
Oh, that sounds lovely. I'm gonna mute myself because I'm just drying my hair. I'll be back in a few minutes.
okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit of trade off for that. You got to top
Yeah.
it up or whatever. But I thought
Yeah,
for the
but when
price
you
and
have a
whatnot.
dog, they always ruin it. If you let
Oh
your
yeah,
dog, they
and
always
yeah,
fucking ruin
probably
it.
with claws for
Yeah,
sure.
I can't tell you how many we went through when we had the RV. 'Cause I
I
used to
bet.
use them for the tent. I would put those mattresses in the Met tent because in the summer, or if we had a campsite, I'd put the fucking tent up, and I didn't sleep in the RV. I slept in a fucking tent, so I got those blow up mattresses. But the dogs were also on the floor in the tent, and they'd always end up breaking it. But now it's on the top bunk, the latest one I had. But I'm thinking, I wonder if I don't know if the futon part where when it's up as a couch, I don't know if I think the mattress would be too big because I'm just thinking, why is it sitting up there for 5 fucking years? It's sitting up there and nobody ever sleeps on it because
Put them on top of each other.
what if I put that underneath my futon mattress? But then I'd probably have to climb up because
Futon Castle.
yeah, futon. I love it. Actually,
Different levels and stuff. Ladders.
I made a winter nook last winter, and I put up 2 blankets. Oh, like one was a curtain and one's a blanket on either side. And right now I've got the blanket on the RV, on the futon, but I'll put that up on the side, and then I put I got a little tiny radiator, and I put that for the dogs right at the foot of the bed, and they
Heater for the dog.
Yeah, they sleep on a nice carpet, and then they're right by the heat, and then I can keep that heat in. I can use the heat that goes up and trap more of it, so I can feel it.
Sounds really cozy.
It is kind of. It's not really that efficient, but it
Can I
does
come round?
feel like I'm in a tent. I love being in a tent.
Awesome.
Yeah. But I don't do it in the summer because I need the air to flow, man.
Hope it's colourful.
Yeah, well, I don't really have much choice. I just got to use. I'm really good at making do with what I have. And in fact, I think that's why I haven't won the lottery. I've even given up. I don't think I've played the last few times, but I think I haven't won the lottery because I pride myself on how good I do at being poor.
Yeah. You always strive for high quality as well. Whatever you're doing, even if it's people.
Yeah, look where I hang out.
High quality. People of the highest quality.
Well, you know what?
Ideally.
I have met a couple people that are of the highest quality, actually.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm very lucky. And you're definitely one of them.
Me too. Oh, thank you. It's very kind.
No, I don't think being a hermit,
Feel honoured.
I don't think I would have ever met somebody who could really talk to my mind. You know, because I have conversations with all of everybody, right? But I'm just equal to everybody else having conversations. Get your word in when it's your turn or when you can, right? Yeah. But then it's like I'm skating differently when I'm just talking to Nudu. It's like
it's
the
like butter voice.
No. It's my energy.
I'm just
my
kidding.
Energy changes.
That's what you said earlier before I came up. There's that buttery voice.
Oh yeah. I know, because I miss your voice. I don't realize how much I miss it till I hear it again. But I keep on thinking about how you're doing, but then I don't really have anything to say. I have a lot to say, but it's too much to say, so I don't want to say anything. And I want to ask you how you are, but I don't want to have one of those stupid, I'll write you one day and you might be back in 2 days, right? So I figured you're fine. You're the most capable person I know. So you don't have to worry about it. And you're not in a real wheelchair anymore. So I figured you're just having fun with the rabbits in the forest, just waiting for, I want to call her Julie, waiting for Fruity to come back. Just getting to know the flora and fauna, and then I'm all.
Julie's waiting for Fruity.
Fruity's his woman.
Foodie.
Squeeze, Fruity. Like what you call a gay person.
Fruity like strawberry haze.
Right.
What's that?
Fruity like fruity salad, you know?
Yeah. Yes, and she's French, so it's like passion fruit.
On some days, definitely.
Oh, well, sometimes maybe she's a dragon fruit, maybe sometimes.
No, I've just been definitely, you know, all of what you said, but also really busy as well, you know. I've been foraging a lot this summer and taking advantage of it while the season lasted. And also, you know, even though I'm fully fledged out, there's still like quite a lot still left to go before I'm finished.
Are you saying that you buried all your nuts?
Quit divulging my secrets. I'm not telling you where my honey spots are.
That's it. Now we know what you look like. You're a fucking squirrel.
Yeah, big cheeks and all.
Yeah.
Human squirrel.
You're a big cartoon squirrel.
But we got some projects going on in France as well, so we've been kind of busy.
I know that's so mysterious. I have no idea what kind of projects a naked man in the
France is a beautiful country.
have in France.
To keep it simple, her family is interested in learning self-reliance, so I'm interested in helping setting them up with that. So we're doing land shopping over there as we speak.
You mean you guys are buying land too there?
Well, I'm gonna purchase it and put it under a foundation, and then I'm gonna just let them make it a family thing. Let them do homesteading on it. It's going to be integrated with the project as well, and starting some stuff over in Europe with that.
So you're going to call it Nudie International?
Sure.
Wow, that's big time. I can't believe we
Sounds good.
You're becoming part of the oligarchy, for fuck's sakes.
Well, I plan on beating Bill Gates to the punch if I can, and owning more land than he does. You know, I want to buy it before he gets a chance to buy it all, and I'm kind of serious about that a little bit.
A little bit, just enough, anyway.
Yeah, well, just enough to tip the balance scale, right? So, yeah.
Positive takeover.
You have to get extra too, right? You got to get a film around the out of it because you might have to give some up, right? At some point, you might lose a battle. So if you lose a battle, at least you've got some extra that you can give up if you have to.
Well, in the corporate world, it's all about dollars. So that's the thing.
Negotiations, bargain chips.
Right. I don't have the same hang-ups that they do. So everybody's got their price. And again, it's not the real end all to be solution, but if I can buy the control back from them and then just give it away, then that's kind of an interesting monkey wrench in their agenda. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good tactic.
I don't get it. How are you battling?
Buy the land off and then give it away.
Yeah.
Make it free again.
Are you battling the oligarchy, or are you just taking what you need?
Well, it's not for me. It's interesting.
What you need for your vision. That's what I should say. Are you just taking enough or buying enough to satisfy your vision of what should be done with some of this earth, or are you battling the oligarchy to make sure that they don't get it all?
It would be an inadvertent spin-off of that. Let's put it that way.
Bit of both, probably. Bit of both.
Yeah, it's not the real
51%
motivation. Nice. Right, it's not the real motivation for doing that, but
it's just a side. It's the cherry.
It's a side. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want it tells me more about you, right? To see what you're driven by.
I like to experiment, even in the corporate world, even though I know it's a facade, I'll try different things out because I don't have any real attachment to it. So, and I get to play with it in a more freer way than most people do. So
easy come, easy go.
It's kind of fun in an experiment type of way, right?
Easy come, easy go.
Yes.
The key is to not have an attachment to any of it.
Well, that's
what kind of experiments have you been working on lately?
Well, lately mostly just that. Other than, of course, since May of earlier this year, I finally made the trek back out from being cooped up in a little self-made quarantine recovery pad in a hotel after getting carbon monoxide poisoning. So I finally took a leap and got outside of that and left the beehive cities again, out in the midst of nature in the woods. And so I've just been mostly focusing on deep healing and right, yeah.
And burning his nuts.
And back to nature.
Yes, defrosting the blue balls, as we would say. With natural sources
is not good.
With natural sources of heat.
What the hell does that mean? Live bodies?
I'll leave it to your imagination to figure that out, all right?
That's where the rabbits come in handy. That's an Angora mattress.
Rabbits are supposed to make moccasins out of them.
I've been having a blast doing all that, and temporarily, I've been doing all that living in an RV, and temporarily I've put the RV into a maintenance facility because it needed some things to get winterized. And so I'm on a big 62-acre plot with some friends of mine who do the homesteading thing. And
did you say winterized?
Yeah.
Is that a word? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
It means you if
I'm gonna get winterized.
You have to empty
the RV
of water.
The RV is going to be winterized.
You have to empty the pipes of water and
to prepare for the extremes of the cold.
The colder, yeah. And also,
that's interesting.
This one was a 3 season, so it doesn't really have good insulation for colder months. So I'm adding some styrofoam and stuff on the critical areas. Also putting a wood stove. But I'm doing all that, and I'm probably not going to be staying in it. I'm also looking at picking up a Class A for a more permanent living myself, and we'll probably just keep the Class C as either a backup or for somebody else to benefit from as we move forward with the projects.
What living batteries have you got? Lithium
Sounds very
or
pragmatic.
Yeah, I got Blue Eddy's lithium iron phosphate.
have they got built-in warmers, or are you putting a
Yes, they
warmer
do.
on them? Ah, right.
Yes,
Okay.
they do. Yeah, they got a battery management, so it kicks in at 4 degrees, I think.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on,
used to.
I lived in a Class A RV for 10.5 years. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
But I used to build
Still learning.
horse boxes with living accommodation in them, and I used to build like the Volkswagen T5s, T6s,
I was always looking for something to make an RV out of them.
and like the Renault Masters, etc., etc. So yeah, I used to do it all.
I love
From a new van to a camper van. I used to build the rock and roll beds and everything.
I used to think that those horse carriers, I used to think that they'd be nice little weekend campers.
Well, I used to build them up to 18 ton, carry 8 horses and sleep 4.
From an electrical standpoint, I have enough capacity battery-wise for about a week to run without solar. That's if I'm a bit conservative, you know. And mind you, even though I've used the heat sometimes, it's not winter yet, right? So take that into consideration.
Right.
And with solar, probably about 2 weeks at the current. And I have the room to double both capacities if I want.
Were you using the air conditioner?
I would say you got gas cooking. You got gas cooking, not induction.
I actually eat 90% raw, but no, I can cook with of course that's standard in RV, so that's in there. But if I used hot plate and what the hell is that thing called? It's like a slow cooker, but it does all.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Pretty efficient, you know.
Yeah.
I do the same thing in my apartment. I use an induction plate instead of using the stove, and I use my air fryer pretty much for everything, unless it won't fit.
Yeah, induction hobs in RVs are well thirsty for energy.
I didn't have that there. We bought it from something we saw on TV, and I just stopped because I don't like the propane. The propane makes me feel uncomfortable. It scares the shit out of me having gas on the vehicle at all.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I don't.
Yeah.
You know, I'd rather not have
kinds of them. We have the gas tank, and then we got the fucking propane tank. And I just really, I never even used those propane barbecues. I still will only use those charcoal ones. I don't like
You asked me about air conditioning. Now I like the heat, so you know mostly it doesn't bother me. But there was definitely a few little sporadic heat waves that were a little over the top, so I used it to take the edge off. One time, almost 2 weeks actually, which is very, very excessive here. Literally, the lowest was about 33, 34 C in that heat wave for almost 2 weeks. And so I used it then, and also,
only 34.
34 was the lowest temperature.
Oh.
In the heat wave. Yeah, for about 2 weeks.
Decent little mini splits now for RVs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mini
splits.
Basically heat pump.
It'll do heat or aircon.
Oh.
It's called a mini split.
We had a furnace, and it was so hard because it was taking gas and heat, like electricity, to run the fucking fan to get the heat from the gas.
Yeah.
And it was costing so much. So I figured out to just go to because even if I turned it all the way down where I thought it was off, it would still come on at a certain temperature. And it used to get really fucking cold. It would be so cold that when we'd wake up in the morning, the dog's water was frozen solid.
Mm-hmm.
It was not winterized. We lived in it
So
all the time, and we didn't have all that. I put some foam and stuff, but that's just like here and there kind of thing. It wasn't like actually winterized. So
You
it
should
got
have
that
gone to
cold.
lorry breakers and got a night heater.
We got an electric heater, and we just sit around the electric heater, and then I disconnected the thermostat. I'm so fucking smart. I figured that all on my own. I didn't find that on fucking YouTube.
say the solution again. What did you do?
I disconnected the thermostat.
Okay, you disconnected the thermostat.
So
And
it
what
didn't
else?
turn on. It didn't turn on against my will. Even though it was so fucking cold, I couldn't get the thermostat down to the point where it wouldn't turn on. It's almost like the RV's going, this is ridiculous. I got to put some heat in here. So,
Maybe I might have lost something. Why didn't you want it to go on?
because it was using so much gas and so much
Oh,
electricity from and if we're on the generator,
right.
and it's gonna eat it up, right?
I
So,
see.
and the air conditioning. So when you had those 2 weeks, my question was going to be, how long did your batteries last in those 2 weeks? For a week?
Well, to be fair, I wasn't the full 2 weeks in the middle of nowhere. I did pit stop for about 3 days, I think it was, maybe 4, in the middle of that. And I had hookups during that time. So, but I could have. I think it would have been sufficient enough, even with the solar that I had, to run indefinitely, because the sun was obviously blazing. You know.
The Thor is the battery, or you have a generator that's Thor?
Just solar and battery. I have not touched the
Solar.
generator since I bought it. Yeah, I won't use the generator. It's too fumy and I can't stand it.
You
Nor
should
have I
have our
touched
RV
the
because
propane.
our generator stopped working. We had no choice. We had to buy a new one and put it in the back.
I've got 4,800 watts of solar, which most I've actually ever seen. It hasn't hit 4,000, and that's mostly just because of me. I haven't properly built the stand to get good placement, but it's been close, and I have room with both the Blue Eddy and the solar to double both capacities if I want. So I think I'll be able to go, with the exception of the really cloudy December, January, winter months, close to a month of boondocking before I would need to find somewhere to boost my electricity once I get everything in at full capacity.
Wait, solar energy needs the sun to be shining, or it doesn't just need the
Mostly.
rays?
It depends what if you've got polycrystalline or monocrystalline.
Yeah.
Polycrystalline panels are better than monocrystalline panels.
Yeah, and also
mono sounds like it's lacking.
there is also a new technology that absorbs light from both the front and the back, which is even better and much more efficient. So it depends on the quality of your panels for sure. But no matter what, I
There's
don't
always some sun coming when the sun's up.
I don't think you can do better than 50% of your rated wattage, even on a cloudy day. So if you got 5,000 watts, the most you're going to be pulling in is 2,500. Look at it that way.
See, in my old workshop, I used to have it wasn't halogen. It was what the hell was it called? The silly bulbs. I'll think of the name of the bulbs in a minute. But
GE.
I used to when I used to build them and install the solar. If I turn the lights on, those lights would charge the solar. They would charge the batteries under the electric light.
So what, you had like nuclear lights?
No, they were what kind of light bulbs were they called?
They couldn't have been LEDs.
Self-charging.
Self-charging?
No, industrial.
Infinity bulbs.
Yeah, you're good at this.
No, when they're cold, they glow orange and then they go to white and they go really, really white.
So like thermal lighting of some kind. Interesting. Wow.
Scary.
I'm going to look that up.
I really can't even picture what he's talking about. When he said that orange and then white, I was thinking when Patrick had to drive the diesel truck, there was a light that used to come on, and you couldn't start the truck until the light went either off or white or something. Because it was orange, and then you had to wait. But I don't know if that's the same thing.
Wait for the white light, for the white heat.
So I don't even know why you have to wait for the light to go off. But if you're driving a diesel, there's like something
Put
you
like
have
the
to
oven.
wait.
Wait for the heat to be a certain temperature. You shouldn't put it in before,
What
but
the hell are you heating up?
so tempting.
Oh,
Oven chips and pizzas usually.
very funny.
And veggie burgers.
Very funny, motherfucker.
Yum. Veggie burgers.
Yeah, maybe it is something. Yeah, because it's called a heater plug or something. None of you have driven a diesel before?
I don't drive.
A diesel truck or RV?
It was like I don't know if it matters, but it was like a box truck. We used to pick up refuse tires in it.
Okay. I've driven many diesel vehicles before.
Okay, so what's that? Glow plug.
Yeah, all trucks in the UK are diesel. You don't get petrol trucks.
Why is it so hard for you guys to correct me and tell me what the word is?
I've never seen what you're talking about. Interesting.
Glow plug or something.
Yeah, glow plugs. Yeah, they all have.
But you can't if you try to start the engine before that light goes off or goes to white, then something happens bad to the engine.
This must be some older technology, I
you
imagine.
can hydraulic the engine because it'll be pumping fuel into the pistons and won't burn off.
Ooh.
And then you end up hydraulicing the
yeah, that sounds like before fuel injection came along, maybe then.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like carbureted almost diesel.
Well, it's
so
what they call direct injection.
Direct injection. Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be like pumping the gas pedal while it's off, and then you would flood it, and then you'd have your problems. Right.
Yeah, you had to get a screwdriver and open up the top.
Oh shit, that would be with the fumes and everything. Oh man.
I can't spell a thing.
I'll let you do it.
Yeah, I know. I got those kind of. You know what happened? Oh, get this. The food bank this month, they gave me something. I thought it was butter, and it was wrapped in that yellow. And it was so funny because I was telling Spirit like the week before, geez, I wish I had some butter. Like it's been so long since I had like actual butter, and so the next week
I hear French butter is really nice. I hear French butter is really nice.
I hear there's Polish butter. Okay, so I put it in the butter dish where I usually have the margarine, right? And a couple of days later, I go and I've got potatoes, and I'm thinking, oh, I'd love to drench them in butter. And then I went and I thought it was kind of soft, and it was wrapped in cellophane. Somebody had put some stretch wrap or whatever around the thing. So I go and open it, and I'm going, why is the butter so soft if it's been in the fridge? And I open it, and it's like kind of spongy. And then I turned it over and read it, and it said Limburger.
Oh yeah.
And I went, isn't that the stinky cheese that Klinger used to eat in MASH?
Limburger cheese.
Yeah. So I was like, oh my God, that's what they put the cellophane wrap around it. But probably because they were probably trying to cover up the smell, maybe. But when you can't smell, you don't know any of this. It's the most pungent cheese, and I had no idea.
Those lights were called metal halide.
Metal halide?
Oh yeah, metal halide. I've heard of that. Yeah.
I heard of halide, but I don't know.
basically the floodlight bulbs that you used to use around football arenas, football pitches.
Jesus Christ. You have that around gas?
No, I had them in the workshop, and when I used to build a solar system, if I turned on the lights in the workshop because they were metal halide, there would be enough light from then to actually turn the solar on and start charging the batteries.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying what the glow plug was made of.
No. A glow plug, all it is a carbon rod that gets hot. Or now it's just a stainless steel. It used to be a carbon rod that used to get hot. It used to glow. Now it's just like a stainless steel, and basically it shorts positive to negative, and it's got a resistor in it, and it just glows red, and then goes white.
Red.
Yeah, it glows red and then goes white, what they call white hot, just before melting point, and then the relay switches it off.
Melt something.
No, all metal has got a melting point.
Melting point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
you're saying before
the relay, the relay, which is the one that switches the light on and then switches the light off automatically. So you used to have to wait for the light to switch off before you turn the key over. So you turn the ignition on, the glow plug light would come on, and then the glow plug light would go off, and then you turn it to start, and then the starter motor would kick in, and then the engine hopefully started.
Is the light, when you see the light on the dashboard, is that the glow from the metal, or that's just representing the glow from the metal?
That's representing the glow from the metal. That's just the relay telling you that the power is going to the glow plug.
You know what? I thought the light bulb was the thing that was doing whatever work it was.
No,
that was what was heating something up.
Just an indicator.
No. In the engine underneath the injector, you've got a little tiny 8 mil nut with a wire going on it, and at the end of that is the end of the glow plug, and that bolts into the side of the engine.
Why does this have to be different for diesel than it is for gas?
Well, petrol runs on spark, and diesel runs on compression, and you need heat source on diesel to give it the initial ignition. Once it fires up, it'll carry on running forever until you run out of diesel. But you need the initial spark in order to cause
those perpetual bulbs. You hit one side and then it goes the other side, and it'll just keep on going.
No. Diesel engine runs on compression. It compresses the diesel, which then causes the explosion. Whereas a petrol engine runs on a spark that, as the piston comes up, compresses the fuel, the spark kicks in and then ignites the fuel and forces the piston back down again. That's how an engine works.
Yeah.
So what diesel does is a piston will come up, start compressing the fuel, but because diesel's a heavy fuel, until the engine's warm enough, it needs that initial glow plug to actually heat the diesel up to cause the explosion inside the piston.
Is it a very small explosion?
Otherwise, you'll
fascinating stuff.
What?
Fascinating stuff, this.
I think so. I don't know. Maybe it's boring. I'm like so fucking interested. And it's like such old technology, and I'm just learning about it now. I actually was in mechanics, but we didn't do diesel. And
it is a little.
I don't like the idea of explosions around.
It is a little explosion, Cat. It's pretty.
I used to say
that's why it's called a combustion engine.
That's right. Yes.
I used to say all engines are nothing but sex. Everything's up and down and in and out. followed by the explosion.
Compression and decompression.
You know how you have those things in life that you just love so much and you have no idea why? two of the things that I love so much, and I have no idea why, are ball bearings, because they're so fucking perfect. And gears locking into each other and moving each
Yeah.
other. I love gears, like the old watches. Oh, I love that. It's just, oh, and lava.
Not the
Lava.
actual deer
Lava?
animal.
One of those old lava lamps?
I actually had one of those, but not when I was a teenager. I was like when I was, yeah, I did have one for a while. But
Lava
mine
lamps
was,
aren't made with real lava, though, are they?
yeah, I know. I
No.
mean that hot
You gotta
lava
think
that it's like it's coming from the center of the earth. It's like
Mm.
totally bona fide.
Yeah.
Molten,
This
molten.
molten lava, and the way it,
Yeah.
oh, and mercury. I love the way mercury. It's like ball bearings
Mercury's beautiful.
that's been melted ball
Yeah.
bearings, and it's so 3D, right? It doesn't lay straight down. It's
Yeah, just don't touch it.
What
no,
are those lava lamps made of?
Follow it.
I don't know what.
Lava lamps, they were oil, weren't they?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think they have
Yeah,
different kinds.
and the bulb would heat the oil up, which then would cause the perpetual motion inside the
Yeah,
lamp.
but no explosions.
Mm.
No explosions.
It's
Just
a big
gentle
glow
morning
plug that
imagery.
doesn't do anything. What did you say, Nudie?
I did not say anything. I was
Somebody
listening.
Somebody said something. Well,
I
thanks for
was
teaching me that.
reflecting on my grandma's lava lamp and how it used to take about 6 hours to go from the beginning to the point where it was one big blob in the middle that was kind of doing this weird dancey type thing that was kind of perverted and sexy, but you know.
A light bulb must have blown at some point, and she put a lower wattage light bulb in it.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the problem with mine too. Mine felt used. It's like I kind of felt like something wasn't working properly. It was like I had a handicap. My fucking lava lamp.
Oh.
It's all to do with the heat of the bulb.
What colours did you have? Is it all green and yellow or red and purple?
That
Mine
one was
like
just
yellow
red.
and green.
Red.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I used to put red light on just because it looked cool, and then I just didn't like it anymore.
The liquid inside was kind of a clear, kind of slightly, almost like what's that pop? Ginger ale.
Orange.
Kind of like that color, sort of beigey almost.
Champagne.
Yeah, champagne-ish, right? That was the liquid
Champagne.
inside, but the simulated lava oil stuff was kind of a deep maroonish red when it was
Beautiful.
not lit, but then once it was all hot and melty, it was more of a poppy red almost.
There you go. Lava lamps are paraffin wax and compounds of carbon tetrachloride.
Whatever that is.
Fluoride in it.
Right. Right we are.
So
yeah, so what? Fantastic.
Why don't I like red light, Nudie?
Playing this racing game.
Why don't you like red light?
I used to sit in it, but I only did it because it sounded cool. But I'd sit in it and think that it was cool, but it didn't feel cool. And now,
like the planet Mars, I guess too much of it could make you feel on edge and kind of angry for no reason.
I never felt. I don't feel comfortable in any lighting really.
I think pink's a nice
sometimes
light.
Fluorescent is kind of nice for a while. Some of those glow lights or whatever, the glow lights for a little while. But I never really felt. I felt like something was missing or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Now that I can't see
These
so
lights
well,
have no light at
I
all.
appreciate bright white light. Just white light. That's the way you can see the best. There's no film over it. No, you're getting the whole fucking wattage right on what you're looking at. But
Yeah.
I'm old now.
I can't
Pure white
stand
light.
LED lights. They bother the shit out of me, especially the headlights these days for the longest time now on cars. It really makes it
Really?
it bothers me and affects my driving, especially at night. I prefer not to drive at night now much more because of that.
Well, yeah, most people I know don't like to drive at night. I do, but I'm a passenger, so. But I would have thought that you would have loved the idea of LED lights. Like,
Well, they're very efficient, so that's one advantage, but I can see that they're actually very not good for the eyes. And as I researched into the technology, it seems the real reason why LED has been put out to us and eliminated the incandescent is because the smart technology is very easy to be integrated with LED lights. And we've got, let's put it this way, we've had 5G everywhere for a long time, but most people just don't.
Jesus Christ, my whole fucking apartment is LED lights.
I want to ask about 5G actually. It's been an issue I've been thinking about quite a bit lately, and
It's an issue in your mind, or it's an issue somewhere in your life?
well, it could be a factor in all our lives, but I mean, I've had people say it's just a stupid conspiracy theory, and obviously they've probably been
Did you take the clot shot?
mass media. No way. No, I'm a pure blood.
Anybody in this room, if you want to admit it, take the clot shot.
I'd never take it. My ex did though.
I'd never take it.
I never took it, never even touched a mask, and I'm probably the closest to it being a pure blood as it can get, other than somebody who was just in nature, because most of that time I was cooped up in that hotel and really didn't even run across anybody who did
Wait,
get
though,
that.
didn't your parents vaccinate you when you were little?
Oh, I thought we were just talking about the...
Oh, no, okay, but you said you're basically nothing, you said, so...
No, the only vaccination I had as a child was the polio sugar cube.
Oh, you're lucky.
With the TB one.
I didn't need TB
Shot in
because
the arm.
I wasn't a reactor because my mum had TB as a child.
From that perspective, I'm not a pure blood. I did get what is just commonly called booster shot that most parents give their children here. That and one other one, which I totally regret. I really wish I didn't, but they fear sold us in high school, especially the men. That if we did not get the mumps shot, if we did not have the mumps, and we got the mumps in our early 20s, if it happened, they feared us into thinking that our testicles would fall off or we could also die.
Holy shit!
Yes.
I've never
Can't
had
believe
mumps.
that's legal.
I've never had mumps, and I've never had the injection, and I've never had measles either. Even when my brother had German measles, my mum put us top to tail so that I would catch it. I still never caught it.
I'm like that with chicken pox. My brothers.
I've never had chicken pox
my mom had
either.
me help them and try to get the chicken pox, and I couldn't get it. Then my daughter got it, and I still didn't get it. I don't know why, but I got the whole fucking gambit of shots back in '66.
I said just now the only shot I had was polio, but it wasn't. When I was in the army, I had shots to go abroad.
Yeah,
and
I had that one in my
also
arm.
when I was working on the door, I had the hepatitis injections, hepatitis B or C, is it?
That's the one that was on the kids.
Yeah, I had the injections for that. So if anybody spat
from
on us,
mosquitoes.
if anybody spat on us or whatever, and they were carrying hep, then we wouldn't catch it.
Do people spit on each other where you come from?
No, they do when you're a doorman.
Oh my god! This is where the Queen is from.
Yeah, but you know when you're confronting a drunk person and they're right up in your face and they're speaking, and some people spit when they're speaking.
Okay, yeah, that's why I won't
Well,
teach me
then
not
during
Can't
COVID,
help
look
it.
how many coppers got spat at.
Oh, that's horrible.
Then people were being arrested for
Assault.
They've got spit masks, spit guards now they can use if they
yeah,
need to.
GBH. They were being arrested for GBH.
Grievous bodily harm.
Yeah, for spitting at the police.
You could potentially, spread a deadly disease.
See, I think that should be a moral charge.
It's very unlikely.
How dare you do
Well,
this? to another
they
human
say
being?
you can definitely spread hepatitis. I'm not sure about HIV because I think it has to be like blood, doesn't it? I don't
It's all
necessarily
suspected,
think.
though, isn't it?
It's
Yeah,
just rude.
Unproven.
but I mean, HIV was Fauci and Gates anyway, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't even care about their names anymore. But, that only mattered when people go, okay, fine then. Who's the oligarchy? But otherwise, I don't even care what their names are. I'm not even sure if they're human. I just know they exist and they're hurting us.
Well, the World Health
Too many names and numbers.
Organization, the World Health Organization, and the CDC
Yeah, and there's
has
too many
come out
alphabets and
now.
letters.
Has come out now saying that everybody that's had like 3 jabs or more have all got vaccine.
Careful saying that word.
It is VAIDS or something it's called.
VAIDS?
Yeah.
Right.
That's hilarious. They're so funny, eh?
Vaccine-induced dementia syndrome.
No,
Can you
vaccine
imagine them laughing
induced.
their asses off? Let's give them beads.
Oh shit! You cannot make this shit up.
Oh,
Wow.
they do.
Someone
They
did.
make it up right out of their asses.
Yep.
Vaccine acquired immune deficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it
Sounds
basically
about right.
is AIDS with a V on it.
Yeah.
Immune
the C.
deficiency. Look, you get a vaccine to improve your immune system, and you end up with immune deficiency.
Yeah.
If you listen to the American commercials when they're selling pharma, it's fucking hilarious.
And sometimes even death.
They talk really fast, so you hardly even understand what they're saying, and then they'll tell you, it may cause kidney damage, liver damage. You may feel faint or get heart palpitations, or death. Like, okay.
The number one side effect of most pharmaceutical depression pills?
It's death.
It's suicide.
It's
Yeah,
depression and suicide. Yes.
Yeah.
No
The
joke.
doctor, when
Fucked up.
my mum passed away, the doctor wanted to put me on antidepressants, and he put me on this. They banned this antidepressant now. They banned it,
Wow.
and like it was the number one cause of suicides in the country.
Was it Prozac?
Yeah, and all it
I was
did,
on Prozac for a while.
all
Not
it
good.
did was make me laugh. I just laughed and laughed and laughed. I couldn't take anything at all serious. And my partner at the time, she'd be arguing with me, and I'd just be sitting there laughing at her. She would get more and more frustrated with me.
Of course.
And I
You
just
should have offered her
laughed.
to. Should have offered her to pop one.
A pop one so she can laugh too, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's really fucking
Have a Prozac party.
We had a big Barney.
Count me out.
We had a big Barney, and her and her mate tried to set me up and get me to go round there, and then basically they were going to ring the old Bill or ring the police and say that I hit her or something like that. And I went round there, and she tried to wind me up, and it didn't work. I was just giggling at her, and then I went out, and then my stepdaughter said, "Mum's trying to set you up. She's going to ring the police on you." And I'm like, "What?" And she's going to ring the police on you because you've rejected her. And I'm like, "Wow." And I'm sitting outside, And as I'm sitting outside, she's throwing my mum's stuff out the window at me, and I'm still sitting there giggling. And the police, they
Just go
really,
downstairs and punch in the face.
but the police, me and the police never see eye to eye, and they used to come mob-handed. And I was just sitting there giggling, and one of my mates is a copper. He came up and he said, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "I don't know, she's just going nuts, throwing all this stuff out the window." He said, "What are you laughing for?" I said, "These bloody tablets the doctor gave me." I said, "I can't help it. I just keep laughing."
Yeah.
I had to come
Holy
off them.
Did you divorce her?
Oh, yeah, we separated, yeah. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't go back there again.
Congratulations.
It was,
After he
Well-
came down from the Prozac, he couldn't take it anymore.
yeah. Well, no, we'd been split up for a week, and she kept on around. I'd basically been a naughty boy. I'd been in prison. While I was in prison, she did the dirty on me. When I come
Wow.
out, I found out she'd done the dirty on me with my mate,
No.
and
Oh,
I
with your
was
mate.
like, yeah, I was
Almost
like,
lost
no
a
way,
mate, too.
both of you are dead to me, you know?
Right.
And she's like, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, nah, both of you are dead to me. And I left. I'd left for a week. Because I'd left, she phoned me up and said, "Come here, and if you want to go, then you better come and get some of your stuff and everything, and sort out what we're doing with the house, blah, blah, blah." And I've gone round there, and she was actually setting me up to get me arrested again,
So I
because
guess
I
she
was
didn't
on,
say sorry.
yeah, and because I was on license. If she got me arrested for assaulting her for a made-up assault, then I would have been put back on prison and served my license.
That's
And
what
that's
you were
what
talking about earlier.
that's what she, no, that wasn't me. That was Purple Bittersweet.
Oh,
Gonna go to prison.
apparently
But-
you lived his life.
But like I said
Not my
earlier,
own.
I had an ex-missus just like it,
Wow.
trying to
Yeah,
bring
you know-
fictitious charges on you.
These
I
kind
just
of
always,
women give
I
women a
always
bad
seem to attract the wrong people. I don't know what it is.
It's in
Yeah.
our energy. We do this. We do it to ourselves.
I think I love them.
Probably, to be real on it,
I love
it's
them.
I don't think there's very many right people. So that's what
I
I
don't know. I've seen happy couples before.
I
It's
know,
tempting to have a
but it's a
meaningful
rarity
and happy,
when you look
secure
at the
relationship.
numbers.
Is just virtually impossible.
Me and Patrick
need-
used to argue all the time, and he was my
I'll always
boyfriend.
try. I'll always believe in romance.
You need two people who are, or
love.
more who are secure with each other and understand that nature is fluid, and not to have synthetic attachments on this. That's a bare minimum requirement for a healthy foundation. You know.
Okay,
Sounds
but
good
you know
to
what?
me.
Me and Patrick, we were linked, and we used to fight a lot. And I was never closer to anybody on the planet than him, and he was never closer to anybody on the planet than me. So even though we used to have all these sparks all the time, and it's usually just because we were poor and we were arguing about money or whatever money had caused, and otherwise we were like a hand in a glove.
Love-hate
just-
relationship.
Kinda, except there was no hate, but there was animosity sometimes.
Well, by the sounds of it, she said their roots were of the disagreements, which a lot of people go through anyways, just the struggles you have with corporate lives,
Money.
you know. Yeah, it causes
money, the root of all evil.
it causes.
No, wait, money is
Love
the
of
root of all
money.
heaven too, man.
The root of all
I-
evil.
I think there's something
Money.
far more rudimentary as far as that goes than money.
I'll tell you what,
Obedience.
if we had money, the only thing we'd have to worry about is health and people fucking around.
Obedience is the root of all evil.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You must
Far
obey.
more than money is.
You will
That
obey.
should be a daily message.
Obey who?
It was
Why?
a quote about a week ago or two.
Oh shit. I've been reading, I'm sorry.
Shame, shame.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the horse answer. Which way is the horse walking? I answered
yeah,
that,
I
and I
told you
still
my
haven't had a
answer.
reply.
I told
that-
you my answer.
That must be you in Discord, then. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm Cosmic.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, the truth is, I don't know either. I just found the name. I thought that's a good one. I want to see what other people think.
I don't
said
think
the horse
there's
is
an answer.
coming. The horse is coming towards you because the back legs have got elbows and the hocks are facing away from you.
That was my answer. You stole my answer.
No, I answered
you read
before
it in
you.
Discord.
I answered
No,
before
you
you.
didn't. Okay, I'm gonna go
Right,
look.
I'm gonna
There's
look.
proof. It's there. All of us can check it except for Purple Slip because he's
Right, where is it? Is it in the Kit Kat Lounge? Is it?
No, yeah, I answered. He put it in the share links, and I answered because I
It
like
was
to
in the
discuss
share
with you.
links, was it?
No, but I answered in the Kit Kat one because I like the text to be in the main channel and just the links in the other.
Ah, well, I answered it where the picture is.
Okay, so what time?
I don't know. I'm looking now. Right, click to see. So I answered on the 10th of the 9th, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
Okay, I gotta
Coming
scroll up.
because the hocks are furthest away.
What?
I wrote coming because the hocks are the furthest away. And the rear right leg is bending towards you, which means that because the back legs are like elbows and they only bend one way, so they can only bend forward, and the back right leg or the back left leg as you're looking at it is actually bent closest towards you. Well, the hock can only bend one way, it can't bend backwards.
So this was September 10th, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now I'm on my birthday, actually. 8:30. Okay, September 9th.
Happy birthday to you.
Okay,
Happy birthday
I
to
answered
you.
on 9/9.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, baby. I answered
There
on
you go.
9/9 at 4:40 p.m. I beat you by a day.
Ah, yeah, but I didn't see it because I saw it in the share links, so I didn't see your answer.
Okay, it's all right. I'm just playing. I answered. Answering this is a real. Assuming this is a real picture. Oh, first of all, I said, if there's a correct answer, I say going. Assuming that this is a real picture,
Boom. Won the
and not a
race.
drawing, there has to be a correct answer. There, because he had to have been going in one direction or another. I say based on the shape of the based on the legs of the horse. That he
Yeah,
was
but
going.
a horse walked diagonally, and if you look at the front left and the rear right, as you're looking at the picture, you can see the horse is on the diagonal. So the back left, as you're looking at the picture, and the front right, the back left is.
Let me get the picture up, but I got to go through the other share links till I get to the okay, Nude Guru 10-4.
Put it in the back chat. I've always wanted to say that. Put it in the back chat so no one else can see it.
9:10, or sorry,
That's right.
9:27.
Can't do it because there's an image.
Yeah, I know.
Private chat. Some people call it.
The only thing you can do
I
is
can-
Share
a
the screen.
link.
Share your screen.
Yeah, I'll share
Oh,
my
yeah.
screen on my phone.
Share screen.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Although it's better if
Careful
you
what
can
you
look
share,
at it. Look, you like this, new Guru? We're playing a game with your. Thanks for remembering, Smiler.
Yeah.
Okay, new
Ah,
Guru.
present.
Just for fun.
Share screen. Window. No.
I got it.
Yeah.
This is some big ass music.
I'm sharing it. If you
Okay.
just
You beat me. There you go. We're even. I beat you and you beat me.
There we go. How
so
good are your eyes? Are they coming or going?
Can you big it
so
up?
that leg there can only bend one way because
Okay,
that's
can
a
you
hop.
big it up?
Interesting question. I'd say both.
Opening browser.
Coming and going. Different times.
Different times. They just
That-
superimpose one picture on the other.
That foot is forward. Yeah.
One trick pony.
That's a hawk. Well, a hawk is like a human elbow and will only bend one way.
No,
So
the
that's
people's
got it.
elbow.
See, how can I argue with a guy who had horses? And
Big
I've never
ass
even had
slugfish.
anything to do with horses. But I,
People's elbow.
And
okay,
the
what
horse
about the
walks. The horse walks on the diagonal. That leg there. Well, why isn't it sharing?
Yes.
issue?
On the
I
top.
can't see your mouse at the moment.
Yeah, right.
I see the picture.
On the
I
championship.
can
Top
see the picture,
screen.
just not
Oh,
his
now it's
mouse.
gone.
Present.
Both
Share
points.
screen. Window. There. Share.
You
Right.
can
Left
you want it?
share. If you share. Right. So now you can see the mouse.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No, okay,
Right.
bring it down a bit. Bring it down a bit.
Bring what down a bit.
I can't see the top of the horse.
Oh, I can't see the head because I've enlarged the picture. So if
Yeah,
I
no,
go
just-
like
just
that,
Taking his head off.
Move it
yeah,
down a
can
bit.
you see it now?
Fucking horse
Yeah.
head off.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Oh, she's back.
Look at your screen, UK lady.
Hi, UK lady.
Oh,
Now,
it's
also,
beautiful.
Look
So
at
that's the
Show you a
hawk,
picture or two.
and the hawk can only bend one way.
but look at the face, or the
More of a shadow
back of the
shadow
head.
thing, isn't it?
No,
What do
the
you call
back of
that?
the head of the human.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
silhouetted. They're
Yeah, but are
silhouetted
we
against the
seeing-
background.
Are we seeing her face, or are we
Very
seeing the
nice.
back of her head?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
but
they've turned away as well. We're seeing the
they-
back of them.
They've blurred the shoes out to make
And
the
it's dark.
shoes. But look at the shadow. The shadow's cast in
Ah.
that way. The light's coming from this way.
We only
Yeah,
got
but
the
you know
detail
where
as the
the
outline.
But a hawk, if you see that leg is coming forward, that leg is just lifting, and that hawk can only bend one way. It can't bend backwards, right? And that's the point of the hawk there.
I
Yeah.
wasn't looking at the horse's legs, to be honest.
Doesn't that surprise
Carry
me?
on.
And that leg there and that leg there. So that leg there's coming forward. That leg there's now coming
Red-blooded
forward.
man.
Yeah. So that all the horse's weight now is on that leg there.
Aye.
As those legs go back, and then that leg there and that leg there will come forward. So the
Mhm.
horse is walking towards you.
Life of a quadruped.
And if the horse,
Opposed to a
if the horse was closest to you, then
Bipedal
instead of the
mammal.
tail, instead of the tail being there, it would be here in perspective.
Right.
No,
Swishing around from left to right.
if you can't
Getting
see
rid of
what
all
it,
flies.
if the tail is against the ass and everything's dark, you can't see that it's coming down, and then you only see it when it passes the body, but it's right on the ass.
Yeah, but naturally the chest there is closest to you because of the way the legs are. The hawk bends back like that. That's a horse will throw a furrow pin on the back leg, yeah, and the furrow pin is on the hawk, yeah,
Okay,
and the hawk
show me the
elbow.
chest.
Is this science? Is this science
it's,
class, or is it more art
when
No,
appreciation?
this is called knowing the biology of a horse.
Where,
When,
Yeah.
when you're
Because
looking
I
at it
was-
going forward, though, that leg becomes the front leg.
No,
Okay,
because
look,
the front
put
legs
your
are
It can't be
totally
that
different.
dissimilar to
The
a
front
human.
leg,
Your mouth.
front leg are the
Smiler.
same as a human's knee.
Smiler,
That's why
Smiler.
you got that flat scapula there.
Must be
Smiler.
horses for horses, really.
Put your mouse on
Ultimately.
the chest. You know where you showed where the
Horses
chest
for
is?
horses, man.
There.
Put your mouse on the chest. Okay, to the right more. Okay,
To
So,
the right, to the
eh,
left.
to
To
the
the
where I see what
To the
I see
right.
there is
To the
the front leg. It's the front thigh.
Well, that's the thigh there.
Mm-hmm.
No, okay, well above the thigh then, whatever the fuck it is.
Well,
that
no,
the
because
thigh's attached
the
to.
chest finishes there. It starts there. There's
Or
the
the
top
ass.
of that leg. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because the tail would be in perspective and it would be here.
You don't
Not if
see
it
it
was
going.
wagging.
When you're looking at the picture's automatically telling you the tail is furthest away.
Okay, I see the girl as looking at the horse, but away, like towards the water, and looking at the horse with a bun in her hair, and we're looking at the back of her head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because she's
And
holding
she's holding the
she's holding a lunge
horse
rein.
steady with the reins as well.
I
She's
see it.
holding
I see it
she's
both
holding
ways.
a lunge rein.
If
This
they're
is quite
coming, she should
significant.
be facing the water.
She's
It's a
holding
very
a lunge rein,
reassuring image.
which is going through
Good for
the
the eyes.
saddle, up and then up to the. So that lunge rein there is going through the stirrup leather, or through the saddle, or through a
Okay, now you're just showing off.
numner,
Under the bridge and far away.
and then it comes from the side of the horse. It then goes up to the bridle, and it goes and it clips onto the bit. That's called a lunge rein. Yeah. And that their lunge rein will come round and go round both
Hey,
sides
but
of the horse.
she could be holding it with her left hand.
Give it to me.
Where specifically on the horse does that noose thing on the body specifically? Where does it usually go?
Well, basically around the waist of the horse and around the centre of the horse, from the just behind the wither, and the wither is the end point of the neck.
So it kind of looks like then it's that might be
Withering height.
that might be an indication that if that's the case, if it was going forward, then it looks like it would be more in the front of the horse. So if that doesn't really happen, then that would be your clue that it would be going towards us.
I think I might have
Well,
the answer. I might have
the
the answer.
legs give it away totally. The legs totally
Okay,
give it away.
right, but what you're saying to me doesn't make any sense because I don't even know what you're saying. But there's something on the top there. Follow the silhouette. Oh, wait. Oh, come on.
I was going to get up a normal horse image.
Okay, but please put your mouse along the right hand side of the body of, yeah. Now fall, not right, no, up towards the head. All right, right there. What's that loop there?
That's the end of that goes around the girth, yeah, and then it goes through the ring of the girth to the mouth, to the bit.
Okay, so if that's the mouth, then it's going.
I see it both ways.
Because look at the legs. It can't. It's impossible. That's the scapula. That's the front of the horse's leg. Right. When you look at the back of a horse's front leg, is not flat.
Do they have a heel above their hoof?
Yep. Which
Okay,
you
look
can't
on
see.
the left.
You can't see.
Left
You
back
can't
flip.
see. You can't see any fetlocks on the horse at all.
Look
you can
at
only
the back.
see the front
Look
of
at
it.
the back. Look at the back. What you call the back on the left.
Yeah, but you can't see
Now
no
look,
fetlock.
look, see that lump after the if you
There,
right
that's
there?
the ankle. That's the ankle.
That's the ankle. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's not
that's the ankle.
heel.
That's the hock. That's muscle. Right, that's the hock. That's the ankle, and the fetlock should be there. So you would see the back of the hoof, and that one there has got a curve there, which indicates it's at the back of the hoof because you can see the hoof there. Yeah, the curve there is because you can see the back of the fetlock, because the back of the fetlock curves.
You can see the back of the hoof in this picture.
I can see the back. I can see the angle of the fetlock. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're seeing the back of the hoof, then it's going.
No, because the angle the picture's taken, you're getting the side-on view. See that little divot, that little curve there?
Yeah.
So there you've got the ankle. Then you've got that little curve, and then there you've got the round of the foot. Yeah. Well, a horse's hoof isn't round at the back. A horse's hoof is indented at the back. That's why you see shoes that have got a big hole in the back of them, because a horse's hoof isn't completely round. It's like a semicircular with a piece cut out because they've got what's called a frog, and the frog is what pushes the blood back up to the horse's heart. Right, it's a soft bit. It's a soft bit in the middle of the hoof. It's like the fleshy part, the skin part.
I didn't even know there was skin part.
Right,
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
that works when the horse puts his foot on the ground. That works as a pump to then push the blood back up to the horse's heart.
Okay, so they have that naturally without horseshoes, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so why do people put horseshoes on?
because
Keep them from getting hurt.
we gave them fields with no stone. We gave them no natural ground so that they could wear their hoofs down. And also because we do certain events which requires us to have shoes, which requires us to have studs to stop the horse slipping. So every 6 weeks we put horseshoes on them, or if they're a good hoof, every 8 weeks we put a shoe on them, and we have stud holes put in the shoes, and then we put studs in. So you get road studs, and you get grass studs, and you get show jumping studs, dressage studs for sand, and etc. etc.
So
A bit like football boots. We've what do you call it? It's the same as what we did to dogs. We've not humanized them. We've
domesticated.
We've domesticated them, and now as well, because they don't eat food like they used to in the wild, which used to, with their food they'd pick up bits of grit and they pick up gravel that would wear their teeth down. Now we have to have their teeth done every couple of months by a dentist, by a horse dentist.
Paris Hilton as a horse. So okay, now tell me, does any part of their flesh touch the ground?
Yeah, the hoof.
The hoof touch
the frog of the hoof.
That touches the ground, so they get the energy from the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're grounded.
I guess they don't need their whole foot to be touching the ground, but
well, no, the hoof is the hoof is just like the human nail. The actual shell of the hoof is like the human nail.
Okay, so
right? But under the hoof, you've got a triangular shape with two bulbous bits at the heel. The heel is two bulbous bits.
Triangle.
And it's called a frog.
That's weird.
And that's the pump. That's the pump that pumps the blood back up to the heart. And if you've got a bad farrier that leaves the feet too long, then that frog doesn't end up touching the ground, and then you get horses with cellulitis, basically, swollen legs.
But if you had left them alone in the wild, they wouldn't have got that.
No,
they've evolved.
Yeah, the old Mustangs and like what are those nomadic people? Yeah, and what are those nomadic people called? Is it the Mongolians, is it?
Yeah, the Mongolians were fierce. Yeah.
Yeah, where
Chinese,
they still have their wild horses. Yeah, and they go out and they round up the wild horses. They bring them back in. They break them. The same as in Australian outback. They still go out and they bring in the wild horses. My mate used to do it, and they'll back and break a horse in a few hours. And then they'll ride that back out to go and round up more horses.
A few hours.
The Mongolians, every year they do this thing where they ride from you can pay to go on it yourself, and they ride from one end of the country to the other end of the country over a few days, and basically you go out and you ride in wild horses. Yeah. But
I won't even get on one with a saddle. They scare the shit out of me.
My mate,
that's a lot of muscle to argue with.
One of my mates out because I used to hunt. So at the hunt board, you know, you bid on prizes and what have you to raise money for the kennels, and he actually bid and won the trip of a lifetime to do this Mongolian challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he went and did it. He said it nearly killed him.
Mongolian history is really interesting, though.
And, but funny enough, you had to kill something else to get the trip.
Yeah, well, you'll be surprised. You'll see more dead foxes killed by cars than you ever will on a hunt.
No, I'm saying the prize that he got nearly killed him, but he had to kill something else to get the trip.
Yeah, what did he have to kill to get the trip?
I don't know, whatever it is he hunted.
No, it's fox hunting, right?
That's
but
awesome.
you could guarantee you see more dead foxes at the side of the road on
I'm
the
not
way
making
to
a
the hunt
judgment.
that have
I'm not
been
making a
hit by
judgment.
cars than you ever see out hunting.
Okay,
And
what's wrong with
most of
my
us,
delivery?
It's just a
What's wrong
you
with
know,
my delivery? Why didn't you just laugh?
fox hunting is
because there's so much prejudice against fox
Yeah,
hunting,
I'm not judging. I'm
and
not
there's so
judging.
much bias
I'm
about it.
I'm
dogs.
finding
Whereas
I'm finding the poetry in it. That's all.
yeah,
I'm not judging.
90% of us literally used to go for the pomp and ceremony, the comradeship, the drinking, and the riding across country and jumping open countryside. We never went for the fox. We never went for the chase. We went to be riding naturally and jumping natural hedges, natural fences, natural gates. Just jumping anything that came up in front of you, and it was like, yeah, just
Did you?
ride.
Okay. Did you eat the foxes?
I can honestly say, in probably 8 or 9 years of hunting 3 days a week, I can honestly say in that time there was probably 2 kills.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like going fishing and not giving a shit if you catch anything.
Yeah.
It's
But
party.
then, the last 4 years I did it, we did what was called drag hunting. We used to have riders that used to have an aniseed scent on the end of their whip. They used to drag the aniseed scent.
Whip. Wait.
because
Why do they have a whip?
Well, because you're sitting on a horse, 6
You need
foot,
a horse
7
whip.
foot up in the air. You need a horse whip with a long lanyard or a long whip, to actually drag the sock that had the aniseed scent in it, to be able to drag it along the ground to cause a scent, and then we would then hunt that scent.
Oh, I thought you're hitting the
with the
horse with the
hounds.
whip. You're not
No.
hitting the horse with the whip.
No.
Well, it's called a horse whip.
Well, these horse whips are for whipping, what you call whipping in, and you crack the whip for the hounds. Yeah, because the hounds work on the cracks of the whip, and when
Well, the
you're trying to
sound?
you're trying to huddle them all up into a group to keep them all together. So, like when you're crossing a road and things like that, you bring all the hounds together and you control the hounds with the cracks of the whip.
Okay, wait. What are the hounds for?
Hunting the fox.
Oh, you're not shooting
Sniffing them
them?
out.
Bait.
No, the dogs are to get the foxes out and to tear them to shreds when they catch them. That's why
I
don't
say
like
if
it.
humans
The
get to
dogs you're
hunt
doing the
animals,
murdering? The dog. So
Yeah.
it's like those dog fights or the cock fights.
Well, yeah, the dogs chase the fox down and kill it.
Yeah, but what
That's
if
why
your
it's been
dog
banished.
ends up losing? Can a
No,
dog
you don't have a
lose?
pack of dogs go in at a fox and lose. It's usually a big pack of dogs.
Oh, right. He did. I thought you each get one and you all go back.
Well, you always have an odd number. You always have like 23 couple.
What the hell does that mean?
So a couple means 2. So you'll have
46.
like 46 hounds.
Wow.
After one defensive fox. Yeah, that's why I don't like it. Because they just rip them to shreds.
It's like going to YouTube.
I say if humans
It's
get
humane,
to
that's why
hunt
they banned it.
animals, I get to hunt humans. How about that?
I don't know. That sounds
Why are you
fucking
hunting
brutal.
humans?
So you're
Yeah,
so
well, we went to what you call we went over to what you call drag hunting. I mean, first of all, for 1 year, when they brought in the hunting ban, we had a European eagle owl, and 1 day a week I used to take the eagle owl out, and the eagle owl used to legally kill the fox because you could hunt the fox with an owl,
what do you
but you
have
couldn't
against
hawk.
foxes?
The damage they cause to dairy herds, the damage they cause to calving, the damage they cause to sheep.
Oh, they're like pests.
Yeah.
Yes, they're vermin.
And the thing is, what the councils were doing is, because you had domesticated, what you call domesticated foxes, basically, where they were living in towns and they were raiding the dustbins, and there was
They're like
a couple of
raccoons in England.
a couple of incidences where they'd gone into gardens where babies are out in the pushchairs or whatever, and like a baby had been bitten or something. And what the councils
Dingo's
were
got my
doing,
baby.
councils were trapping the foxes.
Mhm.
They were
And you're
then
okay with them?
then sterilizing the foxes, so neutering the foxes.
Jesus.
Yeah. And you'd end up like, because we used to go out shooting for the farmers, so we would go shooting for the farmers and we'd kill foxes
Most
on the
farmers have
farmers'
somebody.
land. Yeah.
You get
And
paid for that?
yeah, and then you
Yes.
go out and you go out and you collect the fox, because there's always somebody that wanted a brush, which is the fox's tail. Yeah. Or they wanted the brush and the head, and you used to be able to sell the brush and the head, and then
Tell
they
me,
used to have it
April,
mounted
did you eat the
by a
meat?
taxidermist. No,
Did you eat the meat?
no.
S-
So
Smile
we
at
used to have to go out and collect the foxes. Well, when you go after you've shot it, and then you walk to collect it, and you pick it up, and then when you bring it back in, because we used to do it at night time, and you bring it into the light, and you find it stapled and shaven, it's like, who the hell's operated on a wild fox? And when we started looking into it, it was like Bristol, and like where we were shooting. One night we saw a van pull up, and it was like, oh, it's the police, so we'd better go over there and see them. So we walk over to the police, because thinking that somebody's reported us for shooting. We're walking over thinking it's a police van. It's not a police van. It's a council van. It's a council van tipping foxes out of cages, and they're chucking them out that have grown up in the city. They've grown up in Bristol. They've grown up in Milton Keynes, and all of a sudden, they're being thrown out in the wild. And that's why you had these skinny ass mangy foxes, and then all your native foxes, and
wait a
then your
second, why are they
rabbits.
skinny?
Eh?
Why
Well,
are they
because they
skinny?
live on McDonald's. They live on crap
They're like
that they
raccoons. They're
find in the
scavengers.
rubbish. They live on rubbish that they find in rubbish bins, etc.
But don't they eat rabbits and chickens?
Not when they
No,
live
they
in
eat vermin.
Bristol. They were living in concrete jungles.
People feed
They're
them.
living
They
in
eat.
towns. Living in
Okay.
They're
towns.
like raccoons. They eat everything.
So they had nothing to forage because there was no garbage?
Yeah.
That's right. Well, there's no forestry left either.
So, and they forgot how to hunt? Because I'm
Yeah,
sure
so
that
what they
foxes hunt.
Yeah, but if they're born into that, what do they get taught by their parents? They get taught
Right.
to scavenge a wheelie bin or a bin bag.
Yeah, but the horse knows how to find valerian to heal itself. So why doesn't a fox go, well, I'm hungry, I guess I'm going to go get that rabbit?
Because they can just go straight to a bin and get a McDonald's.
Horses' nature it's still in them, whereas foxes,
some animals don't have all of
and
their
dogs,
skills from instinct. Some of them,
yeah,
in some cases,
they
need to be shown.
get taught by their parent. So their parent will pick them up by the back of their neck,
Yeah.
take them out, you know, and then nuzzle them along with their noses and push them into the bin, and then teach them how to scavenge the bins instead of, you know, learning how to catch a rabbit. They don't get taught that anymore. They're taught how the parents are living and eating, and you know,
foxes from wolves. Aren't foxes from wolves just like dogs?
No, they're cats. They're
no,
they're
the
like
cats.
raccoons. They're
Mm.
vermin.
Foxes are vermin.
Yes, like raccoons. They just eat. They're a scavenger.
I don't think of fox. I don't even think of raccoons as vermin.
They're like seagulls. They're like seagulls, the rats of the sky.
Well, rats and mice.
Foxes
I
are
think of.
pretty timid and scared of humans too. Wolves are not.
No, and neither are
Yes.
fucking coyotes.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, it depends on the
fo-
coyote. Some
But
of them.
see,
Some of them.
the wolf.
See, I don't live far from a wolf sanctuary, and I hear them all the time, and it drives me crazy.
The wolf would be. That would be like number one from like where things came from, right? The wolf was the one, and then everything else came from the wolf, didn't it?
The fox didn't come from the wolf. No, the
no.
fox is part of the cat family.
I thought it was a dog.
A dog fox, which is a boy fox, obviously. A dog fox. I mean,
Obviously.
they ain't much bigger than UK lady's own dog.
Westie.
Yeah,
Yeah, my
they ain't
little
much
Westie.
bigger than the Westie.
They're so cute.
A lot of people get them in their gardens and they feed them and all sorts. You can find videos every day in the UK of people feeding foxes.
God bless UK used to feed them.
He does.
We
yes.
actually used to have a fox. You had the kennels where all the hounds were, and we used to have a fox that used to come down to the kennels every single night, and we used to leave meat out for it every single night.
Yeah. But GB UK says there's no fox fed better than his foxes. But I actually told him, I said, I didn't realize that they were like raccoons. I thought they lived in the forest and hunted rabbits. So I said to him, if you keep on feeding them, they're going to forget how to hunt for themselves. They're just going to want other people to feed them. But I didn't realize.
It depends if the instinct is there. If it's an instinct hunt, then it doesn't matter.
I didn't.
Well, I don't know
know.
if you've heard me talk about it or not, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
There's a channel I watch called Raccoon Saloon, and it's this guy that's like taken his old, building on this old house on his farm, and he's turned it into like a sanctuary for raccoons. But they have foxes that come in regularly as well, and they've got like 15 live feeds going all the time. And I sit up at night and watch them feed them and watch them play because there's lots of them that come in there. But they get a lot of foxes in there, and it's amazing because there's skunks in there that live with them. There's squirrels, and they all live in harmony.
I love skunks. I love skunks.
Oh, there's 2 skunks that come in every day, so you want to check that out. It's called Raccoon Saloon.
Raccoon Saloon. All right, that sounds so cool.
I see foxes all the time around here.
Yeah, are they hunting rabbits?
No, I've never seen any hunt at all. Actually, they're not typically interested in being very social. If they sense you, they tend to want to hide pretty quick.
If somebody's hunting, I don't think they're being social.
That's all animals if they feel that they're being hunted. But just in general, like most foxes, they seldom want to even investigate with humans unless if they've been domesticated pretty much from birth.
Foxes aren't indigenous to the UK. They were brought over from originally from America, North America, yeah, and then to Europe, and then from Europe to the UK. I mean, they did suggest that the Normans brought them over to the UK, but originally they came from
the brain for everybody, for everything.
The original red foxes came from North America, Wisconsin.
How ironic.
You know their actual lineage. They came from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
See, even
originally, red foxes.
You've
got red foxes, you've got snow foxes.
We have red foxes here.
Oh, that's another thing I was going to say to you. On that raccoon saloon, there's one of the raccoons. It's an albino raccoon, and it's like a light golden color. I've never seen an albino fox, but I bet that's beautiful.
Most of the
Are there
fox I
albino
see over here are kind of grayish color.
Yeah.
Yeah, gray, silver gray.
Uh,
I don't think I've seen one that's gray. I've only seen red ones.
Coyotes are scary.
They're a little more
I'll-
aggressive than fox, but them too. You know, I come across them every once in a while.
And they're
I haven't
tall.
come
there you
I
across
had a
go.
couple of
wolf
coyotes
yet.
on the farm the other night.
I have heard a couple wolf in the night, but what I have come across that was quite fun and interesting. For almost 2 weeks, I was in the territory of a cougar. I was about maybe 50, 60 meters away from my RV, and his spot was up in the tree there. And
Hey,
we got
what was it
we
you were
got
being
a-
terrorized by? A bear?
terrorized?
I'm overstating it a bit.
Who's been
Remember
terrorizing you, boy?
you had the door open, but you couldn't go outside. They were in the trees.
That was the cougar.
Cougar, that was it.
Yeah.
And how did that work out? I guess you didn't get eaten, but
Yeah, I'm still here.
mm. Yeah,
it was
we've got
lovely.
we've
how
got
long did it
wild.
take for it to move off?
I left. He or she didn't.
Right on. The animal won.
Growing up in Oklahoma, we had
Well,
lots
no,
of
I
experiences.
I had to leave. I was running out of juice, and I had to get out of there. But
Oh.
he or she wasn't bothered by me whatsoever.
Really?
She didn't need to go get
Mhm.
juice either.
I'm pretty sure I was in
You were the juice.
his occupation. Yeah,
What? What do you say about?
I'm pretty sure I was in his occupation for that time. That was probably his hideout, either to rest or I didn't see him on the prowl at all, or she. But that could have been a hunting spot.
It's a
would
cat.
have been a very good one.
squirrel.
Could have just been their resting den.
It's a cat, so it's a girl. What kind of logic is that?
When I was a kid, I
That's
thought
being
the
cats everywhere.
I thought that cats were girls and dogs were boys. That's why I laughed when Smiler said, why is Bittersweet Purple not here?
He left.
But he just wrote something in the chat like a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I see that.
I don't know. I can't see the chat.
Did he
Oh, I
drop?
didn't-
Is he in the basement?
No, you know what? He said saws, which means sorry in British. Saws had to jump out. Need to listen to music. I guess our voices wasn't music so much. Yeah,
She just
I
need a
thought
break.
that dogs were boys, and then Smiler said, of course, that the boy foxes are called dog foxes, and I said, because he said, of course, and I laughed. I thought, how do you know? That's what I always think. The dog is the.
Well, yeah, it's a dog and bitch, isn't it?
But my mom was like trying to talk to me in logic. She said, so who has the baby? She said. She said, does the cat give birth to the dog? and so she was just trying to reason with me, and I was like living in my own dream world. It's kind of like Nudie trying to talk to me.
I wish I had had video cam with that cougar. Fruity had already gone, and she's the one with the cell phone. So unfortunately, I didn't even get any shots of that. I do have some shots of some deer though. Very, very close to the RV, almost right up to the door sometimes.
Really?
Okay, how come we couldn't get shots of the? Oh, you're talking about on Fruity's phone? The shots of the baby?
Yeah. Fruity had already gone to France, and I was on my own with the cougar there, so I didn't have anything to
She
record.
was there when the deer came.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. All right. What are you buying? A drink?
Yeah. See, in Bristol, they studied the foxes, and it's actually the dog fox that will carry on feeding and bringing food to the cubs.
Really?
Yeah.
The
And
male
some of the
takes
cubs
responsibility, but
might be progeny of a rival male, but the dog fox will still go out, get the food, and bring it back for the cubs.
so they have no. It's all fluid, right, Nerdy?
What's that?
It's all fluid. The
Yeah.
one guy fox does all the fucking, and then the other dog fox has to do all the work feeding that baby.
Yeah, the
And
dog
no,
fox, the
nobody's
dog
Can I have a
fox
large Diet Coke with extra ice and a brownie,
has to
please?
bring up his stepchildren.
Yep.
Yes, please.
And nobody, but the thing is that nobody's angry at anybody because that's the way it works. So everything, because Nudie was, when he said everything should be fluid, that's the point where I just closed the ball. It's like, no, sorry, I can't do that.
Well, you are anyways, but it just doesn't look like that.
What do you mean
We
you are anyways?
we segregated. Well, I know you haven't. I know you've had more than one partner, and when you look at, our children might live with us directly, but they're being educated by everybody around them all the time. So especially when you're concentrated in a city.
Okay,
So
sorry, but ego gets involved here. If
Mhm.
a girl goes out and gets pregnant by another guy, but then expects another guy to raise the baby,
Mhm.
that's kind of bitchy.
Yeah, well, that's all.
Sorry,
You
you guys
know.
got to hear me order my lunch.
That's
Yeah,
no worries.
but
The part that gets tricky in the raising part, and that's again where the corporate environment makes it the raising part is financial and all the synthetic stuff that is totally against. If that was out of the equation, then the rest would still just be natural and a
I don't know,
given.
man. If I was a guy and I was the one who didn't get the fuck to do all the fucking work, then still you'd have to go out and go find the food. So you still have to do all the work.
That's
You
right.
just don't get any money
Still have
for it.
to hunt and gather.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
all the
but it
work
would be
done
right
by-
there. It would be again more like just what you see animals do. It would just be right there in front of us. We would just be wild with it, right?
I don't know. They're pretty territorial, the animals.
When it comes to mating and when it comes to nesting, yes, but other than that, not really.
Having babies is nesting.
That's what I said.
Okay, so
During that process, but after the nesting is finished, then
okay, so one guy fucks a chick, right? But then she nests with another guy who has to do all the work.
Mhm.
yeah,
Okay, so
or they start raising the kid, and then the mum and dad split up, and then the mum gets another boyfriend, and then the boyfriend looks after the kid and the mum as well.
okay,
Yeah.
but that
You
there's
see
nothing
you
wrong
see
with
this
that.
both. You
There's
see it
nothing wrong
even
with
in the
that.
corporate world. Mhm.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay because there's no you didn't think that kid was yours and you were feeding this kid and then find out it's somebody else's, and you didn't get with her when she was pregnant, right? So
Oh yeah, but obviously if she's pregnant when you get with her, you know it ain't yours, or you work your dates out and you work out it ain't yours.
but see, the foxes don't even have that ego to care about that shit, I wouldn't think. Because
Yeah,
obviously you do it on a regular
animals
basis.
animals just do what they go instinctually when it comes to mating. I really haven't seen anything outside of that in the wild.
Well, sheep will reject the lamb, but if a sheep dies giving birth, then what the farmer does is it skins the dead sheep, puts the dead sheep,
puts a costume on,
or like if a
makes
if
a wig out of
if
the
a
wolf.
lamb's dead and a sheep's dead, then they'll put the coat on the lamb and give it to the mother of that lost the lamb, and then the mother will smell its scent on it, and then it will suckle that lamb.
What do you mean, the grandmother?
No, the mother.
But
The mother that
just
lost
adopted
the
the child.
baby, she'll adopt the baby lamb.
Okay, it's somebody else's mother.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not the mother of the mother.
No.
No,
Okay,
it's
So
not the
if
mother
a
of the lamb.
mother dies, another mother will take on as long as it's got the scent.
I have seen a dog feeding kittens, and I've seen the other way around too. A cat feeding puppies.
Well, that's just as strange as us drinking cow's milk, I suppose.
But then it's the same as if
so
a horse,
It's so loving.
if a horse loses a foal, and you've got another foal, you can get that foal to suckle, and that horse will take on that other foal.
Animals
Kinda
seem
great
to
if
do it
like that.
out of extreme when it's a survival thing.
Yeah, when
For
they
sure.
hit bottom, when they hit rock bottom.
Yeah, when there's no other choice.
Elephants are so loving, and they take in the children. I think they do the same thing where if the mother elephant dies, that they take in the baby with another family. They're so loving. And lemurs, they have daycares. They
Oh, I
have
love
daycares.
lemurs. We have lemurs here.
Here's what I don't see animals doing.
What?
When
Buying
when
new
it's
Big
time, when it's yeah, that too. When it's time to wean, stealing from after weaning is finished, stealing milk from another species for
You
the
just
rest
have
of their
time.
adulthood life.
What if you got a greedy teenager who's like, like I like the milk, so goes and gets it from another mother?
I've never seen I've never seen an animal do this practice ever.
Yeah, but you don't have the animal internet, and you can't see all of them.
I live in the wild.
I know.
I've never seen this.
But
Only
living in the
humans.
wild, living in the wild is very anecdotal, whereas you have a lot more experience if you have animal internet. So really, it's only whatever you run into.
Jealous of being able to.
Well, show me an adult animal that is still suckling on even their own species.
teat.
Never mind another species.
They
And
must have had one. They
I'd
must
be
have had
quite
one.
There's some
intrigued.
weirdos out there.
There must have had one on Jerry Springer. I remember
I guess
years
I
ago-
guess that would be the place to see it if you want to find it. Yeah.
I remember years ago on Phil Donahue, the greatest talk show ever. He had people that were in diapers, like the adults who were in diapers.
No. Are you trying to make me sick, girl?
I saw it on the TV, and it was
Yeah,
Phil
and
Donahue.
they
He
should,
didn't lie to
Give me
us.
the ick.
Well, you
they
know what?
should
As
give them
bizarre
a
as that
lethal
sounds,
injection.
as bizarre as that sounds, I see the same lunacy in fake adults who still drink milk in their adulthood. I see the same type of craziness with that as adults wearing diapers. To me, it's one and the same.
I'm sorry. If I'm drinking a glass of milk, I'm not sitting in a playpen with fucking diapers. That's like
Yeah, it's the same thing. If you
No,
wouldn't
it's
take
so
your
not.
lips and suckle on that teat, then you know,
I'm not suckling on the teeth. I'm
to me,
drinking from an open glass of milk.
right, and to me, you know, that's just to hide that part of the equation, to be in denial and cognitive dissonance about it. To me, it's part and parcel and poetic justice with the arrested development catastrophe of the domesticated human species that is far from really matured into true adulthood.
I can't find my cigarettes. I'm going over there.
Drinking milk in adulthood is that's
Weird.
That's the
I don't think
perfect
humans should be
poetic
drinking
justice.
cow milk anyway.
No, I know.
any milk at adulthood.
I
Why
barely
are
drink.
humans
barely
drinking
drink milk.
milk when milk is supposed to be for you know, the young until
Young
they've done
babies.
weaning?
But because it's got nutrients in it and tastes good.
That's what they told
Bullshit.
you.
That's indoctrination to the
It's got
T.
hormones and shit in it. Hormones and antibiotics and all kinds
Would
of
you go to
fuckery
your
that they give them
if
animals.
you're as an adult,
feel
if
too
your
guilty
mother
drinking. Fine.
Antibiotics is a fallacy.
let me
They're
ask you a
not
question.
Got a bit-
Here's food for thought question.
If a cow's on antibiotics, it gets withdrawn from the milk. The milk is thrown away from a cow that's been on
They're not allowed to
antibiotics.
give the animals antibiotics now.
As if they don't.
Well, I'm not saying
Yeah.
okay, but that's the rule of law. I don't know if anybody's following it, but
Yeah.
Well, in the UK, if a cow is on antibiotics, the not DEFRA, it might be DEFRA. They actually, so say a cow produces X amount of liters of milk, the farmer still gets paid for that milk, but that milk is thrown down the drain. It doesn't go into the human food chain.
who pays them for it?
DEFRA
Oh, an organization.
organization, yeah.
If you're
the same as if you lose a cow, and obviously you've got to get the carcass taken away, and normally it's the hunt that take the carcass away, and depending what it's died of or whether it's been on any medication, then that carcass will get fed to the hounds as dog meat.
What? Oh, the hounds that chase the foxes.
Yeah, so that'll get fed to the hounds, and then and like whoever works in the kennels will skin the cow, and then the hide will go for leather.
Well,
I'm curious if your guys' mother was lactating right now as an adult, would you suckle?
No.
What if your mother used? What if your mother used a pump and put it in a glass? Would you drink it?
No.
Then why would you drink from a cow?
Because you know what?
Cow's milk tastes nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, do you remember what your mother's milk tastes like?
No, but I know what my milk tastes like when I gave birth, and it wasn't a nice taste. It wasn't really bad. It wasn't really bad. It wasn't like pleasing.
I have no recollection of that's
okay,
that's
but
the
you know what?
bizarrest thing.
I
have no
idea.
I know what baby formula tastes like, and if a mother's milk tastes anything like baby formula, you ain't gonna stick it on your cereal.
Baby formula is derived from cow's milk, if anything.
And you've seen so many jokes where the mother expressed her milk and put it in the fridge, and then the dad has come along and poured it in his coffee, and you see their face when they drink the coffee.
Only when they find out. That's when they have the face.
I used to have a big problem with that because my office used to be near
the what?
And people would come in and steal all my milk for the board meetings, the boardroom, and the company I worked for, one of the companies I worked for. And people would come into our kitchen and steal our milk for their board meetings, knowing that they shouldn't do that. And I got sick of bringing milk in for my coffees and things, so I just started putting labels on it saying breast milk.
Would you guys take that cup of Java and go to the cow's teat and squeeze the milk into the Java?
Okay, now you're just
I've milked cows and drunk their cow's milk. Milk goats and drunk goat's milk as well.
Yeah.
I like mine pasteurized.
You guys are nasty. Yeah, you guys you're nasty, you're perverted, and you're
milk,
sadistic.
But I do like cheese.
Yeah, I know. That's a
if
real
it wasn't for cheese, I'd go completely vegetarian.
No, well, yeah, but what about fish?
No, I love steak. I love fish.
I love steak.
Yeah, but you know what? Jesus ate fish. If Jesus ate fish, there's nothing wrong with it.
Don't eat fish. Nasty.
I eat everything bar chicken.
Jesus also hung out with prosies and probably scratched his ass with his finger all day, but I'm not going to do that either.
Kat, are you religious or not? I'm confused.
I'm not religious, but I'm a total fan.
You're a fan. Okay.
She's
I gotcha.
I've been fanning Jesus all my life. The only person I found longer than that is my dad.
I think you're a closet case religious.
No, so not. Because I would have to believe that Jesus was some kind of supernatural being that was God's child more than I'm God's child, right? I don't believe in any of that shit. I don't believe that he said half the shit that they said he said, but I do believe that he said some of the shit he said.
I think he was a good man, but I don't think he was a son of God.
No, exactly. He was a man, if he even existed
Well-
at all, and I prefer to believe that he existed.
Well, you know, I said earlier on, I opted out of religious education at school.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I opted out because I got chucked out of the class. Right. Because
Right.
we was doing religious education, and we were supposed to be reading part of the Bible, and the teacher asked us questions, and they came to me and asked me a question about the Bible, and I went, "But miss, how do you know who wrote the Bible? Because it's author unknown." I said, "We know who wrote Alice in Wonderland, and in Alice in Wonderland, they did some weird and wonderful shit.
Was that the days when they used
Yes.
to cane your
And
knuckles?
apparently in the Bible, they did some weird and wonderful shit in the Bible as well. So how do we
No,
know
probably
the
on the same
author of
page.
Alice in Wonderland didn't write the Bible? I'm sorry, I cannot believe what's written in the Bible."
Probably the
Uh-oh.
current version, at least. You know,
Probably the same kind of drugs as well, but
You know
if you
what
didn't
my
sit down with the people who are being portrayed in those scriptures and live amongst them, then the only thing you really know is what you read in a book. That's it.
Yeah. But what was
My-
that? What was that magician called that was married to that blonde girl? She was quite sexy.
Les Dennis? No.
Paul Daniels. Paul Daniels, was he called?
Yeah, that's what he was called. Yeah, and
Yeah,
Debbie McGee.
Paul Daniels. Well, he was like the magician of my time, and it was like, well, if Paul Daniels can't turn water into wine, or
that's different. That's no, but that's illusion magic. That's not real
yeah,
magic.
but if he
Jesus could do real
can't
magic.
do it, and he can do magic, this is a kid. This is,
Right.
you're seeing
Right.
Paul Daniels as
I
a
forgot you're a
magician.
kid. Yeah.
You know, if he can't do that, how's this person in the Bible supposed to have been able to do it? You know, and then they said, he went to the burning bush. Well, hold on a minute.
Wait, wasn't that Old Testament?
Yeah, but it was like, hold on a minute, but the bush out there caught fire because somebody broke a bottle and the sun shone on the bottle and then set fire to the bush. So, the sun set fire to the bush. They're living in like a deserted country, like a desert type country with a little dried out bush. Why can't it burst into flames with the sun?
Were there even bottles?
Somebody's rocks from their spliff just fell off and set it alight.
I
Probably all smoke in that bush, you know.
know they didn't have glass back then, but
I was gonna say
we don't know that. They might have had glass. We don't know that.
When something's dried out, and because the bush wasn't green and it wasn't flowery when they depicted it in all the films and what have you, it was a dried out old.
Add
like
enough mushrooms in the
bush.
equation, and anything's possible.
And anything's
Well, that's why I
possible.
said, that's what I said about Alice in Wonderland and the Bible.
Okay, my dad, my teta, my grandmother came from Palestine to come and take care of us. I'm not gonna say what year, but when my parents divorced and went to go live with my dad, and then my dad had to take care of us and work, and so my grandmother came from Palestine to live in Canada, and she took care of us. So we were sitting down to dinner, and my dad said this a couple of times, one time in front of company, and they were saying about Jesus and Mary and Joseph, and Dad said, he said something like, he didn't say I'm sorry, but in his way, he was like, Joseph was an idiot. If he believes that the Holy Ghost got Mary pregnant, my grandmother looked like her heart went into her fucking mouth.
What people don't understand is back then, those times, the word virgin just meant an unmarried woman.
Yeah.
It didn't mean a technical version. So
well, my grandmother believed.
I'm just wondering what divinity was doing, trying I'm wondering what Divinity
young
was
women.
doing, trying to convince a 12-year-old to bear his son. You know,
I don't think
Mhm.
I don't think she was a 12-year-old.
wasn't she? That's what I remember.
Yeah, she was quite
Mary
young.
was 12.
Get out of here.
That's what
No,
I remember.
I remember her being
Mary was
very
12 and
but that
Joseph
was
was in his
common.
20s, I think. I remember.
Yeah,
She was only
remember the life
45 when he
expectancy
died.
wasn't high then.
What was the life expectancy?
I think it was around 40 or 50. So people got married and had kids very young.
Well, I
You
don't
know
know.
why?
Some of those people around there were living in the hundreds at that time.
You know
Moses.
why?
Depends on
Yeah,
how
I
you
know. I
live.
don't know about us not being able to live that long, but I always used to say that the cavemen must have died about 40 because they must have died from bad teeth because there were no dentists. Because
I disagree with that. I disagree with
There was no sweets back then.
That's right. And
I know,
also, most of the
came up with
teeth
this
decay is
theory.
caused from acidic food and having an acidic body. So, and that's from the synthetics in the corporate diet, you know.
But you see, I came up with this theory before I understood any of that. But when I was having abscesses in my teeth for years, and I didn't know anything about colloidal silver back then, or oil of oregano, and so it was all antibiotics. And it's so hard to get in Canada. They count your teeth and your jaw and everything as dentist stuff, and we're not covered for dentists. We're only covered for doctors.
Same here.
Oh, it is the same in England. So
Yep.
if your teeth are hurting and you're in so much fucking pain, you go to the hospital. The most they can do is give you a round of antibiotics, but you got to find your way of getting to a dentist. And if you're poor, you can't do it. So
they don't treat you in the hospital here for dental problems unless it's severe. You have to go to an emergency dentist.
yeah, but think about it. Why is that? Why is that?
Well,
That they won't
eyes are the
treat you at
same.
the
Our eyes
hospital?
should not be separate. It's still part of our body.
So
But yet they don't treat that the same.
I mean, the jaw and everything is in the mouth, which is in the body. I think they do it because of money. They make it so that they've cordoned off an area of medical that no other medical can touch, and then the dentists know that nobody can creep in on their business except for other dentists, and so they've cordoned that part of our bodies off and assigned it to a specific round of people that can make money from it. That's what I think. And
You're
they
right.
do that. Say, I went to my heart doctor and I was asking about my arteries, and he couldn't tell me anything about my fucking arteries. Tell me something. How can somebody be specialized in the heart and not understand the arteries? I don't think that's the thing. I think he could understand the arteries. He just isn't. He's not allowed to get paid for anything but the heart. That's what I think.
Well, yeah, he's too lazy to answer about the art. It's not. That's not in my job description. I just answer questions and repair your heart.
He's got liability. He's got to follow
Yeah, that's what I'm
protocol
thinking.
and only answer. Otherwise, he could lose
Why
his
is that the
license and
protocol?
livelihood.
But why is that's my whole point? Is that somebody's
that's
made
why.
that protocol on purpose, and I think it's so that they can direct how people can make money off body parts.
That's
Yeah,
the lower level cover
So
front, but of
doctors
course,
here can't
all
prescribe certain medicines.
Like
lower
in the
level.
UK, if you go to a general practitioner, a GP doctor,
Yeah.
your GP doctor has gone through the same clinical training, but not specialized in one body part or one organ, right? But a GP can answer you
Well,
questions
every
about
GP
your
has to do so many
artery.
hours of training per year.
Yeah,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
GPs have to do
they
certain
can
amounts of
answer.
training every year, and they tend to specialize in one area.
Pat,
All
you're right
GPs
about
do-
the
all
monetary
GPs
point. Go ahead.
Thanks. But all GPs here, all they do is listen to your heart and listen to your lungs, and then their referrals. Their referral to to medication and referrals to specialists. They're just like
Yeah.
they're like
Okay,
a
I'm going to ask
broker
you a
for the
question,
Smith.
Kat. Would you
Yeah.
rather see a doctor that's had 3 weeks of training on the heart or one that's had 5 years of training on the heart?
5 years, but I would hope that he'd know all the bits that go in and out. If I go take
But
my
there's so
heart
many
to a
details that
mechanic,
change constantly.
The agenda is the answer to your question.
It depends how much training he's had during that 5 years. Would be
The
my
agenda.
answer.
True.
Agenda.
That's the answer. Yeah, the
But now they've
agenda
made it
it
so GPs
fundamentally
can't even
boils down
prescribe
to
certain
that. That's
medications or run tests.
That's what
the
I'm
mon.
saying. It's programmed this way. It's a part of an agenda.
Yeah,
It's
the
all about control
monetary
of
part
money.
is the cover front for once again the agenda of
Yep.
culling the herd, right?
Well, yeah, the herd at this point would be the doctors. That would be the herd. That's
Well,
the
No,
herd
culling the herd of
determined
humanity. I'm talking about
the
the
money.
agenda of the money again is the cover front for
I don't know what you
getting
mean
the
by
agenda
cover
to
front.
be the fuel to facilitate the agenda in that fashion. That's part
That's
of the
what I
whole
mean.
picture of the agenda.
That's what I mean, though. But the money is relative to the doctors. They want the money, right? They do the
Yes,
work. They
yes,
want the money. So
yes.
they're hurting the doctors with the money. That's what I was
They're
saying.
hurting the doctors with
They're
everything.
they're
You know, they've
incentivizing the doctors with the money to
Well, you
be
said
the culprit.
hurting, so I was using your word.
they've also started putting mental health on a points-based system. And if you're basically not psychotic and in danger of like really hurting other people, they don't want to know.
Here,
You
psychiatrists.
mean
Psychiatrists.
hurting in the sense that if they don't follow protocol, then they won't get paid. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
no. The herding is part of the agenda, and they do the herding with the money to the doctors. So the farm at this point, with the people who are paying the doctors, the farm is the doctors. Now we are the real farm, right? With like
Mhm.
all of us,
Yes,
even
no,
all of us,
we're the
and-
including
cattle.
God.
We're the
Right.
cattle.
hmm
Well, yeah, but I mean we're all being herded, but I just meant
Yes.
in this fashion we were talking about the agenda for the cutting of different jobs for the body. That's what I meant about the herding of the doctors with the money, right? But okay, so and also they make us think that the doctors can only do that. Country doctors used to have to do all kinds of shit. Of course, they might not have always had all the right diagnostic equipment like we have now, but they used to know that if you are not feeling well in your belly, that it could be this or it could be that, and they could, I don't know, they just felt their way through, or they just used their intuition, or they just had so much anecdotal knowledge, I don't know, but they could do all that shit. And now you go to a heart doctor. If I take my car to a Smiler and there's something wrong with the engine, he can take care of that. But there's some problem with the engine because there's a problem with, I'm just going to say, the pistons or something. And then he says, well, I got to send it out for somewhere else because I can only do the
Well,
engine.
I was trained to be a proper mechanic. I was trained that you take something to pieces and you repair it. So, and also I learned the whole system. So every single part of a vehicle, front to back, I was taught to repair every single part of that vehicle. So
But
the electrical
that's a normal
system,
mechanic's
the
job.
lighting. Yeah. No, mechanics aren't mechanics anymore. They're called
No, they're not.
fitters. They take a part out, they throw it away, and they replace it with a new part. They're trained as fitters now. They don't do mechanics as I did mechanics. I had to do maths. I had to do equations. I had to do algebra. Mechanics back in the day wasn't mechanics. It was engineering.
Okay, but Theo only died in 2018. We were regulars at mechanics because we bought the RV at 14 years old already. So we had to go to mechanics a lot. And they always had to come up with some nifty little cure for something or just rig something up or what. Like they knew all kinds of shit.
Yeah,
So
but you're not talking. You're not talking. Yeah, but you're not talking about going to see a Nathan, are you? You're talking about going and seeing an old chap in a garage.
Yeah.
Well,
you're not talking about going and seeing a boy.
I don't know, man. Some of them were young Italian guys.
I used to always go and get my, when I used to go get my car done, I always go to local.
Also, back then, Kat.
What back then? It was like 2017.
But even in 2017, you still had apprenticeship. you
Yeah,
still had a mechanic training the
yeah,
new mechanics. Yeah.
right.
Now they don't do that. Now they go to college and they do an NVQ. Now, what's an NVQ? An NVQ is a load of bollocks. I wouldn't use an NVQ to wipe my arse on.
Spoken like a true old timer.
Yeah, but I would, I mean, my ex partner, senior staff nurse, and she's training these new nurses via NVQs, and like she was going,
I still don't know what
I can't believe what I'm actually training. I'm actually training somebody to do my job, but I've got to train them in all these silly little blocks, and at the end of each little block, all the work that I've taught them and they've written down and they've remembered, they then submit that work as part of their exam. That's part of, so all those notes that they've taken, they then rewrite it all out again, they hand it in, it gets evaluated by somebody, and oh, you've got an NVQ level 1 now you have to do your level 2. So go back to Sharon, she'll now teach you your level 2 now. And it's like, oh my god. And then they have to go, off and get trained by a separate person to learn how to take blood, to learn how to, it's like, oh my god.
Well, when my
Yeah,
sister went
they're
to nursing school, she had to learn
compartmentalizing
every part.
to make
Yeah.
the indoctrination more manageable. Remember, train and educator oxymorons. Never forget
Well,
this.
they used to go to university to train. Now they just go to the hospital and they get paid to work at the hospital as a trainee. And they do it under an NVQ. Half of them don't even have to go to university. They don't even
Now, see,
have
my
to have any
neighbor's gone to
formal qualification.
university. Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead. And
Some of
she's
them
always
don't.
away because they make her go to different university hospitals to work. So she's constantly a
Yeah.
week here and a week there.
But some of them, they train in the hospital.
Yeah, she's doing it through university, but yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
them just they take on staff and just train them up on the
Yeah.
job.
Who wants?
Maybe all the students were getting stupider and hurting the patients, so they don't let them
It's
work.
not that we just don't have the intake. There's years that I've sat and talked to people about the intake board, and we only had 2 people in the whole damn area, like for a massive area, that applied to become a doctor. 2 people for like 3 million.
The doctor gets paid by the government.
Yeah, we get
No,
paid.
it gets paid by the NHS.
Okay, so they
Yeah,
have fixed rates. Do they ever go on strike?
Oh yeah, we're on strike now.
The doctors?
Yep. Because they want doctors to work while, come out of university and work for less than minimum wage and still work long, awful, horrible hours. It's not just about pay, it's also about conditions.
Do you know a shitload of
I
doctors left Canada about 20 years ago? They went down to the States because Canada refused to pay them what they were demanding. And so they said, fuck this. And a shitload of them all flocked down the United States. And we had no doctors. And ever since then, it's been like I have the health conditions I do with my heart and with my arteries and all this stuff, my pancreas and everything. And I still don't have a doctor, and it's been 5 years. Well, sorry, it's been 3.5 years. I wasn't on the list before. It's 3.5 years I've been on a list to get a doctor. I don't want a doctor. I have to have a doctor because of how I get my money. But I like my nurse practitioner. She lets me work
Yeah,
with
they're very good.
Yeah,
I've been
Practitioners are becoming more popular over here.
I've been 6 years seeing a neurosurgeon.
Mhm.
I found out that the first 2 years the waiting list was closed and I wasn't even on a waiting list.
Jesus.
But the only reason I found that out is because I said that I would pay the £500 and go private. So I was going to go to what they call a Dutchy hospital, which is private. The Dutchy hospital then rang my GP for my medical history. He wanted to know why the Duchy were ringing him. He then rang me and said, why are Duchy Hospital ringing me for your notes? And I said, because I'm fed up with waiting, so I've gone private. He said, old fire. He said, I'm going to push you through again urgent for the consultant. If you don't air anything in a month, ring me back. And I said, what do you mean a month? I can have an appointment as soon as they get my notes from you. He said, but you shouldn't have to pay the £500. He said, you've been on the waiting list 2 years. 3 weeks later, I had a consultant. I went and saw the consultant. The consultant couldn't treat me.
Why?
Hey?
Why?
I don't know why. The consultant couldn't treat me. They had to go.
Did they find one that could?
They had to go to a different consultant. Oh no, because originally, sorry, they thought it was orthopedic, and it didn't turn out to be orthopedic. After I had my scans, it turned out to be neurology. So then I had to wait for neurology.
Oh, jeez.
I used to have to go to Leeds every 6 months for cancer tests.
So then I thought I had a neurologist, and it turns out earlier on this year I found out that the guy that I'd been going to Derriford Hospital to see isn't actually a neurologist. He's an orthopedic surgeon who has somehow lied about being a neurologist and has now been struck off. Well, I've been going to see this guy, and this guy's like blah, 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 blah every time I go and see him. And you're a real difficult case because you broke your back in 1987, blah, 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 blah. You got plates, you got nerve damage, you got this, and you're a difficult case. Also, you're this age, so at the same time, you've got this going on with your joints and your bones and your back and what have you. And
they're fucking mechanics. That's all they are, is fucking body mechanics.
Some of this at your age is, you know, is fair wear and tear. And it's like bullshit. Then out of the blue, I see my phone ringing and it says Derriford, and I'm like, oh, what do they want? So I answered, hello, and I said, hello. He said, I'm so and so from neurology. And he's like, oh yeah, where's so and so? I can't discuss him. I said, what do you mean you can't discuss him? Well, I can't discuss him. I said, well, he was supposed to be my neurologist. Well, no, he's not a neurologist. He's orthopedic. He said, but I can't say any more than that. He won't be back. I'm head of neurology. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but because it's been so long and because, you know, it's like 5-6 years now, I really don't think I can offer you any better, what's it called, of life?
Quality of life.
I can't offer you a better quality of life. I've looked at your scans, I've looked at this, I've looked at that, and there's nothing now because the damage with the compressions in your spine has been so long that even if we did an operation, which I'm not sure what we do because you've got the metal work in your back already, but if we tried to do surgery on you, if we did relieve the pressure on the nerves, it probably wouldn't do anything because the nerves have been squashed for so long. So I ain't going to offer you any quality of life. So I'm like, wow, you're having a bubble, aren't you? And it's like, no. I said, well, you must be able to do something. So he's like, right, well, there's something that the previous one hasn't suggested or hasn't done. And there's a dye. And I want to run this dye through your body and then run you through an MRI scan with the dye going through your body. Are you up for that? So it's like, yeah, I'm up for that. He said, that'll tell me how much damage there is to your nerves. And then that'll give me the definitive answer whether we can do something or whether we can't do anything. So I was like, yeah, all right then. So that was like, I think it was about 3.5 months ago. I still haven't heard nothing. as soon as I
Uh,
put the phone down on him,
1 second there. Kat, your audio is clipping there.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I've got to get out of here, guys. I've arrived at my destiny. I'll catch you. I'll listen in and catch you in the chat.
Love
See
you.
you
yeah,
later.
as soon as I put the phone down, I phoned Slater and Gordon, the solicitors, and I said, right, I want to do a negligence case against the NHS. So I gave them the brief outline, and they said, right, yeah, we'll take it on, no win, no fee. So now they're taking it on because I argued and argued and argued at the beginning. If I was in America, if I was anywhere else in the world, they say if there's any impingement on nerves, a maximum of 3 months. And because I've got this thing in my spine called a 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, which is basically like a massive great blister inside the spinal cord, which is pressing on the nerves. It's called 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴. It's life-threatening. Because I've got that in my spinal cord, and they should have drained it within a couple of months. It should have been drained. Any clinical website that you go and look at, it says like it needs draining. Immediately should be drained, right? Because if it carries on putting the pressure on the nerves, basically it's the spinal fluid which is swelling up, like you know when
So
you
it's
burn
like
your finger and you get a big water blister on your finger.
Yeah.
So is it like a clogged artery in the sense of for the spine type of thing?
Yeah, it's something to do. Yeah, it's due to damage. It's caused this big bubble, but this big bubble causes pressure on. So all down my right side, I'm suffering from neuropathy. It's pain, just brushing against, just putting clothes on, just touching. You know, the duvet moving in your sleep. Anything
I was
that
talking
touches,
about that. I used to
anything,
have that. I used
anything.
to have
Anything touching my skin on the right hand side of my body is like electric shocks, basically. And then
it was like I had no skin. It was like all my skin had come off. And if anybody,
yeah,
I didn't want, it wasn't just on one side. It was just basically anywhere on my upper body, and then it disappeared.
yeah, well that's how mine started, but all on like from the mid chest area wrapping around. They call it cloaking neuropathy. So it all started on my upper body originally, then it went down through my right leg. My left leg has always had paralysis in it. Since I broke my back because I severed the sciatic and the femoral nerve going to my left leg. So that's always been a problem. But my right side was always fine. Now, up until I had the accident with the horse, I was working fine. I was walking miles, you know, I was normal, happy, healthy, riding every day, working every day. Then when I had the accident with the horse, it was like, ouch, 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 ouch. And then I started getting this cloaking neuropathy. Then I started having this neuropathy in my feet. It felt like somebody had trapped my feet into lead boots or concrete boots. And the pressure every time I laid down, and I'd have to get up, put my feet in a bucket of cold water, you know, wait for the throbbing to start disappearing, pat my feet dry, and then get back into bed again and try and get to sleep, you know. And all they kept doing was morphine, 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, gabapentin, pregabalin, you know. It's just the drugs and the drugs and the drugs. And it was like, and the drugs just, you know, you're just getting more and more prescription every month.
I know,
Just
because you're a cash cow now. You're this sick, you're a cash cow.
Yeah, bottles and bottles of 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, not 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, oral morph.
They make up the funniest names.
You know, liquid oral morph.
What's it morphing you into?
Yeah, morphine capsules.
Oh, right, morphine. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it was like, it's just absolutely crazy. 3,600 milligrams of gabapentin or pregabalin every day, you know, 4 tablets every 4 hours. Morphine 4 or 5 times a day, you know, 250 milligrams of morphine every day. Then a bottle of oral morph every 2 days. And it's like, it's just ridiculous, you know. And then I just started piling on weight and weight and weight, still trying to work. And then at the end of it, it was like, you know, 1 day's work is 2 days in bed. I can't do it no more. I just can't push myself no more. I give up. I retire. And I ended up having to retire.
Yeah.
And then you go and try and get out from the benefit system. You go and see this silly little girl that's sitting there that's going to interview you about your PEP. And she fills in a report saying you're muscular. And it's like, they turn around and say, well, no, you're too fit to get it. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, but your
The
problem isn't
surge,
your muscles. Your problem
the,
isn't your strength. Your problem is the bubble in your neck.
the surgeons have said this. The doctor has said this. My notes say this. And you've got a pile, you know, a foot high stack of paperwork saying, you know, it's life threatening. You could die in your sleep. If the fluid goes into your brain, it can kill you. And, you know, all this lot. And like they're saying, well, no, you're too fit to get PIP. And I'm
I
thinking,
can hear Nudie right now. He's talking under his breath, and he's saying, "See, this is what happens when you go begging the begging the government for money, sucking off the government teat. See, even adults
yeah.
suck off the teat."
Suckle,
But
suckle,
then you
suckle.
know, 50 people
Mm.
that have never done a day's work in their life. They fell off the motorbike when they were kids, never had a job because they broke their leg or they did this or they got diabetes. So they've never worked a day in a job. They've lived off the government tit all their life. They've got every single benefit. They've had all their rent paid for them. Never done a day's work. I broke my back. I come out of the army because I broke my back. And I've worked ever since I come out of hospital.
Yeah.
You know, I came out of hospital in a Zimmer frame with a big plastic corset on, jumped straight into my cousin's tractor and started driving the
picturing
tractor
Benny
for
Hill now.
wages.
I'm picturing Benny Hill now. We gotta have Benny Hill music in the background or whatever you're talking about.
Yeah. But
a corset, a Zimmer frame, and what was it? A bulldozer?
Tractor.
A tractor.
Yeah, and then I drove a combine.
What people will do for a buck, I tell you.
Well, you know what? I have a similar problem with they say you said about it going and shooting into your brain, the fluid or something like that.
Yeah.
And I have 100% blockage in my left artery that goes to my brain. It's right at my temple. Like it's right at the entrance to the brain, right? So they can't operate because they said if it's too close and if anything breaks off and shards go into my brain, I'll just die. So actually, because I have so much plaque, apparently my legs are blocked, but there's like back channels for the blood to flow. So that's why I can still walk. But that's why it's so hard to walk, because they're only small channels of blood. So when I'm trying to pump it too much to walk, I've only got that little back part, right? But in my brain, it's actually saving me, because if any of this plaque broke off, it could go through my left artery into my brain and kill me. So that blockage is actually saving me. I've been trying to melt the plaque with Woosah and fucking lemon juice and garlic. And I'm afraid kind of, because it's like I still have access to my right artery, and I could always get a stroke in my right side if I'm not careful. So what if I manage to break off some of this plaque, but it doesn't melt? It just breaks off in a shard, and that's it. I just fucking kill myself with the goddamn lemon juice and garlic. Like what? Like you can't pick where it's gonna melt or where it's gonna break off.
No.
You can't like herd it where you want it to go so it doesn't go where you don't want it to go, and you don't know where you're going to be doing it, above the heart, below the heart. So I just try to use visualization. Melting it.
Yeah.
I saw cancer go away when they were woosawing it. I watched it go away on a fucking machine. They were x-raying, and we saw the tumor
Do you
shrink.
suffer from ulcers in your legs?
No. And if I did, I have colloidal silver.
Yeah.
I had to treat heels.
Yeah, I talked to you about them before, didn't I? Because I got ulcers in my leg. But then I thought I had the COVID, and because I got COPD, I was really, really struggling. I thought I was going to die. Yeah, but it was only a bad case of flu. But I was struggling to breathe. I was cough, couldn't breathe. I was crawling on my hands and knees to get to my inhalers, and it just couldn't breathe at all.
Did you have anyone to take care of you?
Yeah, my partner. But I was on the phone to my mate, and he said, "Jesus Christ, what's the matter with you?" I said, "I think I've got this COVID, like." And he says, "You know it's only flu, don't you?" I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, "But this feels worse than flu, or I've never had flu in my life." Do you know what I mean? I've had a cold, but perhaps I've never had flu.
I had it. But it didn't go into my lungs though. Spirit protected me because I also have COPD. I have emphysema. It didn't go in my lungs, but it was the worst fucking flu I ever fucking had.
I said, I want to go to the doctors to find out whether it's actually pneumonia or pleurisy.
Right.
I said, but I don't want to go to the doctors, because if they decide to say, right, you're going to hospital, then hospital is going to insist that I put a face nappy on. They're going to insist I get jabbed up to the hill.
Yeah.
And I ain't doing it.
That's right.
And
I had to go to the hospital because I couldn't breathe and my heart was going all over the place. And I called an ambulance, and then they went to take me to the hospital, and they were constantly trying to make me wear a mask. They even tried to assault me with one when I got to the hospital. And because I refused, and they put me in the hallway like I was a fucking leper, and then I had to wait while they went upstairs because I was arguing with them saying, "Where are your ethics? I am ill and I don't know what to do, and you can take care of me, and yet you won't, because I won't follow your fucking rules that are stupid." So they went upstairs to talk to the head nurse or whatever. She comes down after like fucking 20 minutes of me being in that fucking corridor, and then she says, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." And they turn me out with fucking bare feet. The ambulance doesn't drive you home. They'll only drive you to the fucking hospital. So I had bare feet, no coat. It was October, and it was cold. And it wasn't cold. It was like getting cold, right? And I had no shoes, and my battery was almost dead. The last bit of my battery, my daughter said that she'd call me a cab. And then my battery died, and I laid there on the grass outside the hospital, and I could barely breathe, and I couldn't stand up because my blood pressure was so low. And I thought, fuck them, I'm going to die right on their fucking lawn. There's going to be fucking questions, right? And then it turns out my daughter couldn't order the cab because they won't take Visa over the phone, and I had no money. And they can't send a cab. So I was laying there waiting for nothing. Every cab that came up, I was wondering if it's for me, but I was too far from the entrance and I couldn't get up to ask them. And then some stranger came along, and I asked him, if I could use his phone. He was kind of worrying that I was some fucking meth head on the hospital grounds. And then I think he could see that I wasn't. I was just ill. And so he phoned the taxi for me, and then he gave me $20.
Wow.
Like an angel.
Yeah.
Just came out of the woodwork. I
Mm.
know. And I didn't have my stick either. I would have walked home in my bare feet with no coat, but I didn't have my stick, and I need my stick to walk. And when I could barely even stand up, I definitely needed my fucking stick. So I am so lucky. But I
Well,
wouldn't
my mate,
wear the fucking mask. I would
well,
just
my
die.
mate,
Huh?
my mate, I'd been suffering with leg ulcers. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 5 leg ulcers. So I had 3 on one leg and 2 on the other, and
Leg
they were
ulcers
weeping.
are
Yeah.
usually
It's
a
what it,
sign of circulatory issues. Probably, I'm going to take a stab. It happens sometime after your spine situations because your mobility isn't as good as before. That would be my guess.
Well, it's to do with it was to do with the nerve damage. It's to do with having no feeling in my skin and not getting any messages to my brain to heal.
it's a staph infection.
Because
It's a staph infection. If it gets in your blood, it becomes sepsis.
because there's a blockage, the messages weren't getting to my brain to send the white blood cells down to heal.
Okay.
So he said right, he said, give me your home address. He said, I'm going to send you something. He said, however you, so I said, well, I don't know, about 14 and a half, 15 stone. He said, right, as soon as you get it, take 2 of them, take 1 of them, take 1 of them before you go to bed, and then in the morning when you get up, take 2 every day. So it's like, no, he said, take 4 of them the first day, and then take 2 every day.
Something
Take
doesn't
1 of
seem
them.
something doesn't seem right there because I've worked for plenty of people with disabilities with full paralyzation from neck down, and they get cuts and heal all the time.
Well, I don't know.
Do you have diabetes? Do you have diabetes?
Yeah, but are they paralyzed?
Did you say
Are they
yes?
Yes.
No,
Okay,
I
that's
ain't
that's how he
diabetic.
got the
No,
life
I'm not. No, I'm not diabetic.
All
I'm
right.
not diabetic.
I think it's
Yeah,
more of
but
a
are they
circulatory issue that you're
Yeah,
dealing with.
are they paralyzed feeling, or are they paralyzed movement?
Both.
All right.
Yeah.
Mm.
All
No,
different
I
mixes between.
had all the Doppler tests. They made me wear compression bandages. They made me wear the compression stockings and everything else, and I couldn't wear them. I'd been them. I couldn't get bloody things on because you're trying to bend over and trying to pull them up. It was impossible.
Do you have any sort of numbness and blueness in your legs at all? Discoloration?
No.
Theo
Or
did.
your feet?
Theo did.
No, I can get swelling of the feet.
That was my
and
next
my
question. Do you
ankles.
get sweating? Yeah, it's swelling.
Yeah.
Very much leaning towards circulatory issues. Really is what it is. Which is a holistic issue. But I think possibly some disinfectant to colloidal silver might help to solve
Not doctors, YouTube.
the current ulcers, but
no.
it wouldn't fix the root though.
Right, the Doppler tests, where they test your blood pressure in your ankles, both my Doppler tests come back absolutely fine. Come back with no problems at all. But I was still getting the I called it pitting edema. It's like a pitting edema, you press it and it stays there, Right. But my mate sent me hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Right. He told me to take zinc, and he told me to take Vit C.
That is COVID. Though that's the remedy for COVID.
Right, hang on. Right. So because I had that breathing. That's why he sent it, because that was what Trump was taking, and blah blah blah. And,
Yeah.
everybody banned us from taking it. So if they banned us from taking it, it must
It's
do
obviously what
something.
you need. Yeah.
Yeah, they gave it to the Queen. When the Queen was poorly, they gave her it, and they made the boo-boo and showed the box on the pitch on the telly. What the Queen was taking, and there it was, ivermectin. So
Yeah, they reserved it.
I
They
started
made it
taking
illegal.
that.
You can't even buy it now.
Yeah, I was taking it for a week, and I went to a partner. I went, here, because I had started looking at all different kinds, because 18 months it was going on. I tried sugar, I tried honey, I tried everything on these things to try and do
Why
something with
sugar?
it.
Why sugar?
Because one of the specialists for ulcers was doing a spoonful of sugar in the ulcer and then wrapping them. Yeah.
No, that can't be right. That can't
Yeah,
be right.
no, it was one of the things they were trying, and I was prepared to do anything, because the smell that was coming off them, the oozing liquid that was coming out of it, and everything. It was horrible,
Look,
horrible.
listen,
And I was
Smiler.
having,
I had
I
to
was,
treat his ulcers, Theo's leg ulcers, for almost a year and a half.
yeah,
They never fucking went away. And I didn't even know about the colloidal silver that could do all that.
yeah,
But I had a
I had
bottle of
dressings. I showed you the dressings. I had dressings, colloidal silver in the dressing. I tried what's that horrible yellow stuff that stings like hell?
Are you talking about, is it more like, yeah, iodine?
Yeah, iodine. I tried iodine. I tried inodine. I tried everything. Right, I tried everything. And I started taking it, and I was on to this ivermectin for a week. I was breathing. We'd already gone back to work. They said that you have to be home for 14 days, and it was sod that. I can't stay at home for 14 days. We're supposed to be working. I got to go to work. Work's backing up. We got to get the work. If I don't get the work in a minute, there ain't going to be enough hours in the day to catch up with what we got already. And after a week, I said to my partner, I said, here, look at this. And she's like, what? Do I have to look at them? And it's like, yeah, please, just look. And they were drying up. And they were starting to scab from the outside and work to the center.
So what was it that worked?
The ivermectin.
Okay. When Theo died, the last few days I ran out of gloves to do his legs. So I had to do them with my bare hands.
Yeah.
And I had a cut on my finger, but when like a hand nail that you pull off.
Yeah.
And so I ended up with that with the staph infection that he had on his legs. It went into my finger, I guess, and then it went into my body, and I was getting those craters on me. It was happening on me. So I was trying the oils and all this stuff. Now, I had a bottle of colloidal silver. It had actually passed the date just 1 month before. So I'd had it for a couple of years, and it was sitting in my RV. And so I was dying, because that's like, I had big craters in my fucking skin. And then I started not being able to breathe properly. And I went, you know what? I'm not going to the fucking doctor, to the hospital. I go to the hospital. They're going to give me a MRSA. So I said, okay, then I'll just try this. I wouldn't use Theo as a guinea pig. I felt like it was unethical to use him as a guinea pig, because I was only learning about naturopath medicine, right? So I would use it in tandem with the fucking pharma. So, but they had nothing to help him. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to try this colloidal silver. And in a half a day, because I not only used it topically, I also took a teaspoon of it. And not that I'm a doctor, this is anecdotal evidence. And those sores, and I have diabetes, those sores cleared up. They weren't, they took a while, but the biggest part of them closed up really fast within a couple of days.
But
And I could see it looking back
that was what I discussed with the doctor. I said, you know, I said, you've given me these dressings, really expensive colloidal silver dressings, but there's no point me having them because the bit that I need the silver to get to is hollow. It's a big dent. It's a big horrible hole. So how can that square patch get into that hole and start treating that hole?
I put it right in the hole.
Yeah, but
I touched the whole thing with. I made my own dressing.
These dressings were impregnated with colloidal silver.
That's what
should probably do it while ingesting some a few times a day as well at the same time.
Yeah.
So I wanted the colloidal silver as a prescription, not as a impregnated dressing.
Right.
But he would only do the dressings.
That's not going to do too much.
Hold on. Why is the doctor in charge of that? Why can't you just go to the store and get some colloidal silver and some bandages?
I don't know. I always thought you had to have it on prescription. I didn't know that you could just buy it straight out.
No.
Go to a health food store, and if you can't find any locally, then just buy it online.
Yeah, you should always have some in your cupboard because I put it in the dog's water if I've taken him out.
Oh, I know you can buy it now, but back then I thought it was a 2 years ago.
No, wow. Well, that's England then, because I bought that first bottle of colloidal silver back in like 2016, 17. No, it was it was more 15 or 16. I bought it, and then I used it in 2018.
Colloidal silver is not classed as a pharmaceutical at all.
We used to get it off the vet. We used to get it off the vet for the horses.
I get my diatomaceous earth. I would get it from the Tractor Supply because they'd put it in the horses' feed and stuff, right? So if I wanted some diatomaceous earth, it was way cheaper to just go to the horse feed store.
Well, it was like antihistamines, yeah. I had an Arab horse, yeah, that needed antihistamines. I would get like 500 antihistamines for a couple of quid off the vet, yeah. And I'd ring the vet, and you'd have to give the horse like 20 of these tablets in the morning, and then 20 of these tablets at night time, you know. So 500 wouldn't go very far. And I'm like reading them, and they're made by the same people that supply Asda and Tesco's. Do you know what I mean? Supply the chemist. It's the same make,
right?
And I'm like, I'm paying a couple of quid off the vet for these, and like if you go to Asda, they're like £5 for like 8 or whatever it is you get in the box. And then my mate was down at the stables. He said, I ain't coming down here. He said, it always affects my hay fever. He said, and I've run out of antihistamines. I said, oh, I've got loads. I've got about 1,000 in here. Hang on a minute. I'll get you some, man. How many do you want? I have to give the horse 20. How many do you want? Oh, just one will do. So I've like given him a handful and said, you know, he said, how much do you pay for them? I said, I don't know, I'll find the bill in a minute. And it was something like £2.86 plus the call out fee, you know, unless I went to the vets just to collect them, and then there was no call out fee. But if he decided he had to look at the horse, then I used to get charged £35 for him to come and look at the horse. So it's like, you know, there's a ridiculous amount of money when I go and buy them in the shop. I said, well, if you ever need any, I've got plenty. So the vet was there treating another horse, and I went up to him and I said, here, Otty. I said, how come these antihistamines are the same ones that you buy in the supermarket, but they're like 1,000% profit in the supermarket compared to what you give me in a bottle? And he said, because these are for not for human use. I said, but they must be made in the same factory. He said, yeah, they are made in the same factory. He said, but when they're for human use, that whole factory has got to shut down. They've got to clean. They've got to
Oh,
go through everything. Then they've
he's
got
like
to
a
set all the
vegetarian.
equipment up. Then everything's got to be immaculate. And I'm like, yeah. He said, when they do it for the animals or the veterinary industry, they just press the button, walk away, and the machine carries on going until it's run out of powder. I'm like, all right. He said, so there's nobody, you know, it just goes and goes and goes until it runs out. And I was like, all right. He said, but when they do a batch, they're only allowed to do so many before they shut down, clean everything, put it all back together again, and then start again. That's why they cost so much money for human consumption. It's like, that's just absolutely ridiculous. I said, my mate's been taking them and there's nothing wrong with him. He hasn't started neighing or barking yet. I
If
said,
it's
but his
not
hay
good enough for
fever,
me,
yeah,
if it's
his
not good
hay
enough for
fever,
me, it's not good enough for my dogs.
yeah, his hay
That's
fever's gone away.
that's a small excuse for such a dramatic price variance. I reckon it's not that. It's whatever the consumer is willing to pay for it.
Well, yeah, but normally it's like, you know, it's like fishing, it's like horses, it's like any kind of sport, any kind of thing, you know. Normally you've got the equestrian tax. If you're a sea angler, sea fishing equipment is really, really cheap. But if you
Mhm.
go puddle bashing for, like, you know, reservoir or whatever, then
Roger.
you get the carp tax, we call it. So you get a carp tax because you're going puddle bashing. And like all carp fishing gear is mega expensive. It's the exactly same blank fishing rod that they use for sea fishing. But because it's now called a carp rod, it's like double the price. You know, so we call it the carp tax or the equestrian tax.
Roger Whittington. That was the name I was trying to figure out. Friday mornings. Roger Whittington.
Yeah, he did his live this morning.
Oh, okay. But remember I was saying that it wasn't Richard. It was another R name.
Oh no, it was Steve I was thinking of.
No, I was thinking of it. I was saying, I said about PAP, and I said about Society X, and I said about Roger, but
Yeah.
I said Richard, and I was like, I can't remember. It was an R name, and that's what I was thinking of was Richard Whittington.
Oh no, the last time that I was speaking to Guru was when Crinkle and Steve was on the panel.
Yeah.
And Steve was double
I
quoting.
think I remember that.
Yeah, Steve was double quoting all your sayings. And he kept repeating them. He kept repeating them and repeating them.
Oh, that's who you met. Oh, okay. That's
yeah, Steve.
No,
and I was there?
Yeah.
I don't remember either, but I have a shitty
Yeah,
memory.
you come out with one of your I mean, that night we spoke about colloidal silver and it went into a really deep philosophical, and it was like wake up grey matter. And I can't remember now the subjects, but it went really deep. But you would come out with something funny, one of your quotes, and then Steve would repeat it 2 or 3 times and start laughing.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yes, I do. I remember. Right, because I was just saying them first, throwing them in as part of my lingo, as I typically do, and then
Yeah.
I remember now. Steve would point it out. There's another one of those or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Steve was funny.
Yeah, that's who I meant that I hadn't seen around for ages. Because you showed him, you took him into Paps, didn't you?
I I don't know about that. Because I met him on Roger Whittington, so he must have already known Pat.
Ah, right. So he must have already known Pat then.
Maybe I coaxed him to come on the show because he never, I don't know. But I don't remember that. But we were all hanging out in the same places.
But going back to my legs, so
Do
we were
have
still on lockdown, and I needed to see my doctor,
Yeah,
and they weren't doing any appointments.
right.
So I knew my doctor was a creature of habit. I knew that he goes into the car park, he sits in his car, and he sits there and he
Doctor.
he eats his sandwiches, and he takes his flask of tea with him, and he sits in his car having a cup of tea and eats his sandwiches. So waltzes up to the doctor's surgery, goes round into the car park. There's my doctor sitting there in the car, and I walked over, tapped on his window. He jumped out of his skin.
Yeah.
I need to speak to you. And so he's like, right, okay. So we had a conversation, and then he went, oh, by the way, he said, how's your legs? I went, oh, absolutely amazing. And I pulled up my trousers, and he went, wow. He said, and back then what I was doing was cutting all the tops of my socks, because if I had socks on, the socks would cause, so above the socks would be this massive swelling. So I'd have to cut the tops of my socks to stop my legs from swelling up above my socks.
Right.
And he went, you haven't got cut socks on. Where's the swelling gone? I said, yeah, but don't worry about the swelling. Look at the ulcers. They've all dried up. They're nearly gone. And he said, well, what are you doing differently then? I said, well, I was doing that debridling thing that you're supposed to do. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, I was reading on there that it should be debridled, so it closes up and it bleeds and it creates healing and blah, 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 blah. And he went, yeah. He said, well, what else have you been doing then? I said, well, I've been taking ivermectin. He went, what? I said, I've been taking ivermectin. He said, what? And that's cured them up? And I went, yeah. I'm going to have to look into this. He said, I've got other people who've got ulcers in the same position that you are. He said, I'm going to have to look into this. And
That's what.
Then he was then trying to get prescriptions for other people of ivermectin to see whether it worked on them, because there's no side effects to ivermectin. It doesn't cause you any damage. It can only do you good.
Okay, okay. Right there, your doctors are better than our doctors. Our doctors will not. When I was doing this with Theo and consulting with the doctors and trying to tell them what I was learning, and they kept on telling me, well, this doesn't work so well because of this, and that I've never heard of this before. And I said, well, why don't you look it up? I'll give you the link and you can read about it. And they're like, look, I know what works, and you can't tell me what my job is. And I said, how can you be so arrogant to not, if this is your craft, do you not want to know your craft better? You're supposed to be a healer. And I'm teaching you something that's, I got rid of Theo's fucking diabetes. I mean, his body did the work, but I mean, I provided the framework for everything, and I cured his fucking diabetes. So I must have known something I was doing, because he wasn't doing that on his own.
Yeah, but we used to give the horses ivermectin, wormer, every 6 months, and then you'd go to a different wormer, so depending on what time of the year it was, for stronger lides and whatever the other worms were called, I can't remember now, but you'd give 2 different types of wormer throughout the year, and at the beginning of the year you had to double dose. And like, if a horse had an injury or a bad cut or a hematoma that had to be drained, and then you'd have to put
Yeah.
yellow fly screen and all on it. They
Only
give
a
you
hematoma is a
ivermectin.
bruise. That's a
Yeah.
bruise, a hematoma.
Yeah, but horses, if another horse kicks another horse, you get what's called a massive pitting edema, and then that fills up with all the liquid. Well, you've got to drain it, or the skin outside will die off. You've actually got to cut and drain that fluid that's inside there.
You had edema too. He had the ulcers on the edema.
Were you surprised, Kat, when that doctor was arrogant and closed-minded like that?
Yes, I was, because I was just learning all this medicine stuff. I had never challenged a doctor before.
I see.
I didn't realize that there'd have
wake up call a bit.
Yeah, that was my
Well-
main call for that. But see, the thing is, I had to face them and the nurses and the fucking hospital administration and specialists, and I was just me against all of them. And it wasn't just that I had learned all these stuff, that I still wasn't sure if what I was doing was right, because it took a while. It wasn't until the next year that his diabetes was cured. So at that point, I didn't know how well I was doing, and I was sticking by principle, because it wasn't that I wasn't giving him the goddamn pharma, but I was interfering with it. Like when they were giving him antibiotics, and the antibiotics were making him go crazy. I was like, how do antibiotics make you go crazy? But I was watching it. They were doing it on IV, and they do it every day. And they said, and I was watching him. They'd give him the damn IV and then walk away. But I'm sitting with him. And after about 10 minutes of the IV, he would start to be irrational. And I told them that, and they wouldn't fucking listen. And then I said, I was making the decisions, and I said, okay, then we'll do this, because I said, how long do you have to do this? And he said 7 days, 7 to 10 days. I said, okay, we'll do it for 7 days. I was watching him go like this. I'm telling the doctor's thinking that I'm nuts. They're just antibiotics. And at the 7-day mark, I said, that's it. You're not doing it anymore. We're stopping this. Nothing's happening. Nothing's changing. And so they didn't like me because I was always interfering with their fucking treatments. But I did their goddamn treatments, but they weren't working with me. I would bring these medicines that I would look up for him. Yeah. Like dandelion tea. Now, see, there's things I don't fucking know, right? So when you have you're holding water, if you're holding water in your body, there's 3 ways apparently. One of the nurses explained it to me. There's 3 ways that you can hold water in your body. And they were giving him those pee pills, that makes you pee. But I had dandelion tea, and that's supposed to do the trick.
Yeah, dandelion tea, Will.
Yeah. And I even had one that actually tastes good, because they put chicory root or something in it, right? So I was using that, and it was working on his legs, but it wasn't working on his body, like his torso. And apparently you hold water differently where he was holding water there. And I couldn't do it. So I went with their fucking treatments, and I gave him the fucking dandelion tea. But they were not scientific about anything they fucking did.
Of course. I really doubt they actually didn't believe you.
You doubt that they didn't? What?
Yes. I really doubt that they didn't actually believe you. You see, these allopathic doctors, their job is not to heal. Their job is...
I brought that to their face. I said their job is to heal.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. They're not trained to heal, but I wanted to put that in his face, that he's supposed to be healing. Yeah.
I think more of them actually, know the truth about it, but because their license and their lifeline is, once again, they're
pharma.
In that box. It's pharma, yeah. So they have to go along with the lie narrative and make it look like you're the crazy one, because I have no choice but to make you look like that, so that my job can continue here.
Well, it's
I wasn't
my
letting you do that with my Theo.
no. Well, my ex-partner, like I said, she was a senior staff nurse. She was on cardiology. She was on heart ward. Right? You'd get farmer reps coming down. She'd come home with notebooks. She'd come home with clipboards. She'd come home with pens, meal tickets taken out for meals. You know, wined and dined by farmer reps. You know,
Yeah,
to
they're
push
just
to push their products.
that's right. They
She was
are
she was weird.
licensed narcotic dope dealers.
Yeah,
That's all they are.
staff
said-
bonuses for actually pushing that forward
hmm
as the drug to use. You
Wait
know,
a second.
staff
Wait a second. Wait a
bonuses
second.
every month.
Why are they wine and dining the nurses when the nurses don't have the prescription bags?
Well, because she was a
They all
senior
make a
staff
commission.
nurse, and they all, you know, if when you go to the drug trolley, she would go to the drug trolley. She would go to the drug cabinet. She would fill up the drug trolley and then take the drugs around to the different things.
They're
So,
all in on it.
you know, one pharmaceutical would call it aspirin, another one would call it Anodin. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, but it's just
Yeah.
called something different.
Yeah,
With a different
You
price
know,
tag and a
with
different
a
commission collection. Mhm.
exactly right.
Yeah.
So instead of stocking the cupboard, because she used to have to stock the cupboard, and then she'd have to stock the ones that were under lock and key.
So
The
she's in charge of
the
picking
control.
which
So
company
she
pills.
yeah. So she was in charge of all the controlled drugs on that ward. So all the controlled drugs and all the medications that are on that ward, she was in charge of.
So
So
she did the
used to
ordering.
have to,
She did the
so she
ordering.
used to have to do the ordering for the ward. So she would order A, B, C, D. Yeah, right. That one there's offering better, you know,
Price.
better bits and pieces. So yeah, all right, then we'll go for that. We'll go for that. And she would order those drugs in, and then at the end of the month, she'd get bonus.
And how did she feel about that?
She didn't care because it was more money for less
About money.
hours.
Mhm.
It was more money for less hours.
They're all in on it. It's not about,
Yeah.
you know, and there's it's just classic capital corporatism.
Yeah.
There's no
You know-
it's about sustainability, right?
I thought nurses were just grunts. I didn't think they'd be in on the cake.
I
Oh, man.
never bought a scrap notepad for the garage for 6 years, Cat.
Why, she stole them from the hospital?
Wait
Well,
till
no,
you find
just-
out how much commissions the surgeons get.
Yeah.
But they don't. Are they prescribing pills?
They
Well,
get
no.
commissions. They get commissions on the drugs that they give you to put you to sleep, the scalpels that they use, the whole 9
The
yards.
stents that they use. There's
Mhm.
loads of different manufacturers of stents. There's loads of manufacturers that actually make the tool that puts the stent in.
The reason why they're all disposable has nothing to do with the safety of the patients.
Even
Nothing to
down
do
to
with
the liquid, and stuff like that they use in the autoclaves and the cleaners and everything else, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It's ridiculous. I think one of the things was called Clinique, and we used to use that in the pub, in the glass pour shop. And it was like, wow, that's the same stuff you were using to clean stuff with. We used to use to clean the glasses and the ashtrays in the pub.
I'm having.
Chat, there's a visitor in chat named Stitch that's saying hello to everybody with hearts. Good morning, Stitch.
I did throw a hello Stitch in while Smiler was talking, maybe she didn't hear me.
She's been and gone, I think.
Yeah.
Because she
I'm
said hello when what's he called was here and UK lady was there.
It was 5 minutes ago.
Ah, right.
I'm having a cognitive dissonance moment. I was in that hospital with him for 6 weeks, 18 hours a day. I was talking to nurses a lot. And I thought that I was talking to somebody who was like a little grunt like me, and the doctors were up here, and we were all down here, and the nurses were just like one tier above me. I had no idea that when I was talking to them about the medicine that I was researching, and they didn't seem to fucking care. There was one nurse. There was one nurse that did care, but all the others, it was like they were indoctrinated. They had a big wall around their head, and I thought it was just because they were told what to do and they were being obedient. But I had no idea that they could be in on the take.
Yeah.
And I was like almost confiding that it wasn't really a secret, but they were the only ones I could talk to, right? It's just Theo in bed and the fucking nurses. And so I thought that I was talking to not friends, but like people who could see things my way. But now
Yeah,
it's
but
like
it was like that.
Yeah,
It was
they
like
were never your friends.
But the jibby jabby, the doctor's surgery was getting £25 for each patient, and the person that stuck it in was getting £13 for each patient. So they were making like £38-40 every single jibby jabby they did.
There's a whole assembly line of commissions that get collected. It's crazy before it gets to the patient, especially when it's social medical, right? Crazy, crazy amounts for a little. What's that thing they stick in your tongue? I forget, or whatever.
not tongue depressor.
Yeah, not the popsicle sticks that they used to do, but something like that could be like $500 a pop, right? Commission, not price. Commission.
Yeah.
I wonder how much that thing is that they stick you up your hoo-ha when they're checking for fucking cervical cancer. It's fucking.
But going back to
spanner, it's a spanner. They put it up your hoo-ha and span everything when you're checking inside. I wonder how much those are.
Now bring this over also to the prison system, and it'll start to make sense why some of the cops and the security guards do a lot of those things. Example, cavity search, stuff like that. They all get commissions too on this shit.
Now, Theo was in the jails, but he never said anything about getting any commissions for anything.
What was his position?
He was a sergeant.
And
like a commanding officer.
Oh, okay. And he was a sergeant at a jail.
Yeah.
Well, he was a teller, not a doer.
Yeah, he was a lower rank. That's why.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant that. All right.
No, they don't all like sharing the pie. You got to earn your place to get that. Right?
Who's doing the strip searches? People that are lower than him.
Yeah, the actual ones that are doing it, it's going to get assigned to them. But the jail is just raking in their profit every time a cavity search is performed, and of course it's the commissioners and the people at the top there that are running the jails. They're just soaking it, right?
But don't they just use
the judges?
Don't they just do the searches with their hands? How are they going to make money off equipment on that?
No, they have to insert something, I think, too, and also the equipment, the gloves, and all that stuff.
Wait,
I forget.
What do you mean insert?
Lubricant or whatever, and there's.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they just search with their finger too. Like, I don't know the whole thing. And again, I just was throwing that because at the top, every single thing that they do in there, medical procedure wise. Yes. They get,
it's not like the head torch. You go down the road and you buy it for fishing, or buy it to work on a car, or buy it because you want head torch on your head when you walk the dog. No, it's come out the same factory, but it's got a different name on it because they say it's a medical one. It's the same lumens, it's the same everything.
Last I checked in America, I don't know about Canada, the average inmate brings in in cost revenue,
Shit.
$50,000 to $100,000 per year, and that's before additional profits are made from the labor of the inmate.
Yeah, I think in the UK it's something like $7,000 a week. I think it is.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
to keep a prisoner.
In a little what 4x12 cell or whatever. Yeah.
Right, going back to that ivermectin, right? So do you remember old boy Pete that used to be in my Discord, Cat?
No.
Right, we got old boy Pete, lovely guy. He got medical problems. He's got diabetes. He's got leg ulcers, right? And I said to him, well, so I sent him photographs, and like from when I had all my photographs, I had 20p pieces and 50p pieces next to the ulcers, to give a size and everything else. And like I sent him the photographs. I said, I aren't trying to gross you out. I said, but are they as bad as this? And he said, yes, some of them are, and some of them are worse. So I said, right. I said, well, I sorted mine out by taking this. I said, now my doctor knows all about it. I said, so when you go back to the nurses, because he was going back and having the debridering, because obviously they've opened everything back up again. I said, when you go back there, speak to them about it. I said, and if you want, this is my doctor's name and address, and they can speak to him if they want, because he knows what it's done for me.
Right.
So he went there. No, they won't discuss nothing with me. They won't discuss it with me. I went, right, okay, right, hang on. Right, I know we used to give it to the horses, so then I went down the veterinary side, right? This is what they do for bad cuts, bad ulcers, bad what have you. They give ivermectin. Right, so there was a full study, full report, full everything. So I copied and pasted it all and sent it all over to him. I said, right, print all that out and then take it with you. That's medical studies that they've tested on animals, dogs, horses, etc., etc. I said, take it all with you. This is what they've done to treat it in animals.
Right.
It can't harm you. It's natural. It can't harm you. So no, they're not interested. I said, when they get hold of my doctor, because my doctor knows, as far as he's concerned, it's a miracle cure because they haven't tried it in his surgery before. They haven't tried it before, but he knows how bad my legs were, and he knows how quickly they healed up just by taking that, and that's the only thing I've changed. I said, so, your doctor can speak to my doctor, not a problem. My doctor's happy to speak to him. I said, if you give me your doctors, I'll get my doctor to ring your doctor if you want, or you can speak to my doctor. He's happy to do it. He's advising now that his other patients start trying to take it. So we went down the road with it and everything else. And his doctor's surgery up in Yorkshire, not interested. Not interested in the slightest. So I was like, right, okay. Well, the only thing I can do is I can order it through Telegram, but it's going to cost 50 quid. I said, that's how much they want for a full box of it is 50 quid. Because you can't get it anywhere else. You used to be able to go to Boots the Chemist and buy it over the counter. It wasn't prescription. It's unlicensed. I can't, and
I'm drinking my medicine.
yeah, he just can't afford to pay for it. He can't afford it. And it's like, if I had some, I would send it straight to you. But I got none left.
Another thing I found out with the stuff I was helping with Dan, the court crap. One of the things, and I looked into this, is found out it's very common, and then research to get to the bottom of it. One of the things the Crown was asking for in return for a plea bargain, it was a plea offer. One of the things, or a conviction, was a DNA sample. Now, why would they have a care in the world for a DNA sample if the case was already decided?
They've already taken your DNA when you've done your fingerprints. You do your fingerprints, you do your mouth swab, you do all that when you get originally charged. They take
You would
all
think
that.
so. You would think so.
What mouth swab? I don't know about a mouth swab.
Yeah, they do over here. If you get arrested and taken to a police station, they do a mouth swab, they do fingerprints, they do photographs.
So they steal your DNA?
I don't know if they did mouth swab with Dan or not, but I think they might have done some more stuff than they usually do because of the whole, Kool-Aid stuff. But nonetheless,
didn't this happen before the Kool-Aid?
Yeah, but it's like all
no,
these
it was because of it.
But it's like all these idiots, absolute idiots, I call them. You know, you get this advert on the TV, or you get this advert pop up on the computer. Send us your hair sample or blood sample. Prick your finger, wrap it up in this, send it to us, and we'll send you your ancestry.
Really, you're getting ads for that right now?
No, people were getting ads for it. You know, send us basically send us your blood so we can extract the DNA, and we've got DNA samples.
Well,
and we'll send you your ancestry details.
Well, that makes.
And then they'll catalog you.
Yeah, but all these people are doing it, and I'm like, you absolute fools. You know,
people will do anything for a Sunday ice cream at McDonald's. You know, it doesn't matter if it's good for you. But
now Joe Blogs from Joe Blogs Corp has now got your DNA. They've just sold it to Big Pharma so that they can play about with it.
All right, now you both actually inadvertently stated that.
DNA. Do you know that? People can own your DNA. They can patent your DNA without even asking you. And then they own your DNA. I read that before I even got my awakening or anything. This is when I was still in with Patrick. It freaked me out. People can own your DNA.
Well, capitalism at its finest. You both said half of the answer as to why they would actually be interested in his. That was the first. And then Smiler actually just said the other half. If you put the two and two together there, you'll have the actual answer. Because it doesn't make sense if the case has already been, solved. If he agrees to a plea bargain or if he gets a conviction, either way. There wouldn't be any need to have DNA at this point. Case is already solved, right? So it doesn't make any sense. So there's definitely another reason there. I got to the bottom of it, and I can't remember the actual amount now, but the police departments are being paid in the tens of thousands for the purchase of that DNA sample to BlackRock and Vanguard UN-based corporations.
They're going to patent it and own it.
Yeah, they play with it.
Well, it's more for the cataloging, right? It's again, it comes back down to that the genocide is what it comes down to.
Can you imagine? They could make something from your DNA if they know how to make bodies. If they know how to make,
they can synthesize it, can't they?
They're making AI, and they are making fake meat. They're growing meat in petri dishes.
Yeah, but
with stem cells, You can grow anything you want by just putting the cell you want to grow next to it.
Is it America or is it Canada? They're actually selling human meat.
You're kidding me. Can't be Canada.
No.
There's no fucking way. Actually, they want to legalize meth, so maybe.
I want to invest in that company. Find out the company if that's selling human meat.
You and your fucking cannibalism.
Hey, you know, an eye for an eye, right?
You know that I've never heard or seen it since I read it back. Actually, that's not true. I went to look it up again to make sure that I saw what I saw, so I found it twice. But nobody ever talks about that. So I don't know how many people know about it, and I don't know if I found it by accident or somebody gave it to me or what.
How about justice for all the holocausted animals on a day-to-day basis?
How does that padding our DNA help?
No, an eye for an eye, as far as you know, if humans are getting the same thing happen to them. Obviously, something has to be happened to get the human meat to be sold, right? How are they getting the human meat?
Well, I don't know. Maybe people are donating it. I don't know. Do it, but who's you give me $20,000 today, and when I die, you can use my body for meat.
I really doubt that's where they're getting that. That wouldn't be much of a supply. I would think. You know, most people are having their bodies cremated and shit. You know?
Okay, but you also have to convince your family that it's okay when the people come and take your body away when you die. It's okay. It's just going for meat.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, you know, like
So
I want to.
that's a lot of stress having to talk to your family.
Smiler, where did you hear about this company?
I'm sure.
Can we look
TV.
into this? That's the first I heard.
It was a TV program.
Was it recently?
It was last year.
Pretty recent. And was it? Elaborate.
It was called the Human Meat Project.
Okay, yeah. Elaborate, please, on this. On
Human
this
Meat Project is not promoting cannibalism; it's conceptual art. Okay, so it was. Okay, so it was satire.
Spirit cooking.
Yeah, it was satire. It was a hoax. It was BBC.
Okay, Stitch. Hello?
Yeah. So it was a hoax documentary about human flesh eating.
Oh, okay.
So it was 28th of July 2023. It was called The Good Harvest. It was a TV program. We were told as a company producing 6 tons of engineered human meat every day. Wallace was given a tour of the production, and apparently it was a BBC hoax documentary. So
I've heard the rumors that sometimes if you eat meat from like chicken, for instance, that it can be anything.
Well, I know one country has got this thing that they put the body into, and they turn the body into liquid, and then they use it. Yeah, and then they use it. It is like a cheap funeral. Apparently, is free, and they use the body waste then as fertilizer.
Actually,
do you know how easy it is for? You know how easy it is for them to put any ingredient they really want into these products without the consumer knowing?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It very well could be, you know, any form of meat that they decide. And like I said earlier, it's not even a conspiracy. There's a well-known documented case that there's human factories all across the world.
I'm trying to figure out whether I'd rather eat human meat or grasshoppers. It's a toss-up. I might even go for the human meat before the fucking grasshoppers.
You know, I'm gonna push for the human meat just because the faster we get attrition over with, the faster I can come out of the woods, and you know.
Yeah, okay, but you can't go around killing people for meat. You gotta wait till they die.
No, I'm promoting the idea that people kill each other for meat. You see?
Yeah, that's not in the deal there. No.
Oh, but it is, because that's how attrition works. You know, people are gonna.
17th of June 2021, Kate Brown signed House Bill 2574. The bill will legalize what's known as natural organic reduction, which is
Sounds like genocide
basically which is basically turning our dead bodies into liquid fertilizer.
Awesome.
I like that idea, though. I like the.
And it's in
What I wish.
Oregon.
I'm not going to get
Oregon is the third state to legalize the composting of human bodies, called natural organic reduction, as a means of disposition of remains.
That sounds all fine until they have scientific evidence that the younger bodies produce a better quality. You know.
Nudie's thinking ahead. He's a businessman.
Yeah, it also clarifies rules surrounding alkaline hydrolysis, known as aqua cremation.
Oh, so you have to stay in an acid state with all the fucking Big Macs while you're alive. Then they charge your body into alkaline after you're dead. When it would have helped.
Aqua cremation is liquefying the remains to be poured down the sewer.
Okay, but you know what? My dream of getting buried, right? When I die, what they do in my body was to be buried, but we don't have money for a burial, so I'm gonna have to get cremated. And it makes more sense because why take up land for burials, right? But what I would like to be buried with maybe just like a bag or something, but no box or anything. Put me in the ground at the foot of a willow tree by a stream, and I'll feed that willow tree as my body decays.
Nothing wrong
But
with that.
we got cemeteries like that do that. They you go in a not a wicker, but it's
like a basket or some kind of basket.
Yeah, the coffin's made out of this like baskety stuff, and they bury you, and then they plant a tree above you.
So the basket wears down, like it breaks apart.
Yeah, and you basically decompose with everything, and you feed the tree basically.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to be food for a tree. I love.
They did it for years. They did it for years at this farm as a pet cemetery, and then they applied for a license to do it with humans, and they started burying humans. My uncle was buried there.
I don't know if they have that here because they have such fucking strict rules for everything. You can't even throw ashes wherever you want. I do, but it's illegal. You have to like check with people.
Oh yeah, you have to check with people over here if you can go and scatter ashes. I never bothered.
Why?
Throw the ashes on anyone who complains. That's what I would do.
Oh Jesus, that's gross.
No, my dad wanted his ashes scattered at Lamorna Cove.
Ashes. What? Even if the body was completely diseased, once it's ashes, it's nothing but ashes.
Well, it's sterile.
Right. So why do you have to worry about where you bury ashes?
You think of the temperature it takes to burn everything down to powder.
I don't want to think about that. I've got it on my fucking shelf. I don't want to think about what their bodies went through to get those ashes on my shelf. But it doesn't make any sense.
Probably make soap out of it.
I'd rather make a diamond out of it.
You make gunpowder out of it.
me and Natalie, we never did this, but father's ashes, we were saying like we should smoke some. Because there was this movie where they grew the pot plants, and when they were putting the ashes of their dead friend in the soil, it was making the pot grow really nice and healthy. healthy, and then when they'd smoke it, they'd see him. That'd be
My
great.
ex-partner, my
You know, our
ex-partner
country would love that.
was putting, she was making the resin, epoxy resin, and she was
Yes,
making
jewelry.
the pyramid, she was making jewelry, she was making key rings, and you know, people would bring them the ashes, bring her the ashes, and it was like, whoa, creepy. We're in a haunted house tonight. How many dead people's ashes have you got here today? Yeah, and she would go, right, I've got to go and make this pyramid. I'll do the first pour, then put the ashes in, and then leave it dry, and then do the next pour tomorrow. And she'd build it up in the layers, because you've got to be careful how much epoxy you put, because it cooks itself. So, or it can shrink and crack and what have you. And because they wanted it obviously clear, and they put ashes in, and then you'd get pets' ashes and hair, where they've
I'm gonna
cut
have
a
to
bit of
find. I'm gonna
hair.
have to find a crafty way of burying my dogs because I don't have money to turn them into ashes, and I don't have money for a funeral. So I'm going to have to find some natural, secret way of burying them. Or
Just make some organic hot dogs.
that's not funny. These are my Look, these are my dad's ashes, and it's in a paper thing, so it's supposed to be able to decompose itself. But this is how much to about here, and then this is half of my mom's. But I put it in this because I bought this at Goodwill, but it looked like my mom used to buy these houses that were from England. They looked like houses from England, and so she had like a teapot, like a tea thing that held the tea and held the sugar. So she had all these. So I bought this and I put her ashes in it. Her husband is in that nice box because when he died, there was still money. And then this is all I got of Theo, was this little bit. The rest went to his family. And then I also have Patrick's ashes in a fucking Ferrero Rocher box. That's what Natalie brought him to me, and that was perfect. So, and then I've got a couple of necklaces. I've got a necklace with Patrick's ashes in a frog because he was my froggy. And then I've got Theo's ashes in a bullet because he was a hunter and a gun enthusiast.
No, yeah.
Plus, it was the one that held the most ashes, but it just worked out perfect. And then all the things. And the rest of my family thinks I'm fucking gross and not gross, morbid because I keep the ashes. But I feel like I can't unless I have a place to really specially give them. I put my mom's and my dad's ashes together, which I thought was funny because they couldn't stand each other. And then when we were down in the States, my dad, he was like an imaginary Brat Pack member, right? It's like
Right.
he was friends with Dean Martin and fucking Frank Sinatra. Like these are his boys, right? So he never met them, but and he just loved everything, Las Vegas, all this shit. So and he went to Las Vegas when we were growing up, and he just fucking loved it, and he loved to gamble too. So when we went to Las Vegas, I went to Caesar's Palace because that's one of the only ones that was there when he went there. All the rest of them are fucking gone. And I went. They had like this, I don't know what you call it, Parthenon or so. Like it's like a gazebo kind of thing. It was like with pillars. And I went to the very center of it, and I carried both their ashes together in a Bailey's Irish cream bottle, and just one of those airplane ones. And I put it right in the center of the circle and let it blow away. And another time, I had this Tibetan pillbox, and I put the ashes in there so I could carry it around with me. And I went go-karting, and the ashes, it was like I don't know if it was on my keychain or on my purse or something, and it went down underneath the thing and it spread. My stuff spread, and when I had to go out back on the track and pick up the things that fell, and the ashes fell on the fucking track. The thing opened, was the bottom part, and the ashes were just. And then I paid for fucking so many laps, right? So I just got back in the fucking car and did my laps, man, and just tried to not run over them.
Well, my dad wanted to be. He wanted his ashes spread at 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 Cove. So me and a few of the family members all off. We went down to 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 Cove, and they got a pub. It's called the Wink. So we went in the Wink to have a drink, and then we went down the cove
bathroom to have a drink. Yeah.
To spread his ashes. So there I was with the urn thing. I took standing on the cliff edge now. It takes the lid off, and there's like me and like 6 or 7 of the family. So I said, right, ready? After 3 then, I suppose. I said, am I spreading it, or does somebody else want to do it? Well, no, go on, you spread it. So I took the lid off and started shaking. The wind changed direction.
Oh, I've seen that in a movie.
And just blew all over us. Oh. So that was it then. We went back
like
and
pissing into the wind.
Brushed ourselves off, and then went back to the pub and had another pint.
Yeah, really. Sirah.
It was like, he was getting one back. One last time he was getting us back.
Hi.
I said.
Good morning.
Hello, George. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Really good, thank you.
That's good. That's good.
How's my life?
Good afternoon.
What's a classic George Clooney cliche line? Is there one?
You just have to look good, which means you have to turn the camera on.
Okay, hold on.
Jakeo, hold on. I'm not going to hold my breath. He's going to change his avatar.
There you go. We're all hooked up now.
Now do Jason Momoa. Any look besides that Super Bowl commercial, that can't be Jason Momoa. Oh, get that off. Now I'm going to fucking my...
You're in trouble now.
Yeah, but that Jason Momoa really isn't a very nice character.
What are you talking about? He's a great father. I think he used the natural medicine. He's a little bit of a show.
There was some stories about him and his daughter.
That's not Jason Momoa.
Yeah, the big guy that was in...
No, I mean this picture.
Oh,
yeah, but that's sick though. All he was doing, he had his arms around his kid or something, and everyone was like, "Oh, look, he's touching his kid."
That is like, so wrong.
That's so disgusting.
No, but I don't think he did that. Jason Momoa wouldn't do that.
Even if he put his arm around his kid, like, what the fuck?
I
That's
know.
not wrong.
Sounds like he's traveling in the YouTube streets.
Yeah, innit?
Oh, I'm glad I don't read all that shit.
Oh, I don't want to. It's fucking...
I just look for
disgusting. Trying to get men on everything now, aren't they? You put your arm around your child and you're a man, and it's like, oh, pedo, and it's like,
it's disgusting.
He's wrong, mate. Their mind, isn't it?
They're obsessed with it. People are obsessed with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they're bringing it on with all that fucking energy, thinking about it.
I never looked it up, but it was like, wow, are you sure? It was like, well, yeah, go and research it. No, I can't be bothered.
I'd be going down some sick rabbit hole if you started doing that, mate. Fucking hell.
Some
Do it.
research is made for other people.
Meh. I'm too busy researching other stuff, relevant stuff.
I know. It's almost like witchcraft. It's like they thinking about it and talking about it and thinking about it and talking about it, and they're bringing this energy towards us. And all the reminders of all the people that have been touched have to live through it every time we fucking hear people talking about it.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't affect me, but what upsets me is the lack of respect for everybody, because they don't know what I go through. I really don't go through anything. I've gotten past it. I know some people just fucking believe.
Hi, Cat.
What?
Sorry, Cat. That was my son. He's saying hi, Cat.
Well, your son, hi.
Oh,
Your cat was saying hi to me, and I was like, all right. So,
Why do you expect anything more in those environments, though?
I have never been in an environment where people kept on throwing that shit in my face, making me think about it and think about it. I don't want to fucking think about it. I got past it. I don't wallow in this shit. I got past it. By the time I was 30 years old, 31 years old, I dropped it. It doesn't make any sense to live in that. And I didn't even know about energy, but I'm saying it this way now. It's not, that doesn't make any sense to live in that fucking energy. It doesn't.
Yeah,
do
but
it.
it's like the YouTube community, right? You're a retard. You're a paedophile. You're a nonce. You're a mongo.
Yeah, but what bothered me was they want me to go. They were trying to force me to read documents where the actual stuff was described. I don't want to go through that.
No.
But they were trying to force me. Like if we were in physical proximity, I feel like they'd take my head and just push it down the fucking desk and make me fucking read it. And they keep on browbeating me. Well, you didn't read it.
Yeah, but the thing is, if
reading
you
this doesn't make any difference in how I feel about the topic.
you sit there and you've read it, when you read it, you can't unsee it, if you know what I mean.
I've seen enough in my life. I don't need to go through that over and over and over again.
Again, though, what do you expect in an environment of imbecile?
I don't know. I thought that I was in an environment of imbeciles, but not these kind. These are like evil demon imbeciles.
Well, yeah, with agent provocateur motives and all these other kinds of things. That's the reality. So it shouldn't really be surprising or disheartening when you know the arena, right?
But the oligarchy are monsters. These people are just people.
No, that's what you haven't figured out yet.
Monsters.
See, I think that's what you're struggling with. I can see it now clearly. Is that you're struggling with coming to terms with so are these people. You don't want to see that accepted because you want to see the good in people. But the truth is, these people have sided with that with their nature too. They've decided to propagate the narrative, be that narrative, project that narrative, and even physically enact that narrative. And that's why
you think they sat down and thought about this and made that choice.
Oh yes.
Yeah, but Cat is like Budge
continuously.
You know Budge?
Budge, yeah. I don't know him, but I know of him.
Right. Budge came to my house, right? For some reason, or whatever, me and him fell out. But he only lives up the road from me. Every week.
This is a coffee table story, right?
I bought him the computer table, But he came to my house right now. At the time, I was having a VAT investigation. So in my front room is like my personal laptop, and then there's 3 other computers set up. But there's actually 5 computers in my front room, right? So he's on YouTube, and he says, "Oh yeah, that's Smiler. He needs all his hard drives checking. He's got pictures of girls on his computers." You want to see all his computers set up in his front room. He needs all his hard drives checking. And I'm like, you what? What are you going on about? You know? It's like, oh my God. Have you honestly just said that on YouTube?
Furthermore, Kat, to your question, these people are very much in conscious intention in their actions with this. And from personal discussions and questioning and asking people, myself, many of them would be quite forthcoming in telling you that themselves with
But
a
they're
step.
trolling people. They're lying. They lie about everything.
Well, yes,
If
yes,
they think you're
it's all
looking
that's
for a
all part
certain
of it.
answer, they're going to give you that answer that you're looking for, and then they're going to bust you on it when you say it out loud.
No, like AC, for example, you know, I've asked him why to get to the bottom with it, and he just flat out said, you know, I'm just caught up in distraction, right?
Well, that's different than deciding to be a monster.
No, but again, these people are not ignorant or unaware of, you know, their actions and their choices. You know, they're very much.
Do you think they understand the consequences of their actions?
Yes.
Which is going to be different with every victim. But
yes.
Do you think that they calculate the consequences of their actions?
Yes.
Well, he didn't understand his actions, but he understood it when he had a cease and desist letter.
I don't think that maybe Nudi's talking about Budge.
Because that's I'm talking in general.
Yeah,
but he's being a bit facetious with what he's saying. And it's funny.
Sorry, I got into serious mode.
But yes, more often than not, yes.
What's in it for them to be in Monster? How do they choose that as the better choice for them?
That's a great question, and I think that's the problem. You know, you're very much like this Jack Halcall when it comes to that. I'm noticing more and more, and many other people, I think, too. Here's the conundrum.
I'm no fucking leader.
here's the conundrum. No, as far as intention goes. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a full-fledged bully, and I really mean full-fledged narcissist, sadistic bully?
Yeah, my brother.
Hang on. I'm not. That's.
Sorry.
That would be half the question. We've all seen one. But have you ever seen one reconcile with themselves and have a full turnaround? And that's the first thing. And the second thing is either on command or request from somebody.
Well, I did.
I just heard a story of that. Where did I just hear that story? I just heard somebody's. Was it Smiler?
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
A full-fledged sadistic, narcissistic bully.
Oh, I don't
know. I
wasn't
sadistic.
No, yeah, I don't think you meant.
No, I wasn't sadistic.
Because you were surprised that you were a bully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they can do that, can they?
Right.
If they're like a full-fledged one, I don't think they can see anything that they're doing because they don't see it as wrong, do they? They see everyone else as wrong because they're brilliant and amazing and everyone else is a piece of shit.
And I'm asking these questions to help Kat get to the bottom of having Epiphany answer to her question. If you understand that, you'll understand as well why they do what they do. Your question was
why they picked
what do they get out of it and everything, right?
So for them. What's in it for them, yeah.
Right. So start putting the two and two together. It's how they function. It's how they know how to function. It's their dysfunctional way of functioning. And again, because they're in a place of such sort of bottom low, really they're in a box cage, and all they know to lift themselves up is in any way to get a superficial dopamine rush or whatever it is to perform these narcissistic sadistic tasks. Constantly.
But are they sociopaths?
Yeah, very much. Either one or the two or both, typically.
So that means that they don't feel like they never go to sleep thinking, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that."
Mostly, not even that they lack empathy capacity wise, but that they've sort of overridden that and almost turned it off in a sense, either because of traumatic events that have happened in their lives or whatever caused this to happen to the individual for them, you know.
And
So
sometimes even if they do it, it's feigning, isn't it? They're not really doing it. They're just doing it because they think, because they do things because they think that's what the other person, you know, say like if it's like
they are literally
somebody's
running
with
on
somebody,
they're literally
like,
running on a different program with a different set of parameters.
and they're still human.
Right.
That
But
was
humans,
being facetious.
the human psyche is very interesting and has a lot of variables
malleable.
when it comes to be the program aspect, and it very much is a subject to being a product of its environment and can go in various different ways. Also, couple that with how the psyche works with being habitual and how it gets better and better at whatever it is that it practices, and deeper as well. Hypnosis is actually the foundational level of our psyche. So they're in a trance quite deep, mostly not aware of it, and to help them become aware of it so they can come out of it. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you almost have to use the reverse hypnosis psychological, or I shouldn't say almost, it's exactly what you have to do. You'd really have to kind of use the tactic of reverse sadism or reverse narcissism on them to maybe jolt them somehow out of their slumber.
Do you mean if AC was close to me and we were talking and stuff like that, right? And are you saying that if I show him love, the opposite of narcissism, or are you saying show him narcissism back?
Yeah. Number two.
Really?
But it would have to be in such a drastic shock way that it would like conflict and not compute with the current programming to jolt them out of that programming.
Does not compute. You know what? You have to do that with your husband. If your husband's not listening to you, you told him something 20 times and he just fucking turns you off and never fucking listens. My advice is always do it differently. Do something that's going to shock him. Like it's like smacking him in the face without actually smacking him in the face. Do something that he totally doesn't fucking recognize what you're doing. But then, of course, I've probably always been with narcissists, so I guess I just learned it naturally. But that's always been my advice. Just do something different that's going to shock them into going, wait a second, who am I sitting with? And then they're going to think about what led up to it, and maybe that will change it. But I find that's the best way to get listened to when you've been hitting your head on a wall.
Have you noticed that, you know, this should help to even put more clarity to it? When you watch these fuck shows and drama shows and even on MSN and whatnot, there's always a common denominator of looping.
Looping?
Looping, yeah. You know what I mean by looping?
What you're saying, like it's just over and over again. It's like a
over and over again.
Same story over. It's like the fucking Israeli-Palestinian war.
Yes.
The same fucking thing over and over and over again. Just gets worse and worse as we go.
Yes. That's because fundamentally it's a projection and a reaction to that hypnosis programming happening simultaneously.
So you have to break the loop.
You have to break the loop, and you have to do it. You can't just break the loop by like, here I am, look at me type thing. You have to break the loop by presenting a very strong reflectionary mirror on it that really smacks them, you know.
Well, I think
it's not easy to do.
I think I might have done that yesterday because I crossed one of the lines that I've never crossed before. It wasn't too bad a line, but it was like, you know, he's gone and said all kinds of things and laughed at me for all kinds of things, and I've never fucking got back at him. And then yesterday, I told him a truth that I had. I don't know if it's the truth or not, but it's the truth that I have. And I don't know how he took it. I don't even know if he did a shit show last night. I don't know how he took it. But I said something that I had never said before out loud to anybody.
I don't know. He didn't come back.
What, for after I said that?
Yeah,
I don't know, because he came back over and over again. I can't remember which time I said it to him.
the last time.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was uncharacteristic for me, though. It was, I gave him back just a tiny bit of his medicine. I can't go all the way. That's going to ruin me. If I go all the way and do that, I'm going to ruin myself. I'm going to put a blemish on me. What I did yesterday was just a little bit naughty, right? What I said yesterday. But if I were to just go and do like he does and twist stories and use shit that people say about him against him and all that shit, then I'd be ruining my waters. I don't think it's worth it.
Absolutely. That's the challenge of it. And not only do you have to do that, like I just put, the sort of the cream of the crop part of the whole thing that you would have to do. You'd also have to do it methodically, understanding the psychology of wordism.
Of the specific person that I'm dealing with, right, too? Right? It's going to be different with every narcissist.
Yes, because their depth is going to be there. You'll have to figure out also what their master is as part of the hypnosis is and override and become that master. Also understanding the trigger words. You have to know hypnosis is a spell, is what it is. So you have to learn the spell and then figure out, how to use the reflectionary technique to break it.
I mean, I'd have to figure out how he ended up the way, because I'm not sure he is a narcissist.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to figure out like the whole ins and outs of all of that, but you would have to just get enough understanding of the specific lock parts of the spell to override it, and also reflection it back, so that basically light shining, to such a degree where it was just too overwhelming for the individual to make another loop in their psyche.
You can't just do that by showing the light and loving.
No.
Because I thought if I were just keep on loving him no matter what he did, that eventually get tired of this and go, she's actually a nice person. I can't do this to her anymore.
No, because again, until you've overridden the mastery part, all you're doing is you're actually perpetuating the loop, because while they're under the spell, everything becomes a part of that loop. They incorporate it and they transmute it into whatever it is to fulfill their low to high self projection superficially.
I've seen Crafty do that. I've tried to do this with Crafty too. Just keep on loving her no matter what she did, no matter what she said. Just keep on loving her and just break her down. Just realize I'm not your fucking enemy. We can work together. We can have fun together. We're so much the same. Look at all the things that we're the same. She always thinks we're in fucking competition. She has to fucking knock me out. It's not good enough if I just don't talk to her. She needs to get me out of here. And I don't know why, because I've never done anything to her, except I've gotten mad at her a few times because she makes me angry. But otherwise, I still keep on loving her. I still keep on showing her, look, just because you made me mad, I'm not going to stop loving you. You're my sister. Everybody's got, I didn't say all this, but this was my attitude to it, right? Everybody's got problems. Everybody's got foibles and stuff. I'm going to still love you no matter what. Unconditional love. But it wasn't really, sometimes it wasn't coming from my heart. It was just coming from my head. But still, even if I had to LARP it sometimes when she was making it really hard, I still kept on doing it so that she would have it on her side, but it just wasn't working. It seems to get worse.
Yeah, that's what it's going to happen.
It just gets worse. Yeah, but I don't know why that my math is not right, but I don't know why my math's not right. If I were mad at you and I'm just going, fuck you, and you keep on being nice to me and I keep on saying, fuck you, eventually I'm going to break down and go, oh my God, I can't do this guy. He's just trying to love me.
You would think so. And that may have an effect on a psyche that's not so much in that hypnotic trance, but these people are very much in a deep state of hypnosis with a huge interlock of whatever it is that's the master of that. And they're practicing that, and very good at it at this point, extremely good at it at this point. And what they've mastered with that psychological practice is that everything that's coming into their vicinity and arena, they're transmuting that into a further practice one way or another, and just perpetuating and enhancing it deeper and deeper and deeper. And there's no end to that.
Well,
They
it's
could,
manipulation as well, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, but so am I,
They're
right?
ultimately manipulating themselves, but they don't realize it.
Yeah, but I was using manipulation too, right? Because I was trying to.
You're trying, yeah.
I was trying to affect the outcome,
Mhm.
and it's not evil manipulation. It's for good, but still, it's manipulation, right? I think we
Yes.
always manipulate everybody. We're always manipulating each other, not necessarily in an evil way, just making an impact on each other.
Yeah, that would be that's where the what do you call it? The semantical definitions would come again. So and what you're saying, I wouldn't call manipulation, and I would just call impacting each other. Manipulation would be more of an intentional, conscious thing to
But I
do
am.
something, and it
That's what
doesn't
I'm doing.
necessarily that doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing. It depends
Right.
on what the intention is with that.
Right. Yeah, my intention is not something bad. My intention is only to make everything good.
Sure.
Well,
And yes,
see, my
and
problem
that's
is it's the same thing as my manifesting. I am too much invested in the outcome. So if I would stop thinking about the outcome, because how can you make a plan and not have the outcome ready? Like you're doing it for a specific outcome. My outcome with both Crafty and AC was to let their guard down and be vulnerable and realize that they could trust me because I'm not going to hurt them. And like, no matter what they did to me, I'm not going to fucking hurt them. Even what I said yesterday, I wasn't hurting him. I just told him something that I had not said out loud in front of other people, and it might not make him look so good. But it wasn't something that would actually hurt his heart or even really his reputation, because he'll just talk his way out of it anyway.
Mhm, mhm.
And I don't know the truth. That's just a story. One's a liar, the other one's a liar. Who knows who's telling the truth? So, and I said that even when I said what I said. I don't know what the truth is, but that's what I was told. So, I don't know how he took that. I couldn't see his face. He wasn't on panel. So, I don't know how he took it. I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but I've kind of lost interest in the fucking outcome because I'm just so disgusted with what he did yesterday, which wasn't even that bad. He's done worse, but it was just that.
Because it hits home to you in that sensitive spot, right?
Yeah, and the fact that he didn't care, like it's so obvious. We're dealing with something that's so much bigger than me or him or fucking YouTube. It's about humanity. It's
For
something
you, it's
so
about
fucking
respect.
precious.
I reckon,
It's
and you probably
always about respect. Always.
sure, and
And
you probably had a more expectation of respect than that, and
yes,
it's
I
getting
didn't
shown
think
to you that
his
it
heart.
wasn't there.
Yeah, I thought that he still had a heart. He's just playing and doesn't really realize what damage he's doing sometimes when he's playing. Sometimes I can just slough it off. But when in times like yesterday, or in times when I first showed up here and was facing homelessness, and the time when I faced finding out what my health was, I didn't realize, how bad it was. And the fact that there's no escape now, right? So I had to face all of that. And I still go back and forth. Do I want to try and live, or do I want to just eat Big Macs till I die? So I go back and forth sometimes because I just kind of lose hope, kind of. And then it doesn't help to come here and some guy that you've always been nice to and don't even understand why he's not nice to you comes here and tries to hurt me.
And then you get depressed and you want your comfort food.
Yeah, and what did I do? I didn't eat a fucking thing until I ate a few hickory sticks, but all I had yesterday was the lemon water, and I've had lemon water, a little thing of chocolate, like a little
this is
square chocolate.
This is sometimes the best way to understand the spell and the cycle and the hypnosis of it and the psychology is really coming to understand yourself. All this that you're describing is the same in the same arena systemically of the same thing. That's why you're describing your habits and patterns and the psychology behind that and why and this and that. I've seen this many times, and this is why if you really what you're asking, how do you help a person overcome it? That's a deep thing. I have the capacity to do it, but I won't even. I haven't even delved in that arena yet. I may or may not. I struggle with that because there's a part of me that says when an individual's in that much of a trance, are they really making intentional choices for themselves? I reckon maybe that a line has been crossed where they are no longer in the capacity to actually realize it, and therefore
so they're not making a choice to be like this.
If they're too deep in a trance, it's like they're just running on a more of a subconscious passive thing based on just like as if a play button was pressed and on repeat type thing.
I feel like AC is different. I feel like he's a normal fucking person who just has an evil part of his heart it's like he plays too hard. You know what I mean? Like he's not as sociopathic as all the rest of them that he follows. I think he admires people like Andrew because it's like Andrew is a sociopath. So
have you ever gone to see or either in person or online or on TV or anything a hypnosis show? Hypnotist entertainer, Ravine or anybody?
Yes, I grew up with the Amazing Kreskin. I watched Amazing Kreskin on TV. You don't remember Amazing Kreskin? He looked like Spock. No. He looked like Spock with glasses.
Okay, so if you've seen that, then you've definitely seen most likely when they've pressed the trigger, not to genuinely wake them up, but to bring them to an outer projectionary conscious state where it looks like they're totally awake and functioning just like everybody else, but they're really still very deep in a trance.
Yeah, I'm always worried that oligarchy does that with people.
They do.
Kidnap them and put them in a fucking trance and then send them out and you have no idea that they're up to something else.
Start looking at the people around you and understand that people in general around you are deep in these trances because of years of programming, frequency hypnotics in the television, devices, radio. Yes.
Fuck me.
The fact until you realize that, realizing that when you don't have that question will be the first step into truly starting to come out of that trance. You have to recognize, how am I in a trance? The fact that you asked that question, the fact that you asked that question is a good step towards that. But now go further and start inquiring into the trance itself and to recognize it. You got to do that if you want to come out of it.
Am I looking for a specific word or am I looking for some button?
No, self-reflection on yourself and habits and
shadow work. Now we're back into shadow work.
Yeah, I guess that's what you could call it in that sense.
I'm scared of it.
Looking for your okay, let's explore that. Why do you think you might be scared of that?
Because I have held back a good cry for many, many years. And if I let it go, the flood walls are going to break and I'm going to
go. Okay. Could that be
watch over me? Huh?
Could that be that is part of the programming that has been instilled in your psyche as a preventative measure to hold you back if you ever get to that point where you start to do what you're actually doing at this point, which is take a second look at this stuff?
I get just so far towards the front door and then I turn around.
Yeah, you see how it's all like based in fear?
Definitely, absolutely.
Now, if you were to
I am
go
terrified of it. I feel like
right,
it's like going on an acid trip or something. You should have a friend there with you, you know. But it's something that
right.
takes a long time to do.
Okay. Now, if we were to just sidestep that, put that on the shelf, I get your fear and I understand your fear, and your fear is valid and justified. It's there, no doubt about it. On a separate note, if you look at it um, uh, from the outside picture and analyze what would truly actually be the outcome of you going through that, do you see any actual harm coming to you?
I'm worried about what's going to happen before I get to the end of it, because I had a breakdown years ago, and there was one day I was doing the dishes, and I just walked out the front door, and I got myself from Main and Gerard all the way to Main and Dawes until it was like I woke up. I had the dish towel over my shoulder, and I'm in the middle of the street, like in the sidewalk, and I'm kind of not far away from home, but way far away that I didn't remember how I got there.
Mhm.
And that was fucking scary. That's never happened to me before. I could just wake up somewhere and it was standing up, and I'm awake and I'm standing up and I just got somewhere. It's like I got transported. And I remembered walking, but I didn't remember why. I don't even know why I went out the front door. I also hopped a bus to fucking Ohio and then Texas.
Mhm.
That was
Okay,
another thing.
so
So I don't know what I would do if I don't have anybody who's going to know what I'm doing. I just
okay,
fucking
so now what you're doing right now at this very moment, and I think you should go back and listen to this because it's very interesting, and you'll be able to recognize if you pay attention to here. When I asked that question, it was a very specific to bring to the forefront some other trigger things might be holding you back. And what you ended up doing was responding and going more deeper into elaborate on the fear, which again, I understand your fears and
did I not
they're
understand the
valid.
question?
Maybe, but I think again, it was part of the programming itself that is causing the deflection of stepping outside of those fears so that you can look at it. So let's try and go back to that again. The specific question is,
Sorry, guys.
do you see any actual harm coming to you if you were to step outside that and look at it and actually go through the process of reflecting all of that? Okay, so
Yeah.
what specifically harm do you see coming to yourself?
I hop on a bus to Texas and bad things could happen to me because I don't even know what possessed me to think that I could travel by myself on a bus to another country, through another country, to the bottom of the other country, all by myself. I'm just lucky Spirit had my back that I didn't get robbed or worse.
Okay, so now I want to tie this together. I have two questions. Number one is, how does this tie together with looking at self-reflection of the hypnosis that you might be in? That's number one. Number two, you said these bad things might happen to you. Can you get specific and express specifically what bad things?
Well, I don't want to say it out loud, but one of them was robbed. But worse than that, like I could end up at some party. So like like right now I'm sane, so I can not do that. Like I can't picture myself doing that now, but it's one of the reasons why I'm not a drunk. It's one of the reasons why I've never taken any hallucinogen ever. Even when
And
I've
you're
done
worried.
mushrooms, I only did like a half a gram because I didn't want to hallucinate. I
And
I
you're
can't
worried.
know what's going to happen if I'm not in control.
Okay. And so you're worried that all of these things will happen to you if you go could happen to you if you go through the procedure of
Yeah, what if I snap? What if I
full
snap and then
self-reflection. Mm-hmm.
what if I snap and then I'm making stupid decisions?
Okay. Now why do you think, let's go one step further. Why do you think, envision yourself, you don't have to actually do this, but what do you see in your mind's eye, specifically when you're taking any steps or going into any motions that would actually caused this to actually be the outcome for you? Where's the dot connector there of the two?
Of what I'd benefit from, or what might happen?
What might happen?
The bad stuff.
Yes. If you were to take me into more of a sequential play-by-play or step-by-step, where's the connecting point where all of a sudden,
I could get touched against my will.
You could get touched against your will when you're self-reflecting?
No, when I break and hop on a bus to Texas.
Okay, so now how did we get from self-reflection to a physical action of hopping on a bus and going to
Because
Texas?
if I cry as much as probably what's in there, I don't know how much is in there. I don't even look, but there's a lot in there. I know there is. So I don't even know what I'm upset about. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my life and everything's worked out, and I find a way to have a good perspective. But that meant I had to drop the bad perspective. But if I go and do all that self-reflection, then I'm going to be looking at things that I don't like about myself, or things that I don't like that happened to me and how I viewed it. And I don't even know what to do with that. I'll just be sitting in the pain, and God knows if it's going to make me snap.
Okay. Understandable. Now I'm still trying to connect the dot though, as how did we get to hopping on a bus to go to Texas with that?
I'm using that as an example because I actually did that before, and I can't believe that I had the balls to do that. I mean, when I was pregnant, I got into an argument with two chicks who looked like they just got out of jail, and they were standing outside the line, and me and Patrick were in the lane. It was a big fucking lineup, and I got to like second from the front. And these two chicks stepped in front of me. I was 5 months pregnant, and I was fucking hungry.
Okay.
And
so
I told them that they couldn't butt in line. Now, they would have beat the shit out of me if I wasn't pregnant, but I don't know what fucking came over me. And then I was just standing up for my rights against these bullies. Physically, I was so they got out of my way, but one got to the side of me, the other one got behind me. And then it was my turn at the front, and the one behind me was pushing me. And I had to put my hands in between my stomach and the counter because I was afraid that something would happen to the baby. So I was putting my hands between, and I just looked behind her to sort of give her a look like, I don't like what you're doing. And she stepped off without me even saying a word. And then we went downstairs. It was like 2 floors before you get down the subway. So we only went down 1 floor where there were jump benches. And we were eating our hamburgers. And then all of a sudden, it was like I woke up and I said, and that's before my breakdown. I don't know if it was the fucking hormones from being pregnant or what, because I was a fucking mouse before that. I wouldn't have fucking said anything to anyone that I didn't know, right? And all of a sudden, I was a big mama bear, and I was standing up for my rights, and I'm sitting there, and I looked at Patrick and go, what did I fucking just do? He goes, oh man, you were fucking great. I go, you better get on the fucking subway before they get down here. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do if they catch us down here. So I all of a sudden woke. It was like I woke up and got scared and went, what the fuck? I'm so fucking stupid. I got a baby in my tummy. And now's when I picked to stick up for myself. So like when these things have happened, it's like I wasn't in charge.
Okay. So it sounds like to me that the biggest blocker of going that is just there's an insecurity there of feeling whether or not you'll be in a place that's safe to do so, and won't do something out of that would put yourself in harm's way. Is that right?
Well,
yes.
Isn't that more like predicted anxiety?
Oh, maybe anxiety about anxiety.
Okay, I just want to go a little deeper in that. Is there anything else that you think might be holding you back from doing? Okay.
Yes, because I'm afraid that I'm going to see something that I can't deal with. Like something about something in me Not the things that have happened to me. I can go through all that. I can rationalize all that. I can, I have done that in bits and pieces until it's too much, and then I just go and think of something else. But I'm afraid that if I like really do this as a project and mean to get to the end and get through and get to the end, that the process will make me lose hope. Actually, I think that's my biggest fear, is that I will lose hope. And
Yeah,
there'll
but
be
that
nobody to
isn't
pull me back.
that isn't self-reflection, is it? That's regression.
Well, I guess I have to. How do I reflect without going into the past?
Well, again, these are the projections of insecurity. You see, so and that's definitely always the foundational thing. And the MK Ultra is very, very heavily foundation with the insecurity aspect, which is the root of how the ego plays a role in our
It kicks
function,
into gear
in our nature.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we're really talking about here is getting to the brass knuckle root of coming to terms with that and letting go of being controlled by the thing that we're used to. It's exactly the things that we were talking about with the other people as well. The
That's
same
what I
things.
was thinking. I was just thinking that. I thought, you know what? They probably can't face what they got to face either.
Right.
They're
You're seeing a projection of that. That's probably why you're drawn to that, because you're in the same and that's why you're also putting it together with some of the other like psychedelics and stuff like that. If you ever notice people who do those together, they tend to be in the same loop together, so that's why you're getting
meth heads hang out with meth heads. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking about people who do psychedelics together. They'll trip together, right? And they can talk about being in different places together, even reading each other's minds. And there's a lot of hypnosis that is integrated with all that.
The only person I ever trusted to ever do that with was Patrick, and he's gone. And we never had the access to those kind of things anyway to try doing, because he always said, like, well, if you do end up doing acid, then you better just do it with me, because because he knew that I trusted him, and they always say you have to do it. But my dream, ever since I heard about it like 20-30 years ago, was that ayahuasca, because I saw video. I don't think it was even as long as 20 years ago, and I saw that ayahuasca, they had like somebody there with you, and they help you through it. And that they said, the first time I ever heard about it was, you can go back into your past and go and correct things. Like, you know how you see things as a kid, but if you were to go and see it as an adult, you might see that the person didn't actually mean you harm, or they didn't really mean that. So you can go back in your past and rewrite it. So when you come back out, it's like you've healed those things.
Yeah, and they'd very much be lying to you, because they're running a course of programming that is not actually a true solution. That would actually be
they said that people they get off drugs like that, and they heal themselves like that.
It's a synthetic healing, unfortunately, is what happens.
In other words, your mind. You're doing it with your. It's like you can either walk to the campsite or you can take a car to the campsite.
Okay, yeah, but it's like, it would be like putting yourself into a literal state of hypnosis so that you'd be out of your mind, but only running on subconscious ways. And that's the problem with it. And it would work in the sense that, you'd be running on a healthier program where you wouldn't be doing those things anymore, but at the expense of being deeper in trance, out of your mind, without any control over the scenario.
Yeah, but there's somebody there with you. That's when I saw it happening. There's somebody there with you, so they keep you safe.
No, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy.
But I saw the video.
You saw it from the outside, though. What you didn't see is the internal individual and what's going on within them. And same thing when an individual is in a trance, it's the same thing. You'll see a very different depiction from the outside than what they're going through and what they will tell you about, if they truly were allowed to come out of that trance. And so what I was saying before, I wasn't trying to correlate drugs being a direction to go in, not at all. I was just correlating how the reason why you might be kind of drawn to these fuck arenas, because
Yeah.
there's a thing going on with you there that psychologically connects
That I
in trance
recognize.
with that. Yeah.
Right. We're in the same
So it ends
trance,
up
but I'm
being
not acting like they are.
well, you're less there in that sense, because you're not wanting to go in the direction of harm and all these things. But at the same time, you're still being a product of the MK Ultra programming that is projecting that, and so you're getting a reflection when you go there, and there's something that's comfortable and familiar with you to you with all of that, and it'll remain that way until you come out of the trance completely.
Hi, Ronan. I think I remember Roman. He was a really good person to talk to. You want to come
Ronan's
up a little
great.
bit, Ronan?
What's up, Ronan? Good to see you.
You remember him?
Yes.
It's been a while for me. Hold on one sec. You want to come up, Ronan?
He says drugs at orgies are fine too. Well, yeah, I didn't think about that. That'll solve it.
Drugs what?
That's the fast track. Drugs at orgies are fine too, he says.
Really, get fucking and go through your shadow work at the same time.
Yeah.
You know what else? You know what else I think that just occurred to me is that I think that I'm hanging on to shit that I'm afraid to let go of for some reason. Even though I'd feel better if I did let go, it's almost like it's the only shit I know. Like,
and that reason is
free,
due to
like,
programming.
huh?
That reason is due to programming. So you see, the more
Yeah,
you
that's
become
what-
aware of that and recognize that, the
Yeah.
more the dispellation and dissipation of the fear will happen, because you'll realize, wait a second here, there's nothing really to be afraid of. This is just
Intellectualize it.
interjected into my psyche to hold me back, and then it becomes a choice, whereas before it wasn't, until you realize that,
I didn't want to admit that, but I had to, because I had to put everything down on the table.
That's it. And that's the first step, is getting past at least those baby step areas where all the fear is coming at you by design to prevent you from even making those little first hurdles and getting over that,
Right. Okay, Ronan, drive safe.
And you can do that, you can do a trickle effect. You can take your time at it, but as long as you're making the motion, and again, it comes down to that consistency thing, because what you're doing is you want to rewrite over the program by being conscious with intention, but you want to do that without furthering your trance, right? So you want to make sure that you're very aware of the direction that you're going, and
I'm not really, though. I really don't know where I'm going, and I don't know where I'm going to end up, and I don't know if I'm going to end up being a different person. But I was planning on doing this. I was waiting for my birthday to end, because I wanted to have my birthday in my MK Ultra mind. But then I said, I'm going to put it off till after my birthday, and I put it off, and then it was fucking October, and I was like, okay, I gotta fucking start now. I gotta
you're practicing the art. You're practicing the putting off. You see how that works?
Yes, but then I was just about ready to do it, and then Saturday happened, and then I was like, I can't do it now.
That's what will happen, because there's this thing in the psyche now that as soon as you get to that point where it's time to actually really make that, the further you've gone in practice, the further something will just somehow magically come and become that resistance towards
it's like
that.
Quitting smoking. There's never a good time to quit smoking. Something's always going on, and I just can't quit smoking, because now this all happened. There's no way I can quit smoking now.
Right.
So,
and of course, smoking is very, very habitual, and we do it when we're a smoker. We do it all day long, and it's very routinic, isn't it? We get into our it's a ritual, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. The whole thing, pulling the cigarette out of the pack, putting it to your mouth, getting the lighter, lighting it, taking that drag and feeling it in your throat and your lungs, and then blowing out the smoke. It's the whole procedure. And when I was whenever I used the vape, even though it's like a cigarette, it's missing something because I'm not pulling it out of the pack and lighting the cigarette, you know, like
Flicking the ash.
Yeah, flicking the ash. That's right. Because I do that without even thinking. It's just everything's, it's like a bodily memory. My body just remembers it and just does it. I'll light cigarettes and not even know I'm doing it. I'll go one more cigarette and then it's like 3 cigarettes later and go, and I'm about to light the 4th new one. And I'm like, oh shit, should I relight this one? Oh, well, I may as well because I want this cigarette. If I just have this cigarette, then I'll be able to walk away and just do something else. But mostly it happens when I'm talking, like when I'm here on the fucking internet. But I have rituals for everything. If we get
Best one is,
best
one is, I'll just have a cigarette and then I'll go and do it.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
just have a
Right,
cigarette
right.
and then I'll go and do it.
And then I'll go and
Yeah.
do it. Yeah, the
Yeah, 'cause one more
procrastination
cigarette.
becomes mastery, and then you get, you know, I've got my before cigarette, my after dinner, before dinner cigarette, after dinner, and then when you get further enough, it's during dinner cigarette, and a couple
I've
times
done
during
that.
dinner.
I've done
you know?
that. I have stopped when we're at a restaurant. I'll stop in the middle and go out and have a cigarette. Or when I'm cooking, I'll put off the last bit of cooking and go and have a cigarette because after it takes me like an hour and a half to cook, and then now I need a fucking cigarette, right? So if it's like I have to choose. Do I want to eat this food that I just made? And I'm like, no, I want to have a cigarette. So I'll eat before I have the food made. And then it's been not too long since I had the cigarette. So now I can sit down and eat.
I'm going to pose one thing for you to contemplate when it comes to these fear things that you were expressing. If you give yourself enough breathing room to be comfortable enough to question the logic of the fears, but not say that this to yourself, that this doesn't mean that I've determined yet I'm going in this direction. I just want to explore and investigate this. So, for example, that fear that you said about worrying about becoming a different person. Okay, let's explore that a little bit. What more specifically are we afraid of about becoming a different person if that happens?
I'm afraid of losing my empathy.
Losing your empathy. Okay, so let's go further and let's explore to see 2 things. What would make that actually happen in this process that you think would come to that as a finality? That's one. And number 2, is it inevitable?
Everybody around me with no empathy, and I don't want to be like that.
Okay, now how does that correlate to you yourself as an outcome while going through coming out of this thing and finishing self-reflection? How do you see the state, especially now? And maybe I'll even help you to go a little further with that, which maybe it'll help you to overcome that. Maybe it's easier now to see a little bit that the people that you're looking at that don't have the empathy is not necessarily that they don't, but they're just so deep in trance and they're not doing this stuff that you're talking about. They're not even recognizing to do it and interested, you know, to overcome that and so on and so forth. And maybe if you can see that, you can see that that's why they're stuck, and try and put the logic in that, in the equation, that if you were to do some even further work as far as self-healing goes, would it make sense that that would put you into a place that would be regressed as far as empathy goes, or would it perhaps even go in the opposite direction and make you more even in touch with your other human nature?
Well, I didn't think that would happen because I kind of figure like my empathy is part of my sickness in my head, but it's like I like that sickness because it's more loving. What?
Wow! So you actually have a programmed outlook that empathy is an unhealthy part of the human
The way
nature.
that I do it. The way that I do it. I'm not saying I'm the only empathetic person that I know. It's just that people seem to be more in control of their empathy. It's like they can go to sleep at night and not worry about other people, or like that they can hear somebody's story and not feel it. Like they're not feeling it in their body, like the other person's feeling their story. And I feel like it's one of my superpowers that I seem to have developed, is that I can put myself in other people's shoes. And I feel like if I'm going to get healthier in my mind, that I'll lose that I'll be more competent for me, but that the contribution that I give with my empathy will be lost because I won't be so.
Kind of like me.
But is that empathy or sympathy?
Good.
No, it's empathy. Feeling other people's pain is empathy. Just feeling sorry for them is sympathy.
Okay, so but you think that you're going to lose your sensitivity to being able to feel and even have a correlation with other people's, just because you come out of this trance a bit more and self-reflect?
Yeah, if I get more responsible with my brain and my heart, then that would mean that I have to protect myself more than other people. Like I won't lay myself down on the line. I won't lay my energy down on the line for other
Okay,
people.
now that would be a chosen response, but that's a
because
little bit different.
I'll get more healthy and I'll just lose that.
Now, why do you think so? Why do you think that going healthy would be something that would make you lose your default nature? Try and question the logic of that.
Because it takes away from me. Every time that I feel other people's pain, it takes away from me. And it's like a sacrifice that I'm making for the good of humanity. And if I get healthier, then I'm not going to do something so stupid to my own self.
Well, you may choose to be a little bit more responsible with that, but being more responsible doesn't mean that you're not that you get cut off from that empathy.
But you can't have that kind of empathy without hurting yourself.
Now, why would you think that?
Because to feel
let me ask a better question. Do you know that from actual experience, or does it just seem like that in the fogginess?
It seems like that. I've never been in that position where I've been I've had days where I just don't give a fuck about anybody else's story. I got too much to deal with. And then I feel guilty because I put myself first, and then I do my spiritual, invoke in my spiritual learning and say no, because I'm here for my own self. I'm not here for anybody else. Everybody else has their own path. I have my path, and I should only be worried about my path and other people's path. But there's so much fucking pain around and so much misunderstanding of people that I feel like if somebody's crying, they need somebody to cry with them. And I'm the person to do it. So who else is going to do that kind of thing? People don't do that kind of thing. They're smarter about themselves, but at the same time, that's why other people are suffering, because they don't feel understood. And you can't understand somebody unless you can walk in their shoes. And
is that why they're suffering, or are they suffering because are they truly suffering? Because you just said something that is telling me. Yes. Now let's go further. You just said something that I want you to second question the logic on this as well. You said that they're suffering because they need somebody to feel what they're feeling and understand them and this and that. Or is it that they're suffering because they don't understand themselves?
It could be anything, whatever their problem is. It doesn't matter what their problem is. It's all different with different people. Some people have insecurity. Some people have trauma. Some people have all kinds of things. But the common basis is that everybody's alone. Everybody's separate. It's like they feel like nobody gives a shit about what they're going through. And that's why a lot of people don't give a shit what other people are going through, because they feel like nobody gives a shit of what they're going through. And that's what I feel like the bullies are like. It's like, nobody understands whatever it is that AC went through. And every, the better I get to know him, you hear little stories, you find out about his mother and stuff like that. And
Yep.
And it's like, well, how did you get to that point that you feel that way? Something must have happened. Something must have snapped. Something must have made you feel alone, like you had to protect yourself and not care. And
And
Yeah,
you,
but that's like being empathic about every negative aspect
I
that
know,
you're sharing with other people.
I
yeah,
know.
it's
Are you not empathic with joy and happiness of other
Oh,
people?
sure. Oh, when somebody's going through, like when Nudie got the RV. Oh my God, I was so fucking happy. I felt like I was having a new RV. I was like so excited for him. I was remembering about when we first moved in the RV, and yeah, I feel the joy
Right.
too. I feel the
Well,
joy
I
too.
think
But
I
there's
think what it
doesn't see
is,
as much of joy. And
yeah.
and people who are in joy don't need me to feel with them, right? I mean,
Well,
they
I
might
think
be.
this is where you're getting caught. Is you think that you know you're in a program that you actually have this belief that people who are in a position of despair actually need you or anybody else as well. They don't. What they
that's
actually
right.
need, what they actually need, is to recognize that it's up to them to overcome that disparity by acceptance of nature and reality, and that's an individual walk path.
Yeah, but you know
And
what you need for that? You need hope. You need hope.
you
Yeah,
need an
but
understanding is what you need. You need to know. You need to know truth is what
To
you need.
get to that point, you need the hope.
Well, you need the want.
do you always feel compelled to help that person?
Yes.
And this is the conundrum, right? Is the
Yeah.
compassion wants to do that, but because again, it's an individual path. Like right now, we can do this. There's room for this discussion because you want this. But if you didn't want this, it was over before it started. This is where a lot of people go sideways.
Yeah,
Just
but
shut down.
but if you didn't want to hear it, then I would just shut down. And
Sure.
then so it gives me hope when I hear that somebody cares and wants to help me out. That it's worth doing the work, like somebody saying, that this could work out good. I can see it working out good. And then it sort of gets me in that mode where I have more hope. So
Okay.
that's what we're talking about. But if you don't give a shit, like I'm not having this talk with AC, he doesn't give a fuck.
Right. So if you can, you said it right there. So if you can understand that, then as you come out and overcome it, then it should be, it'll start to be more clear that it's nothing about you losing yourself. You'll still be able to offer that to other people who are genuinely looking for it. You'll just be able to discern that better because your own judgment won't be as clouded from previous residue of the programming that you're trying to work yourself out of.
How can I feel their pain if I'm too healthy to get into their pain?
Your being healthy doesn't block your nature. Your nature has the ability to be sensitive and feel that. If anything, it will help to again discern that more properly and have a more proper directional choice in the equation of what to do about that from a is this going to be healthy and logical direction of focus.
I can't picture it.
Of course, because you haven't been there, and that's the challenge. But now I'm not gonna ask you to believe me because that wouldn't be the right thing to do because I don't want to propagate the idea of belief. But what I am gonna do is
Exchange one MK Ultra for another.
exactly.
Yeah.
But what I am going to do is, and this is the deeper part of the reflection of shadow work, I guess, is just look at all the history up until this point of staying in the current realm, and then just ask yourself, well, you're already in this state, and how could just put the logic on how could moving in a direction that helps bring more clarity be something that would hinder your nature to begin with, and start asking if that is really a logical, sensible thing that would be the outcome, or is that try and get to the root of is that part of the programming so that you can identify that which is hindering you. You know, you have to come to aware of that. That may be that deep part that, you know, there's a certain amount of this work that can never be done by somebody else. Epiphany work that has to come to light on your own.
Oh,
And
there's no work that other people can do for me. It all has to be done by me.
as far as that goes, you know, I mean, I can say words and you know, I can
Oh
help
yeah,
to,
you inspire me to think things. Yes.
right, and directional focus wise, right, I can do that.
Right.
But as far as the actual epiphanies and realizations,
Yeah,
especially
they're
with the
mine.
line of the hypnosis, yes, you have to do that reflection. But
Oh yeah.
I want to set that stage there so that when you do that, you have something to draw a basis on that would be counter programming and counterintuitive in a comfortable way, where you can do that, where it's not, you're not getting that habitual resistive reaction of fear that is in there designed to do that from the programming, you know.
And you know, one more thing that pushes me in that direction is it barely ever works. It's like I've got this formula that barely ever works. To me, it's logical and it's exactly the way that it should work. And yet it hardly ever works. There are some people who've appreciated the empathy and it's made them feel better. But there's lots of other people who just spit back in my face.
Mm-hmm.
And I just keep on thinking it's my ego that I care about that what's more important is to do the right thing and not worry about what I get back from them or anything, just to know that I'm doing and you know what this all stems from is this Christian upbringing of feeling like the best thing that you can be is an angel. Like that's like the highest thing you can aspire to be is an angel. I don't even know if angels really exist, but when I was a kid, I thought they existed. And I felt like to have those wings that you could wrap around somebody and just hold them tight while they're crying and know that they're safe,
Mm-hmm.
that they can cry and they're safe. And to know that somebody cared about them enough to do that. And to me, that's being an angel. Now, obviously, I'm no fucking angel, but I just feel like that's the highest thing to aspire to. So if I just keep on doing it, at some point I'll attain that stature's the wrong word, but it kind of is because it's something I'm aiming for, but it's not about stature in front of other people. It's just my soul getting to that point where I'm just so good that I get to be an angel.
Yeah, but that sounds
an angel.
That sounds more like you shielding somebody else.
Yeah, but it's like that's where my worth is. My worth is in what I can do.
Shielding everybody else and not yourself.
Right. If you can step back for a second and again just subjectively look at that in reflection a bit, that's again part of the programming in this constant want to have this identity for these reasons, to have a sense of purpose and a sense of worth, and all of that is in a drive from being insecure and looking towards filling that void. You'll recognize that you have worth by default if you let all that go, but you have to have the courage to let it all go.
I know it in my head because of the spiritual learning. I realize that it's not about anybody else. My life, not even my daughter. My life here is only about my life. I know that it's good to help people, but that
Ultimately,
I am not
you're
here.
responsible for you.
Yes, and everybody else is on their path, and maybe being a bastard is part of their life path, that they're learning something from it that's going to better their soul. It doesn't look like that from here, but maybe there's math I don't understand, that somehow it helps. And I realize that there have to be bad people to give you hurdles so you can get over them. So thank God for the bad people that put themselves in front of you and make you have hurdles to make yourself better, right? I mean, the bullies being in my way made me change. It made me
You're making
Oh.
so much progress with this stuff. You would never have said something like that even like a month or two ago. Well, I shouldn't say that soon ago, but absolutely,
that
right?
sounds like that sounds like that you're holding on to major emotions in your life that you haven't let go of yet.
Yeah, and if they go, I'm going to end up on a bus to Texas.
That's what she's concerned about.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're working through. It's getting her to
So
have
so you're
go ahead.
sucking everybody else's emotions in like a sponge
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
trying to bury all your own.
Ooh.
And when that doesn't work, we got Big Macs.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. There we go. We
Right?
just found the fucking mathematical formula.
See, aren't that thick?
Big Macs, cigarettes, the occasional sip of whiskey or whatever, whatever works. They're Band-Aids, but they help us
When I was
stop the
about
bleeding a little bit.
when I was about grade 5, I can't remember what age that is. It's like what, 9, 10, something like that. I had been bullied for a few years, and I kept on thinking that I had no worth because I was believing the bullies. And I to live with myself, to not just end everything, I had to find some kind of worth. So I thought to myself, okay, maybe my worth is a stepping stone. I'm
This is
here
an
for other
this
people
is
to step on to get higher. So that's my worth.
this is another fundamentally crucial reason
Yeah.
why coming to terms that belief is not a healthy thing to have on the palate, and this is a
Yeah, but you
great
don't know
reason to
that when you're
showcase
grade
what.
5.
No, you don't know that. That's why they do it at an early age, right? You get instilled all of these things. This is about coming out of all those things. There's a very good meme that I seen recently that I'll probably end up reciprocating it in one of the quotes. You're not necessarily responsible for all the indoctrination that was dumped on your palate at an early age, but you are
I thought you
100%
said we have
responsible.
no excuse.
You're 100% responsible for cleaning it out as an adult.
Oh, yeah. But then you gotta, like, there are key points like that I just pointed out, but there's gonna be a shitload of shit that I've forgotten, right? So there might be
Mhm.
things in there where I can't find the key. There's that thing that I've always remembered it my whole life, was that I remember sitting in my bedroom and coming to
Mhm.
that fucking conclusion just so I
Mhm.
can keep on living.
Yeah,
So
this is that's just part of it all. It's part of the program, just basically getting by to get by and putting Band-Aids on the little bleedings until the point where you just
well, the Band-Aid
bleed
got stuck. It grew into my
bleed
skin.
sure, and then eventually you just bleed dry and die, and that's it's really about coming to terms with this. And okay, here's the other aspect, and this is why it's difficult for a lot of people, because they actually have to. This is the deepest part of self-reflection. Okay, it's about being honest, no holds barred, no sugarcoating, and no no denial to the highest degree with self. So that means no cognitive dissonance, no ignorance, no excuses, none of that. Bold, straight to yourself. Self-reflection right to the core. And this is why a lot of people fear that, because this means you have to
Yeah, what if I
accept
find something ugly about
responsibility.
myself? What if I
Right.
find out something ugly about myself?
Yes, you have to accept responsibility for all of it, right? And then after that, start to make decisions about what you're going to keep on your palate and throw away. This is the first step towards you living consciously with conscious intention and self-governing yourself. So now let's break it down to government being mind control. Govern is control.
Right.
Mente is mind. So what's happening here is there's only two possible narratives. One is you're in self-control, or two, if you don't have the capacity to understand that and aren't doing that, then somebody else is going to control your mind. One of the two. And so what you're doing here is you're going through the process of actually recovering what you lost from MK Ultra.
But MK Ultra only gave to me.
Oh, don't kid yourself.
It's given me all my references. It's giving me the way to talk to people. Everybody I know has seen Star Trek. If I bring
MK
up
Ultra
Star Trek, I can illustrate something in my mind.
MK Ultra set the
Oh.
stage so that you could be the ultimate gaslit and mind slave for the benefit of others, who are usurping that energy off of you.
Say that again. Sorry.
MK Ultra is the foundational stage that was set in so that you could become the ultimate mind slave for the benefit of other people to usurp your energy.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
But the oligarchy isn't actually sucking energy from me themselves. It's all the other bullies that do that.
All of the above. Everybody who is an energy vamp, and here's the weird part about it. Parasites are sucking off of each other unbeknownst because they're all deep in trance. That's the conundrum. How do you recognize, oh fuck, I'm parasiting and now I got to stop doing that. I got to get over my addiction of this and the withdrawals that go along with this, and I got to heal from that and become human again.
You know, something else I haven't seemed to get let go of. When I was getting bullied when I was a kid, I used to say to my mom, why is it when they see I'm crying that they don't stop? And I can understand now a little bit more, a lot more I can understand, but I still keep on having that in my head. It's like, I use AC as an example, but he just stands for all the bullies, right? And it's because, I don't know, I just got attached to AC, and I'm not attached to Andrew or, you know, whoever else is a fucking bully. I got attached to AC. And so, and not like in a close way, like we were never like friends, close talking and stuff like that, but it just seems like he's familiar. And I keep on feeling like one day he's gonna look and see what he's doing and go, Jesus, I shouldn't be doing this to her. And I just keep on. It's like I'm stubborn. It's like if I just
You know what you're doing with that?
Huh?
See, that's a projection. What you're really doing is you're telling yourself one day you want to do that with yourself.
I think I'm a pretty nice person.
No, but in terms of being nice to yourself, you're not. Let me ask you to seed you to ask yourself this question: how close are you to being your own best friend?
This is what I do for that. I picture my higher self, and I'm best friends with her or him or whoever. It's like I feel
As far as the responsibility wise goes to self, as far as the actions that you choose and the things that you choose to take care of yourself and so on and so forth.
Okay, I do bad things to myself, but it feels good. So it's like, you know what I mean? It feels good to have a cigarette, even though it's fucking killing me. It feels good to eat a Big Mac, even though it's killing me.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? So going with the self-reflection part, this is going deep straight into the mirror and not making no excuses and being honest with yourself. And you're not unintelligent. It's just the hard part is, you know, really
the emotional part overshadows it.
Deciding, because there's no such thing as being ready. You know, that's what a lot of people say. Well, I got to be ready. Well, really what you're saying is I got to choose. I just got to decide, because, you know, it's not the more you try and make a formula, the more you're practicing that down the road, kick the can thing. You know, you just got to decide, okay, I'm doing this, you know, and I'm going to take the responsibility for all those hard knocks things, take the bull by the horns, and not let any excuses get in the way of me doing that.
Yeah, like Carol was telling me a couple months ago, I got to face my fears. And I'm like, to me, I was thinking my fears were, you know, dealing with my dog. I'm scared to deal with my dog because I'm scared of pain. So that, to me, I thought that's what it was. But no, it's facing all this shit It's facing the fear of all this shit. Not facing the
That's
shit,
really what it is. Yep.
facing the fear of all this shit.
Mhm.
That means I got to go through it and come out the other side. And I know that I've gone through things where I thought that